Kim Wonderland.
We're always live and local on your smart speaker.
Yeah, traffic's been relatively well behaved, but we're starting to see some of these commutes fill in.
Tell your smart speaker to play KCBS Radio.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Cool cars, cool people, good time. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers. For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it? We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today. So it's a home equity loan? No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt. Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started? It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
In Bernal Heights, 59 degrees and hazy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Winters comes on delayed pressure. So does Lucas, and that ball does not get back to the line of scrimmage. There is nobody in the area. A flag comes down for a safety.
Out of the end zone, intentional grounding. That'll be 2 points.
Intentional grounding, number 10, offense. The enforcement of that penalty results in a safety.
Guy Haberman on KPIX, and welcome in. It's the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. No Joe Spadoni today. It's Joe Shasky and Mark Grandy with you. Shasky, good morning. It is our first Monday football reaction day. It's just a preseason game to react to, but we have football over the weekend to react to. Good morning, Shasky. How you doing?
Good morning, buddy. You know, I don't know if you can call that football per se, but I don't know what they're doing at Oracle Park is considered baseball.
That's a good point.
So, you know, it's kind of the non-sports season going on right now. It's festival season outside, Lance.
It is. You're right.
God, I mean, you know, there was so much to try to pick apart from that game on Saturday night for the 49ers, and it just seems like, just to me, and again, I know there's only 40, 50,000 season ticket holders, right? So this isn't just about season tickets. I think about all my diehard football fan bros, all my homies, right? Like my buddy Rocco, my buddy Della, Guido. They don't get to go to practices, all right? They're diehard Niner fans. They've been watching every single Niner snap 30, 40 years straight. Every snap live. And like, think about if you're one of those fans, okay? You don't even have to be a season ticket holder. You have been trying to consume what's been going on at practice through the different reporters that you happen to follow or watching on YouTube, or maybe you're listening to this show, or you're watching on television if you're still watching television, or you're reading.
Any way you can get your hands on any coverage, you're there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're trying to arm yourself, not just to like fantasy football stuff, because I know there's always an element of that, but just like, I care about the Niners. I want to know about them. And
you want to know what to keep an eye on in the preseason.
Exactly. And like, I understand this whole health element. Believe me, I totally get it. And I don't want to lose my mind regarding, like, there's a big picture of the season, and I get all that. But on some semblance, if you've been dying for football to return and you tune into that game the other day and you've got Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai taking huge chunks of that game, looking like they belong in the WAC, all right? And I don't mean the whack as in the conference. I mean like some wacky ass conference out there where you're giving out flyers for participation trophies. It was nearly unwatchable. And I go to here. Again, as a diehard Niner fan, I understand. I don't want Trent getting hurt. I don't want Kittle getting hurt. I don't want Brock Purdy getting hurt. But you've started off really slow the last couple of years. And in 2019 and 2023, 2 years you went to the Super Bowl, you guys started off hot. But the last couple of years, we have been a work in progress the first month, 2 months of the season. Are we going to get off to another slow start this year because we're so worried about our overall health? When year after year after year, whether we play guys in the preseason or not, it seems like we're always hurt anyway. I think there's something to be said for just playing some, or if not all, of my starters to build some continuity. Do I want them to play a full quarter? No. Do I really think that one drive in a preseason game means anything come week 4? Yeah, I kind of do. And not that it's the end-all, be-all, but just there's something about everyone getting on the same page, getting a little burn of the regular season so that I'm not getting IVs in quarter 2 of week 1, which is what Trent Williams did last year, where I'm actually in sync with my quarterback, where it felt like Brandon Ayuk wasn't at any point to start the year off last year, where Christian McCaffrey just getting hit, tackled, coming up, just a couple carries. I think there was something to be said for playing some of my guys. I understand the injury factor, but at this point, like, I just want to see some of my dudes go out there and play so that me as a fan can feel a little better about week 1.
Yeah. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I think there's 2 angles to this, Shasky. It's one, what you're talking about. Like, you can actually perhaps see the benefit in the regular season if you're playing your guys in the preseason, because I think specifically on offense and specifically quarterback and wide receiver, rhythm. You need a rhythm. Yeah. Because oftentimes, and Ayuk is the perfect example of this last year, maybe Juwan Jennings will be another example of it this year, and that's, not necessarily injury related. At least Ayuk, that was all contract related. Jennings might be a little bit of both. We'll see how it eventually plays out. But you're left trying to figure things out and get into a rhythm with your main guys when week number 1 comes around. I think it's a little less important maybe for an offensive lineman. Now, Trent Williams at an IV, that's a different story. That's just not being physically ready, but I think there's less of a rhythm involved there. Defense, I think it's not as important either, but there's no doubt that there is an impact. If you are out there, your first-team offense, your quarterback, your running back, your pass catchers are playing together like the Broncos did. Bo Nix was out there throwing to Cortland Sutton for a majority of the first quarter.
And Franklin.
And Franklin, who's I think their 3rd or 4th wide receiver, but is going to get a lot of run this year. And maybe Denver is better for it come week number 1, come week number 2, come week number 3. The other part of this, and this is I think where you get frustrated particularly, is just the product that's on the field. I mean, you're right, you can hardly even call that football. Beyond the first quarter, when the Broncos took out their starters and the Niners went not to their backups, but to their 3rd and 4th stringers, I mean, it was just beyond ugly. You did not need to watch the rest of that football game, honestly. You would have still came away with all the same things that you took away from just watching the first quarter, essentially.
Look, do you owe anything to your fans? No, you owe them to win, right? That's the big picture. Like,
whoever's best for the team, and that's also what's best for the fans.
But I've watched the Niners my whole life. There's no correlation to sitting everyone and staying healthy. There's just none. There's literally none. You know why? You are the most injured team over the last 15 years.
Year in and year out.
And you play no one ever anytime in the preseason, and so it drives me nuts. You know what I want this team to do is get off to a good start and be rhythmic. The area where they struggled to start the year off, and it got a little better as the year went on, was the red zone. And I believe that that's continuity, that's rhythm, that's reps, that's all those things. And so I don't think it hurts to play a series. Again, a couple of plays. I'm not losing my mind. It's not the end-all, be-all. There's a separate conversation about charging full price as an NFL. Charging full price for not just 1 to your season ticket holders, but 2. 2 games. Full price to your season ticket holders to watch Tanner Mordecai and Carter Bradley? That wasn't football.
That was rough.
I mean, the UFL thumbed their nose down at how bad that football looked. So now, were there some fun stuff like that popped on there? Absolutely. And I do think there are some takeaways generally of
course there are. Yeah, and we'll get to it.
I really do think, like, if I were just looking at like a circle and what's inside the circle of most fun for the fans, right? NFL playoff football is the most fun.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what's on the outside looking in?
Preseason.
Preseason might be the worst of the worst product out there. Now, the fact that it's football, we're going to watch anyway, whether it's Shadur, whether it's Tanner Mordecai, or whatever. But, like, bang for the buck, I actually think that a, like, preseason baseball game, Cactus League, might be way more bang for the buck than a preseason football game, which is an insane thing to say out loud.
That is insane. Okay, well, you're a season ticket holder, so you get charged full price for two preseason games?
Yes. How many Niner fans do you think there are? Millions?
Oh, yes.
Okay. There's only, let's say, 40 or 50,000 season ticket holders, and I'm just guessing. They fit 70. Maybe there's 60,000. I would doubt that, 60,000 season ticket holders. But let's say there's 40 or 50. We're talking about a drop in the bucket when it comes to the overall. But if I'm not a season ticket holder, I got all fired up. 5:30, I sit down on my couch and, like, I just want to see a couple guys for just a little taste. And I have the big picture. Like, Niner fans are sophisticated enough to understand, like, if Trent goes down, we're in trouble. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Did you watch Spencer Burford?
Oh, no.
Right? Like, we understand that.
I wish I didn't.
But at the same time, like, Trent Williams last year, with very little, built up in terms of strength and conditioning, which everyone told me to not worry about, was catching IVs every other game for the first 5 games of the year.
And then he got hurt and missed, 7 games?
Yeah. At joint practices, which I was there, and none of you guys get to see it, which sucks, right? But at joint practices, he didn't play. So I just want to see this team get off to a good start. And I'm not losing my mind. I'm not saying that you got to get, risk injury and all that. You're going to play football. Guys get hurt at practice, all right? We watched Mikael Williams go down at practice.
Hyperextended knee.
Yeah, non-contact injury. I believe Landon Dickerson got hurt at practice, okay? So anything can happen at any given time. And I understand you want to wear a seatbelt so you don't get into an accident, and so you're going to put restrictors out there. But you guys tell me if this offensive line looks ready to go, because I don't think they do.
Well, we didn't see any of the start. Well, we saw one starter. We saw Ben Barch at left guard. And I say starter, he's the presumptive left guard week 1 starter. We don't know that for sure, but I would imagine it is.
I guess.
No other offensive line starters played. You did not have Trent. You did not have Brendo. You did not have Pooney. You did not have McKivitz. None of those guys played. So did the offensive line look good on Saturday? No. The good news is if you stay healthy, you're not really going to need any of those guys. But the big if is if you're going to stay healthy, because you got a 37-year-old Trent Williams. And you're right. You feel pretty darn bad about your chances if he misses any time.
I look around the league today and I say to myself, like, everyone's got their own prerogatives. The Rams are never going to play anyone ever in the preseason.
That's just McVay's mindset.
That's his thing. And you know what? It's worked out for them for the most part, I would say.
Well, Stafford's already hurt.
But,
supposed to be coming back this week.
Season. Yeah, hurt. Yeah. But and that's how they do it. I'm just watching the Broncos, which are a team that they take themselves very serious, and they think that they're going to be not just a playoff team, but they think they're a legitimate contender.
Yeah.
We could argue about whether they are or they aren't.
The defense is pretty good.
They played everybody for the most part, especially their ones. I'm talking about their defensive ones against our 2s. And, there's something to be said there. I look at the 49er defense. It's a work in progress. We've got like 6 spots up for grabs. It would have been nice to see some of these guys out there. It sucks that Mikael Williams doesn't play in that game. He needs those reps.
Upton Stout, Shanahan said, dealing with a little bit of calf tightness, so they held him out of an abundance of caution. He might be the starter at nickel, and he's a rookie.
And like, you don't think he could use these reps?
Oh, absolutely he could.
So I look at it, and I understand that there's a risk injury and a factor, and I understand all of it. I acknowledge all of it. I just ask Niner fans, like, if you think you could get off to a better start, and just even if it's a series, I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, but clearly this team, 2023 and 2019, they got off to strong starts. Every other year with the Niners, they've gotten off to a slow start. And this year, with so many new moving parts, I just wanted to see one series from the starters. And maybe I'm asking too much. Maybe I sound like the moron. I sound like the idiot. And I think after watching joint practice go down the way it was and to see them get kind of dominated by the Broncos and seeing Trent not play at all, I wanted to see everybody suit up and just give me one series. That's all.
Yeah. So
do I sound crazy?
No, I don't think you sound crazy. When there's two sides to this. There's what's best for the Niners as a football team and what gets them ready for week 1. Is it playing in the preseason, building up those calluses so you're ready, or is it trying to avoid injury to your key guys and going into the regular season maybe a little more rusty? That's one half of it. The other half of it is the fan experience, and the fan experience no doubt sucks in the regular season.
Whether you're on the couch or in the stadium.
Oh yeah, it sucks. Not fun. When you half the guys like you and I, we're plugged in. I mean, I was not at joint practices because I'm up here 5 days a week, and I'm here. I did our post-game show on the station on Saturday night, and I'm watching the game out here in our studios, and you get to the second half, and these are names that I know because I'm a crazy person, and I know all these guys, but, you have a tackle made by number 49. Who the hell is number 49? Gotta look him up.
On one end, on offense,
Jacob Robinson. Oh, the undrafted rookie corner out of BYU. Okay, I know who that is, but I mean, you and I, we're plugged in, and I can only imagine what the experience is for somebody who doesn't have the time that I do, because this is my job to learn all these guys' names and figure out who they are. No, Jacob Robinson makes a tackle. Okay, who the hell is Jacob Robinson? Exactly. But I don't know. It's a weird experience experiencing preseason football, especially for this team where you have 20 rookies that are vying for legitimate spots, because Jacob Robinson could ultimately end up being a player for this team this year, but right now we have no clue who the hell he is.
No, not any clue whatsoever. There's a famous story about Victor Cruz making a couple tackles on special teams. He was an undrafted guy, I believe, out of UMass, and he gets these opportunities because of what he did in the preseason that he brother otherwise would not have gotten. Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida.
The Victor Cruz one, I forget exactly who it was. Maybe I can find it at the break, but he caught 2 touchdown passes in the preseason.
Yeah, I think it might have been 3. In my head, it was 3.
And I forget who the opposing coach was, who the Giants were playing, but they showed on video the 2 head coaches, Tom Coughlin for the Giants and whoever the opposing head coach was, going and shaking hands post-game, and the opposing coach said, whatever Victor Cruz's number, 84, whatever number he was. 80.
But
Man,
I don't know if he was in preseason.
Number 80, who the hell is that guy?
Doing the salsa dance.
And he turned out to be a star.
It destroyed the Niners.
Yeah.
He was a stud. He was an absolute stud. Look, there are some takeaways, right? There are some positivity to take away from it. Special teams, I don't care if it's against the Broncos backups or the backups or the guys that are all going to be bagging at Safeway. They look like they know what they're doing. Forget the results. They just look like they know what they're doing. Is it Thomas Morstead? Is that the punter's name?
Yes, the punter.
Okay.
Who's 45 years old.
I don't care if he's 1,000 years old. He looked better than Wisnowski did at any point last year. And high-fiving all the guys on special teams. This Bergens kid returning a kick, looking competent.
Junior Bergen, 7th round pick out of Montana.
Every Niner fan, my entire life, has held their breath on every punt return ever.
Oh, my God.
All right? There's been a handful of guys that we trust. Vinny Sutherland for about a week. Fred Otis Amy for about a week.
Ted Ginn
Jr. till he got hurt.
Yep.
It's been a bugaboo spot for us forever.
Yeah, you bring up Victor Cruz and the Giants, my mind obviously immediately goes to Kyle Williams.
Yeah, thanks. I don't even want to do that.
You're welcome.
Morning. But the kid catches the punt and does like the Deshaun Jackson whoop, and you're thinking, oh, I haven't seen a Niner kick returner catch a ball and make the first guy miss in 2 decades.
And that was his first touch as a professional.
It was great. Yeah. It was freaking great. And so there's lots of little things like that. There's a whole Robert Saleh conversation. Just, again, I know it's preseason. You're not going to show everything. You're not necessarily going to blitz. There's usually a kind of wink, wink, nod, nod. I'm not going to show or throw the kitchen sink at you. We're going to run basic stuff. But just seeing 6, 7, 8 guys at the line of scrimmage and not knowing which 4 or 5 are going to rush the passer, how refreshing was that? It looked like they actually knew what they were doing on defense.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't even know if this team's going to be good. I have zero feel for if they're going to be good. but there were some guys that wanted to play. Lucas wants to play.
Chase Lucas.
Number 26. Tatum Bethune wants to play.
Linebacker.
This kid Valdez wants to play. I feel really good about Robert Saleh and that side of the ball. It may not be, 2023 excellent, but I think there'll be a good work in progress, and by year's end, there'll be a significantly better unit because of that man, Robert Saleh, on the sideline.
Well, we can dive into all of that as we continue here on the Morning Roast. And by the way, nice pull, Victor Cruz, indeed, UMass.
It was UMass?
It was UMass. By the way, we got Matt Lively of KPIX joining us at 9 o'clock today. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, and more on the Niners preseason game? They lost 30-9, but wins and losses don't matter all that much. Let's get into what Shasky's talking about, the individual takeaways, individual winners and losers. Who stood out? We'll get to that when we return. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. It's the Morning Roast, Shasky and Grandy in. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit. Because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attempt from Burrell, and she will dribble into the front court. The shot clock is off. The Valkyries don't need the shoot. Ball Hollow rising as one as they see another Valkyries victory, 72-59. The Valkyries take the season tiebreaker and have 8th place all to themselves in the WNBA standing.
No Spadoni today. It's Grandy in alongside Shasky as always here on the Morning Roast. Yeah, that highlight you heard, Kevin Dana calling a Valkyries win on Saturday. Valkyries back in action again tonight at 7, taking on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Another big game coming up for the Valkyries. They got that huge win on Saturday. And good to see that. And speaking of the Valkyries and KPIX, Matt Lively of KPIX will join us coming up at 9 o'clock today. We had the Valkyries on Saturday. We had the Giants on Saturday. And we had the Niners on Saturday. Valkyries the only team that got a win. But the Niners playing in a preseason game, wins and losses might not matter that much. But entertainment factor, also not very much there, Shasky. For a Niners preseason game where, who is the biggest star on the Niners side that played in that game? Biggest name on the Niners that played in that game.
Mac Jones, maybe?
Probably.
In terms of like name recognition?
Yeah, probably Mac Jones, just because he's the quarterback.
I mean, the Giants. The Niners got a safety on Saturday.
Yeah.
The Giants scored 2 runs Saturday and Sunday combined.
I didn't even think about that.
A safety. Okay. We'll get into the Giants in a second because there's some stuff going on with them, and they just totally missed on their opportunity, and like they should be kicking themselves. I also heard from a high-ranking Giants official that they get a kick out of all my videos, and they said there are no lies when it comes to my rants and my opinions regarding the Giants. And there are some guys that are just so overpaid
it's a mic drop.
That I've been crushing. But there's one guy in particular who's just flying under the radar. We'll get to it in a second. But on the preseason football thing, I don't have the answer, right? Like anytime we bring up preseason football, there is the always, well, you could get a guy hurt.
Wait, okay, the 415 on the Boxer or on the text line here, the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line says, would you be happy if they played and a starter was injured? Is that worth it to you?
I want everyone to know something. This is the only sport where to be a football player, you could do 1,000,000 drills. You can do 7-on-7s. You can do 1-on-1s. You cannot replicate 11-on-11 without either a joint practice where you're actually tackling to the ground, which they don't do in the joint practices, they thud, or a preseason game. That is how you prepare to play football. Now, do these other things that you do help you be a better football player? Yeah, no doubt. But to play football, you can't just go 3-on, like in basketball, you go 3-on-3, you go 5-on-5, you can do 1-on-1s, you can do a lot of different things. Baseball, you can go into the cage, you can simulate at-bats, you can have a pitcher throw to you, you can have ground balls hit
so much more individualized.
Absolutely. to replicate football, you need 11 on 11. It's the only way. You have to have full tackling, right? So you have to build up a callus. That's number one in terms of the hitting and all that. You need to build up the rhythm, the ballet, if you will, the footwork, spacing on defense, how to read gaps, things like that. Tackling to the ground, right? There's elements of that. You heard Fred Warner during the broadcast about, bring someone down to the hip. So I think the game is violent inherently. That is part of the game. It is a violent game where people go down. People go down in practice. People go down in the regular season. I just believe to get ready for the season, you got to play some football. I'm not saying you got to play 3 quarters. I'm not even saying that you got to play a whole quarter. But there's something to be said for feeling good about yourself. In 2023, I remember Brock and the entire offense went out there in the 3rd preseason game and played like 3 series. And they went boom, 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 all the way down the field. And CMC, got some touches, looked good. Debo did an end around. Brock made some throws. And we ended it on a high note. And we felt great heading into the year. And I thought that carried over into the regular season. Now, maybe that's their game plan. We're going to play everybody in that 3rd preseason game 2 weeks before regular season 1. But even then, I just ask Niner fans, do you want Trent Williams to play? Because I've got friends like, no, he can't play at all. Because if he goes down and we're forced to see Spencer Burford at tackle, we're done.
Well, and I know you at least agree with that part of it. You agree with Trent's importance.
Oh, I'll get to that.
But do you want Trent to play? Are you willing to put up with that risk for him specifically?
Yeah, it's all or nothing.
Well, I'm not playing Brock if Trent's not playing.
So this is where the domino effect happens. So let's say you don't play Trent. Well, you watched Mac Jones running for his life with Spencer Burford.
Oh, no. That guy we just signed to a $53 million per year contract? No, I'm not putting him out there unless the star left tackle is there.
100%, right? And so I also would want George Kittle to play.
Absolutely.
Because I want him to build up some rhythm and some timing and all that. I understand I'm introducing the risk of injury. I totally acknowledge that. And it's easy for me to sit here and say, play everyone, and then, like Michael Vick gets hurt in the preseason and your season's cooked, right? I get that.
Yep.
Can also happen at practice. Teddy Bridgewater got hurt at practice. It could also happen in the regular season. Brandon Ayuk, who works his butt off, got hurt week 6 and is in big trouble. I don't have the answers. I just know this. What I watched on Saturday is not real football for the majority of the guys getting ready for real football.
I don't know what the right answer is.
I don't either.
What if I were to ask you, would it be better for the NFL to mandate that starters play X amount of snaps or drives in the preseason? They have to play at least a drive in every preseason game. Is it better to mandate that, or is it better to just kill the entire preseason?
I don't know.
And go with as many joint practices as you possibly can, and when week 1 of the regular season comes around, that's your official jumping off point. You don't have any preseason.
Look, if you're not going to play anyone in these preseason games, number one, stop charging full price. That's number one. And number 2, then turn on the YouTube and let us watch joint practices as a fan base. That's what the Packers did. They turned on the YouTube.
They broadcast the full joint practice.
Their joint practice, and they gave you some sort of a low budget broadcast, and that's what the people want to see. My boys want to see Trent Williams. They want to see George Kittle. Not that they want to see Brock Purdy. Is Brock Purdy good? They know Brock Purdy's good, but they just want to see the team. There's a fervor for all of the stuff Niner related. They want to see.
There's such a market for that.
Exactly. We just want to see what Alfred Collins looks like, whether it's in practice or these preseason games.
I haven't been able to see Michael Williams with my own 2 eyes yet.
Exactly.
Because I haven't been able to get down there.
I
would love to see Michael Williams.
There's a reason why these Instagram videos of a wide receiver,
they blow
slow-mo
up.
catching a ball.
The Upton Stout pass breakup or interception the other
How many millions of views did that get?
Oh, my God. I mean, it might have been pass interference too, but still, it doesn't matter. Niner fans eat that. Any fan base eats that up.
So I think the fans getting kind of screwed throughout the preseason, and I'm not sure that the players, I don't know. I don't know what the players want to get out of it. I don't know what the coaches want to get out of it. It seems like every coach has a different prerogative. Andy Reid, he likes the preseason games, but doesn't like joint practices at all. He doesn't want you to get a look at his back of the end roster guys at all. So he does no joint practices. Whereas Kyle's like, I like joint practices, but for one day only. But I don't like the preseason games. So everyone's got these crazy prerogatives on it. I don't have the answer.
You know what's crazy now is I saw there were like members, scouts, or representatives for like 6 or 7 different other NFL teams that were in attendance for Niners Broncos, because you're getting an eye on back end of the roster guys that are going to get cut, and you want to have an idea of who you might want to sign back. So it's crazy the way that the game works at this level at the NFL, even for back end of the roster guys who are playing in the preseason, will not make the Niners roster, but might be wanted elsewhere. We will continue to get to that. CG, I see you on hold. We'll get to your call when we come back as well. But yeah, what is the solution for preseason? Should the NFL mandate playing starters a certain amount of snaps? Should we just kill the preseason entirely, which is probably where we're headed, to be honest, as the regular season continues to expand?
I'm way more open to that than I ever been.
All right.
Because college football seems to kind of have their finger on it, where it's like, hey, we just start. Let's just go. Maybe we do some joint practices. You put those on YouTube. We film them. Everyone can pick them apart and look at them all. Yeah. And just so be it. What are you hiding, too? That's the thing I don't understand for practice. What are you hiding? There's no secret plays. You can do those during the regular season.
Yeah, just don't call them.
But also, maybe you have certain points of the game. When you run a secret play, a quote-unquote secret play, the Broncos see it, too. Right, at joint practice. Yeah. They are filming practice as well, and they're going to get access to said film. So I don't understand the secrecy. I don't get what we're trying to hide.
We'll get to that when we come back, but first it's time for the Golden State Valkyries strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. The Valkyries picked up a big 72-59 win over the LA Sparks on Saturday night. Veronica Burton led the Valks in scoring with 16, including this monster 3 in the third quarter.
Before it crosses the sideline, Burton across the timeline right side. The hand back from Rupert, fires a 3, drills it! 51-43. The straight-on triple makes it an 8-point Valkyries lead.
Huge win for the Valkyries. That gave them the tiebreaker versus the Sparks. The Valks are the 8 seed. That's the last team that makes the postseason, and the Sparks right behind them, but now the Valkyries have the tiebreaker there. That was the Valkyries' strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. What is the solution to the preseason doldrums in the NFL? It's Shasky and Grandy with you on the Morning Roast. We'll continue to get to that when we come back. Plus, the Giants, a really disappointing weekend at home versus the Nationals. All that and more is coming up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 19th. Enjoy them at their best with a crisp skin and juicy center. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you could save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Bonito's coming off the edge. That is in the air to Watkins, and he brought it down. And he's finally caught by the former 49er, Talanoa Hufanga. The speed of the rookie on display.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Jason. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
This is a certified hood classic.
No Spadoni today. It's Shasky and Grandy with you, and that highlight you just heard, Guy Haberman on KPIX. It was Mac Jones, 50-yard completion to rookie fourth-round wide receiver Jordan Watkins. Shasky, the Niners scored 9 points. They had a touchdown, and they had a safety. So essentially, there were not a lot of highlights to speak of for the Niners. That was one of them, though, a 50-yard completion to the speedster rookie out of Ole Miss, Jordan Watkins. Looked pretty good. I mean, he had some other moments that weren't great, but that was, all right, maybe the Niners got something there.
Yeah, there were a couple of plays. First play of the game, little play action, guy coming into his face, made a really nice throw. I thought I thought that Mac actually looked decisive and for the most part looked good. The interception, little slow. Thought he was late to throw out into the flat. You can't throw that deep into the flat or into the sideline. beyond the sticks late like that and behind a guy and it was going to get picked. But that throw on the touchdown, just a great toss. And I thought that Watkins did a great job fighting till the end of the ball coming to its apex.
It's a really hard catch.
And making a great contested catch and run after it against a starting nickel guy for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the interception that you're talking about with Mac Jones was also while he was targeting Jordan Watkins. I think you're right. Mac released it late and got it out there late. Watkins didn't do him any favors. He didn't really fight back through the ball and try to knock it away. You got to become the defender at that point and at least fight through it to try to knock it away. But that I think leads into exactly what we're talking about, because specifically when you're going to have to rely on young guys, and without Ayuk to begin the year, who the hell knows what's going to happen with Juwan Jennings, and you got a guy in Ricky Pearsall who has tended to show an inability to stay healthy. You might need to rely on these young guys, and there might be a chance that you come week one and maybe you need to throw to Jordan Watkins, and Brock Purdy hasn't done that in a game before. There's a possibility of that.
They're working in DeMarcus Robinson a lot, and he looks really good.
He did look good, but he might get suspended.
No, he will be at some point, and so you're going to not have him for the first couple of games. Again, starting hot is really important for this team. We all recognize, they're kind of thin, they're kind of a work in progress, and last year, starting off slow did them in. And I think that this year, the last thing that they want to do is get off to a slow start. And so all of these little opportunities to just build continuity and positivity, I'd be jumping all over. Brock sounds like he wants to play in a lot of these preseason games, or at least get some kind of suit up and ready to roll. And I watched CMC on the sidelines in the joint practice. That guy wants to play.
Well, he always wants to play, but McCaffrey,
you gotta have restrictor plates. I get it.
McCaffrey is the kind of guy where you have to protect him from himself. Because if McCaffrey had it his way, he'd play every snap of every preseason game.
Yeah, and that's too much. There's a fine line, and you run the risk. McCaffrey, I don't even want to say this, but anyone can get injured in any drill, in any time on the practice field. And so. This thing that what if someone gets hurt? Hey, look, it happens. It's football. Siegel was a safety that looked unbelievable for a quarter and a half, and then he got hurt.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, wow, this is a guy that needs to play right away. That's what my takeaway was. If we were talking about a guy who could have major impact on this season, who I think showed out on Saturday, and I was like, wow, what a revelation. Was this number 36 Siegel?
Yeah, you're talking about Marquise Siegel, 5th-round pick, a safety out of Kansas State. And safety's got to be one of the most wide-open positions on the team right now.
Mustafa, who knows where he's at physically.
Mustafa is not going to be ready week one. He might miss 6 games, maybe 7. Who knows? We don't know how many games he's going to miss. If I were to project out who I think is going to start at safety week one, it's probably Pinnock and Siegel. That would be my guess.
I would guess Grant and Pinnock, but I think Siegel has a good opportunity over the next couple of weeks to win the job.
The other guy is Jair Brown, who was a high draft pick a couple years ago, but he's also hurt right now, and even when he's healthy, hasn't been great, and he's kind of fallen out of favor in that room. So that is wide open, and in terms of this is why I think, which is what makes how tough of a watch it was interesting. This preseason as a whole is the most important preseason the Niners have had in a long time, in my opinion.
Why do you say that?
Because they have so many open jobs.
7, 8?
You go into last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, even 4 years ago, it's all right, we know who's going to be playing every single position. But this year, it's all right, who's going to be the linebacker opposite Fred? Probably going to be D. Winters, but we don't really know that 100%. Who's going to be your nickel corner? Who's going to be corner 2 if Renardo Green can't go? Who's going to be both of your safeties? Who's going to play on the interior of the defensive line? And is Michael Williams going to be good enough to immediately start opposite Nick Bosa on the outside? That's just on defense. You have questions literally everywhere. So in my mind, this preseason is as important as it's ever been in the Shanahan era, maybe other than the first couple of years of the Shanahan era. Since they've been good, this is the most important preseason because you have so many question marks everywhere. And on offense, you've got questions at the wide receiver spot, maybe your third running back, but those are normal things. But defense specifically, you have so many questions, which is why seeing something from Marquise Siegel, a 5th-round rookie safety, could legitimately have an impact on the rest of the season because he might be your starter. He legitimately might be come week 1.
And we didn't see Upton Stout, who has been probably, from all the reporters that I was talking to on Thursday, sounds like he's been their best rookie.
Nickel corner likely is his spot.
CJ West, who has been maybe the second best of the rookies.
He tackle out of Indiana.
But he's been really dominating like individual drills. And once they've gone to more of the team format stuff, not that he hasn't looked good. He has looked good, but just not as dominant as he was in some of these one-on-ones. So I thought he flashed a little on Saturday. We're talking about a handful of things. And I think like that gets me to this other point that I've had about the Niners and just the Giants stuff. I think at any given time, the Bay Area fan has like only so much bandwidth, right? Mm-hmm. If the Warriors and the Niners and the Giants are all playing at the same time, like, you know, the Giants would be in the World Series, you know, you'd be dedicating a certain percentage to your bandwidth if you love baseball to the Giants. If the Niners are 0-8 or whatever at that same given time, or 0-6 if it's October, you know, maybe you're not dedicating
They're
as
on
much
the back burner now
of your bandwidth to them. And then the Warriors are starting up and they still have Steph Curry and you love the Warriors and you're dedicating a certain amount of bandwidth to them. So at any given time, one of them kind of takes precedent over the other two. And I was thinking about the opportunity that the Giants had. Think about that Niner game. Think about how few real storylines are coming out of that game. We were all fired up for Niner football. I was pumped. Sit down after about a quarter and a half. What are we all thinking?
Excited. After a quarter and a half, we're like, all right, this game can end now.
Yes.
Please.
Imagine if the Giants were just 7 or 8 games better than what they are right now. They would be the talk.
They'd have the full attention of everybody in this town.
100%. I think we all like assume, oh, football's back, Giants dead, they're done no matter what they're doing. If the Giants were just better, 7, 8 games better right now, we would be considering 3 hours worth of Giants talk. I'm so sad after what I watched this weekend that their season is basically over on August 11th. That's sad to me.
It feels that way.
There's 2 months left in the season.
You just got beat at home by the Washington Nationals.
James Wood basically kicked your butt.
You scored 2 runs in the final 18 innings of that series. Mackenzie Gore shoved yesterday. He's a hell of a pitcher, although he's been really bad lately.
Yeah,
but guess what? He's a lefty. Giants don't hit lefties,
at all.
Period. Worst team in baseball versus lefties. The sentiment that you're talking about, I get a lot of this from fans too. I tweeted out after the end of the game just some of the sobering numbers from the Giants, and someone responded. This is my guy Carlos on Twitter.
Give it to me.
He says, I'm sick of Giants baseball. I'm slowly checking out. Bring on the NFL season. I'm over this baseball season. For a Bay Area sports fan to feel that way, tweeted at me on August 10th, the day after a preseason game to forget for the 49ers. You know how sad that is?
That's what I'm saying.
That's so sad.
Let me give you another sad thing about the Giants. Have we crushed Willie Adames this year?
Oh, absolutely. Especially the first 2.5, 3 months of the year.
Right. What if I told you that Matt Chapman is pretty much worse than him in just about every single metric outside of overall OPS?
Wow. Do you have the numbers?
Yeah, I'm looking at all the numbers right now, and he's just not good. Like right now, Willie Adames played 117 games, basically 25 more than Matt Chapman. More home runs, more RBIs, more walks, way more strikeouts, couple less steals, but more runs. Way more hits, more doubles. They're the same when it comes to triples. As bad as Willie Adames has been,
they're hitting the same now, average-wise.
There's an argument to be made. Matt Chapman's been worse. And his injury came at a worse time. And part of why they are where they're at is that Matt Chapman's just flying under the radar for criticism.
There's always been a bigger scapegoat. Early in the year, it was Adames. And of late, it's been, really everybody, but specifically Devers and the pitching staff.
Sure.
That has been the thing that has taken all of our attention away. You're right. He's having a really rough year. And if it wasn't for 2 really good months at the end of last year was also pretty bad to begin.
A tough start.
He was amazing down the stretch. I think it's easy for a lot of Giants fans, and myself included is in this group, to kind of not necessarily forget about the end of the season when he was so good, but it's also partly the season was already kind of over by the time you started to figure things out and play great. Not entirely, but he was great in September when they were not technically eliminated, but basically eliminated.
The season was over September 1st.
Yeah.
Guess what? The season is over and it's August 11th.
You really feel that way? It's done.
The season is over.
I don't know.
OVER.
You're getting your knockout punch this week with the Padres in town.
From the 415, Christian Koss got a standing ovation for pitching the 9th inning after getting shut out. That's where we're at.
That's from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text.
Did throw a pretty good ninth.
They didn't give up a run.
But think about this. Like, the Giants had this opportunity right now. Like, because the Niners aren't, like, we're still a couple of weeks away from real Niner football.
Yeah.
Most of my diehard buddies have never seen CMC, Trent, Kittle, or Purdy on the field yet. They're not at practice. They haven't seen any of the joint stuff. They've watched videos from people that are posting. They have not seen them with their own eyes. They have not laid their own eyes on those guys. And we're already like, all right, get me to Niner football. It's August 11th. 11th. It's just,
It's like way earlier than the last few years we were punting on the season too. Like these last few years, like we at least got into September before it's like, okay, you guys are on the back burner now. This year, again, it is August 11th, and it's, pending a absolute miracle that we've never seen before. It's over.
Miracles only happen in the movies, buddy. All right? And trust me, I'm religious.
So depressing.
I believe in Jesus. But, like, give me a break here, guys. Come on. Like, this isn't a Disney movie, all right? It's the Giants team.
I think Disney rejected the script.
This is a Giants team that is relying on a couple of good starts from Verlander to be extrapolated out through the rest of the year. Oh, he's actually better than everybody thinks. He was supposed to be the 3 heading into this year. Landon Roop was supposed to be out maybe a week. It's been 3. Where's Birdsong? Is he alive? What's going on in AAA? Like you're laughing, but it's true. I'm not even mad at Carson Wisenhunt. Like, people are going to be mad. He got brought up not because he was so excellent at AAA. He got brought up because of injuries.
They had no other options.
Yeah, so I'm not even as harsh on him. Like, they are screwed right now. They traded away their bullpen, which was the right thing to do. I don't even know if they gave enough. I would have traded away Wilmer Flores as well. I don't know why Wilmer's on this team right now. We've got 7,000 DHs. This team is sad. And the saddest part is that they had an opportunity to capture the eyes, the hearts, and the minds of Giants fans and the Bay Area sports fan for a couple of weeks more into August, and they couldn't even do that. That's the part that is the most depressing this morning.
Yeah, they lost 8-0 yesterday. They got out-hit 17-3. I got some more numbers for you, but first you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Shasky, the Giants just wrapped up a 40-game stretch where they had, we were calling it in the moment, an easier schedule. This was the opportunity for them.
Who are we to thumb our nose down at anyone in baseball?
We are the easy schedule right now.
What are we doing?
This was an opportunity to make some hay and take some steps up in the standings. Over the last 40 games, 25 of those games, so more than half, were against teams with sub-500 records.
Okay.
In those 40 games, the Giants went 15-25.
All right.
So 10 games under in 40 games, where more than half of those games are versus teams with sub-500. Not just barely sub-500. We're talking about the Nationals. We're talking about 6 games against the Pirates. We're talking about a number of bad teams that are in there as well. The Miami Marlins, now they're close to 500. The White Sox, who beat you in a series. A lot of really, really bad teams. And now what's coming up? Padres, Rays, Padres, Brewers, Cubs. Over the next stretch of games, you have, let's see, that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 16 games, because there's a 5-game series or a 4-game series in there. You're playing against teams with a combined winning percentage of about 56%. So all teams coming up are above 500 other than the Rays, who are right below. So this easy schedule that isn't really all that easy, as the Giants proved, now gets really difficult. And I think what Sam said is true. The Padres are coming into town, and they take 2 of 3. They sweep this series, and they're putting the final nail, not just the final nail in the coffin, they're hammering down that last nail completely, making it flush with your coffin to end your season. I don't see how they
right,
come back.
Let's have fun. You want to have fun?
That seems sarcastic.
You want to have fun? Let's have fun. Dead last in stolen bases. This is the Giants as a team.
Oh, my God. This is not fun.
28th in hits. 27th in slugging. 26th in batting average.
Wow, dude.
26th in home runs. 24th in runs scored. 25th in OPS. 23rd in RBIs. 23rd in doubles.
This is stupid.
21st in OBP. I am shook. We could argue about the stadium till we're blue in the face. 28th in hits, 26th in batting average, dead last in stolen bases, 27th in slugging, 26th in homers,
it's unacceptable.
23rd in RBIs. If they were just 17th in RBIs, where would they be at right now? How many second and thirds? This is where like the stadium thing completely misses me. How many runners in scoring position less than 2 outs do we get a non-productive out, a strikeout, a pop-up, or a ground out that doesn't result in the runner advancing?
It seems like 75% of the time.
What does that have to do with park dimensions?
Absolutely nothing.
If I hear one other person bring up park dimensions, I am going to shove this notebook so far up where the sun don't shine. It is driving me insane. This offense has let them down. And thank God you got Devers, who hit an absolute moonshot over the weekend. You'd be dead last in every category. Thank God you overpaid for Willie Adames. Thank God you did, because you are remedial at so many things offensively around the diamond. It's disgusting. You got 3 hits on Saturday, with basically we all knew it was like, hey, we got to figure this out. And you got 8 hits, or maybe it was 3 hits yesterday, 8 hits on Saturday. Your season on the line. Rubber match, 3 hits. And Christian Koss is pitching in the 9th inning.
And he got a standing ovation. That was the thing that the Giants gave their fans to cheer about.
How disappointing. Like, this is one of the most disappointing Giants seasons I can remember in a long time. And it's not because I thought they were some like world beater. Like last year, Niner season, very disappointing. Coming off of a Super Bowl, very disappointing. I kind of get it though. And I'm not making excuses. Like, extremely disappointing. Warriors after the title, extremely disappointing.
Yep.
Okay. This is more disappointing than those, because at least there's like, hey, hangover from winning it all or being on the precipice of winning it all. You've been god-awful for 9 of the last 10 years. Awful. 1 winning season since 2017 started, okay? You have no excuse to be mathematically eliminated by almost every metric by the middle of August. With the payroll that you have, it's almost impossible to do that. And then you got the manager coming out saying, we owe the fans more. Let's play that. Bob Melvin.
Bob Melvin post game after getting shut out, losing 8-0, getting out hit 17-3, losing a series at home to the lowly Washington Nationals, who have 70 losses on the year. Here's Bob Melvin post game. Oh, let's start this one over.
Other than that,
here we go. Ready? Here it is. Bob Melvin post game.
I mean, we got 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So, unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game we've had all year. Back to JV, strikes out the side in the first and has that moment. That was great. But, he's got a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stripes.
I mean, the Verlander thing means nothing to me.
The question was, what was it like to see Verlander get the 3,500 strikeouts?
A number that nobody knew about, cares about.
And Bob said, yeah, sure, whatever. That's the only thing we gave our fan base to cheer about.
What matters less tomorrow? The Giants on the field or the second half of that Niner game?
What matters less tomorrow? Oh, God. I think it's still the Giants. I think
that's the saddest sentence I have ever uttered.
But the fact that I have to even think about it for a second is embarrassing.
We haven't even played a second preseason game.
We're talking about Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai potentially being more important than Giants baseball in the middle of August.
The majority of schools go back at some point this week. A lot of them I'm seeing. School hasn't even started, and they're done. I don't even know
that coming from the manager.
Nothing you can do about it.
That feels like a big deal.
Yeah, no, what that feels like is basically the manager admitting, like, I'm done. That's what it feels like. Someone's got to go, and it's probably going to be me. And I think that they picked up his option knowing where this was going, and I think it's a nice severance package. And thank you, Bob. You're a good dude. We got to try something else. We can't do this again. It's over. It's not, honestly, it's not even Bob's fault. I don't even blame Bob. It's just, do I think he's great? No. This is on players and personnel, meaning the players that you did pay, like Matt Chapman, flying under the radar of criticism. We have destroyed Willie Adames, rightfully, and I think that he's been a lot better as of recent, but still not good enough, okay? We've destroyed Devers. He just got here. He's clearly injured. He has not been good enough. I agree. The Verlander's gotten his bulk of criticism. Yep. Matt Chapman has flown under the radar. For criticism. He's been terrible. Just as bad as these other guys that are making a ton of money. All right? So if we're going to, lose our minds, I know, I don't think Bob's the best. Some of these guys making big-time money need to wake up and accept criticism. But they're good dudes, and so we're not going to criticize them. Guess what? Matt Chapman, admit it. You haven't been good enough this year. It's okay. Your approach at the plate with runners in scoring position has been disgusting. We could go back and look at, I'd say, 40 at-bats where he has uppercut swang through how many first, second, and third strike pitches with runners in scoring position trying to hit the 3-run tank. Dog, hit the ground ball to second base. Hit the fly ball to right field. Change your approach. You've been in the bigs for 8 years. It honestly, you know when you see these Will Clark videos with him and Burns and they're losing their minds?
Yep.
Matt Chapman should be disgusted with some of these at-bats with runners in scoring position. For a guy who is as tenured as he is in the game, to swing and miss the way he does and look so lifeless trying to hit knocks, put the ball in play. A, it's a bad look to the young guys, and B, show some pride. Show some pride as a big leaguer and put the ball in play. Honestly, it's for a team that hits so few home runs to strike out this much, it's embarrassing. It really is. I'm sorry. It just drives me nuts.
What if I were to ask you this, and we can get into this when we come back? This is what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Where would you rather have been over the weekend? Giants, Nationals on Sunday, or Niners, Broncos preseason game on Saturday?
Specifically the second half.
It's
one thing if you show that.
We give you free tickets. Free tickets to Giants, Nationals Sunday when they get 3-hit shutout, lose 8-0, or go to the most forgetful preseason game, specifically the second half, Niners, Broncos, on Saturday at Levi Stadium. Where would you rather be? 888-957-9570. Plus, I know we got to get into the Niners offensive line because they got some problems. And I know Shasky wants to talk about Trent Williams.
I want to retcon a take from last week, an opinion that I had, which I believe to my core. And now I'm moving it. I'm moving the bar on who I think is the most important 49er.
Okay, we'll get into that
pivoting
on the other side as well. That's what's coming up on the game. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's the Morning Roast, Shasky and Grandy. I'm in for Spadoni. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save on organic blackberries or raspberries with Prime. Get 2 half pints for $7 through August 12th. It's time for the best and juiciest of the season. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and Diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rod. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
We're not going to the Super Bowl.
And he throws into traffic, and it is intercepted. Jaquan McMillan made a difficult play on it. And the Denver defense so good at takeaways at 25 last year.
Well, good protection.
This sucker.
That was Guy Haberman and company on KPIX. And guess what? Speaking of KPIX, coming up tonight at 7, the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. And you can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And also speaking of KPIX, Matt Lively of KPIX joins us at 9 on the River Islands guest line. So we got that to look forward to. But that highlight you just heard, the Niners preseason game versus the Broncos. Preseason week number 1. They lose 30-9. Wins and losses, Shasky, don't really matter that much in the preseason, but there's so many individual takeaways. And one for me was, man, the Niners need the offensive line to stay healthy, because if anything happens to really any of those guys, but particularly Trent Williams, you're looking at Spencer Burford having to play meaningful snaps, and based on what Nick Bonito, an all-pro edge rusher, did to Spencer Burford in that first quarter on Saturday, that's going to be rough.
We do this thing, and we're like, who's the most important player on the team? Who can they ill afford to lose or whatever? And look, quarterback is always going to be at the top of everyone's mind, right? And whenever you bring these kind of conversations up, if you pick someone other than the quarterback, people think that's a sweeping indictment of said quarterback, whether it's the Eagles. Hey, Saquon's the most important Eagle. Oh, but Jalen, like, no one's knocking them. Like, I look at the Niners right now, and I say to myself, like, just put Brock to the side. We know he's good. I think Mac is a solid backup. I really do. I think
he is.
I think he's solid.
Miles better than Brandon Allen last year.
Throw them to the side. Last week I said I think CMC is the most important Niner, right? Because of what he does for them in the red zone, dual threat, how important he is. The drop-off behind him for Patrick Taylor Jr., who's your number 2, like, I think it's a precipitous drop.
Well, Garendo's probably your number 2, but he can't stay healthy.
I have zero faith in him to stay healthy.
They want him to be their number 2. We'll put it that way. But I don't know if he can stay healthy.
I'd like a house in Florence. I don't know if that's going to work out for me. So I say to myself, okay, I watched that preseason game, and there's not a lot to take away for some of the most impactful spots on the team. But one of them is swing tackle. Trent missed some games last year. He missed some games the year before that. If Trent goes down, we are done. D-O-N-E. And the reason why I say that is because the drop-off from Trent to Spencer Burford, who is right now one of their swing tackles, the Grand Canyon thinks that's a big drop-off. All right? It is so bad. Spencer Burford was a mediocre as being nice guard, and now they have him at tackle, and he's getting thrown around and spun by like a rag doll. And I say to myself, like, all right, again, don't get triggered by this, Niner fans. If Brock misses 3 games, I think Mac can win 1 or 2 of them, because I think Mac is serviceable.
And keep the team afloat is what you're saying.
Not as good as Brock, but he's serviceable, all right? He's serviceable.
Wow, dude.
If CMC misses 3 games, I think they can win 1 or 2 because of Kyle's play calling and the other playmakers around him offsetting his absence. If Trent Williams misses 3 games, I think they lose all 3 because of how poor the drop-off is from Trent to Spencer Burford. I'm not trying to pick on him. I'm really not. Watch the game. Mac Jones had no time to throw once. I keep calling him Betonio, but Benito.
Nick Bonito, second team All-Pro last year.
He went around him 4 or 5 different ways effortlessly each time. They are almost a non-functional offense without Trent Williams. That's how bad it was. And so now I'm retconning my own opinion from a week or 2 ago. I'm saying, like, no. I was wrong. It's not CMC. It's not. Trent Williams is the most important 49er on offense by a mile. And I truly believe that if he misses some time, we're in major trouble. They have not drafted a tackle properly to be a even like serviceable swing guy.
Well, they just don't draft tackles, period.
When was the last time they drafted one?
The last tackle, I will find this for you. The last tackle the 49ers drafted. Not this year. Last year they drafted Dominic Pooney. He's a guard. They drafted Jarrett Kingston in the 6th round, who they then cut. He didn't make the team. He was a guard anyway, but even if he was a tackle, I'm not really counting that because he didn't make the team.
Is it Jalen Moore?
They did not draft any offensive linemen in 2023. They drafted Spencer Burford in 2022, who they're trying to make
he was a guard,
a tackle, but he's a guard. They also drafted Nick Zakel in 2022. He's not a tackle. 2021, Aaron Banks in the second round. He's a guard. Jalen Moore, 5th round in 2021, tackle, was the last tackle they drafted.
Almost 5 years ago. Look, I
that makes no sense to me.
I can't believe how much they've devalued that position. And you saw a couple of plays on Saturday where it's like, Kyle, stop blocking the best edge rusher on the other team with the backup tight end. He did it with Luke Farrell coming across the formation, and he got blown by. And I'm saying to myself, like, he has got to prioritize tackle for this team after this year. It has got to be something that they invest in.
We've been saying that for 3 straight years, and it hasn't happened.
I know.
Kyle Shanahan post-game, there was a series where Nick Bonito, the second-team All-Pro for the Broncos, got to the quarterback 3 straight plays. He ruined the drive by himself.
Exactly.
The first one was the Luke Farrell chip block. The other 2 were on Burford. Here's Shanahan on that series specifically and what Nick Bonito did, and he'll talk about Burford here. Here's Shanahan post-game on Saturday.
I mean, he did ruin that whole series. One was on our tight end going across the formation. He just played past all the way, so that wasn't on a tackle. But it was 3 plays in a row. The next 2 plays, we went on the quick counter and were lined up wrong, so he was able to jump the snap. So I thought that was a little tough for Spence. And then on the 3rd down, we had a bust by a player who was supposed to be outside presence on him. Spence was expecting a chip, so he was just sitting there inside out, and there was no guy there. So Benito's a hell of a player, so we knew that would be a challenge. But I thought those 3 plays in a row were a little unfair to Spence.
So Shanahan saying nothing to see here. It was not Spencer Burford's fault. He's actually a quality backup left tackle.
Gotcha.
That's what he's saying.
How about the whole aspect of Shanahan? This is how Brock got hurt in that NFC Championship game, was trying to have a guy come across the formation as a backup tight end.
A really good edge rusher.
Yeah, he said, well, he read pass all the way. Kyle, that is how you got your quarterback messed up, right? Like, and you saw it in this one. They were lucky Mac recognized that he was going to get blasted, or else he could have gotten his back snapped in half. Throw that whole sequence, whatever that scheme is that you're doing there, where you think it's cool to have your tight end come across the formation and try to stay with one of the best edge rushers on the other team. Scrap that. That doesn't work. I don't know why he continues to go back to that.
So is Shasky crazy for thinking Trent Williams is the most important, most valuable Niner?
Do you agree with me on this, or where are you at?
It's really difficult for me to ever say anybody other than the quarterback, but I know where you're coming from.
I want to make it clear.
I'm not saying that you are saying Brock is bad. I know you're not saying that.
Or am I saying that Mac is somewhere close to Brock? He's not. Like there's Mac is the backup. Brock is your dude. You paid him $50 million for a reason.
Obviously, of
He's
course.
really good. He can move and he can do so many different things. What I'm saying is that if Brock missed a couple games because the backup's decent and because the quarterback and the infrastructure, I think they could win 1 or 2 of those 3 games. I don't think they can win 1 if Trent Williams misses 3. I literally do not think they can win 1 of those games.
I see where you're coming from. And what you're saying says more about the 3 other guys than it does about Brock. Like what you're saying, Trent is awesome.
Yes.
And when he's playing, he's 37, but when he's playing, he's still awesome.
Exactly.
You're saying Burford as a backup left tackle is a terrible idea. Mm-hmm. And you're saying Mac Jones is serviceable. You're not talking about Brock at all.
At all. But I know how things get interpreted and people lose their minds. It's me elevating Trent and also understanding how poor your backup options are. Who else outside of Burford are they even going to try?
At left tackle?
At any tackle. What if McGlinchey misses time?
Well, McGlinchey's now a Bronco. McKivitz.
Colton McKivitz.
You've got Austin Pleasance as essentially your backup right tackle. He also was not
Austin
very
unpleasant.
He was also not very good.
Take my 4 on that one.
I mean, what is so scary about this offensive line is it has me and I think other Niner fans being like, oh my God, Colton McKivitz better not get hurt.
I know.
And it's not because I think Colton McKivitz is like this really good right tackle, although ask Kyle Shanahan, he'll tell you, watch the tape. McKivitz is a quality right tackle. He'll say the same thing about Jake Brendel at center as well. And are they average? Maybe they're around there. Are they one of the 10 best at their position in the league? No, not close in my opinion. I feel that way about those guys, not because, again, that I think they're anything special, but because they have nothing behind them. Nothing.
No.
Absolutely nothing. And if we're talking about the biggest mistakes the Niners have made over the last handful of years getting to this moment, I think for me it's how they handled the offensive line as a whole. I mean, them letting Jalen Moore go to the Chiefs for however much money that was when he'd only been a swing tackle for you, I didn't feel comfortable paying Jalen Moore that much.
I didn't either.
Clearly the Niners did not as well. Same thing for Aaron Banks to the Packers. They're paying him a ton of money. They're paying him like top 5 offensive guard money.
He's not worth that.
He's not that.
$19 million a year.
Not worth that.
No.
So those decisions in a vacuum, I am perfectly fine with them. But you know what, Kyle? You know what, John? You knew that was coming for years. You knew when Aaron Banks hit free agency, you likely were not going to be able to match that money or feel comfortable doing it. You were going to let him walk. So how do you plan for a moment like that? You get the replacement ready. And maybe Ben Bartch is going to be great. This really has nothing to do with Ben Bartch, and more it's the overall philosophy that this team refuses year after year after year to address their offensive line in the draft. And really that's the only way that generally that you improve your offensive line. Like they got Trent Williams. That was a freaking steal, acquiring him from the worst run organization in the NFL. That does not happen all of the time. If you have an all-pro level offensive lineman, they don't hit free agency. They never hit free agency. You can't just go out and sign a stud generally. No. You're going to sign an Alex Mack, an old aging center who was an all-pro, but he's in the final years of his career. Was he okay for you? Yeah, sure. But you're paying top dollar for a guy that is in the final legs of his career. The only way you can consistently get a good offensive line is if you're addressing that every year in the draft, and they have just flat out refused to do it. And they'll tell you, well, in the 3rd round, we had this grade on this receiver, and we wanted him because we thought it was a better value for that pick. Yeah, we had this offensive lineman a little bit later, but we didn't think it was worth it at that. I don't care. Your offensive line is the biggest hole on this team, and you're getting to a point where you might be right. If one of your guys, who's 37 years old, misses any meaningful time this season, your season might be done.
Yeah.
That is the hole that they've dug themselves.
I'm not going off of just the preseason game. I'm going off of what I saw in joint practices. And when Trent didn't play, their offense was non-functional. It just was. And if you want to get the most out of Brock Purdy and you're going to spend all this money on him, you have to protect him. Like you do. Like it's one thing of like, hey, we have an all-world tight end. We're going to see if our running back is still that guy. We're kind of a work in progress at receiver because we can only afford so many things. All right, I buy that, right? And also receiver is something that the college ranks give you a lot of. So you could take flyers later in the draft. Yep. You've got to prioritize this offensive line. Your years have been ruined. When have they been ruined? When the quarterback has gone down. Jimmy getting hurt ruined 2020. Right? Jimmy hurting his shoulder in 2021 kind of put a ceiling on what he could do in the playoffs that year. 2022, we know that they went through 1,000 guys that year, but they got lucky. But what end of the year?
Brock tearing his UCL.
Exactly. Last year, Brock missed time. You know, he got the elbow at the end of the year. So if you do not protect your quarterback and that guy goes down, your season's in big trouble. And them not prioritizing offensive line, it's just a baffling thing when I look around the league and it feels like everyone in the league is drafting interior linemen the last couple of drafts except the Niners. And they don't draft any tackles.
The Niners haven't drafted a tackle or a center in a long time. In fact, I think that they're the only team in the NFL to not draft a tackle or a center in the last 3 years. The only team in the league that hasn't done that.
The only team in the league last 3 years that hasn't drafted tackle or center.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane, actually.
That's what I'm saying.
Like that's almost malpractice, actually. Especially when you just gave as much money to your franchise quarterback as you did, and you're not going to put any money down on what is basically the insurance policy to protect your quarterback. That's wild to me.
Well, look, who was the guy in Philadelphia, the Kelsey brother? They had
Jason
him,
Kelsey, yeah.
Right? And what did they do? They drafted Landon Dickerson. Like having that succession plan in place, knowing that hey, he's toward the end of his career, we need to invest in that particular into that particular position.
If you want to be, and I'm not saying that you should, but if you want to be depressed, look at the Eagles draft history. Just look at the Eagles draft history. Last year was one of the best drafts any team had.
The corner and the
Quinion
safety.
Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, back-to-back picks, first and second round. Year before, they had Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. You go further down, they also had some other guys.
And Nolan Smith had got better by the end of year 2.
Yeah.
Totally different player.
2022, they drafted Cam Jurgens, an offensive lineman. 2021, they drafted Landon Dickerson, who's quickly become one of the better offensive linemen in the NFL. Those guys are both starters on their offensive line. They've had great guys for a really long time. Go all the way back to 2016, Isaac Samalu, who's played a ton of games for them. They just hit. First of all, they draft offensive linemen every single year, just about, and they hit on them almost every single year. And their draft history in general is really, really impressive.
And they've developed, the kid Mailata, maybe I'm mispronouncing.
Mailata, yeah.
Rugby guy, that they shined up and have worked, and he's a physical freak. So you can find the randoms, but you have to invest in it. And so watching that game over the weekend, forget the two guys that played after Mac Jones. Like, Mac Jones had no time to throw, and that's the one area where Brock is significantly better than Mac, his movement. We all know. He's a great he moves around in the pocket and can create
One of his
things.
best skills is his legs, honestly.
Hands down, decision-making too, but specifically the legs. And I'm saying to myself, you're going to get this guy killed. He's going to be running for his life. And when you watch back, all the games from last year, I can't tell you how many different times I wrote down on my notes my big takeaways from the games, because I rewatched them all 2 weeks ago. If they didn't have Brock's movement, there would have been 15 sacks. I wrote that down 6 or 7 times in the first 12 games. If Brock doesn't move, they're in trouble. And so, they've got to invest in the O-line moving forward. And I'm worried that this year's team is so razor thin on that line that they're setting themselves up for some trouble.
Yeah, I don't know.
Possibly.
I don't know how they can survive injuries to key spots there on the offensive line, specifically at the tackle spot. 888-957-9570. Shasky says that Trent Williams is the most important Niner player, or the one that they can't afford to lose to injury more so than anybody else, including Brock Purdy. You agree? 888-957-9570.
And also, we've got some risers and fallers.
Ooh.
People that played over the weekend in that game, and we think that they're rising up in the hearts of Niner fans or falling down. And then there's some other ones where you want to explain. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, there's some others where maybe there's a mixed bag. We can put it that way.
Yeah. Let me explain, as Sam Lubman puts. So we'll get to those.
We'll get to that. But let's go out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570. CG in Fresno has been patient.
Hey, CG.
We appreciate it. What do you got for us?
I was going to speak of this, man. I've been waiting for hours, but I'll say this. There's a tweet by John Feliciano, man. He's already making some hints, man. Do we even bother to sign this guy for maybe for the interior spots?
Let me look up. I saw this earlier, CJ. Appreciate you bringing it up. I want to find the actual tweet so I can read it to you. Let's see. Here it is. Jonathan Feliciano, you remember the 2023 team that went to the Super Bowl. He was an important piece.
Got hurt at the end, and that's why Burford was playing in the Super Bowl in the final moment.
And they missed Chris Jones.
Yes.
They just ignored Chris Jones, which is not what I would recommend you do.
One of the best players ever. Hey, I know that's Lawrence Taylor, but maybe we just ignore him on this play. Biggest play of the year, but maybe we just,
not strategy caught, and we'll see how it plays out for him.
Exactly.
Anyway, Jonathan Feliciano, so former Niners offensive lineman who I think retired. And because of that injury, at some point last year, because he was on the team last year but was out the whole time, and then essentially retired, tweeted, and this is actually funny because he's bringing up a name that we're going to talk about later. He said, "Chase, as in Chase Lucas, the corner is balling. Good for him. Dude is funny as bleep." That was what Jonathan Feliciano tweeted. And then a fan responded to him and said, "How can we unretire you? Looks like the offensive line could use some help." And he quote tweeted that tweet and said, "Tell John to call me. Tell John Lynch to call me." So a former Niners offensive lineman is trying to get signed again. Who knows how real that is, but that's what CJ was talking about. Jonathan Feliciano saying, "John Lynch, give me a call. I'm ready."
Feliciano seems to be an odd guy just based off of his Twitter.
He is a weird guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was good for them on the offensive line.
Oh, yeah, he was bad. Yeah. I mean, but again, we're asking guys to come out of retirement. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now.
It's not good. It's not good. Now, look, you played a Denver defense that we all think is going to be really, really, really good this year. So there is that caveat.
You played one expected offensive line starter.
Right, and so not every guy or every team that you go up against is going to have guys across the line like they do. Zach Allen is a monster. I mean, if you don't know the name, 99 for the Broncos, just an absolute beast. Eats double teams up, just creates havoc. They have invested in their defensive line year after year after year, the Niners have. And it just feels like they de-emphasize the offensive line. And it perplexes me because we know how important it is on a run-based team to have a stout O-line, and yet they feel like they can develop these random guys. And every year we're stuck talking about how, gosh, if only you would have had an extra tackle or an extra guard or a center. And I don't know. I don't know if I jive with the way that they view the philosophy of the offensive line.
I'm with you. Let me read this text to you from the 925 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The 925 says, "Cool it, guys. 2025 draft was defensive focused, and 2026 will be offensive focused. They will load up on the offensive line, but we will just have to deal with that or deal with what we have this year." That's from Joe in San Ramon. Joe, thanks for listening and for texting. I hear what you're saying. My issue is not a 2025 issue. My issue is a last 4 years issue. This isn't they should have drafted X, Y, and Z, all of these offensive linemen this year and start the season with a bunch of rookies or have a bunch of rookies be your backups this year. My issue is you needed a succession plan for the guys that you had no interest in bringing back.
They did it at the wide receiver spot.
Why absolutely did it at the wide receiver spot.
Why did they draft Ricky Pearsall? Because they saw down the barrel that Debo and Brandon Ayuk, one of the two probably wasn't going to be on the roster.
Yeah.
And they had Jennings in the fold. Didn't know they was going to have the monster year that he had. So you've done it at other positions. I mean, look, we'll see on Ricky, right? We will see. But if Ricky's not a hit, we are going to look back at all the different guys that they passed on to go get Ricky at a position that they already had some depth at.
Yeah, and look, maybe you describe this as cherry picking, and I wouldn't.
I don't think it is.
I don't think that's cherry picking. Maybe what I'm about to say, maybe you'd call this cherry picking, and I wouldn't immediately disagree with you because every team has high-profile draft misses, and I'm not talking about Trey Lance, right? That was, in the moment, it was the right move to try to get a quarterback. You just happened to pick the wrong one, and maybe all of those guys that year were the wrong ones. I'm not even talking about that. When you have consistent draft misses, when you draft a kicker in the third round, when you draft a tight end in the third round who hasn't played a snap for you, he's not on your team anymore, in Cameron Latu. Those were 2 third-round picks in the same year.
And they drafted him as a luxury.
When you draft guys like that, when in the moment, you, I, Sam, Zach, everybody, all Niner fans, like you traded up to draft a kicker in the third round? Are you kidding me? The only way that works out is if he becomes Gostkowski, if he becomes one of the best kickers in the league, right? Like Vinatieri, reincarnated Adam Vinatieri. It's not going to happen. It was an absolute foolish decision. When you're doing that sort of thing, instead of thinking 2 years from now, down the road, all right, we're going to have our next starter on the offensive line. When Aaron Banks leaves, we're going to have this guy waiting in the wakes. We're going to draft so-and-so guard in the third round in 2023 so he can start for us coming up in 2025. That is what drives me crazy. Not what happened this offseason, what they failed to do in offseasons in the past.
Well, they had done it early on in the regime where, they had Trent Brown. They traded Trent Brown away, drafted McGlinchey, right? It was like a plug and play.
That was their first draft pick, McGlinchey.
They brought us, that was the second year.
Thomas was the first draft pick.
2018. Right. And then they did it with they had Laken Tomlinson at guard, and they let him walk in free agency, which was probably the right move. And then they drafted Aaron Banks to kind of be the successor the year prior.
Yes, he did not play as a rookie, Aaron Banks.
He redshirted, essentially. And well, they didn't have a successor after that. And, Dominic Pooney was kind of plug and play last year, but I'm sure he blew them away in terms of, they thought he'd be a nice player, but I don't know if they knew he'd start and play every single snap the way that he did, which has been great. Center has always been a bizarre one for me. Since Payne, West, and Richburg, it feels like nothing's really worked out for them long-term there. Jake Brendel's okay, but if you ask most people around the league, I don't know where he stands. Probably in the
Shanahan.
20s.
Shanahan would say, if you watch the tape, he's a hell of a player. He has said that, and that's like a direct quote. That's what he told Tim Kawakami. No.
Yeah.
No.
So I don't know, man. And then tackle, they let Mike McGlinchey walk, and he was going to get $50 million in free agency. That was the right move. But Colton McKivitz,
I want to be
not drafting anyone.
I want to be very clear. I don't have an issue with the free agents' decisions that they've made.
No,
letting
those have been
McGlinchey
smart.
leave, letting Aaron Banks leave, letting Jalen Moore leave. If they're stars and they're great and they're top 5 at their position, then you sign them, you pay whatever it's going to take to keep them, but they're not. So don't overpay for that. We had someone text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, the 262. Why do you think Banks got so overpaid? Because everybody is in the same situation as the Niners.
Yes.
Everybody needs offensive linemen.
Yeah,
and it's a crazy, it's kind of like the quarterback market. It's just crazy. The wide receiver market blew up. The offensive line market is blowing up right now. So the Niners didn't really have a choice there, but it's realizing that was coming and planning for it years in advance.
I always use the Harbaugh, line because I love this line. He thought the offensive line was the tip of the spear. Harbaugh was a quarterback and understood the value of having an offensive line. He considered it a weapon. That's what he used to say all the time. And I look at what the Chargers are going through right now, where they lose their big left tackle.
Rashawn Slater.
He might not ever play again. I mean, who knows? With an injury like that. We'll see.
They just paid him a couple weeks ago.
I know.
Big money.
But they drafted Joe Alt, right? And that's the kid from Notre Dame.
That was Harbaugh's first draft pick as Chargers head coach.
Everybody thought, he's going to draft receiver. He's going to draft receiver. He's going to draft receiver. No.
You kidding
Harbaugh?
me?
Yeah, not a chance that he's going to draft a wide receiver in the top 5. And he took Joe Alt, and now they're going to slide that guy over. And, it's not ideal that their guy got hurt, but they had the contingency plan. I mean, they had their starter at right tackle, Joe Alt, and now they're going to slide him over to the left side because he's looking down the barrel. He's thinking about building the offensive line. And it's just what he prioritizes. And it feels like Shanahan, for whatever reason, does not prioritize the offensive line in the same way that Harbaugh does. It's philosophical taste here, and it's one that I don't think I agree with. As for all the great things that Shanahan loves to bring in, a lot of skill position players, one area where he leaves me wanting more is just how he views O-line.
I'm with you. I feel the same. They have put a lot of resources, this past year for sure, into the defensive line, and that's kind of been where they built their team. Early in this Shanahan-Lynch era, it was a lot of defensive linemen. It was Solomon Thomas. I know that didn't pan out. It was Nick Bosa. It was Javon Kinlaw. Kinlaw didn't pan out either.
No.
But it was a lot of focus on the trenches on the defensive side, and that was the case this draft as well with Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins and C.J. West. But there hasn't really been that focus on the offensive line. And I get it. If you ask Shanahan and you get an honest answer out of him, he will say, well, it's a hard-capped league. We only have so much money to spend. We would love to have the 5 highest-paid offensive linemen, but it's not realistic. But what he is doing, what he and this brain trust have decided is their best course in terms of roster building, it is valuing positions like wide receiver over the offensive line.
Isn't that bizarre for a team that wants to be a run-first team?
I think their offensive line is better as a run-blocking unit as they are than a pass-blocking unit, but you're right.
To prioritize
it is weird.
Throwing the ball as this, we want to be a team that invests in wide receivers, yet you don't throw it 40 times a game. Those are counter, they don't jive. Counterintuitive. Thank you. They don't jive.
I'm with you.
So I don't know, man. I see this kid Jordan Watkins. Where did they get him from? 5th, 6th, 7th round?
Ole Miss, I think he was, Jordan Watkins, 4th round.
4th round.
Yeah.
All right. Solid player. I think he's fine. But is he infinitely better than who you could find in the 5th or 6th or 7th round? I don't know. Time will tell. Terry McLaurin, who we've talked about long, he was a 3rd round pick, and you can find these guys late in the draft. I would just like to see them prioritize in the first couple of rounds, first 3 or 4, some of these offensive linemen. And when I watched the game the other night and I see Spencer Burford out there playing swing tackle, I go, all right, I know why you invested in the defensive line. It makes total sense. They were a huge gaping hole. I would have taken another tackle somewhere like in the middle rounds just to have after you lose Jalen Moore, because I don't trust anybody if Trent's got to miss a couple games. And you've got to plan for that.
They were what, 1-6 in the 7 games Trent missed last year?
I think they're 4-12 all time when Trent doesn't play.
That's crazy.
4-12.
That's crazy.
That can sabotage a season.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Shasky thinks Trent Williams is the most important 49er, the one that he can't afford to lose to injury. And we're talking about the decision-making in terms of offensive line investment from the 49ers. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Theo is in the East Bay and wants to weigh in. Theo, what's up? You're on with Shasky and Grandy on the Morning Roast. What do you got for us, Theo?
Yeah, boys, look, love the show. I'm really looking forward to this Niner year and how you guys are going to cover it. But look, to me, I think Shanahan believes in his system so much to where he doesn't really worry about the offensive line too much. You know, I'm not trying to say like he's got a big ego, he's got this big head, he thinks he's the smartest person in the room. But when you look at the draft picks over time and how he's completely ignored offensive line, I mean, to me, it's just like, what are we doing here? I mean, and Shasky's right. Trent Williams is the most important player that the 49ers are afraid to lose. We're one injury away from him being injured to where this year could be either 6 and whatever or, 10 and 7. So, yeah, he's the most important guy. But, yeah, that's what I think. I mean, I'm not calling Shanahan a big head, but, yeah, that's what I think. Cheers, boys.
Thanks, Theo.
It's a really good call. Each coach has different principles and philosophies and strengths and weaknesses, right? And things that they prioritize. What Andy Reid prioritizes isn't going to be what Shanahan prioritizes. Yeah. Andy loves speed. He doesn't care about run blocking for wide receivers on certain things. That's why he loved Xavier Worthy when a lot of teams were like, he's not on my draft board, right? He has a very particular set that he's looking for. I don't know. It sounds absurd to say out loud. I don't know if Kyle would love Travis Kelce because he doesn't want to block. Right? I think it's perfect. Kelce works perfectly with Andy, and they know what he does well, and Andy doesn't care if he pass blocks or not, or rush or run blocks. Whereas, I think Kittle is the perfect tight end for Kyle. Doesn't complain, will go out and be an unbelievable pass catcher, but will also maul people in the run game.
Might love run blocking more than actually catching passes, honestly.
Exactly. That's his principle. That's his philosophy. But the philosophy on offensive line, to me, needs either some evolution or he needs to come off of some things. It's got to be more important. It just has to be for him. And I look at what has done them in is the quarterback staying healthy. That has really crushed them. And at no point have they ever been like, hey, that's a top 5, top 10 offensive line unit. I know when the Eagles are playing football that Howie will prioritize offensive line. Big, physical, athletic offensive lineman.
Well, I was just going to ask you, it's funny you brought up the Eagles. How did the Eagles win the Super Bowl this past year?
They in the trenches.
By being able to run the ball relentlessly, and when they had to throw, protect their quarterback.
Yep.
And you have an offensive lineman that is Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Tyler Steen, and Lane Johnson.
It's pretty good.
That's the best offensive line in football.
Yeah.
And you remember when the Chiefs got absolutely dominated physically in the Super Bowl by the
Bucs.
Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. What did they do the following year? They drafted a bunch of offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
And then guess what? They beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. They beat the Eagles, and then they beat the Niners in the Super Bowl, and then they got back to the Super Bowl and lost.
Then they took the kid this year who's apparently dominating, who had the knee injury.
What's his name?
That the Niners were linked to for a minute. But, yeah, of course he's working out well for them.
I mean, so it's just this difference in philosophy. Difference in philosophy
I know.
Is what this is. And for the life of me, I cannot understand it. On the text line, the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, the 408 writes, Shanahan undervalues O-line because he can scheme around it and make up for personnel deficiencies. And maybe that is part of it. Maybe Shanahan has such a belief in who he is as a play caller that he would rather have a plus group of skill position players than a plus group of offensive linemen. Then, okay, Kyle, it's on you. It's on you. You better wow us with your play calling and be perfect this year. Because I mean, honestly, he had a bad year last year. There were a ton of injuries, but from a play calling perspective, how many times last year, Shasky, were you just wowed by a design from Shanahan? I feel like I can count it on one hand.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot.
But in years past, I'm thinking, oh my God, that was just an absolutely incredible design by Shanahan. He made it look like a run. It turns out to be a pass. He got the linebackers running to the left. He's throwing it to the right. Wide open Kittle for a walk-in touchdown. It happened so much more in past years. So, okay, if that's true, what the I forget who exactly typed it out. The 408. If what the 408 wrote is true, then all right, Kyle, you better be great this year. Otherwise, I don't know how you're going to make up for the deficiencies of the offensive line.
Well, and I think one of the areas where they've really, really, really struggled in the last year, red zone. And I think it's a direct correlation to the offensive line. I really do. They haven't been able to run the ball on early downs in the red zone, and then their pass blocking on third down situations hasn't been great. So, yeah, there's going to... Asking Shanahan to change, though, I mean, it's like telling a zebra to lose the stripes. He's very stubborn.
He is stubborn.
Who's more stubborn, Steve Kerr or Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, I think it's Kyle Shanahan.
I do, too, by a mile.
The offensive lineman that you're talking about for the Chiefs is Josh
Simmons. He tore his ACL early in the year, was going to be a first-round draft pick. Where did they end up getting him?
Last pick of the first round, so technically first round, but 32
it's
overall.
Good value.
Yeah, at Ohio State.
And, of course, he looks great.
Of course. You'd expect nothing less.
I hate the Chiefs so much.
All right, time for a break in just a minute, but first, it is time for the injury report. Well, stop me if you've heard this before. The 49ers sustained a few bumps and bruises in Saturday's preseason opener. Safety Marquise Siegel had to leave the game in the second quarter with a knee injury and did not return to the game. Meanwhile, linebacker Tatum Bethune suffered an ankle injury in the second quarter, but was able to return to the game. None of the injuries the Niners dealt with on Saturday seemed to be that serious, according to Kyle Shanahan. That is the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Yeah, what's coming up?
Here's what's coming up. Risers and fallers. The guys who bowled and the guys who stalled on Saturday. Let's get into the actual game. Let's get into the guys that were making an imprint and the ones that left us with a sour taste in our mouth.
All right, that's what's coming up on the game. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you. More next on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
Designing a new home or wanting to upgrade your existing one? Consider Golden State Lumber Showrooms. Their innovative products include style, energy savings, and long-term performance. All from the top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Western, Awake, Marvin, and so many others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed all corners of the Bay Area, and you can count on their expert staff to help you make the ideal choice for your design plans. In addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the entire Bay Area. Take a look at the Windows and Doors page on GoldenStateLumber.com. Scroll through the image gallery and take a virtual tour of the showrooms for inspiration. And when you get some ideas, have questions, or maybe you just want a closer look, click the web link to schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good. so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up!
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Braden Willis in motion, 2 tight ends again. Denver brings pressure. Taylor bounces it outside. Looking for the pylon. And he's in. Touchdown 49ers.
That's a veteran running back in year number 5 that knows what he's looking at.
That's Patrick Taylor, touchdown. That was the Niners' only touchdown of the game. Welcome, the Niners' only touchdown of the preseason game in its entirety. Welcome back. It's the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky. I'm Mark Randy. Shasky, that was one of the few highlights for the Niners, particularly offensively. They did have a safety, a couple of nice plays defensively as well. But in terms of things to get the fans at Levi Stadium out of their seats onto their feet, that was one of the only instances of that on Saturday. Welcome back. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I just the Niners, man. I love that they're back on my television. Just seeing the uniforms. That's the other thing.
Oh, it's a perfect uniform. Just a perfect uniform. The home Reds are just. Oh.
You know, I know we want to have all of these different, alternate uniforms.
We're like 2 weeks away from the new alternates being announced.
I'll let you know right now. They're going to disappoint you.
I know you already hate them.
And they haven't even been released.
You don't even know what they're going to look like, and you hate them.
No, they'll be black, and they'll be terrible. I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind. But when I see those uniforms on 4K, and I see just how they look with the sun like glowing down on them, they're
pretty.
Glorious.
They really are.
The Niners have, similar to the Yankees, almost perfect uniforms. What I would suggest the Niners do, actually, though, is the logo itself has hints of gold in it. I would actually remove that and just go to the old 1980s, just black outline. There's something simplistic about that particular logo that I prefer. But again, I'm really in the weeds on things like that. I love that Mac Jones cut his jersey so that his sleeves looked almost Kirk Cousins-esque. He looked like a little kid wearing his dad's, football jersey from the 70s.
He looked like a kid who was out trick-or-treating on Halloween wearing the shoulder pads and the long sleeve jersey.
Used to be me, I used to wear that, the old plastic
helmet.
Yeah, plastic helmet.
That's what he looks like with those sleeves.
LJ will be getting that this year at some point. Dude, LJ got pegged with a football yesterday. We were at Fort Scott. We were doing a big barbecue, and everyone's playing football. You know it's football season when the kids are throwing the pigskin around.
Ow!
And this kid, Emerson, who I love Emerson. He's the sweetest kid of all time. He threw an absolute bullet, and he's our third baseman. He's played great.
He's got an arm.
Oh, he's got a great arm. It was the best throw he's ever made. Just 25 yards to the left, 60 yards downfield, and pegged my boy.
He threw it 60 yards?
I mean, it was a little football. I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And not 60. I'm exaggerating. It's the art of storytelling, Grandy.
More like 55.
30 yards?
Maybe 40. It got my kid so hard in the side rib cage.
Oh,
and he didn't go down, though.
He didn't go down?
He boom, boom, boom. And he kept his,
That's honestly impressive.
And I was like, you're good. You're good. You're good. I always do that with him,
You got to give him the positive reinforcement.
I mean, I thought it could have broken its rib cage.
Well, you react like, oh my God.
I didn't do that.
That's when they start crying.
Exactly, but I didn't do that. I was like, you're good. But he was not. He got pelted. And I was like, cookies? Yes. And then we went and got him cookies, and he was good to go.
I'm glad he's okay.
It's football season when your kid's getting pelted with a football from the side. And look, it's the war wounds of growing up.
Absolutely.
You better learn to wear them at 18, 19 months old, because if you don't, you're never going to survive in this world. The world is cruel. You might not have your left tackle, and you're going to have to survive, Mac Jones.
Good luck. Good luck with that. 888-957-9570. We're going to get to some risers and fallers from the preseason week number 1. Before we do that, Shasky, let's go back out to the phone line because Dave in Fresno is standing by and wants to weigh in. Dave, what's up? Happy Monday. How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. Doing great. Thank you. 2 points, if you don't mind, real quick. You say they invest heavily in defensive line, which I agree. The issue I see with that, they haven't really hit in that department.
Yeah.
You got to remember, when we were successful, we had Buckner and Armstead. Those were inherited from the previous regime. They did draft Bosa, which I think kind of was the gimme. But if you look at it, Drake Jackson, Thomas, Kinlaw, even the guys they traded and signed, Chase Young, Hargrave, they haven't really been, much luck in that department. Yeah, they put the resources in it, but they haven't really had much to show for it. So I kind of, that's not good. And as far as who they can live without, I know Trent Williams is high on the list. I think, honestly, they're a team that usually when one of the heavy hitters is out, Trent, CMC, Kittle, the offense just sputters. They're a team that can't really function that well when one of their main guys is out. And, they're a team that builds around the QB, which is just fine. But when that QB is not the most important player. He is important, but when Trent Williams is more important than your quarterback, that's what you have. This is how this team is built. And I'm not arguing against that format, but that's what you get, and you're putting a lot of pressure on your positional players to be available, especially at that age too. So I'm with you guys. You guys are making great points. They haven't really have a plan for these situations. One of your older players or one of your important players goes down. It's usually not somebody behind them. So those are the two points I wanted to make.
Well, I think there are a lot of teams around the league. If Justin Jefferson goes down, they're in trouble in Minnesota. Yeah, right? And like, if, last year, Micah Parsons missed some time. Dak missed some time. They were done. They might not be good anyway.
They're probably done this year anyway.
Yeah. But okay, Matt Stafford, he takes over the Rams.
Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo's the quarterback?
Yeah, we're salivating.
Oh, my God, it's over.
We're salivating. So there's a lot of teams that if you take away their top dog, they're going to have a tough time competing, period. That being said, I just don't think they prioritize the offensive line. That's different than like, hey, if their top dog goes down, they're in trouble. A lot of teams are that way. It's what do you prioritize? For the longest time, Bill Belichick did not prioritize having first-round draft picks. He did not want to bring someone into the locker room who was making a boatload of money with a bunch of veterans making less than that guy. He thought that was a poor dynamic to set up. So he de-emphasized having first-round picks and would rather have the second, third, and fourth-round picks. Andy Reid, he doesn't really care about blocking skill position players. Well, that could be farther from what Kyle looks for. Kyle loves Jawan Jennings and George Kittle because they run block. He loved Ayuk as a player because he would run block like crazy. There's just different things, that I don't know how many teams prioritize what Deebo Samuel brings to the table. Not many.
Well, he's so unique. It's kind of hard to prioritize that in the first place.
But Kyle loved him.
Yeah.
Kyle loved him.
To the point where maybe loved him a little too much, particularly last year.
Exactly. So it's really like what do you value? And I think, each coach values different things. It's worked out for them a lot. I look at how they've built the team this year, and if you just look at, they got Kittle, CMC, Trent, Fred Warner, and Bosa. And then you put Purdy in there. So you got 5 older players, although Bosa's still in his prime and Warner's still in his prime. 5 older players making a boatload of money. 6th is the quarterback, who I still don't even think he's hit his prime, per se, in terms of physical peak. So you got 6 guys making a boatload of money. And then you got a lot of, let's see if these young players can contribute.
You might include Deommodore Lenoir in that group.
Did I not?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, he's another guy.
In his prime, but just got paid a lot.
Absolutely. There's a lot of question marks outside of those guys. And now I go to, your draft and develop portion of the team. Let's see it. And I think bringing Robert Saleh in, one of the things that popped in my head after watching him against preseason, our 2s going up against their 1s, I can already tell on third down they're going to be so much more creative than what they were last year. Seeing them walk 6 and 7 guys up to the line and not knowing which 4 or 5 were going to blitz was so refreshing. And I see what they did with Chase Lucas, and I'm like, all right, Robert Saleh is going to figure out the defense. The personnel might be a work in progress.
He'll get the most out of it, though.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. He might be the biggest acquisition on the entire team.
I agree. Have you watched the full season of Quarterback on Netflix yet?
Oh, yeah.
So if you don't know, it's what receiver was last year, and they followed Deebo and Kittle. And I say last year, it came out last year, but it was about the year prior. So the one that just came out, Justin Jefferson, and there was one other,
St.
Devontae
Brown.
Adams.
No, it was St. Brown.
Oh, and Amon-Ra. You're right.
Yeah, there were 5 guys.
I guess there were 5 receivers plus, or 4 receivers plus Kittle as a tight end, because it was Deebo and Kittle. But it's cameras follow these guys around the year prior. It comes out the next offseason. So the one that just came out was following Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins from last year. And there was a moment where Kirk Cousins had himself a rough year last year. And now he's not even going to be starting, I think, for the Falcons again this year. But this is about what Jared Goff was talking about when they were taking on the Minnesota Vikings. And the Vikings were great last year, kind of came out of nowhere with Sam Darnold, but a big part of what they did was on defense, and Brian Flores and that defensive coordinator. And just hearing Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson and Jared Goff talk about the issues that Brian Flores as a defensive coordinator presents, and it's Jared Goff as a quarterback who's got 20 million things running through his head before every snap, and he'll legitimately tell you, when I'm playing Brian Flores, I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at. Because his blitzes can come from any which area. He shows pressure. He drops them back. He doesn't show pressure. He's bringing a blitz. It comes from a corner. It comes from a safety. It comes from the weak side linebacker. It comes from all these crazy spots. And he's so unique and so random with when he calls it and with where the pressure comes from that a quarterback doesn't really know or trust what they're looking at. And if I was to circle one area that the Niners have really missed defensively the last couple of years, it is that.
Creativity.
It is just having that creativity and keeping a quarterback on their toes. Far too often, even with decent personnel and decent talent on defense, the Niners have just been pretty vanilla. Or whenever they do bring pressure, the opposing team, for whatever reason, whether it's, they scouted it out, they saw the Niners' tendencies, and the Niners did not break those tendencies, whatever the reason was, it felt like the opposing offenses were always a step ahead of the Niners' defense. And I think with Robert Saleh, Shasky, that will shift. Because Saleh is not a heavy blitzer.
No.
Flores is a heavy blitzer with the Vikings.
But I think
Saleh is not, but he always tends to find the right moments to do it.
Exactly. Let's get right into our risers and fallers.
Yeah,
I think this plays hand in hand because
Saleh's one of them. We can be honest.
Well, let's get into it. Play me some music. All right. Risers, as in people that were revelations on Saturday, and then we've got some people that I was cringing. I call them fallers. Okay.
The first riser is obvious. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to go right. Robert Saleh and his impact on the defense. Chase Lucas.
That's
looked
where
incredible.
I was going.
This is a guy I watched at practice get into it with the Broncos, and I'm like, this guy talks a lot. Is he any good? I don't know. I'm at a joint practice. I've only seen him a couple times. Chase Lucas was everywhere on Saturday night.
Yeah, he was. And, when it comes to Robert Saleh and being creative with blitzes, it was Chase Lucas.
He looked great.
It was Chase Lucas every single time coming with the corner blitz. The one that they got the safety on Bo Nix, they brought D. Winters on kind of a delayed pressure from the left side. Bo Nix had to spin back on his blind side to the right into the back of the end zone. Chase Lucas is sprinting right at him, untouched. Bo Nix has to throw the ball away, incomplete. It's grounding in the end zone. That's a safety, all because, one, Robert Saleh's call, and two, Chase Lucas being the right guy to do it.
So you brought up D. Winters. I actually thought the other linebacker who flashed last year, when I said I thought he was better than Jalen Graham last year, Tatum Bethune. I think Tatum Bethune's a player. We've talked about him. Remember, Sam? Your eyes lit up. I loved him last year. I was shocked he didn't get on the field at any point, it felt like, last year of importance. He looked unbelievable on Saturday, playing fast, playing physical, separating people from the ball, and making plays in space.
7th-round pick last year. But yeah, he has a chance because we only think of it as 2 linebacker spots with the Niners. You think of Fred and you think of Fred's running mate. There is a third linebacker when the Niners are in base defense. They often will play nickel, and that's what a lot of teams do in the NFL now because you have so many teams that just pass. You need 5 defensive backs out there, which is why someone like an Upton Stout is so important because if he is your nickel, you feel pretty good about yourselves. But there are base down packages where there will be 3 linebackers on the field, and it seems like D. Winters has won the battle for Fred's running mate. And then you're wondering, all right, is it Nick Martin? Is it Tatum Bethune for the third? And probably going to be Tatum Bethune, honestly.
Yeah. And then there are other guys on defense. I got one guy in particular I'm going to hold off to the end because I think he's the most important.
Oh.
What about Kalia Davis? This is a guy I've been hearing about forever. Dominating in practice, dominating in this offseason workout. And he's been hurt, it feels like.
He was hurt last year.
We haven't had a chance to see him and put eyes on him as a fan base. Kalia Davis?
He was the best defensive lineman on the field on Saturday.
I thought he was awesome.
Yeah, he was really good.
This is a guy with all these spots and opportunities up in the air. Could Kalia Davis be an impact player for the Niners this year? It had me thinking.
Honestly, my guess is Kalia Davis will start one of the DT spots week 1.
You think so?
I think so.
I'm kind of with you.
It's probably going to be Kalia Davis and CJ West.
CJ looked good.
We'll talk about CJ coming up in a little bit. Another name that I wanted to throw out.
Give it to me.
Marquise Siegel, the rookie safety.
I was holding him to the end.
Oh, sorry.
But I'm glad you brought him up. I think this is your starting safety for a couple of years.
Oh.
It may not be this year. The way he was flying around, the way he was ball hawking, the way this guy was closing out, tackling people as a sure guy, range. Is this the free safety that we've been looking for forever? I'm asking out loud. It seems like it is.
It was a good step in the right direction for him on Saturday. I kind of compare.
You know what it reminded me of?
Who?
Eric Reed. When I first put eyes on Eric Reed, and I was like, oh, this guy's a player.
I was convinced Eric Reed was like going to be an all-pro for like 5 years.
He got the concussions, and I don't think he ever really recovered. He was a stud, though, that year one.
He was. I like Marquise Siegel, and there is a wide open spot for him at safety. I kind of compare him to Nick Martin. Nick Martin is not a heavy riser for me, although I think there's some things that you can work with.
I actually like him.
Nick Martin was everywhere, almost a little too everywhere. He was overly aggressive, and he was taking some bad angles on tackles, and he was over-pursuing and missing some tackles as a result. I compare that to Siegel because Siegel was also everywhere, but he was under control, and he was calm. And there was this one moment where he fought off of a block against a receiver. He fights through that block and sets his feet as the running back comes running at him, and he makes a really solid tackle, grabbing the guy's outside leg and brings him down. He just fought through the block, got the tackle still. So it's Siegel, one, being in the right spot like Nick Martin was, the linebacker, but not over-pursuing and just kind of letting the play come to him. So Siegel always was in the right spot, and I don't think he missed a tackle all game. So I was a big fan of what I saw from him.
Yeah, he looks the part, and I think he plays with speed, and he just looks awesome. Now, he did bang the knee. We'll end up seeing what happens there.
Shanahan will speak today. We'll probably get an update.
I don't know if Marquise Siegel is going to be the guy who starts week 1, but I bet you come December, he's your starter. And they've had how many box safeties? Like Talanoa, Malik Mustafa. Like they've had so many of these. Even Tig Brown is like a box safety to me.
Yeah.
They need a free safety. And this looks like one of those guys. Now, I don't know. Maybe he ends up playing more of that strong safety. But I loved what I saw from him. Yeah. And then last guy on defense for me, this guy Valdez, 55.
Sebastian Valdez.
And let me just throw something at you. There was a guy during the dark days that I thought had tremendous upside and never came close to reaching it, and it was for a variety of reasons. Aaron Lynch was a guy that I believe either UCF or South Florida, one of the Florida teams.
I think it was UCF.
Had he been with Vic Fangio, I thought he could have been a player. I liked Aaron Lynch. Valdez reminds me of Aaron Lynch in that.
Now that's a name.
Exactly. That's a name I haven't heard for a long time.
It was actually South Florida and Notre Dame, believe it or not.
Aaron Lynch was a player. He beats double teams. He would make plays in the backfield, kind of a knucklehead, didn't trust him off the field. I don't know who Valdez is as a person. I don't know what he ends up being as a player. But when I saw him flash in the backfield, I go, ooh, that reminded me of Aaron Lynch. I like Valdez.
I'm looking up Aaron Lynch, and Valdez is kind of just this undrafted rookie. He came out of nowhere, but was really good in week 1 of the preseason. Aaron Lynch, I'm looking at this now. I remember him being effective with the Niners. He had 6 sacks as a rookie when he only started 3 games.
That's what I'm saying.
In his first 2 seasons, 12.5 sacks.
Dude, he was
12
good.
12.5 sacks in his first 2 years.
On a team that sucked.
And then he only had 1.5 the next 2 years with the Niners, and then he ultimately left and went to the Bears and the Jaguars. But, 12.5 sacks your first 2 years, when you only start like half the games, that's pretty good. So I'm with you. Sebastian Valdez was good as well. Do you got another riser?
Yeah, so I've got a couple more, but these are non-defense. Special teams as a whole. They're finally buttoned up.
Junior Bergen has a punt returner.
Look great. And then, I don't know if you guys noticed this, they kicked the ball into the end zone, guys. Yeah, you could do that. Jake Moody actually looked good on his kickoffs.
Well, he kicked. For touchbacks, now the ball comes out to the 35. You don't want touchbacks.
I know, but he literally was kicking the ball out of bounds last year in preseason.
True.
Okay? So, he's being accurate. No, he kicked one to the 1 where they couldn't
That's where you
touch
want
it
to
back.
kick it
That's
to.
where you want to. That was the first one. And then, is it Mitch Moreland? Who's the Morstead?
Thomas Morstead. Mitch Moreland, Texas Ranger player. First baseman.
He looked good, too. And look, the punt game is important. We know this. You got to be able to cough and kick it. And I just thought special teams as a whole looked really good.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree there as well. Are there any, trying to think,
and then on offense, I like the mixed bag of what I got from Jordan Watkins.
Yeah.
I thought that he showed a little bit of everything. A pre-snap penalty, lining up in the wrong spot, not running the proper depth on 2 different routes. But then you also see the spectacular catch that's contested over another body, using his own back to block the guy off and then break away for more yards. I thought Jordan Watkins was the full experience of playing a rookie. I like him, though. I like him
too. I mean, I like the speed. You're going to need that. You don't really have a guy to take the top off of the defense. Now, Shanahan and rookie receivers, how much are we actually going to see from him? Who knows? In the past, Shanahan has tended to avoid rookies in that position group. I think partly because he had the ability to not go to them because you had so many other guys. You might by default have to play him meaningful snaps because there's a situation where Demarcus Robinson is out to begin the year. Ayuk is out to begin the year. It would not be the most surprising thing if Juwan is at least rusty to begin the year. And who the hell knows what's going to happen with Ricky Pearsall? The guy can't stay healthy. So, I mean, what does that mean for Jordan Watkins? Maybe he's forced into action, and there's a world where you have to see Jordan Watkins help you win games early in the year.
Yeah.
Possible.
Definitely possible. I think DeMarcus Robinson's going to play way more than we are giving him credit for right now.
He looked good.
He is good. No, he's good on this team. Let's go quickly to the bad, and I want to get into some more of these.
Yeah.
The absolute rock bottom for me was watching the 2 quarterbacks. We'll get to the people that are actually going to play on the team on the other side. The 2 quarterbacks, Tanner Mordecai and
Carter Bradley.
Oh my gosh!
What did I watch? Am I the only one?
No, you're not the only one.
What was I watching? Like, the drop-off from Brock to Mac is pretty big, but the drop-off from Mac to Bradley and Tanner Mordecai? I mean, there's a high school player right now in the WCAL who could play quarterback for the Niners at a more efficient level. What are we doing?
My big takeaway is, man, that quarterback play really makes you love Brock, doesn't it? It makes Brock look like Tom Brady.
I mean, now I go and I'm thinking everybody was crushing Mike McDaniels because of the drop-off from Tua to the next guy. Dude, could you imagine a world where Bradley has to play?
No.
I mean, he might throw 5 or 6 picks in a game.
The best things that he did was threw the ball and got a pass interference.
They were like, his arm, his mobility, and I know you're trying to gas up everybody. I'm not ripping on. I thought Guy Haberman did a great job, and Tim Ryan. I thought their rapport was actually much better than I anticipated. It's new, a new broadcast booth, and I thought they did a great job. But Bradley's he's not good. He's terrible. That is rock bottom quarterback play that I've ever seen in a Niner preseason game. I'm dead serious. Chris Winkie was better than what I saw from Carter Bradley. Nate Davis was better.
It's your assistant head coach's son, too. Imagine being Gus Bradley on the sideline watching that. Yikes.
They cut Tanner Mordecai for him only to bring Tanner Mordecai back. Both are not NFL players, period.
Tanner Mordecai might have won the 3rd quarterback job just because of what Carter Bradley did. We can talk more about that. Plus, we got other fallers, other losers, other guys who are dropping down the depth chart to get into, and then some guys that it was some good and some bad. We will continue with that. We'll continue reacting to Niners Broncos week 1 of the preseason when we come back. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. It's Shasky and Grandy with you on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com, sponsored by Merck.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Spins off Plum, doubled on the block, kicks it back out. Burton, lay to 3. Incroyable! Parlalate a magnifique! 66-51!
Talk to him. He's Aura. This is Aura right here.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Spadoni. It's Grandy in alongside Shasky. And yeah, you just heard that highlight. Kevin Dana calling a great Valkyries win on Saturday versus the Sparks. And the Valkyries are back in action tonight at 7 when they host the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And speaking of KPIX, Matt Lively of KPIX joins us coming up at the top of the hour. So at about 27 minutes from now, Matt Lively with us here on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 The Game. But Shasky, we're talking Niners preseason week number 1. They lose 30-9, but plenty to be excited about. Also plenty to be worried about. We talked about our risers. We mentioned briefly our fallers. I know you particularly were pretty frustrated by the play of the backup, the third and fourth string quarterbacks, Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai. What else stood out to you in the negative? Who maybe hurt their chances of winning a job on this team with their performance on Saturday?
Not them making the team. It's just Alfred Collins, I thought, showed a huge mixed bag. Like, this is their second-round pick, who many thought was overdrafted. I'm not a draft expert, but just going off of what some of the people that do this for a living suggested, he would go a little lower in the draft, third or fourth round maybe. And
defensive tackle out of Texas, Alfred Collins.
And he's humongous. Now, I got my first look at him at joint practices, and in the one-on-one drills, he was a load. And I was like, whoa. And then I look over to my left and my right, and I'm talking with some of the people that are there every day.
Yep.
And Larry Kruger's like, this is the best he's looked at all. Like, he looks awesome. I have Bonte on my other side. Bonte's like, this is the best he's looked in weeks. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe he's figuring things out. And then in the game, there were a couple times where he got completely stood up, but he plugged the hole, which forced the running back to jump to the other side or take a different gap. So I guess he did his job, but pad level too high, get stood up, needs to work. Like, I wanted to see more, especially against the backups of the Broncos. Underwhelmed is what I would say regarding Alfred Collins.
I'm right there with you. There were some moments where he was effective, and it's always difficult with defensive tackles because that's not a position where you're going to have 7 tackles in the game. You're not going to get multiple sacks. You're hardly going to get many sacks. So your job a lot of the time is to take on 2 offensive linemen and free up lanes for your linebackers to come split between you and go make a tackle. That's a lot of what the defensive tackle's job is. I thought CJ West did a better job of that than Alfred Collins did.
Totally different body types, and I totally agree.
CJ West is more like a bowling ball. He's short but gigantic, and Alfred Collins is big, tall, and also like wide and strong.
CJ reminds me of, and I'm going back, but like Ian Williams. Ian Williams was short, powerful, like rhinoceros-like. And
speaking of the Broncos, he's kind of like DJ Jones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
TJ's so wide.
Yes.
He's such a stud. But he's just older right now. So like I just saw him the other day, and he's more filled out, than
I think DJ Jones even said at joint practices, ever since I left, they've been trying to replace me, and that's who CJ West is supposed to be.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
But I'm with you on Alfred Collins. The other thing that I saw from him, and again, this is the second-round defensive tackle pick out of Texas, who he's going to have every opportunity to start. Who knows if he will. Part of the reason why I don't think he will is his offseason has been a little bit of a mess. He was a second-round pick, and if you follow the NFL draft, you know that there was a lot of drama relating to all second-round picks this year because a couple of them got fully guaranteed deals. All of the others were then holding out to try to get their fully guaranteed deals. They missed OTAs. They missed minicamp. And Collins missed the first handful of days of rookie report date at training camp. So he's behind the 8 ball. Like he is playing catch up right now. Where I saw that maybe poke its head through the most was he seemed gassed. If there is a plan for him to be playing like every down or most downs, it can't happen yet.
Not yet.
He's not ready for that. Now maybe that is just as simple as conditioning isn't up because he hasn't been available all offseason, and by the time the regular season comes around, he will be ready for that, and I'm not ruling that out as a possibility. All I'm saying is I watched him on Saturday, and it felt like he was tired pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
And that's something where this is why these reps are happening right now. I mean, he needs them. What about Nick Martin? We kind of referenced him earlier. He was all over the place. Was he good, bad, or somewhere in between?
I think he was somewhere in between.
Why?
For me, I think we were talking about this off air, and what I told you was I think he is moldable clay. I think he showed a lot of the right instincts, and a lot of the right things you want out of your linebacker. He generally would find the ball, he would get to the right spots, or he'd be in position to get to the right spots. It didn't really seem like he was confused at what he was seeing, but he was just a little over-aggressive and would over-pursue, or trying to get the edge. He get to the edge to cut off the edge for the ball carrier. He would take a bad angle and allow the running back to get the edge and get around him and gain an extra 6 or 7 yards. I think that, though, as they look at the tape, they'll be able to tell him, like, hey, you're in the right spot here. Just angle a little bit differently. Give yourself a little bit more margin for error, and you will be fine. So there were a lot of missed tackles. Generally, to me, it seemed like it came from a place of over-aggression as opposed to just like him not knowing what the hell's going on.
I look like a guy who was trying to put on a clinic of lighting fools up.
Absolutely.
And just,
which is like what Dre Greenlaw did. It's what D. Winters did last year.
No doubt. But you have to have the game slow down for you in terms of
Yes.
recognition, and your point about angles is well taken. I think he's a work in progress, is what I would say. I was hoping for more, but it's game one for him, It's game one. We'll see where he's at come the second preseason game against the Raiders. And they get a joint practice this week. Was that Thursday?
I'll check for you.
I wonder if the Raiders are going to televise that on their YouTube or stream it on their YouTube. I wonder.
Joint practice is Thursday. I'm
looking
in
forward to
Vegas.
that.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll? Let's go.
Geno Smith. Did you see what Geno Smith did back in Seattle?
Oh, no, I missed it.
You didn't. So
I kind of had a busy weekend.
When the Raiders were coming out onto the field in Seattle, and
I had some family stuff going on with the dog.
That's Geno returning to Seattle, right? That's where he's been the last few years. There was a sign from a Seahawks fan right like next to the visiting team tunnel where the Raiders came out, and the sign said, "Bigger bust, Jamarcus Russell or Geno Smith," something like that. Random. I don't really understand it. And Geno Smith turned to him and just gave him the double bird.
But why all this negative energy for Geno Smith?
I don't know. Geno Smith was great as a Seahawk. Way better than anybody could have expected.
Myself included. There's no doubt about it. That's very bizarre.
Weird, right? And I think Pete Carroll went over and tried to grab the sign.
I'm old enough to remember that the Raiders and the Niners weren't allowed to play each other in the preseason because of all the fights and everything.
Got a little out of hand at one point. Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
So it'll be interesting. Other negatives. We referenced Burford pretty much all show. I think
it's not good.
I think he, to me, is probably the most disappointing because so much is going to be relied upon him if Trent misses any time.
I hear you. I also feel I do feel for Burford because he's not a tackle.
Well, he played it in college, then moved to guard, and now
I don't think he has the speed for tackle.
I agree.
He can't because what's so important for tackles, you see it all the time, and it's what drives me crazy watching the Chiefs because their right tackle, his name is escaping me right now, always false starts and it never gets called. But you have to kick out really quick on the tackle because you have blitzers and edge rushers who are trying to get around you on the outside. So your most important step is your first step, getting outside, getting vertical and getting outside to kind of set that edge for your quarterback. I don't think Burford is quick enough. I don't think he can do that. So I feel for him because I think he's being asked to play a position that he can't play. But there's no doubt that he did not have very good reps on Saturday.
What about backup running back? I'm looking at backup running back as an extremely important position for this team for a variety of reasons. And Amir Abdullah went down with an injury.
Yeah, ribs injury.
Yeah, who knows with him.
They just signed him off the street a couple of days ago.
Patrick Taylor made a really nice jump cut back to the left side for that touchdown run.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in love with him. They're in love with him, the team, more than I am. And then Corey Kiner, I thought, showed a little, but not enough for me to feel comfortable with him. I'd like to see more in the next game.
Yeah, Kiner's the undrafted rookie from Cincinnati.
Number 49.
It's kind of difficult to gauge the running backs right now because obviously McCaffrey did not play. You have Kyle Juszczyk, who's going to slot in.
Quarterback play was terrible.
At fullback. Yeah, it was. But also, you had a couple of guys who were out. Isaac Guerrero out, did not play with a shoulder injury. We'll get an update from Shanahan on him coming up later today. And then another rookie, they drafted him, Jordan James, out of Oregon. He also did not play, out with a broken finger. So 2 of your guys that have good chances to make the team did not play. I would imagine the Niners, if healthy, like Guerrero as their backup because of what he did last year. Jordan James has every chance to make the team as 3rd or 4th string running back. Who knows if it will happen. But I find the running back room difficult to evaluate right now because of those injuries.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
And the offensive line that they're running in front of is just patchwork at best.
True.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I thought that Kiner had a couple of really nice physical, tough runs, a couple of nice cutbacks, but there just wasn't a lot of opportunities for him, early in downs to gain any separation. And I didn't think there were holes in front of him. So I have kind of like an incomplete when it comes to the backup running back spot.
Yeah. Who else disappointed? Maybe this is more of a mixed bag.
Give it to me.
Darrell Luter.
I saw some things I liked. Him and Flowers were in the same bucket for me.
We're talking about cornerbacks here.
A couple of nice plays. There was a really nice PBU.
In the end zone.
Really nice, where he contorted his body.
I think against Sutton,
yeah,
who's 6'4" and wide receiver 1 in Denver.
But then there were a couple others where he just couldn't locate the ball.
Well, and he was the one that lost the tight end. I think Luke Kroll, was his name, who was wide open in the back left corner of the end zone. That might just be as simple as Luter missing an assignment, which is something that you think should be correctable. But he's not a rookie. He's been in this system for a bit now. You're just simply flat out not knowing what your role was on a play. That is bad news. And he was the one to blame for that wide open touchdown in the back left corner of the end zone. So I can't possibly say that he was a major riser when you put something like that on tape.
What did you think of Mac Jones?
It was a mixed bag too.
Not enough.
The interception wasn't great. He was not aided by Jordan Watkins either, but he threw that late, and it wasn't a great throw either. Now, it was a pinpoint accurate throw to Watkins on the left sideline on that 50-yard one, and the first drive was good. He seemed to play within himself. He's a solid backup. Miles better than Brandon Allen last year.
So much better than Brandon Allen.
And you're right, if Purdy is to miss a couple of games, they have a chance to win with Mac Jones. There's no doubt that he is nowhere near as good as Brock Purdy.
Exactly.
But it's kind of what happened a couple of years ago. I guess it didn't ever actually happen, but what would have happened had Brock missed any time 2 years ago when Sam Darnold was the backup. This is, I think, a new thing developing in the NFL. It is taking flyers on previously high-drafted guys that have struggled. We talked about Geno Smith. It's the same thing for Geno. That was more of an extended struggle, but then he gets a chance finally with the Seahawks and performs like, at worst, an average NFL quarterback, and now has a big contract with the Raiders. It happened with Sam Darnold. The Niners are trying to make it happen with Mac Jones. I would venture to guess that Mac Jones is going to sign a deal and be a starter next year somewhere, just like Sam Darnold would be my guess. So, yeah, this feels like a Sam Darnold kind of backup, and he's going to be one of the better backups in the NFL, in my mind.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything lost on trying to take a flyer on some of these guys. I know Justin Fields started a lot, too, last year, but that's kind of what the Steelers did.
It's similar.
Trey Lance in L.A. right now with the Chargers, backup. Not necessarily, going to take anyone's job or anything like that, but just solid and been around for quite some time. And so that's what you want to do. I think Mac is one of the best backups in the game right now. I feel very comfortable saying that. And your point about Brandon Allen versus him, I had zero faith that Brandon Allen could do something special.
Well, that Packers game at Lambeau in the cold.
So bad. Fumble with no one near him.
First of all, it should have been Josh Dobbs playing. I still don't understand that.
But I don't think highly of Dobbs either, but continue.
I don't understand that still. But the point is, last year, regardless who you were starting at quarterback, Brock misses, say he misses 3 games, and you're playing either of those guys or some combination of those guys, do you feel good about your chances to win? No. No. You don't.
You're right.
You don't at all.
You're right.
Now, do you feel good about your chances to win this year if Brock misses some time? No, you're maybe against a quality team. You're maybe not picking the Niners to win that game, but you feel a whole lot better about their chances to win.
Yes.
And that's all you can ask for. Like, the quarterback conversation immediately always gets to like this toxic point of, well, you don't like Brock if you're complimenting Mac, you think Mac should be the starter. No, it's not that. It's just Because the bottom line, Shasky, no matter who your backup is, your backup could be Mac, your backup could be Sam Darnold 2 years ago. Your starter gets hurt and misses the rest of the year. You're not winning.
No.
But where having the backup matters is your quarterback misses 2 games. Can you go 1-1 in those 2? And that's where Mac Jones comes in, and it's where Brennan Allen did not last year.
Who was the guy that the Packers had from the Tennessee Titans? Malik Willis? Who came in for a couple games and looked serviceable.
He was good.
Yeah, he was
surprisingly.
They did a good job. What was the story of the weekend in the preseason? Because football's back. Everyone's losing their mind. I played Madden all weekend trying to nurse up my sick dog right now. I think it's Shedeur Sanders by a long shot.
Oh, yeah, biggest story of the preseason.
Right?
Yeah.
What do you think of the Shedeur thing?
I mean, I've never seen so much hoopla over an average preseason performance before in my life. I mean, he was fine. He wasn't amazing or anything, but we're treating it like he just won the Super Bowl. It's crazy.
It was against the Panthers.
You're going to hear, I'm going to give you a prediction. The same fervor right now for Shedeur is going to happen for anything Arch Manning does in the first month of the season.
Oh, my God.
So right now, whatever's going on with Cleveland and Shedeur and all that, it's going to be almost exactly the same with Arch Manning.
Did you see the screenshot from the telecast of the Browns bench when Shedeur was doing his thing?
No.
They had Deshaun Watson front and center, and then Joe Flacco off to the side. Deshaun Watson seemed upset and didn't seem that happy, and then Joe Flacco was just beaming, smile from ear to ear, and I don't know exactly what was going on in that moment. It probably was not this at all, but everybody on the internet is running with it and saying, well, Shedeur Sanders just ended Deshaun Watson's career, and Joe Flacco is happy about it.
Not a happy ending.
Is what everybody is saying. Come on. That's what everybody was talking about. But again, I have never heard that much applause for just an average preseason quarterback performance. It's crazy, the story that Shedeur Sanders is. Still.
I think this goes to show you football is king.
Oh, absolutely.
Football is king.
The other thing, and this just came on the text line, shout out to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line from our guy Zucci Main. Cam Little, 70-yard field goal for the Jaguars.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, actually.
70-yard. If that's a regular season game, that's an NFL record.
What was the weather? Was it over 100 degrees?
I don't know what the weather was. It didn't seem out of the ordinary to me.
No, but I'm just curious, what were the conditions? Because the ball will go farther in the heat.
That's a good question. It was probably warm.
Yeah, exactly. I would think so. The Carolina Panthers getting body bagged by Shedeur, and even though it wasn't even that great, it's just funny. The whole thing is funny to me. And if you think that Joe Flacco is going to be able to hold off the Shedeur drumbeat in Cleveland, people are going to lose their minds, and they're going to want to, if they go 0-3, 0-4, 0-5, they're going to want to see Shedeur yesterday. I know how this works.
I mean, it's just quarterback drama.
Yeah, but we can't even just kind of regulate ourselves a little. I think this is the NFL. The NFL is insane.
Oh, it is insane. All football is insane.
But I also remember a time when Warrior fans thought Marco Bellinelli's summer league performance.
Well, he scored 40 in the summer league.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the next Dirk. You're shaking your head, but I remember it.
I remember it too.
God, so good.
You guys see CeeDee Lamb get trucked by the ref on the sideline of the Cowboy Ram game?
I missed that.
You missed that?
I'm going to have to look that up.
Just go on Twitter and search CeeDee Lamb.
So I think I sent it to our thread the other day. But yeah, no, I forget who it was on the Cowboys who broke free. But yeah, he gets to the second level, and CeeDee's all celebrating on the sideline. And the ref's running down the sideline, just absolutely trucks CeeDee from behind. How about them Cowboys?
It was.
I'm looking at it right now.
Honestly, a pretty aggressive.
Hey, he's
collision.
lucky he didn't get hurt.
Honestly, yeah, he got up and he's fine. But if you haven't seen it, look it up. The quickest way is probably go to Twitter and search CeeDee Lamb. Or
that looked like Leonard Marshall getting Joe Montana folded in half.
Oh my God!
In the 1990 NFC Championship game.
That looked like Ahmad Brooks on Drew Brees.
Yeah, that was not a penalty. That was such a terrible call.
Not a penalty. He did not get the neck.
No,
he got the shoulder and the chest.
I keep coming back to the same kind of conversations about the Niners in the preseason. Should they play? Should they not play everyone? And I know there's two trains that don't get anyone injured, whatever. But the other side's we cannot get off to a slow start. Now, I don't know if there's any correlation between playing in the preseason and starting off, red hot. I'm not saying you have to be dynamic and play an entire quarter or entire half, but I just feel like this team with so many moving parts, so many new guys, I would like to see them just to, rest my little heart here that they look ready to go. That's all.
I hear you.
I hope they play in either the second or the third preseason game.
We'll have to wait and see and find out. Maybe Shanahan will be asked that today when he talks to the media. There is a lot of research out on like injuries and whether playing in the preseason helps or not. And generally the numbers suggest that if you play in the preseason, you are less likely to get hurt in the regular season. Now, if you play in the preseason, obviously you're more likely to get hurt than if you don't play in the preseason at all. But generally, no matter when you start playing, whether it's preseason or regular season, you are more susceptible to injuries because you're rusty and you're trying to build up.
Interesting.
But if you wait until the regular season to begin playing like game snaps, you're more likely to get hurt there and more likely to get hurt there than if you just begin in the preseason. Because regular season football and preseason football, one, you're playing the full game in the regular season.
Yeah.
And two, even if you want to call preseason football real football, it is not the same as a regular season football game.
And not even close.
It's a different level.
Yes.
So the numbers do suggest, and this is what LaFleur, the Packers coach, was talking about this past week, is his mindset is I'm going to play my starters more in the preseason to get them ready. He brought this up, and there was a deep dive that was done, and I'm looking at the numbers right now. The injury numbers are high whenever you begin playing, but generally it's more likely to happen if you begin playing in the regular season because of just how much more physical that brand of football is than in the preseason. But if you play in the preseason, you also run the risk of getting hurt there anyway. But you might rather get hurt if you are going to get hurt early as opposed to waiting for the regular season to begin.
So there is something to be said for the callus and the build-up. And I call it like the sparring, right? You spar a little to be able to be ready for the boxing match. It's never going to replicate or simulate the boxing match, but it gets you built up callus to be able to perform better in that boxing match.
Let me read some numbers to you.
Yeah, give it to me. This is fascinating.
This was put together by, this looks like a Packers blog. I think it's a Packers Substack called The Leap. And you can visit it, theleap.football.
It's a great name for a website.
Absolutely.
The Lambeau Leap.
So they're comparing years leading up to the COVID season. And in the COVID season, they had no preseason.
That was the year that George Kittle came out week one and Jimmy threw a ball 50 feet in the air and almost blew his leg off.
Yes. So the COVID season is being used, obviously, to determine what a regular season injury total would look like if you don't have preseason, because there was no preseason that year. In 2020, you had 141 regular season week one injuries. 141. And the numbers are very comparable week 2, week 3, week 4, and so on and so forth. Week 1, the year prior, with a preseason slate, the injuries are almost half. 141 down to 76 for week 1. The year before that, 100. So still down in total from 2020. 2016, it's 48. And it's the same story basically in every single week.
2016, about that time, McVay took over in 2017, and I believe he didn't play any preseason starters either 2017 or 2018. I don't know if it was his first one, but at some point he didn't play anyone, and then the whole league adjusted to not playing anyone ever.
That's McVay's. That's what he stands on.
100%.
Absolutely. But the numbers do suggest
that is fascinating.
If you play in the regular season, you are less likely to get hurt, or pardon me, you play in the preseason, you're less likely to get hurt in the regular season.
Well, I guess what's kind of defined as playing in the preseason? Because Patrick Mahomes threw one pass in his first preseason game and then went and sat down. Like, is that considered, like, you step on the field for 2-3 plays, is that really playing in the preseason the same? Like, what's like, I feel like you got to play more than like 2 or 3 snaps.
I haven't parsed this out every single word. I have to go and find out exactly how they define it.
I think what he's getting at is that there's a lot of data out there, and the data is suggesting that actually you are less likely to be injured if you are playing in the preseason, which is interesting. I think a lot of people would think it's the other way around. You could lose someone for the year. I mean, Rashawn Slater got hurt at practice.
Yeah. I mean, you could get hurt
anytime.
In a game, in practice, in a joint practice, in a scrimmage, in no matter what, you could get hurt. It's just the nature of football. But
yeah. No, that's interesting.
If you get, I think maybe the best way to put it is you play in the preseason, you are opening yourself up to risk.
Of course.
But if you get through that preseason unscathed, you are less likely to get hurt to begin the regular season.
And I think that's one thing coming out of this game. The Niners are hurt everywhere.
They're already hurt.
They're already hurt everywhere, which, I mean, I guess get it out of the way now or whatever, but it's just there's something about whatever they're doing is just not working. They have been one of the most injured teams, not just like 1 year, 2 years, it's like an outlier, year after year after year after year. So whatever their approach is to practice, to the preseason, joint practices, however they attack the season, I would evaluate everything. And it needs to change because how are they continually having these soft tissue injuries is beyond me.
Yeah, I'm with you. We got Matt Lively of KPIX joining us here in just a sec, but let's go out to the phone lines here and sneak in Oreo Cookie before we head on out. Oreo Cookie, what's up? You're on with Shasky and Grandy. What do you got for us?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Happy Monday. You guys are knocking that out of the park with everything you talk about today. I've been listening since the very beginning. From the Giants waving their white flag to the fact that the Niners have not gotten the tackle in the draft, man, you guys are on it. But I want to speak a little bit positive. Okay, so let's go back with the Broncos. Up and down the roster, they have a better roster than us. We'll give them that, of course, based on last year and the start of this year. So they played their starters at the very beginning. Bo Nix was out there.
Mm-hmm.
And they were going against our number ones and number twos. And we made Bo Nix not look that good. I mean, we were on him. We were pressuring him. He was making some bad throws. He was making some bad decisions. I think our defense is going to be okay. We didn't have Bosa out there. We didn't have our young stud out there from the first round. But I came out encouraged. Towards the end of the first quarter, we were up 9-0. There's no saying what goes on after that, of course. But, I am encouraged with our defense. I like Salah. He's back. And I think we're going to get it this year, baby.
Appreciate it, Oreo Cookie, and I love you. I love your optimism, as always. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And now joining us on the River Islands guest line is KPIX anchor and reporter Matt Lively. Matt, good morning. Thanks for joining us. How you doing on this Monday morning?
What's going on, guys? I'm doing well. Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming on. We're going to get to the Niners coming up in just a sec. I know you were down at Levi's on Saturday, but speaking of KPIX, we got Valkyries basketball coming up tonight, also here on 95.7 The Game as well. They also had a big game on Saturday, and they got a huge win over the Sparks. At this point, just talk us through how likely is a playoff appearance for this Valkyries team at this stage.
I mean, listen, it's really likely. They're right in the thick of it. Season ends today. The Valkyries make the postseason, which is incredible, considering this was a team that Vegas had at 8.5 wins before it all began. But for an expansion team to do what they're doing, they are very likely to get a playoff win. They've got a couple teams, LA and Washington, right on their tail. So it made beating the Sparks on Saturday huge for their odds to get into the postseason. And they've got another one against Connecticut tonight, a team that actually handled them a couple weeks ago, but a lot of that was played up to really bad travel that the Valkyries had to take to the East Coast. So this should be a really winnable game against Connecticut tonight at 7 o'clock.
All right, Matt, I was watching you on the pregame show with Lorenzo Neal, my homie, and he was wearing the all-red jumpsuit. I mean, he looked incredible. Because I'm such a diehard fan of yours, so I was watching. I have a bone to pick. Julia Goodrich saying "Bang Bang Raider game" on the preseason call. I mean, what was she doing? I mean, you should have looked. The look on your face of stun. You're like, no, it's the Niners. It was hilarious.
Yeah, listen, we've got to get Jules back into the film room. We're going to go over this. It's going to be addressed. We've got to be better for next game. I'm thinking of the coaching cliches that I can pull out of the bag for this one. It wasn't our finest moment, but, credit to Julia Goodrich. She doesn't do sports. She gets out there. She's been in this market a really long time, and two pro teams, they blends every once in a while. But we made sure we cleaned it up with Julia. I think Lowe made her run sprints outside the back of the stadium or something like that. So we're going to be better for next time.
No, I'm just totally teasing. I thought it was funny. Good television. You look great on set. Were you blinded by Lowe's all-red outfit? He switched into an actual suit afterwards when he was with Vern. But Lowe Neal's my homie, man. I love that man. He's a great man.
I love Lowe. I got a text that morning, and he kind of teased an outfit. I was like, well, that's not like Lowe. And usually he looks pretty dapper. He's got some kind of crazy deal at Men's Warehouse where it hits the shelves and he has it. But he shows up and I'm like, oh no, all red. And he rocked it, man. He looked good. And then for the post-game show, he threw on quite the suit. He has a T-shirt underneath. Lowe Neal always looks good. We just got to fix that finger of his. It goes one way and all of his other fingers go the other way. But that's what happens when you play 16 years in the NFL.
I know, and he should be in the Hall of Fame. But when he's like getting geared up for the game and he's hanging around the field and everything, what's he like talking about regarding preseason? Because we were having this conversation, just kind of like, is it better to play? Is it better to not play? He played in an era where I remember him and LT playing in all 4 preseason games. What does he believe? Is it you got to build up that callus, or no, you sit everybody and you just play week 1?
I love that you just asked me this because on Saturday, he looked at me. It was right before the national anthem. He goes, man, I wish I was out there right now. I'm like, oh, yeah, Lowe's revving up. But he doesn't think these guys should be out there like that. I mean, he's told me that before, like Christian McCaffrey. He doesn't think CMC should be out there in the preseason. I think he knows the game has changed, and there's no reason to risk that injury, especially for some of your starters who are doing diligent work behind the scenes and don't need the preseason stuff. But he's so great before a game and during a game of really explaining, hey, here's what's going on here, here's what's going down here. And for the guys who didn't play like us, we can know as much as we can know, but it's so cool to have a resource like Lorenzo Neal, a guy that, as you said, should be in the Hall of Fame. Canton's got it wrong all these years. Lowe to point out, what the defense is doing, why they're lined up a certain way, what the call coming in likely is, and then just explaining some of the nuances. It's so cool to be able to have him as our analyst, and he does such a great job on the air as well. And I will tell you, a couple years ago when the Chargers were here, I think it was 2 years ago for a preseason game, LT was at that game. And to watch those two together, that's like that was like a highlight moment for me in my career.
Matt Lively of KPIX with us here on the Morning Roast. And yeah, Lowe Neal, part of the 95.7 The Game family as well. You can hear him on our Niner pregame shows throughout the season here on 95.7 The Game. In terms of what took place at Levi Stadium on Saturday, Matt, I mean, what's your biggest takeaway? Is it quarterback play of Mac Jones? Is it maybe some of the rookies on defense? What stood out to you that we saw on Saturday in preseason game number 1?
Yeah, I try to take everything with a grain of salt. Yeah, the score was 30-9, but Denver came in here. They wanted to get their ones on the field, and I thought the Niners defense in that first quarter was really impressive. And that was not the Niners one, by the way. It was Chase Lucas leading the charge. He was such a standout player, forces the safety, had pressures, flew all over the field. If you listen to the KPIX broadcast, I joked about this on the postgame show. It's like Tim Ryan said Chase Lucas's name every other word because that's how involved he was on every play. So what I'm getting at here, I guess, is that my takeaway is not really to be concerned. Sure, there were things that need to be cleaned up. Darrell Luter left a man wide open while he already hit the 101 and was headed home. I've never seen anybody catch a touchdown pass that was that wide open. And I was definitely discouraged by both Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai. Sure, those are things that probably need to be addressed. But when we get into the regular season, if we're talking about Carter Bradley, the season has probably already gone awry, okay? So, like, for the fans who are freaking out about this QB3 thing, don't. It shouldn't be a worry today after a 30-9 preseason loss. My takeaways were that I thought Jordan Watkins looked really good and probably earned himself some more playing time. My takeaway is that Sebastian Valdez was really fun to watch. The guy that they call the Hulk, an undrafted defensive tackle, he could make an impact this year. So those are the things that I definitely look for in the preseason. You can't get too down on a team when you know that they weren't matched up evenly.
Did you think their offensive line with Spencer Burford, it was a nightmare like I did? Because if Trent goes down, I think they're in a world of trouble at tackle.
That certainly is something that I looked at low, actually, and I said, that's not good. They definitely have an offensive line issue in terms of depth. Cam Inman, the great Cam Inman from the Bay Area News Group, he says it really well, though. Like, where are you going to go get a guy right now? This is something that maybe needed to be addressed more in the offseason. And when I say probably, it should have. But at this point, you're not getting a really great offensive lineman in August. And so they've got to go out there with what they have, and you've got to see a jump from Spencer Burford this year. I mean, John Feliciano is offering his services up to Kyle Shanahan again, and this guy wasn't able to play last year. So that's how we kind of know what shape the depth of the offensive line is in.
Matt, pregame, you've got the lights that are staring at you in the face that none of us can see the audience. And then you've got the sun permeating from the top. And we know Levi Stadiums can cook on that field. How hot was it pregame?
My God, I was so jealous of Lorenzo Neal as he walks in whatever outfit that was, as I'm lined in a black suit. I was
why are you wearing black? Bro, black brings the most heat, dude. You got to go linen suit in that situation.
Poor play. Can you give me your linen suit guy? I'm going to give him a ring after this.
Bro, go see my guy Sandy at the Men's Warehouse, and you tell him Shasky sent you. I got his information from Bonte. Go get the linen suit. It's what I have for summer weddings. I've never looked back.
This is huge. And you know what? Bonte always looks very good on pregame. So this is a good recommendation. All right, I'm writing it to Sandy Men's Warehouse. It was hot. I mean, I go back to that regular season game against the Cardinals last year
when it
was like the hottest game at Levi's. Ooh, that stunk. And it wasn't that hot, but it felt like it at times. I had to go stand in the tunnel. I was watching warm-ups. I was watching the Broncos, and then I'd just stand in the tunnel for a couple minutes, come back out. It was a scorcher, but by kickoff, it was really comfortable. It was a good temp.
Well, I mean, we know the Levi's can get hot. There's no doubt, but good on you for sticking through it. Matt, we appreciate the time, and we'll catch up with you next time.
All right, thanks, guys. See you next
buddy.
week.
All right, that's Matt
Good
Lively
work.
of KPIX here in the Bay. You saw him on the Niners pre- and post-game on KPIX on Saturday, and you'll continue to see him, of course, on Valkyries coverage, on Niner stuff, and once Warriors come back around, Warrior stuff as well. It is difficult there. Hot at Levi's. For that game, 5:30, which would be like a national game, a Monday night game, Sunday night game, Thursday night game, pregame is bad. But for a normal Sunday day game, it's bad the whole game there in the sun. If you're on the sun side, it's rough.
I don't understand. I was having this conversation with Spadoni last week. I go, look, you don't understand. You're going to get onto this field. Whatever your Apple weather app says, it's going to be 15 to 20 degrees hot.
Oh, yeah.
The turf adds like a good 10 degrees to it.
It melts off your face. I play at Twin Creeks. My teams play at Twin Creeks. I wear a giant sun hat that you would wear like golfing or just hanging out or whatever. Like that's what I wear. And I slather myself in whatever, SPF 30, 40, 50, whatever we've got, right?
Got to go extra with the sun hats.
And no, your entire face, even if you're wearing the sun hat, feels dehydrated and burnt. Like there's no other way around it. And what is so crazy to me is that they practiced down there for a decade plus and built a stadium there and didn't realize that the sun was going to be pounding down on 65% of the stadium.
Yeah.
It's like Miami redid their stadium when they renovated it.
Yes.
And they put in all of these like covers and stuff.
Not a roof, but there's overhang.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it works really, really well.
Absolutely. It is the most insane thing to me that they designed a stadium, spent hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars to build something without knowing that the sun was there. How did the Egyptians thousands of years ago understand the stars, the moon, and the sun, and yet the designers of Levi's didn't realize where the sun was?
The aliens helped them out.
Like, how did we fall behind the Egyptians on this?
It's a good question. They took the L on that. I'm agreeing with you.
Like, it's insane. Question. It's honestly insane. Like, I remember when the Giants were building their stadium, they purposely moved the stadium for the wind. That was 25 years before Levi's was even being considered. And you don't consider the sun?
It's an oversight, no doubt. Hey, you know what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Safeway. You know what's coming up on the game? We have an update in the Jonathan Kaminga crisis.
No way.
Don't worry, it's not breaking. But we do have an update from Anthony Slater, Warriors and NBA insider for ESPN. We'll tell you about that when we come back. Yes, Kaminga crisis time when we return. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Safeway. It's the Morning Roast. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Round London Broil. Just $4.97 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Jack here. My Bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Marianne in San Mateo. Aaron Hagen replaced my garage door opener motor, keypad, and remote control today. He was amazingly courteous and efficient, arrived promptly, and was super personable. I highly recommend him and RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Welcome back. It's the Morning Roast. No Spadoni. It's Shasky and Grandy with you. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame begins at 6:30. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. We've been talking a lot about the Niners and their preseason opener. We will get back to that coming up in a little bit. But as I teased on the other side, Shasky, we do have an update to the Kaminga crisis. That still gets me every single time. Sam, great job on that. The update is from Anthony Slater and various NBA on ESPN insiders. They put out an article titled NBA Free Agents 2025, Where Things Stand, with 7 biggest names that are still out there in free agency. One of them, of course, is Jonathan Kaminga. Let me just read the first line. As Slater writes, quote, nothing substantial has changed on the Kaminga front in the last 2 weeks, sources said. So you might ask, well, why the hell do we have an update on the Kaminga crisis? Because of one line that Slater wrote. Quote, the Warriors have not upped their offer, and Kaminga has indicated to those close to him that the $7.9 million qualifying offer is more appealing to him than the Warriors' current pitch. Something has to give before the October 1st deadline, end quote. That, again, from Anthony Slater on ESPN.com.
So if he takes the qualifying offer, what are the options for all parties?
The Warriors gain a full non-taxpayer mid-level exception, meaning they can go out and sign more players now than they previously thought they could.
Okay.
But
everyone's gobbled up.
Essentially, yeah, that's true. Essentially, it means Jonathan Kaminga will walk for nothing a year from now.
But he can or can't be traded on certain dates.
He can be traded at the deadline if he accepts the qualifying offer, but he essentially gains, it's not technically a no-trade clause, but he can veto any trade. So he has to approve the trade. And even if he does approve the trade and you have an agreement in place, he's only on the books for $7.9 million this year, and you can only take back the same amount of money.
What would you do if presented with this right now, you're the Warriors, what do you do? Do you just say, all right, if he takes the 7.9, so be it?
No. I'm either accepting a sign-and trade offer for whatever is the best offer on the table, or I'm upping my offer to Kaminga and giving him enough money and enough control over his future that he feels compelled to take your offer and come back to the Warriors. Right now, the Warriors are offering a 2-year, $45 million deal with a team option for the second year. A team option, not a player option.
Yeah.
Kaminga wants a player option for the second year. And they're also asking him to waive that essential no-trade clause that he has.
That he would have built in if he took the qualifying
That he would have built in. And he has no interest in doing that. So if I'm the Warriors, I am deathly afraid of losing him for nothing. So I am either taking what I can get for him now in form of a sign-and trade with the Kings or the Suns, or I am upping my offer, giving him more money, more guarantees, more control over his future so that he is accepting of that offer and so that you can then trade him away before the deadline and get more for him at that point. That's what I'm doing.
No. I love what you said there, but if we zoom out and you're any team, not the Warriors and not JK, just any team in the league, I think you're going to circle this in a year or 2, 3 years from now. When we come back to the table and start talking about the next CBA, I think this Kaminga situation is going to be identified by about a half dozen to a dozen teams in the league, and they're going to say, wow, what a nightmare. This is what we need to avoid for our fans, for the players, for the team. You have made it so difficult. Why are you laughing?
I'm just saying, I can see it going down in like a binder full of like how to handle free agency or how to handle restricted free agency, and in the back it's going to be what not to do, and it's just this whole situation.
But I also the Warriors deserve a ton of criticism.
Yes,
Kaminga deserves certain criticism, but I also think the CBA and listen to the hurdles, whatever it is, he has to sign, but it's got to be under this amount of money. We got to give him a player option. We don't got to give him a player option. Got to give him a team option. Oh, no, if he doesn't want a team option, does he get a no trade? Well, if he accepts a qualifying offer, then we get another mid-level. There's this is too difficult for everyone to make sense of it. You're making it too difficult to either improve your roster or move players on your roster. We just dumb it down. And I think that this, similar to the Gilbert rule. I don't know if you remember the Gilbert rule. Do you remember the Gilbert rule?
Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Warriors.
Yes. Do you remember what the rule was?
Explain it to me, but I know because he left the Warriors.
Yeah, it was basically a loophole, and because he was a second-round pick, he could sign elsewhere, and there was really nothing that the Warriors could really do about it. Well, they ended up changing some of the rules regarding how you could retain people that were your own, because he only played a couple years for the Warriors, and then just I'm going to Washington.
Why would he stay?
Yeah.
But the Warriors drafted him. They should have some form of control.
Or compensation if he leaves, even though you want to keep him. And so they created a specific rule, and I'm not going to get down the rabbit hole of it, but point being is that I think similar, this Kaminga thing, again, zoomed out. The Warriors deserve criticism. Kaminga deserves criticism. But I really do believe this is going to be like one of the case studies of why the current CBA has been a nightmare. You can't improve your team in the offseason because there's too many hurdles to jump, it feels like.
Yeah.
Look at around the league. Celtics, have they improved their team this year?
No.
They've been dramatically worse, okay?
They improved their financials by getting a worse basketball team.
And fans don't care about that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, at all. How many teams have improved what they were at the end of the year to now?
The Nuggets, the Rockets, the Hawks. Those are the three big ones that come to mind immediately. I don't know. Maybe the Heat.
Maybe Orlando?
Oh, yeah, Orlando. Yeah, I think
maybe Orlando.
Yeah, Orlando for sure. Forgot about them. That was so early in free agency.
Look, your point about the Rockets, that was a little more traditional in the sense that, we all kind of knew KD was getting moved, and we knew that they had pieces, and that felt natural, but even then, it was like a 7-team trade that the Warriors were a part of. It was insane.
Well, that was just a bunch of second-round picks.
Yeah, but
that was nonsense.
It's too complicated for the fans, right? The Warriors should not have been a part of a KD Rockets trade. It's insane. Again, this Kaminga thing notwithstanding, steam comes out of our head explaining how difficult this is, whether he stays or goes. The other sports, it's not this complicated. I find this to be an insane exercise.
It really is. It's getting to the point of almost just cut your losses and let's just move on at this point.
Mark, I've been there for a long time, and I argued with Bonte about this off air, and maybe he doesn't want me saying some of this stuff, but I'm like, hey, look, dude, we just need finality one way or the other. He's like, well, they're all professionals, and he's right. They're all pros, and I'm sure everyone can get along. I'm talking about just spirit, the spirit of the fans, the spirit of the locker room, the spirit of the coaching staff. They have to have a resolution. Either you're staying here for another year or two, or you're gone. Just figure this thing out. This whole thing is just, oh gosh, it's sucked the life out of the offseason for me.
If you're wondering why we're talking about this, Anthony Slater of ESPN provided an update on Jonathan Kaminga, and maybe you think it's not much of an update. I'm here to tell you I think it is a pretty big deal. First of all, the Warriors offered a Kaminga that's been made for quite a while this offseason. 2 years, $22.5 million per year. So 2 years, $45 million with a team option for the second year. The offer that Kaminga's representation has offered back to the Warriors is 3 years, $82 million per year, which is about $27 million per year average annual value. So an extra year and an extra $5 million per year, essentially, with that extra year tacked on. Slater writes, quote, the Warriors have not upped their offer, and Kaminga has indicated to those close to him that the $7.9 million qualifying offer is more appealing to him than the Warriors' current pitch. Something has to give before the October 1st deadline. Shasky, I've said this all offseason. Kaminga's leverage play is threatening to take the qualifying offer. That is his leverage play. That and just patience. Being patient, not accepting anything, and threatening to take the qualifying offer. If the Warriors believe enough that him taking the qualifying offer is a realistic possibility, that might be the motivation that they need to either give him more money than they're previously willing or to accept what they think is a bad offer from the Kings or Suns. This is Kaminga's leverage. Whether you like it or not, this is his leverage. So I would expect Kaminga to not budge until the deadline comes October 1st. And you want to know what's even funnier? If both parties agree, they can push that deadline off even further. The October 1st deadline for the qualifying offer, if the Warriors and Kaminga agree, they could delay that even more. Maybe one of the sides, maybe both of the sides don't want it pushed off, but they can.
Happens. Why not?
They can push it off even further if they really want to.
Kind of like the Chris Paul free agency decision a few years ago.
Oh, God.
Where they had an extra 7 to 10 days, and then they still let it expire.
But I will say, I would expect nothing to change on the Kaminga front for quite a while. It might change on the Warriors front before it changes on the Kaminga front, because this is Kaminga's play. It's just be patient and threaten the qualifying offer and see if the Warriors begin to freak out.
If he accepts the qualifying offer, what does it sound like in the arena when he gets checked into the game?
Oh, God. It's a great question. I don't know. I don't think it'll be boos.
I don't know what it'll be. That's why I'm asking.
It won't be unanimous applause.
That I agree with. And I also don't think it's unanimous hate either.
Yeah, it'll be mixed.
Yeah, mixed. So bizarre.
I think it's mixed even if he comes back on a deal more than the qualifying offer.
Has this been more frustrating than the Klay Thompson contract talks?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's holding up everything else.
Yeah, that's true.
I think you could kind of feel the writing on the wall that Klay wasn't going to come back. The Warriors gave him a fair offer, but he didn't want to be here anymore.
He wanted the third year. Yeah, I did. Bonte and I argued about this. I agree with what you just said, meaning the fair. It wasn't about money, though, for Klay. It was about years.
I think it was about him just wanting to get out of Golden State.
No, by the end it was. But it was also like, oh, you prioritize Draymond over me, and you hold him in higher regard. Like, I don't know. We argued in circles about the money and the years and the respect and what I've done for the organization and everything. And yes, by the end, I agree with you. I think he was done with Golden State.
Yeah. We'll get back to the Niners coming up in a sec, but let's take a call on the Kaminga crisis. We might as well while we're here.
Just play the whole thing.
Do it. Give it
Kaminga
to us.
crisis.
Now,
I enjoy it so much.
Now play the Jake Moody crisis.
Do we have one?
I created this.
Oh.
This kicker watch. Jacob Moody.
That sucks. Situationally, you just got to move forward and make the next kick.
We're going to go to the phones in a sec for a conversation about Kaminga. The one thing about the preseason game is we only got to see one Jake Moody extra point, and that's it. The offense was so bad, we didn't get any field goal attempts.
The only reason I really watched in the second half is because I wanted to see a field goal attempt. That's all I wanted to see.
What the hell? Jake Moody, we need to see you work.
It doesn't matter if he hits every kick in practice or in every preseason game. Week 1, 2 minutes to go, game time field goal. I have zero faith he's hitting it.
Whether it's a 30-yarder or a 50-yarder.
Could be a chip shot. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Back to the Niners in a sec, but first, Marvin in the city wants to weigh in on Kaminga and the CBA. What's up, Marvin?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I just thought I would bring up something. You mentioned the Gil Arenas deal. Well, the thing was, the rule at that time was the Warriors were not allowed to pay Gil Arenas what they wanted to pay him. And the other team was able to pay a lot more, so Arenas went there. All these rules, if you go back in time, they've all been designed against or 4, the Warriors getting screwed, either against the Warriors or when the Warriors got screwed in the draft and they ended up with the worst record in the NBA for 2 years, and the highest pick they got was, I think, 5th or 7th or something.
It was 3rd.
And the league said, we can't let this happen. We have to change the lottery system. And they had to change it twice because we kept getting screwed. Instead of the guy who ended up in New York, the Hall of Fame center in New York, we ended up with Chris Mullins, which was good. Anyway, I want to say this. You guys keep saying, everybody says, Kaminga doesn't want to play for the Warriors. Wrong. He doesn't want to play for Steve Kerr, who didn't play him in 2 playoff games, who didn't play him against 2 teams he scored 30 points against, because he couldn't fit in Steve Kerr's system. And all of this stuff, if Steve Kerr had played him in the playoffs, he wouldn't be doing, and in the last games against those critical games at the end against the Clippers and stuff, he did great against those teams. And Kerr, when Wiggins comes back after being out for 6 months or something like that, he comes back, he plays them in game 1 in the playoffs after Kaminga had been averaging, I think, almost 20 points a game. So he's been completely disrespected. And it's all Kerr's fault. It's nobody's fault. It's not the Warriors. It's Steve Kerr. And the biggest mistake they made when they won the championship, kick Steve Kerr upstairs and get Mike Brown to coach those young kids, and instead of letting this guy ruin the 2 best drafts the Warriors have ever had consecutively.
Okay, Marvin, appreciate the call.
That opinion.
Come with a take. That's all we ask.
All right, number 1, I said, I don't think Kaminga wants to play for the Warriors. And Marvin said, that's wrong. He doesn't want to play for Steve Kerr. Well, Steve Kerr is the head coach of what team? The Warriors. He doesn't want to play as for the Warriors. I think that is pretty obvious. And 2, did Marvin say that Kaminga and, was he talking about Wiseman, was the 2 best drafts back-to-back the Warriors have ever had? That is the hottest take I have ever heard in my life.
I don't think they've ever had a better draft before those guys. I mean, who could it possibly be?
I mean, I don't know. Steph, Clay, Dre.
They did that in succession. And the year they drafted Dre, it was also Harrison Barnes and Festus
Ezeli as well.
I mean, they had one year, I believe it was Gilbert and Jay Rich back-to-back years with maybe Troy Murphy somewhere near there. I mean, they've had a lot of different ones. And his point about the frozen envelope, which was the conspiracy theory back in the day. Yeah, we should have had the number 1 pick and it went to New York and they got Patrick Ewing and we ended up getting Chris Mullin. But the one that I thought he was going at was when we got the number 3 pick, we were clearly the worst team in the league multiple years in a row. And it was Yao Ming coming out and I thought we deserved Yao Ming. And not only did we not get Yao Ming, we didn't get Jason Williams either, who wrecked his career on a motorcycle. We ended up getting Mike Dunleavy. And it still, to me, is just the most insane. We won like 17 games that year. It was like 17, 19, and 21, like back-to-back years.
Yep.
And they still didn't get a number 1 pick.
2011, Warriors draft Clay, 11 overall. 2012, they draft Harrison Barnes, 7th. Festus Ezeli, 3rd. Draymond Green, 35th.
No, Festus was 30th.
30th.
They said 3rd.
Oh, sorry. I might have said 3rd.
Yeah, I was like, no way he was the top. Yeah.
I meant 30th.
Yeah.
And then Draymond Green, 35th. Back-to-back years, you drafted 2 Hall of Famers. And another player that was...
Give me 2001. Look up 2001. I think Gilbert and Troy Murphy, I believe one was the first round.
Jason Richardson, 5th. Troy Murphy, 14th. Gilbert Arenas, 31st.
I mean, that's as good of a draft, as you'll ever find.
That's a really good draft.
Yeah.
The next year was Mike Dunleavy, 3rd overall.
Yeah, when they should have been number 1.
Yeah. The year prior, 2000.
Could you imagine putting Yao Ming with those guys? How different are the Warriors?
Oh, my God.
If you go Yao Ming, Troy Murphy, Gilbert, and Jay Rich.
It would have changed everything. Absolutely everything.
And you wonder why I'm still angry.
Yeah. 2003, Mikhail Petrus, Air France, 11th overall.
In a row. I'm going to give you in a row that draft. LeBron, Darko.
Hold on, let me open it up.
Dwayne Wade, Bosch. It was all in a row. Dwayne Wade, Bosch. Carmelo was 3rd. We were the only one, and I think Chris Kaman was ahead of him at the Clippers, who ended up, I believe, a one-time All-Star. Petrus was the only guy and Darko to not be an All-Star for like the first 8 picks.
So it was LeBron, Darko, then Carmelo, then Chris Bosh, then Dwayne Wade, then Chris Kaman. 7th was Kirk Heinrich.
Kirk Heinrich was a solid player.
He had a very good career. 8th, TJ Ford to Milwaukee.
Who was good and got hurt.
9, the Knicks took Mike Sweetney.
Yeah, Mike Sweetney, yeah.
And 10th, the Wizards took Jarvis Hayes.
And we took Petrus when?
And then Petrus 11th.
11th. Jarvis Hayes.
Right before Nick Collison.
Hey, Nick Collison was way better than Petrus. We used to see Petrus on Haight Street. Him and Biedrins playing pool, looking for girls.
Later on in that draft, Luke Ridnour.
Luke, Oregon.
David West.
Oh, yeah.
Sasha Pavlovich. Boris Diaw, Travis Outlaw, Kendrick Perkins, Leandro Barbosa.
Am I wrong? It's not one of. It's like one of the worst picks in that whole first round. What?
Luke Walton also went 32nd.
Like, that was a loaded draft.
Nothing compares to the Darko Milicic pick, though, because you had your pick of 3 other Hall of Famers.
We have Tayshaun Prince.
And you went with Darko Milicic.
Zaza was in the second round,
You
too.
could have had Carmelo, Chris Bosh,
Zaza
or
was in
Dwayne
the
Wade.
second round of that draft?
Yeah, 42nd overall. Ahead of Mo Williams, Kyle Korver.
Mo Williams was in this
James
draft.
Jones in that
Wow.
draft.
This is a really good draft.
That's what I'm saying.
Not just the top guys.
And who did we
obviously.
get? One of the weakest dudes. And they were like,
Mikhail
he's the
Petrus.
French Jordan.
That was like 30 years of Warrior basketball just summed up into that draft right there. Just all the great players in the Warriors always just get the worst one.
We used to play 2K on Dreamcast way back when. And Petrus, if you took like 3 dribbles, the ball would just go away from him.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
He
yeah.
had that bad a handle.
Yeah.
His dribbling handle
accurate
rating
game.
was what, like 27?
Well, he became a decent corner 3 shooter. Decent. I mean, like, and he always had athleticism. He was just
The one thing that I always remember from Mikhail Petrus, and he was drafted, what year was this again? 03. So this is
one of the greatest drafts ever.
I was 7 when he came into the league.
You were 7?
I was 7 when he came into
I
the
was
league.
a fully formed adult.
My memory of Mikhail Petrus, and this is like one of my first memories of Warriors basketball, was Mikhail Petrus and the negative step, and he would step out of bounds in the corner. He would catch the ball in the corner, and he'd begin driving either baseline or going left around his defender with the negative step, and he'd step out of bounds before he started driving, and it drove me insane. Erase that from your game, Mikhail.
All right. Something I've been thinking about. I want to pivot here for just a second.
All right, let's do it.
All right. I'm Kaminga crisis out. Wake me up when there's a resolution.
It's not going to be for a while. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, we need a peace treaty. All right. Did you guys know to watch every NFL game this season, you need to have a combination of things, different packages. How much do you think it will cost you to watch every single game? Now, there are people that are disputing the amount of money, so I'm going to give you a variance here. How much do you think it will cost if you just want to watch the NFL?
Every single NFL game.
Yep.
So I need NFL Sunday Ticket.
That's one.
I need Netflix.
That's another.
I need Amazon.
That's another.
Where are other games streaming this year? Oh, one's on YouTube, right?
YouTube TV.
YouTube TV. Only on YouTube TV. Are there any other streaming subscriptions I'm missing?
The playoff game was on Peacock, remember?
Peacock.
Where you had to sign up for Peacock. Okay. You could also do the Sunday Ticket. You're looking at about anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500, depending on when you get in on one of these packages, just to watch the NFL this year. Cha-ching! If you wanted to watch all the big-time games.
That is depressing.
Isn't it? Everybody told me that, cord cutting is going to save me money. Cord cutting. And I was holding out forever on cord cutting. All you young whippersnappers, cord cutting, cord cutting, cord cutting.
There was a moment in time where it did. Not anymore.
Lasted
though.
about 5 seconds.
Yeah, not anymore.
All right.
Now we're just at the same
5 seconds.
We're at the same issue that cable we ran into with cable now.
No, it's more expensive than
We're
cable.
slowly recreating cable, but more expensive and more inconvenient.
Yes, exactly.
I can't wait for the day where you have like a streaming service that like allows you to like go from streaming service to streaming service. It's like more seamless than Roku, and we're gonna pass it off as some great innovation, and that'll be the completion of just coming back to being cable 2.0. It's beyond stupid.
And like right now, most people either have Xfinity. Most people, like sports. I'm not sports fans here. I'm just going to sports fans. Most have some combination of Xfinity and YouTube TV. They have one or the other. Most sports fans, because you can get the bulk of games on one of those two platforms. Okay. Now ESPN Plus is trying to charge you $30 a month for a basic ESPN package. Nothing new. All right. Not like when Disney put out the Disney Channel stuff, like all of their movies, everything. You go only find The Mandalorian, for example, on Disney Plus.
Yes.
You can only find original content on that. There is no original content that you can only find on this ESPN Plus app outside of some articles. Okay, I'm talking about actual watching of stuff. They're going to charge you $30 a month. Who is this for? Who doesn't have YouTube TV or Xfinity who is a current like sports lover? Is this for like the niche SEC fan? Like, I'm dead serious on this. I want to know who is out here that has to have this exclusive ESPN. It's one thing if you're like a PGA diehard and you want to bet on the PGA or whatever. Like, I pay for ESPN Plus because it's part of a Disney package that I'm already paying for. And it's like, it's just all bundled in. I got
Disney, Hulu, ESPN.
Yeah, but we don't really even use Hulu. I don't. You know, I've kind of made the transition to a couple others. I prefer not to because I don't want to alienate some of our sponsors here on this show. But it has never been more easy for me to access ESPN on the streaming and stuff. Why would I pay a separate $30 when you're offering me nothing new?
Well, their thought is they're going to be offering you something new now with the purchase of NFL Media and Red Zone and all that.
I'm already getting that. I'm already paying for an NFL package where it's a part of it already. Whatever the $280, whatever they call it, the Red Zone ticket package or whatever that I'm doing.
I don't see the logic.
The consumer continue to get screwed over.
No, we are getting screwed over.
Yes.
It's
Over
never
and
been
over.
more expensive to go to games. It's never been more expensive to watch the games. It's just, it's
like, in addition
crazy.
to all that stuff that you laid out,
it's crazy.
I also I subscribe for Paramount Plus because I'm a big soccer fan, and international soccer is on Paramount Plus. Like, if you want to watch Champions League soccer, you gotta have Paramount Plus, otherwise you can't watch it.
So what teams do you watch on there?
I watch Arsenal in the Premier League.
Got that. So you have to watch
big time European soccer
on
the
Paramount
big matches. So Premier League games itself stream. They're on NBC a lot of times, and they stream also on Peacock.
On Peacock.
But if you're watching,
it's so confusing.
If you're watching Champions League, which is a separate tournament for European soccer clubs, you need to watch Paramount. You have to have Paramount Plus, and that's another subscription.
Well, now Paramount is dropping $7.7 billion to put every numbered UFC event on CBS for free. Meaning it's not for free. Meaning we're all going to have to pay for it either on
jack up the Paramount Plus prices,
or YouTube TV, or for Paramount Plus.
But UFC is going away from the pay-per-view model.
Well, I mean, why? I don't know. I'm so confused.
If they're getting that much money from CBS, I guess they don't need the pay-per-view model anymore. But
are you a UFC? I'll watch UFC. I love it. I think that
I don't like actively plan weekends around it, but if it's on, I'll watch it.
So my cousin has always got them, so we usually go over to my cousin's house, or if I got a bunch of the dudes up at the cabin or something and we need something to watch, like, it's a lot of fun. For 5 or 6 hours, you get like great fight after great fight after great fight, and I don't really know any of the headliners. I don't pretend to be some UFC hunch. I just enjoy it. It's fun to have on, and everyone's enjoying it.
It is. It's fun, in a crowd, in a group.
Exactly.
And then it's affordable that way, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting the cost of
being a sports fan is only rising every single year. It's ridiculous.
Now, that being said, and I know we had Matt Lively on KPIX and the local broadcast. I thought it was a really good broadcast for the most part, but there is a difference between the national NFL broadcast and the local broadcast. They put so much, and they have so much money invested into the tech, into the pregame part of it, into the packages, the graphics. The local broadcasts can't compete with what we see on the national. There is something to be said for the way that the game is presented on Fox and CBS. Forget Monday Night Football, forget Sunday Night Football. Your basic game. It doesn't even have to be the A crew. It could be the C or D crew. The NFL really crushes it when it comes to the broadcast. I don't think we understand how good the normal national broadcast is, even if you don't have the top-notch broadcast. Let's just say Matt Leinart, who's not one of the top broadcasters. It's still a good broadcast. And again, I'm not criticizing Guy Haberman or Tim Ryan. I thought they did a really good job.
They did.
But you don't have that Fox, they have all the trackers and the data, and they're bringing up stuff from weeks prior, and they're able to showcase it really quickly with graphic skews, and they do sit-down interviews, and they're blending them back and forth. Yep. There's something about that national package. As I'm watching all these preseason games on the NFL Network, when they'll replay some of the local stuff, there is something about having a national presentation.
Well, you talking about the national presentation, I think back to how the NBA presented the NBA Finals, and it was just bland.
It was terrible.
It was boring, just from a graphic standpoint, and there was no like pomp and circumstance. There was no Larry O'Brien trophy overlay on the floor. There was no special score bug at the bottom on ABC. It felt like a regular season game in February is what it felt like oftentimes, just watching it on TV. What the NFL never fails to do is what you're talking about. Just like beyond comprehension, blowing up their games to the point where everything feels so incredibly special. And I get part of it is because you have a lack of supply in NFL games, just inherently based on how many games they play. Every game is more meaningful, but everything the NFL does to present their product makes it feel 10 times more special than any other product that is out there.
100%.
Whether it's a national broadcast for baseball or basketball or a local broadcast of anything else, you just can't compare.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear, I think Tim Ryan and Guy did a great job, and we know Greg is going through some serious
It's a really tough spot for those guys to be in, and they did a great job.
A great job, and it's not my place to speak on what's going on with Papa and everything. We're all sending our love and our thoughts, but when I watch the other team broadcasts around the league on the NFL Network, those broadcasts seem so remedial in comparison to even the C and D listers that do the CBS games and the Fox games. Like, when your Niners are out of it, when it's like Al Rosen and whoever is doing the game. Right? So you knew you were like, we're not very good right now. Yeah. And I look around and I go, Al Rosen is so much better than some of these other people that are doing games.
Chris Myers.
He is, but he's still infinitely better, and there's a cachet to it. I kind of take that stuff for granted, I think, during the regular season, and they do a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. It is interesting, though, the way that it's all presented. I just can't wait until we hear that NFL on Fox theme song again. Well, that's Monday night. You were doing Monday night.
I love the Monday night sound.
The Monday night's the most iconic one. Just immediately.
Can you pull up one from the 90s with the Niners? Look up Monday Night Football, the Niners in the 90s. It's always on YouTube. It's just the way they present it. The Niners, it's December. We're getting closer. Oh, dude. We got Frank and Al and we're going to get this thing started.
I'll let Sam look for that.
Please look that up.
Maybe you can do that for your final thought, because right now it is time for Fast Five.
I don't mean to bring everybody down here, but my dog Leo, who's been with us for 13 years, had a big stroke over the weekend on Friday night, and it just tore my heart up. He's still alive. He's still with us. He's hanging on. It's not necessarily about him. It's more about, in my family, and everyone's different, but dogs are family.
Absolutely.
And he was the first addition in my home with me and my wife, and I'm getting emotional thinking about it. He's been with us since thick and thin, and I know some people that aren't animal people won't understand it, but my guy's really suffering right now, and he's going through it, and he's got a long uphill battle if he's going to make it. And so anybody that does have a pet or anything out there, and it's important to them and their family, just my love goes to you, because we're going through it right now, and it's freaking really difficult, and it's hard to say goodbye, and it's really difficult, and we're trying to hang on, and he's trying to hang on, and we're trying to do the right thing, but also it's just tough. It's really tough. So I don't know. I'm kind of filibustering here, but what I'm getting at is that, hey, if you got a pet that's important to you in your life, just give them a hug, take them on that walk, let them know you love them. No matter how bad your life gets, that animal lying in your lap at the end of the night when you're giving it rubs and loves, they don't know whether you've had a good day or a bad day. It's tough. And so, love you guys.
We're thinking of you, Shasky.
I know. I'm getting really emotional. So, Leonidas, you're the greatest dog of all time. I don't know how much longer you got on this earth, but I love you, buddy. And yeah.
That was beautiful.
Goodest boy.
I mean, so many of us have been through what you're experiencing. It is not easy by any stretch. So we're thinking of the whole Shasky clan. I'll go next. Huge game for the Valks tonight. They got a huge win on Saturday. They are really solidifying their spot as a playoff team, and considering they're doing it without their best player, Caleb Thornton, who's out for the rest of the year, it makes it 10 times more impressive. Connecticut Sun on tap tonight at 7. You can hear it here on 95.7 The Game. But get another win, Valkyries. Take another step towards going to the postseason in your inaugural year. What's up, Sam? What do you got for us?
My final thought after doing a very, very quick YouTube search, this is what I was able to procure.
Pod down the other one.
We are moments away from a game that will showcase the finest this sport of football has to offer.
Goosebumps.
The New York Giants and the San Francisco 49ers, each with 10 wins and a loss, have the 2 best records in the NFL. In the primetime spotlight tonight are many of the finest players in the game. Athletes who know that these are the games by which they are measured. Men like San Francisco's Roger Craig. He's played on 3 Super Bowl winners. And tonight, even though he's been troubled this year with a knee injury, he will be reaching for greatness.
That's beautiful.
How great is that? That's Frank, Allen, and Mike, right?
I believe so. Yeah, that was the Monday night game from 1990.
Yeah, so that was 10-1 versus 10-1.
Correct.
I believe it was a 7-3 game when it was all said and done. Look that up.
A massive defensive struggle. Yeah.
At the time, it was the deepest into the season. Either they were 10-0 and 9-1. It was like the 2 best records that deep into the season ever.
That's awesome.
So that was, and then my other final thought regarding the Giants, who they also play tonight. This feels like it's gonna be the knockout punch this week. The Giants are running out of time to play a brand of baseball that they've shown over the last 3.5 months that they are incapable of playing. So any turnaround that's coming, I don't see it envisioned. It'll be cool if it happens, but I'm not holding my breath on it. So Zach, what's your final thought?
Okay, guys, so the AP college football poll just dropped, and I'm fired up, especially for week 1. So Texas, for the first time in program history, is number 1, and they will be playing Ohio State, who's number 3. That's week 1 to start it off. And my Hoosiers are number 20, so hopefully we can move up there. And then also, have you guys seen some of the names in college football this year? They are insane. We got General Booty,
John David
Nitro,
Booties. Yep.
Tuggle, King Large, Dude Person, Blazin' Lano Wong, Sir Bible, Demon Clowney, and
Young
Rocky
man, it is
Beers.
fast 5.
It's crazy.
Not long 10.
A lot of crazy names in college football. That's the case almost every single year. And I'm looking forward to Texas, Ohio State as well. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed.
December 3rd, 1990, 10-1 versus 10-1. That's what it was. 7-3 Niners win. They go 11-1.
That's one hell of a Monday night game. And with that, we're out. Steiny and Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Shop Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through September 1st, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, this is going to be trouble early. Who's got my headphones? Oh, boy.
Steiny.
Those are fancy.
How did you lose your headphones?
I put them in the boss's office so I don't have to carry him around all weekend. And my man Sam Ludman giving me his. Go ahead, hey, 49ers, they got beat.
Well, I need you to lock in first, which you usually do. I want to say you're generally on top of things, especially coming off of, an emotionally riveting sports weekend. But today, you seem to be all flustered. You're all over the place. You all right?
Hey, I was outside lands.
It was good. Do you want to talk about the 49ers, or do you want to talk about what happened this weekend?
We got a problem right now.
We got a lot of problems, and you're one of them.
These work, but they're very different than what I'm used to.
Well, you can adjust the volume. There's a little knob over there.
No, but I don't like the way the noise is coming in through my ears. We'll get it fixed up at 10:12.
Okay.
49ers had their first exhibition game. You know that the leagues want you to say preseason and not exhibition. Did you know that? The leagues themselves. The NBA, for example, doesn't like when you say an exhibition game. They prefer preseason because exhibition makes it sound like what it is, which is an exhibition, not really a competition.
Well, preseason is defined as something preseason.
Yeah.
So it's not incorrect. And when they say week one of preseason, which the Niners just finished, what's so wrong in calling it what it is?
Oh, you can call it the preseason. I'm just saying I like to use the word exhibition season.
Well, we saw starters for Denver. We didn't see a ton of starters for San Francisco.
That's true. 30-9, but when the 49ers went up against the first team defense of the Broncos, they weren't bad. Mac Jones led them down the field. Of course, the 49ers, Evan, didn't have Purdy, McCaffrey, Kittle, Juszczyk, Williams, other members of the offensive line, Bosa, Warner, Lenore.
Stout.
Upton Stout didn't play. Denver, though, did start their guys, and they played 12 and 19 plays, respectively, on the offense and defense. So there you go. What caught your eye?
The youth movement caught my eye. You're right. There was a lot of names that we hadn't seen in a Niners uniform before, not in practice pads. And I thought the first couple of drives, the defense looked solid. I mean, the fact that they were able to keep Bo Nix out of the end zone, I thought was encouraging. And then it all kind of just fell apart. Again, Mac Jones is, backup quarterback, fine. If we're ever getting to a third quarterback, just write it home. Steiny, the thing about the offense is it's a very top-heavy offense, I think. And the defense, while it might have more depth than last year, it's going to be very young. And I think it's going to produce some inconsistent games. But overall, trying to make some big-picture takeaway about a preseason game, it's hard for me to look at a 30-9 and say, well, that's what the Niners are going to be this year.
No, I mean, I'm not ready to say that either. But I do think that over the course of the last 3 to 5 days with the joint practice, I do think that we're getting more of a sense that this team is way more of an unfinished product than teams in the past. And, I mean, I think if you're going into this season and you're a San Francisco 49er fan, I mean, the theme's got to be, let's see who we are. I mean, I don't know who this team is right now. And the questions that we had, a few weeks ago are still some of the questions that we have today, and I think there's still going to be some of the questions that we have early in the season. It's how fast can this defense come together, and then on offense, how much do the veterans have left? And I was going to say something like, the 49ers are only going to go as far as Brock Purdy takes them.
Now, why would you say that? With a sniff at the end.
Well, I heard Joe Spadoni say that earlier, and I thought, boy, Spadoni just nailed that.
Well, would you like to explain why he nailed it?
Yeah, because, Brock Purdy, whether he likes it or not on this team now is, we always talk about, what would you think of this? When we talk about the most important 49ers and we had a tendency to say, oh, McCaffrey or Trent Williams is really important. The reality is that this year Purdy's more important, I think, than he's ever been because of the team he's playing on. He's needed more now than he has been in the last 2 or 3 years, just because their talent level might not be there. Now, if you assume that because of that, he's got to get to the next level or take the next step, whatever that means, then I think he's going to have to do that. But I think where we're at right now is you saying, there's only so much Brock Purdy can do, which I agree with. By the same token, they need Brock Purdy because of the situation he's in and they're in to be better than last year and to continue getting better. And the reality is he's more important now to this team than he was 2 or 3 years ago.
He is. You know who else is? Christian McCaffrey is more important this season. Trent Williams is more important this season. George Kittle is more important this season. Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, all of these guys who are all-pro or Pro Bowl caliber talents are more important to this team than they were 2 years ago because they don't have the same level of talent. I think if one thing has been obvious, and this is not just about a 30-9 thumping they took on Saturday at Levi's, if we've learned anything from this preseason, this team is not as talented as I think a lot of people may have hoped or for some reason were expecting. So you're right. Like the quarterback does have to do more, and there is more pressure on Brock Purdy's shoulders. But I would also argue that it's just as important that the other guys who are actual talents on this team also have the same amount of pressure. Like Christian McCaffrey's got to be great this year. If he's not, is Brock Purdy going to drag Isaac Guerrero and Corey Kiner to 11 wins? If Trent Williams is hurt like he was last year, is Brock Purdy going to be able to get out of the pocket? Because one thing that I saw is Nick Bonito, the outside linebacker for the Denver Broncos, who stacked up double-digit stacks last year, treating Spencer Burford like a drum. I mean, seriously, if we're going to have that kind of level of O-line depth for the Niners, Trent Williams has to be on the field this year. Otherwise, Brock Purdy's going to be running for his life.
Yeah, what did you make of the fact that the Broncos started a lot of their first-string players and the Niners basically sat everybody out? And I'll pull a guru and I'll tell you what I think first, and that is I feel like the 49ers are going to be walking this line all year to make sure they kind of stay ahead of injuries and to make sure they stay healthy. And I think, does McCaffrey need a preseason game or not? Like, I would say that he might need a couple touches in the preseason. Does it matter? I don't know if it'll matter once we get into the season, but it really feels like a lot of this season's going to be about managing the players who were hurt last year and making sure that doesn't happen again if at all possible.
Managing, perhaps. I think also, like, they're in a position where they're trying to not rebuild, but retool and compete at the same time. And generally, that's difficult to do. I don't think it's a 2 timeline thing because I think there's actually like kind of 3 levels of ages on this team. There's the inexperienced guys, there's the core members who are in their 20s from their previous Super Bowl, and then there's the elder statesmen, the Williamses, the Juszczyks, and the rest. And I'm trying to figure out which group is I don't know, gonna basically shock us this year. Which group is going to stand out as the one that's the difference between last year and this year? Because is Nick Bosa going to return to DPOY level form? Is Brock Purdy going to be leaps and bounds better than he was last year? Is Christian McCaffrey back and fully healthy? Well, maybe it's actually the young guys, the Michael Williamses, who obviously didn't play on Saturday and is going to be back in a week. Is it going to be C.J. West, who I thought looked forced, played with force on Saturday? Or is it going to be some of these no-name players? It looked like on Saturday, their best player was a backup corner, Chase Lucas. And he made a ton of plays, including a big safety that got the Broncos down deep. Like, who are we going to be looking for on this football team? To me, that answer is going to change every single week, and that's why I'm tempering my expectations about this team.
Well, if I were to ask 49er fans this question, how would you answer it after the joint practice Thursday after the exhibition game on Saturday, the one thing that feels like it's going to be a theme is that there's a lot of uncertainty, and we got to figure out a lot about this team, who can play, who's going to be part of the future. And my question to Niner fans is, if I had to ask you this right now, what's their identity? What's the 49ers' identity going to be? Is there any way to answer that question right now? Or what should it be, looking at the pluses and minuses of their roster? It feels like in the past we knew they wanted to run the football and then, sprinkle in the pass. Ideally, they'd like to be a run-first team. What are they right now? What does this team hang their hat on? 888-957-9570 is the number. And if it's too early to make a call on that, then it's too early to make a call on that. But I'd like to go into the season with some more sure things, if you know what I mean. Coming up on the game tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries are taking on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And that segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Round London Broil. Just $4.97 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey, homeowners. Can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854. 888-780-6854 or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, after taking a look at the 49ers over the last 3 or 4 days, hearing what everybody's been saying about the joint practice with the Broncos and then the preseason game, they lost 30-9, but it was a 9-6 game with 2 minutes left in the first half. How would you guys assess the 49ers' performance on Saturday against the Denver Broncos, knowing that the 49ers didn't play a lot of their number ones? The Broncos did, and we saw a lot of new faces for the San Francisco 49ers. Can we at all guess, Evan, what the identity of this year's team may be? What are they going to...
No.
If I say...
No. The answer's no.
If I say that the Niners are going to have a really good year,
yeah.
How would it have to play out in your mind for them to be a 10 or 11 win team? Then what kind of team are they? 888-957-9570. How do we know anything about this team? And even though we don't know a lot about this team, what do you want to see out of them? Where do you want them? I always like to use this phrase. What are they going to hang their hat on, offensively and defensively?
Well, what are they?
I don't understand the laughter.
What are they going to try?
I'm going to say this again. I don't understand the laughter. I've told people this. It's one of my feelings. Now, if you want to disagree with me, you can. I believe it is important for teams to have an identity. Now, it doesn't mean they have to have one now, Evan, but I think they're going to have to develop one.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
But that's far easier said than done. I mean, just asking a team to develop an identity is asking them to be consistent, is asking them to basically figure it out. And I don't think we know much about this 49ers team. That's the whole point of this season. Like, I hate to break it to people, but I believe that this season is going to be about the Niners figuring out who they are. And I think it's going to happen for much of the year. You know, the group that's maybe going to look the most like itself or consistent is probably the offense. They got an older group. They got a lot of top players. But I think if we learned anything from the preseason game is that defense, which is very young, which has a lot of different players who will rotate in and get reps, it might be all over the place. And I think it's going to be week to week. I mean, I think that's why Robert Saleh's role in this is so important. And if there's anything that I gleaned from the defense during the preseason game is that he is someone who's not afraid to dial up different blitz packages. He's going to get creative. He's going to do things differently than he's done in the past. And that, I think, is going to be demanded of everybody on the 49ers. If they do things the same, they're not going to be a very good team because that's what happened last year.
What's the biggest concern you have about this team?
The defensive line and offensive line.
Yeah, I would actually put mine is the offensive line. It does feel like that's going to be something that is going to be on fans' radar all season long because they weren't a great unit last year. They didn't do much to add to that unit. I didn't like what I heard about the Thursday joint practice. And, I mean, the one thing about their O-line is it's always allowed them to run the football when the team's been healthy. And whether it's Trent Williams' situation and his age or McCaffrey coming back from injuries or all the other four guys on the line, if this team's offensive line plays like it did last year, I mean, they're not going to be very good.
Well, that's why, again, when in the first segment you said, well, Brock Purdy's got to do more this year. And I'm with you. Trent Williams has got to do more this year. If he doesn't, or if he's hurt, this offensive line is going to look mediocre at best. And I know that everybody doesn't have a Denver defensive front, but most teams have a couple or one pretty good edge rushers. I mean, you look around the entire division, and there are teams who can get after the quarterback. You know, Seattle finished the last, I think, half of the season as close to a top 5 defense. The Rams have a ton of young, good pass rushers. And Arizona is a team that at least was trending up at the end of the year, finished 8-9. And they have a head coach who hangs his hat on defense. I mean, the Niners, it's not going to be easy for them to just get right back into what they looked like 2 years ago. And that's not what I'm expecting. If they do, to me, that would be incredibly impressive because we're seeing that if one guy gets hurt on this line, and it already could be, maybe middle of the pack, perhaps upper tier, if one guy goes down, the depth, which is what honestly hurt them last year, that's going to rear its head again.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they've completed a joint practice, and they've had their first preseason game. And how we feeling, 49er fans, knowing that this year the expectations, if nothing else, are different for this team, and the talent level may be different for this team. Now, I don't know how they're going to end up, but it feels like they got a lot of work to do. It feels like they're a work in progress. It also feels, to me, Evan, like the more and more we see and hear about the Niners, the more things, it feels like more things have to fall into place with this team. And then you start viewing the big picture and you start wondering whether enough things can go right for them to be a 10-win team.
I mean, perhaps, yeah. I don't want to rob them of that. I think this is a team that has the potential to be good, but we got to see it. Like, they have to prove it. And so far, there hasn't been a whole lot coming out of training camp, even back to OTAs, that's making me feel like, all right, this guy is a diamond in the rough. This guy is going to be someone who can step up and lead this team in areas in which they lost. Like, I think it might have been during the telecast, because one of the first tackles made by the Broncos was by Talanoa Hufanga. And when I saw him make that first tackle, I just kind of felt like, I think one of the things we're going to do a lot this year, Steiny, is look at the Niners and every game think about which guy they let go that could have helped this team. I can seriously see that each week. If the Niners don't play well, you know what could help them there? A starting caliber safety, because they don't have one right now, or we don't know who it's going to be. Who could have helped them? Maybe Deebo Samuel, because their wide receiving core the first 3 weeks, assuming DeMarcus Robinson is out, is going to look pretty thin. Who could have helped them this year? A guy they didn't want to pay in free agency, Aaron Banks, who's going to help the offensive line. And I think generally they made the correct decisions by either not re-signing a player or trading him in the case of Deebo Samuel. But I just think there's going to be a lot of that. Well, why did they let this guy go? His replacement isn't good enough. Why did they allow that guy to walk? The guy behind him or the guy they drafted is not what we thought he was. And that's generally when you get into the area of, well, is this going to be a good football team? And I don't think we know the answer to that question yet.
Yeah, I don't either. And then I also you gotta somehow factor in the schedule, and whether we like it or not, that schedule looks extremely favorable. And I'm just thinking, in years past, if they had a schedule like they do this year and they were winning games, like that wouldn't be enough for a team of last year or the year before, because the expectations were so high. So I feel like with this schedule, they better be competitive. You know what I mean? I mean, they better be around at worst around 500 with that particular schedule, because I do think if this team goes 7-10 or 8-9, that's trouble, especially because they had the schedule that they had. They have to use the schedule as a springboard to be a playoff caliber team at least. And then if they get into the playoffs, we can talk about whether or not their schedule is going to help them or hurt them, or whether they face the requisite amount of competition once they get into the postseason. But with this schedule, they better have they better be in the mix for a big chunk of the season, certainly far more than they were in it last year. Because what were they? They were eliminated in, about week 13 last year? I mean, that can't happen this year.
I mean, you would hope not. But, Steiny, they also got 6 guys who are regular starters or rotation players that are hurt right now. If they get banged up the way they do last year, could they go 6-11? Yeah. But I'm also assuming that they're not going to be as hurt as they were last season. I mean, to me, the thing about the Niners, can we put the rat on the table brought to you by Adco Pest Control?
Sure.
The rat on the table, brought to you by Adco Pest Control, thank you, Steven, is the Niners are not a sure thing anymore. You asked what their identity is. You asked what we know about this team. We know some things, but we don't know enough, to me, Steiny, to just put the Niners back into A, contention, B, winning a division and getting to the playoffs. I think it's going to be a fight this year. And I think they have the potential to get back to the playoffs. But because of age, because of inexperience, because of questions about depth on both sides of the football, a lot of different things, the Niners have the potential to be good, but they're no longer a sure thing. In my eyes, they're not the big bad 49ers that are just going to roll in and steamboat the NFC West. They're a team that is going to have to fight and claw for every single victory. And I just think that we need to recalibrate our expectations for this franchise, because I don't honestly know where it could be. A great place that it's going, because they're getting young, they're getting cheaper. But like you said, if this season doesn't go the way they want, especially with the schedule that everybody's using as this reason to just believe they're going to cakewalk to the postseason, if they don't do that, then we're going to be in a very strange place 365 days from now.
Can I ask 49er fans what they think of this? And I was reading this, and you told me, these things are pretty fun. Drew Magary in SF Gate today, he writes this, he does it for every team in the league, why your team sucks. And he does it for every NFL team. And what do you think of this? Because now it's been 8 years of Shanahan. Because injuries are never just bad luck when Kyle Shanahan is your head coach. The numbers bear it out. Since Shanahan took over in San Francisco, no team has averaged more adjusted games lost than this one. So injuries have been a a constant when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers over the years. How do you view that if it's if you just don't think it's bad luck?
How do I view what their injuries are?
The fact that no teams lost more games to injury in the Shanahan era than Shanahan in the last 8 years, let's say. And is that just and I'll be honest with you, sometimes when I hear stats like that, I always think, well, somebody's got to be the worst team at that. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's something you can address. But those are the indicators that the 49ers seem to have guys banged up consistently under Shanahan.
I mean, they also play deep into the season as much as any other team in the league, which means you're putting more wear and tear on your bodies, you're playing more games, and you're getting more snaps than probably every team in football outside of like the Chiefs, at least up until last year. So does that have to do with it? I think it does. It also, Steiny, doesn't make me feel great about the fact that if you're telling me that Shanahan is going to have to like manage some of his older or more experienced players' workload this season, it doesn't sound like that's what he's going to do. You know, if you're telling me that that's the stat, I don't really buy that stuff. Does Shanahan get his players hurt? I think every coach in the National Football League, in which these are modern-day gladiators, at some point puts their players in harm's way. You cannot bubble wrap these guys. But, I guess that's, that would be a great reason to feel like your team's going to suck if that's what this guy's writing about.
Yeah,
Do you buy it?
Well, I know, I actually do. I do buy it a little bit. And like I said in years past, like when I look at the 49ers running backs, and I've said this, I do feel like, obviously McCaffrey's great, but even when they had Mostert and Jeff Wilson Jr., who, by the way, is back on the team, I do feel like he I don't know, he expects his running backs to hit the hole at full speed. And he also, part of their passing game is to hit guys in stride when they're already going full speed. I do think there's something to that. I don't think he's got to revamp his whole system, but I do think that one of the things Shanahan really one thing that's really important to Shanahan is that he thinks at all times you're going full speed and essentially will give up your body for extra yards. And that's just kind of the way he coaches.
I think that's the same for every coach.
Do you? Well, then
what NFL running backs coach is looking at their guys and saying, you know what, let's go 75% on that A gap?
Well, I mean, if you're running the zone blocking scheme, doesn't that give the running back just a hair more time to detect what he likes, as opposed to hitting the hole right away without any kind of delay, if you know what I mean?
Well, there's different rushing schemes, but if you're running outside, then generally you have to have good vision, and that's where last year watching someone like Isaac Guerendo in his rookie season, you could see like he would pick the wrong gap, or he wouldn't allow an offensive lineman to set up a block for him before he tried to turn it upfield. And someone like Christian McCaffrey, that's what separates the greats from some of the just regular average running backs is vision. So, I don't know, Steiny. To me, like, I don't look at Shanahan like he's driving these dudes into the dirt. I think that he maybe uses running backs more than other coaches, but we're starting to see now there has been somewhat of a running back revolution or resurgence. Baldy was talking about it last week, and I think last season was apparent. Like, you have to be able to run the football with effectiveness if you're going to be a good offense. And that's why, if I'm thinking about Brock Purdy, like the question that I have is, how are the Niners going to win games when the offense has to be pass heavy? And maybe that's them playing from behind. Maybe the game plan is to throw it 35 to 40 times. But when Kyle Shanahan has been calling plays and his quarterbacks have to throw it more than 30 times, Brock Purdy on line one, those games don't often go their way. So, maybe maybe he's harder on his running backs. I just think that running backs are essential to what Kyle Shanahan wants to do for any offense he's calling to be effective.
What's the 49ers' identity this year going to be? That's the question I have for 49er fans. Are they going to throw it more because they're going to rely on McCaffrey less? Do they have to rely on McCaffrey more than they want because their passing game isn't what it's been because of the wide receiver situation? Offensively, what are the 49ers going to look like? Is the eye test going to show you that they look like the same offensive team they've been, which has been a pretty good offensive team? And then defense. So many new faces, so many new starters. We don't know what to expect with this team. We just don't. If I were to ask you, what did you make of the game on Saturday? Because you look at the score and you probably think that there was a lot of things that went wrong. But if you look at the first half, it wasn't as bad as it seemed.
Well, no. The first quarter, they won the first quarter. They beat the Broncos through 15 minutes. They just lost the last 45, 30-0, I think. Or maybe it's 30-27. Or 27
No, it was 9-0 at one point.
Okay, yeah. So they lost the last part of the game 30-0. But it's preseason, though. I mean, seriously, is there anybody that's sitting up here that feels drastically different about the 49ers before the game to after the game? Did the preseason game swing the way you feel about this team? To me, no. It didn't. It might have reinforced a couple things, but it didn't change the way I feel about the 49ers. I believe that they have the potential to be good. I think they have an outside chance of being bad. But what I also believe is that this Niners team is it has to grow up. It does, especially on defense. And you're putting a ton of pressure on a lot of young players. And if those guys are up for the challenge, I think they can be really good. And if they're not, which is kind of the way things typically are, and a big reason, mind you, that Kyle Shanahan does not generally like to play rookies, then this season is going to be a roller coaster ride. 2025 is going to have some damn low peaks, valleys, and hopefully can have some really high peaks. But expecting them to roll out the way they did in 2023, week one at Pittsburgh, I mean, they just throttled those guys. And you're like, oh my God, this team's for real. McCaffrey had $150 and 2 tugs. Brandon Ayuk was blocking his ass downfield. Brock Purdy was just surgical. Expecting them to come out of the gates preseason or especially regular season week one and look like a well-oiled machine, I need to see it before I believe it.
Well, you said to me, did any opinion of mine or a 49er fans change drastically after Saturday's game? And no, my opinion didn't change drastically. But I will say this, not because of the last game, but because of the last 3 weeks since they started training camp. I do have more questions. I'm more concerned now than I was, let's say, when they started camp, because I saw the schedule and I saw the names of the players on the 49ers who were coming back from injury, and I felt like the 49ers just being the 49ers with this schedule should be enough. But over the last 3 weeks, whether it's the way the media has talked about the 49ers, whether it's Brian Baldinger, whether it's Mayoko and Kruger and all those guys, I'm more worried about the 49ers now than I was 3 weeks ago, because I feel like you're starting to realize that they've got more issues by far this year than any other year. And it's just hard to gloss over it like it's all going to come out fine in the wash.
What we're learning, and I think should have expected, is that a lot of the questions from last year are also present this year. And it's because all the guys that either got hurt or they got rid of, some of them are back and we don't know how good they're going to be. And we don't know if the guys that they got rid of are going to be replaceable and how much their presence or lack thereof is going to impact this team.
888-957-9570 is the number. Forget the game Saturday. I'm looking more the big picture of ever since training camp has started. And have your opinions of this team changed? Mine have, I feel like, gotten a little more realistic, and maybe I was given the 49ers a little bit more benefit of the doubt because of what's happened in the past. And I guess that's something that's changed for me, because it's hard to give 49ers, the benefit of the doubt because of the past when the players in the past are still so much of the question marks heading into this year's team. But what do you guys think at 888-957-9570? You like where this team is compared with where they started at training camp, or are you starting to see that maybe this team's got some holes that are bigger than we thought? 888-957-9570. That segment sponsored by the American Cancer Society.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit, because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Would you consider yourself a mentor?
No, absolutely not.
Now, why is that?
Because I don't care enough about anybody else but me.
And that's what life's about. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Those are just words. That's not really who I am.
You're different off the air. We all know it.
Just show stuff. Hey, how you feeling today?
Awesome. I feel really good.
I'm
Batman.
You were at Outside Lands for 3 consecutive days. Is that correct?
I was. So are other people who work in this office as well. I was not the only one.
I guess my question is...
Still riding in, and I want to emphasize this word, emotional high. I'm riding an emotional high right now.
So you went Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I did.
Aren't you a little old for that?
Actually, no. There was a lot of people that were much older than me that were there all 3 days.
All 3 days?
It was kind of cool. Or people that just, kind of got after it one of the days and then decided that they weren't going to come back for the rest.
How much exercise did you get this weekend?
70,000 steps in 3 days. These puppies are barking.
Those don't count.
What are you talking about?
Concert steps don't count.
Dude, I walked like miles.
Right.
Plus you're jumping, you're dancing, you're sweating, you know.
That sounds fun.
I mean, and I also didn't.
How is my guy? Just answer, how is my guy?
Who's your guy?
Beck. I'm a loser, baby.
Oh, I thought you were talking about John Beck. It's like that guy's dead, I think.
Yeah. Who's John Beck?
The guitarist?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff.
Beck. Of course, Tristan Beck is hanging on by a thread too.
I didn't see Beck. I didn't get a chance to see Beck.
Why not?
Because I went to go see John Summit.
Because he was dead.
No, that's
Beck
the
was
other
the
one.
headliner.
He was one of the headliners.
Evan, on Friday, I think we were talking about Beck, and I said, you know what? That's the guy I would see. I would make time to see Beck. And I thought you acknowledged you were going to do that.
Well, not for you. I don't do things for you. I do things for me.
So
that's something I have learned from you.
Beck's the biggest name there.
Not
and
at
then
all.
The other guy, Rodney Summit? Who?
John Summit.
Johnny Summit.
So he's a DJ.
So he doesn't
the main headliner that night was, I think, Doja Cat. And I also didn't get to see Doja Cat. I heard she was great, though. Thank you, 415. It is nice to be young. Saw Tyler on Saturday.
Tyler who?
The Creator.
What's he creating?
Music.
All right, so he actually writes a lyric. He's not a DJ.
Yes.
Because if you
I saw a wide variety of acts this weekend, but DJs, it was very kind of EDM centric, which has not been the case the last few years. I mean, a couple of years ago, was it the Foo Fighters?
Oh, David Grohl.
Yeah. Green Day was awesome a few years back.
Not to be confused with The Offspring.
Nope. Why would anybody confuse Green Day with The Offspring?
Same genre.
Rock?
Like alt rock. Mm-hmm.
Punk rock? Well, Green Day started off punk, and then they kind of became a little more mainstream.
They started out. I'm very aware of Green Day.
You got holes, brother.
Well, let me ask you a serious question.
Okay.
If you're a DJ, listen, don't judge me. I'm not being mean.
There was a lot of talented disco jockeys at this event this weekend, Steiny. Right. You better be careful.
Are DJs musicians?
You better be careful.
Of sorts, yeah.
Oh, there it is. I thought I would get an unequivocal yes, but I didn't.
Well, they are musicians. They produce music, just electronically.
But
you're allowed to make a song without a guitar.
Have they ever written a lyric?
Some of them. It's usually hooks and just kind of catchy things.
Right. So
or they'll take samples from other songs and weave them into their ballads. It takes a unique touch.
Village?
No, it actually only takes one person if you're good.
I gotta believe
Thanks,
that in order to call yourself a musician, you ideally could play an instrument. Are there DJs that play no instruments? If you just go if you put two fingers on a turntable and you rock it back and forth and it goes, is that makes you a musician? I'm just curious. I'm not, no judgment, no malice.
That's how it sounded in 1979, but they don't scratch all the time anymore.
There's no malice here.
I can tell.
Educate me. Are DJs musicians?
They are. Yeah, they are musicians.
Well, Veggie2 on the YouTube chat says no, DJs are producers.
Well,
see, I get to the heart of it.
So what constitutes a musician in your mind?
I think you got to play an instrument. You've got to or have written an original lyric. Or, you know what, if you got a good voice and you cover songs, that counts too.
I'm not saying all of them, but I do know that some people who, like producers in general, a lot of them do play instruments. And then they take those instrumental sounds and record them to be able to reproduce them through a keyboard.
Can you say that one more time?
Producers play instruments. They'll record the sounds from those instruments, and then they can access them via their keyboard.
That counts.
Yeah,
seriously, that counts.
But when you're watching them on stage, it looks like they're just hitting a couple buttons. But they actually can play instruments.
Well, that's good to know.
But see,
can they all play instruments?
Probably not all of them.
They can.
No.
Right.
But can every musician sing? That's what I thought.
Well, what do you mean? Like have a great voice? Or
be the lead vocalist for whatever band they're a part of. No, not all of them can.
Right, but the other ones can play an instrument, right?
No, and I feel like you want to talk about this like you're trying to belittle.
I'm not trying to belittle anybody. I'm trying
the future generations.
Well, they're belittle themselves, quite frankly. They don't need my help. I'm asking specifically about DJs, and I want to know, like, seriously, what makes a great DJ?
Steiny, you know who would have a great take on this?
Who's that?
Marcy.
She's not here today.
But on Friday,
apparently she had a big weekend at Outside Lands, too.
That would be a great thing to ask her. I think she would have an expert opinion.
Friday at 10:30.
We'll ask her before then. Kay Bueno is in Oakland. Hey, Kay Bueno, how you doing?
Doing great. Just on 580 right now, taking my son to my mother-in-law's for the day. She's going to babysit him. So
nice.
Was listening to you guys and wanted to get in on this convo about DJs being musicians.
All right.
As somebody who's a DJ himself, me, I don't consider myself to be a musician. And I think, that's a very bold statement to make, to say DJs are musicians. This could be a really long segment. This could be a really long segment to talk about.
Hopefully.
But not all DJs have musicianship. It's so easy to be a DJ nowadays. Some guys can say, I'm a DJ, and they're literally pressing buttons where the gear is doing all the work for them. But then you have a lot of DJs that are well-known big DJs that have musicianship, and they can do things on the turntables. Notice I said turntables.
Right.
They're not pressing buttons, but they're actually scratching records, and they're manipulating beats, and they're juggling beats, and they're scratching and doing tricks. That is a form of musicianship because they're manipulating the music to make it almost turn into like an instrument.
Sure.
For example, you look at local legends like the Invisible Scratch Pickles, DJ Q-Bird, those guys, Mixmaster Mike, who's the DJ for the Beastie Boys. Those type of guys, those are DJs that could really be considered musicians to a degree because they do so much with a turntable that can manipulate the music to be. But now, if you look at a lot of DJs nowadays where, someone gets behind some CD players or a computer and they're pressing buttons and they got the pyrotechnics and they're jumping around making heart shapes with their hands, that is nowhere near a musician.
Hey, Bueno, I appreciate it.
Well done. Appreciate the call. So that's a partial win for your boy.
It sounds to me like...
Would you like the definition of a musician?
Shut up, Evan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Someone who composes, conducts, or performs music. So I realize that there is a gatekeeping aspect to musicianship that Kay Bueno is speaking about. And I don't believe that all DJs are musicians. But there are some, and this is where you see a lot of talented ones throughout, I don't know, maybe it's a weekend at shows or, some people are really into it. I do think you can be a musician as a DJ.
I'm not saying you can't. And I need to, you know what?
No. You were trying to start something.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. We don't have
do
one
we have
right
a guest
now,
right now?
But you're also listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. This is everything that's wrong with society, and I'll tell you after this read. We are obviously the home of the Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So here's what I'm finding, is that I can't even ask a question anymore. Acknowledging I don't know the answer, but I would like some help. But we can't even do that anymore.
You can stop asking that
because
question.
You think there's some kind of ulterior motive. The reality of the situation
generally is.
The reality of the situation is I asked the question whether DJs were musicians or not, and what I found out already is apparently this question is a fair question. They're not musicians. Okay, take it from a musician. This is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Attaboy.
Take it from a musician. They are not musicians. Okay. Musicians train, study, and pay. These guys just use modern technology. They're not musicians.
That seemed to be your sentiment during our pre-show meeting.
Well, okay, you want me to be honest?
Yeah, I walked in, you said, how's Outside Lands? I said, oh, it's good. I saw this person, this person, this person. By the way, I didn't only see DJs, but I mentioned them because they were a couple of the headliners. And you said, That's not music.
I didn't say that's not music. Of course, DJing is music if you're DJing a concert.
No.
Question is,
you texted me during the middle of the weekend and said, does he have lyrics?
Yes.
And I said no, because he's a DJ. And you said that's not music. It's okay. It's okay. You could just, we embrace debate here, Steiny. And look, if some people don't believe that DJs are musicians, that's your truth, and that's fine by me.
I don't have enough expertise to answer that question. That's why I'm seeking it. Expertise.
Well, and I would love if people would call in and let us know how they feel. But there were also other genres of music. Like, for example, yesterday I saw Georgia Smith, who is an extremely talented R&B artist from the UK. She has lyrics. She had a live band. I think that's something you would enjoy because you would consider that music. There were drums. There were congos. There was a saxophone. There was a pianist. There were backup singers. She herself had an incredible voice. That's something you could get down with.
We're finding out a lot here, Evan.
Okay.
415, you can twist the dictionary however you want, but a DJ is not a musician.
I feel like you of all people would appreciate like a definition and not, just throwing it out.
How about this? So let's say you have a song.
Uh-huh.
Or two songs on a turntable. Right?
Sure.
Isn't that how they do it? And then they use their hands to
well, they'll
like that. Like
That's not how every single DJ song sounds.
But I'll be honest, if you're creating a new sound by doing that, I think technically then you might be a musician, even though it's not your sound that you're changing.
Well, you have to have a level of musical talent to hear what songs, beds, lyrics move well together. There's different scratching that's involved at some points, but yeah, like you have to have a good ear. Otherwise, people are not going to like what you're playing. And the people that are playing at like a headlining act at Outside Lands, I'd like to think that their ear is trained enough to know what thousands of people are going to enjoy listening to.
All right. Let's go to Chauncey. Chauncey's in San Francisco. What's up, Chauncey?
Hey,
How you doing, man?
Hey, y'all. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Sweet. Hey, guys. Love listening to you guys. I grew up in San Francisco in Park Merced near SF State, if you guys are familiar.
Hell yeah.
I'm literally a current music teacher for like grades 4 to 12. And so I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. I listen to classical music, and I perform classical music. I also listen to hip-hop and a lot of other different genres, which I think is pretty normal for a lot of musicians. I just don't... that most DJs, like everyone's kind of saying here, you need to know at least a little bit about music to know what kind of ingredients you're tinkering with, so to speak. And at the same time, I think there are a lot of DJs out there that would probably say, technically, I'm not a musician, but all the excuses that we've kind of heard so far today this morning. I do agree with the notion that I think you should be at least somewhat reasonably well-versed on an instrument or two. Preferably like, piano, guitar, which are kind of instruments that help out with songwriting more. So That's just kind of my 2 cents. Yeah.
I appreciate it, Chauncey. Thank you so much. That's from a music teacher.
Thanks
basically
for the call.
Saying DJs are a crock. I'm kidding. Let me tell you who I don't want to get. I don't want to be on the opposite side of DJs.
Why? You're afraid that they're going to take over the world one day?
No, because I'm not an expert on this situation. I'm just getting information on it. And
I do think it's interesting, though, Steiny, if I can. Like, when we discuss music at the cafeteria or whatever, I generally give you the benefit of the doubt about these bands from yesteryear and the ones that you tell me are really talented and great songwriters and guitarists and all the rest. But it doesn't feel like your generation generally gives that benefit of the doubt to the younger guys. It's also applicable to sports. When we talk about what we haven't seen as a younger generation and why what we're seeing right now is it just can never be as good as what once was.
Well, that's true. It can't.
It can. Like, for example, you showed me a video of, was it?
Oh, Greg Nettles.
Greg Nettles. By the way, it's spelled very strange.
Yes, it is.
Greg Nettles today in Game 7 or Game 6 of the World Series.
Game 3.
Oh, sorry, Game 3. So it wasn't that important.
They were down 2-0.
Game 3 of the World Series. And he was making some awesome plays. That doesn't mean that he's the greatest defensive third baseman that walked God's green earth because he did it in 1977. And that's your first frame of reference of what a great defensive third baseman looks
I had
like.
Brooks Robinson before him.
Yeah, who's also great.
It was all right.
But you can't conceive the possibility that someone beyond your first frame of a defensive savant might be better than Greg Nettles.
Yeah, there might be one or two. That's why Nettles is on the Mount Rushmore. I'm just putting him in the top 4.
But it took you a long time to get someone like Matt Chapman in the same category as that guy, even though
you know what?
He's been doing it for like a decade.
I got news for you. I'm taking him out now.
Now, why are you doing that?
I am taking him out.
Why? Because he made an error this weekend?
Well, first
of all,
he hasn't had a great fielding year. He hasn't.
Devers is going to cost him 7 errors a year. He just is. That man is playing Olay at first base every single time there's a ball in dirt.
Matt.
Who?
Chapman.
Oh.
Get the ball to Devers in the air, please. He's losing arm strength from deep behind third base.
If Nettles had an arm like Matt Chapman, he might be the greatest third baseman of all time.
Let's go to Robbie. This has got to be El Sabrante, not El Cabrante.
El Sabrante.
What's up, Robbie? How you doing?
You in the Saab?
Hey, how you doing? It's Robin.
Oh, Robin, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I listen to you guys all the time. So I decided to chime in on it, me being a musician over 50 years.
Sweet.
Hell yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, I'm on a lot of records. I play professionally. And my take is modern technology has allowed a lot of people to think that they're musicians, you know. With all these digital machines, you can steal somebody's 4 bars, loop it, put a few rhymes on it, and now you're a big-time producer and you're a big musician, but you really haven't paid the dues to be a real musician. Real musicians go to school, they learn how to play an instrument, and they do the thing. I mean, I can appreciate the guys that do what they do because it takes a certain talent to do that. You have to have an ear for that, but I wouldn't classify them as musicians, you know.
Robbie, what instruments do you play?
I started off playing trumpet and French horn in high school, and then I moved to bass guitar. I played with a big R&B band called Maze, featuring Frankie Beverly. I got 3 albums out on my own in the smooth jazz genre. So,
did you play on "Look at California"?
Yes, I did.
Oh man,
big hits.
That is the song. That is a great song, my man.
Well, one of our biggest records is "Before I Let Go." I know Beyonce just did a recover cover of that on her CD before this country CD she put out.
Right.
Heck yeah.
Thanks, Robbie.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, man.
Okay, you guys have a good one.
You too. I'm going with Robbie.
That's awesome. That what?
Look at. Why don't you come into that? Look at California. Frankie Beverly and Maze. No, it doesn't sound anything like that. Look at California. What a tune.
So I have a question.
The rolling hills do something for you. Yeah. Thanks, Robbie. You got me in a good mood.
It's a yes for me, Steiny. You're going to Hollywood.
Thank you. I don't know what that means.
Are you done?
Maybe not.
Well, no, if you want to sing, feel free. You should have performed this weekend. Maybe we can get you out there next time.
Well, it sounds like you don't even have to be a musician to be out there at Outside Lands. Anyway, all right.
I don't think
DJ's under the gun here on 95.7 The Game.
I can tell Steiny would have been sitting next to a tree at Outside Lands, just with his arms crossed, a frown on his face, shaking his head for 6 straight hours.
That's not true. You've never seen me at an all-day concert.
Well, then
you have no idea.
Then pull up next time. I dare you.
I don't go to second-tier concerts.
Beck was there. You said that was your guy.
If he's a headliner, you know what I mean. He should be on the undercard. Please. I like him.
Well, Carlos Santana wasn't available.
Think about that. You can't get Carlos Santana in San Francisco?
I don't think they have.
Well, he's from here. I mean, he does 7 national anthems during Warrior games.
How do we know he
tough
lives
is it to
here
get?
all the time?
I know lives here during the Warrior season. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Outside Land's pretty fun, people. That's what I can tell how fun it was because I work with a lot of 30-year-olds in here, and they were there, and I can tell they were there, if you know what I mean. Been a long weekend for some of the amateurs here at the station. Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, the Valkyries, they take on the Connecticut Sun, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And what's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect.
And everyone with spina bifida, from childhood through adulthood, deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Look at California. What a tune.
So I have a question.
The rolling hills do something for you. Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you to Robin, who called in. Robin Dewey. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I said Robbie. It's Robin. Part of Frankie Beverly and Maze.
You're better than you think.
Who?
You always talk about how you don't think you have a great voice, and that's true, but you don't have a bad one.
It's better than Dylan's.
I would agree with you.
He can write a little better than me, though.
Slightly.
Just a hair.
Can I read something?
Risotto, you're getting love on the YouTube chat line.
Yeah. Oh. Well.
Aw, thank you.
It also shouldn't be coming through. There's a copyright issue there. Pasta, we need to be better. Can I read something to you?
Yes.
All right, this is from Dr. Narab Panja. DJs are musicians at Steinmetz NBA, I believe your Twitter account, which has been deactivated, and at Evan A. Giddings. The ability to blend together multiple styles of music and respond to a crowd in real time is a form of composition. Technology may help that process, but the DJ still needs a feel for the crowd. I mean, count the bucket. Thanks, Doc.
Hey, Doc. Stick to ACLs.
Oh, he does a lot.
No, I hope the good doctor's doing well. I hope we don't have to utilize him too much this year.
What do you mean? The Niners got like 6 starters that are hurt.
That's kind of what I mean. When Ponja's ever present on 95.7 The Game, it's usually bad news for our local teams. But thank you, Doc. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great summer. I'm going to go with Robin, though.
Well, he's got 50 years in the biz, so I don't want to diminish that. Speaking of, there's a Buddy Guy. You know Buddy Guy?
Of course.
Yeah. Fantastic blues artist. I saw that he is playing up in Santa Rosa. I think it's this weekend. You want to make it up there? We can watch some real music, a real musician in your definition?
Ordinarily, I would be very interested in that. I'm going to be going away, though, this weekend, and I'm sure our 95.7 The Game P1s will keep track of how many days I'm off then next week.
Dude, there's like a burner account in the YouTube chat called Steiny and Guru's Vacation Tracker.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, Gu will be back tomorrow.
Yes, he will.
Gu will be back tomorrow. And if I told you I'm really glad he's not back today.
Wait, I thought you said earlier you wanted him to be back so you could talk about there's a subject we were going to broach. I don't know if you want to do it now or later.
Which one, Giant?
Nepotism.
Oh, yeah, I can push that back.
Okay.
Let me tell you why I'm glad he's not here. Because it's one less day I'd have to hear the math works regarding the San Francisco Giants.
Well,
he would come in today and be like, 4 out. They're 4 out.
That's what you came in today saying.
No, I came in saying the truth. They're in 9th place in the National League. Giants lose 2 out of 3 to the Nationals. And now the Padres come into town, and now it's the time to make hay.
You do know in baseball that there's not conferences. Like playoff seeding is not determined by...
They're leagues. American League and
yeah,
National
but
They're
playoffs...
very similar to the Western Conference and Eastern Conference in the NBA. And exactly similar to the NFC and the AFC. But go ahead.
It's actually quite dissimilar from the AFC and the NFC and the East and the West in basketball because there's no conference seeding that determines the playoffs. You win the division or you finish in the next 3. In the NFL, if you win your division, well, actually, I think this is working for you.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Damn it.
Here's all you need to know about yesterday's Giants game. They lost 8-0. They did manage 3 hits. So they were putting the ball in play 3 times.
That many.
Bob Melvin not happy.
I mean, we got 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game we've had all year. Back to JV, strikes out the side in the first and has that moment. That was great. But, you know, he's got a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stripes.
Does somebody need to get Bob a tissue?
I was going to say he was pulling a guru.
He was about to get emotional.
He had just made a great point.
Oh, that kind of sniff. No, but okay, like that's how you know he's.
Zucci wants to go to that concert with you.
Oh, pull up, Zuch. Let's ride. That's how you know things are getting bad. He was asked about Justin Verlander's 3,500 strikeout, and that was his answer. You want to play it one more time? The question was, "Hey, Bob, you know, how'd you feel about Justin Verlander accomplishing something that only 9 other pitchers in the history of baseball have been able to accomplish? What do you think?"
I mean, we got 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game we've had all year. Back to JV, strikes out the side in the first and has that moment. That was great. But, you know, he's got a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stripes.
That game broke Bob Melvin, I think. And it's taken a while to get here. And we've had many lowest points for the Giants throughout this season, in which they're still somehow only 4 back out of the wild card. I do think that game broke him because it was the conclusion. The Nationals might be the worst. I know that they're not the record-wise worst team in baseball, but I think over the last 40 games or close to, they have been worse than the Colorado Rockies. For them to come into your building and beat you handedly 2 times out of 3, the last of which being a shutout, utterly dominating performance, that's a hell of a slice of humble pie for a manager.
Here's the one thing that you know, like Guru always brings this up, and it's going to be my last day to take shots at him when he's not here. But
well, you do it to his face.
Can we? Because I try not to talk behind people's backs. This so-called third wild card. Let me ask you something, Giants fans. Is it really creating excitement for you? Is it really creating excitement for you that you're 4 back of the wild card? Hey, that's why baseball added another wild card. Keep more teams involved. Get more fan bases excited. Well, you're 59-59, and you're right there. So where's the excitement? Or is it out there and I'm not paying attention to it?
Well, it's hard to get excited when you get 3 hit by one of the worst teams in baseball.
Well, take into account...
Just like you heard from Bob. You know, they didn't give the 40,000 people there anything to get excited about.
By the way, when he said JV, I thought he was saying we're back to playing JV ball, basically. That's what I swear to God, that's what I thought he said.
I mean, we got 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So, unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game we've had all year. Back to JV, strikes out the side in the first and has that moment.
Back to
that was
JV
great.
baseball.
But,
You shut up.
You know, he's got a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stripes.
I thought for a sec he said he's got a lot of strikes. It's like, yeah, to strike out 3,500 people. I think he's pretty close to catching Walter Johnson too, right, for number 9 Pasta?
Yeah, I think he's maybe about 6 or 7 away.
Yeah.
He's still 37 wins away from 300.
Yeah, that's
he's not getting there.
No, he's not.
He's also pretty far away from his second win.
What is he now, 1-9?
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
I mean, he got treated like a piñata yesterday.
He just couldn't get out of the inning. He was close.
He gave up 11 hits in 4 innings.
There's not a lot of hard contact.
There was a lot of hard contact.
Was there? I was listening on the radio. I couldn't hear the crack of the bat like that. Looked like some flares.
Sounded like a musician. Just the way he's getting cracked around the field. Yeah, but I hate to be that guy, Steiny.
I know you say it.
The math is there. Like, why should I believe in the Giants? I honestly, I can't give you a reason other than they have not been mathematically eliminated. And that is where I would say the third wild card, to answer your question of whether it's creating buzz or excitement, the answer is no, but it's almost making the end of this season more torturous because they have 7 against the Padres coming up beginning tonight at Oracle, and there's that carrot continually being dangled in front of insert animal that's never going to actually catch the carrot. But that carrot is the third wild card. And the Mets are free falling. So maybe Steiny, you know what? All you have to do is win 1 game a series and the Mets are going to give it to you.
Well, then what about the Reds?
Well, okay. I said this last week and you laughed at me. That they're a playoff team. And you know what? In a couple weeks, they might be.
They might be.
They're 1.5 back. They just beat the Pirates in 2 out of 3, which the Giants couldn't do.
We'll see. Yeah, we will see.
You know the Giants have series losses, Steiny?
Yeah, hold on. Can I guess?
Sure.
Okay, you're right. Because I know what you're going for here. The White Sox.
Count the bucket.
The Pirates.
Ding.
The Nationals. See, I wouldn't put the Marlins in there, but they got swept by the Marlins when the Marlins weren't great. Let's put who else stinks? They have not lost the series to the Rockies, I don't believe. Okay. I think they lost 2 or 3 to the D-backs.
Yeah, but the Diamondbacks are a division series. But that's my point, though. They have multiple series losses and or sweeps to some of the worst teams in baseball. That's who they are. Now, they also have a couple of series victories against some really good teams, and they have beaten some good squads. But that's why they're 59-59, because they can't consistently do either well. That's why Bob Melvin's frustrated. That's why he's fed up. Like, seriously, I mean, we're kind of joking about it, but I am being honest. When I hear him talking about getting shut out 8-0 to the Washington Nationals, it sounded like that game finally broke him. And they're going to still have to play, umpteen more games to finish out the season. They got until the end of September. But what gives fans hope that end of the year is going to result in anything except what we've been seeing, which is them kind of just hanging around and kind of winning some games, and most of the time giving us a sobering reality that this was not a team worth investing in at the deadline.
I think you're right on that, but I will say this. Okay, so they got and I haven't looked at how the pitchers, the matchups, but clearly they're going to have Webb and Ray going in the next 3 days, right?
Webb's pitching tonight.
Webb's pitching tonight, so obviously Ray will pitch probably tomorrow or Wednesday. And anytime those 2 guys pitch, you got a chance to win 2 out of 3. But I said this, don't look now, but Devers, Adames, and Chapman are struggling a little bit. And if you can't, you're just treading water with those three guys right now. They're just not playing well, and they need too much to happen.
I mean, it looked like things were trending in their direction after you just obliterate them on Friday.
Can we not do that, though? Seriously?
No, but what I was about to say was, then you send a rookie to the hill on Saturday, and he gets blasted. You're only as good as your next day's starting pitcher, and the Giants only have a couple of good ones, at least that I trust.
Well, that's why I don't think they have a run in them. Like, what do you think? Pick a number of games.
Devers got hot, by the way.
He hit a homer. That's all he did.
2.
This weekend?
Yep. I think he hit a solo shot on Saturday, did he not, Steven?
Yeah, it was a Titanic blow.
Yeah, he also hit. He went big fly in the first inning on Friday.
He hit homers Friday and Saturday?
I know it sounds crazy with the way the series ended, but yes, Devers did go deep twice, and my bet towards Guru of him hitting 15 home runs the rest of the way is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, I guess he did. I missed that.
Oh, he got hot this weekend.
Yeah, he went
Steiny
went 3 for 9.
Entering yesterday, over his previous 8 games ahead of yesterday, he was hitting .321, double, 3 homers, 7 RBIs, 6 runs scored, and 8 walks.
What about the 3 games before that?
We don't count those.
See,
he's hot.
Listen, I got news for you, Risotto. Don't do me. That's what I do. I can pick out just how far you go back to call him hot or not.
How about since the All-Star break?
Okay, what is he?
4 doubles, 5 homers, 12 runs scored, 12 RBIs, 13 walks, 915 OPS. That's 20 games.
That's not bad. And he's actually got, according to StatCast, a positive fielding value.
Well, and then
I'm just being honest here.
Stop blaming him at first.
It's more about his range than his ability. Picking is not a stat that's valued by the higher ups. He's no vacuum.
Yeah,
However,
Devers is usually the guy that I'm on top of.
Sorry, I interrupted. You were going to get to something about their starting pitching and why you don't think they have a run in them.
They don't because, well, I shouldn't say they don't, but they have 2 starting pitchers who you can lean on, and then 2 or 3 starting pitchers who right now it's a crapshoot. And you can't, I don't think this team can win 9 of 11, which I think they're going to have to do. I don't think they can win 9 of 11 in any stretch because they don't have enough good pitchers and their hitting isn't nearly consistent enough. So that's why I'm not bullish on the Giants right now. By the way, you know what? Let's give Devers credit. He's been walking. He's been walking a lot.
He's also been running.
Has he?
But the same reason why they were able to win Friday, to me, Steiny, is why they were up behind the 8 ball on Saturday. So, right, they're in New York, okay? Kai-Wei Tang gets his first major league start, just gets blasted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody here and across the greater Bay Area is like, why the hell is Kai-Wei Tang pitching for the San Francisco Giants? I don't want to see him again. I don't want to see him ever. Yeah, then he throws 5 shutout the next time he's out there against the Nationals. So that's the inconsistency, right? That you typically get from players who are playing above their water. He's a Sacramento River Cat. Meanwhile, Whisenhunt, who pitches well at Citi Field, 5 innings, 1 run, gets his first major league win, then has to come back 5 days later and play, ostensibly, a worse team in Washington. And what happens? He gets ambushed. First batter, opposite fly, gone. Big ball, James Wood. And then he kind of just doesn't have good stuff that day. Like, they have too many players right now, especially in their starting rotation until Landon Roop gets back, that you don't really know what you're going to get. And I realize Kai-Wei Tang didn't technically start against Washington, but he pitched 5 shutout innings. So for the same reason that you got Friday, is probably the same reason why you lost Saturday. Because you got a bunch of young dudes, and you never know what they're going to do.
So let me guess, Risotto, you started your Devers stat claim with the 3-for-4 game against the Mets when they won 12-4?
I did. I'm also going
Sure.
based off what the Giants media notes said before yesterday's game.
Okay, thanks.
Which I do recognize is largely favorable towards the Giants.
No.
Gotcha.
They're non-biased.
Because I got him, I got him 4 for 19 in his last 6 games. 4 for 19. That'll project to just over 200.
But does he get on base?
Sure. And that's what you got Devers for. You got him to set the table for guys like Chapman and Adames and Patrick Bailey. And he's getting the job done.
But two of those
wait till he starts stealing.
2 of those hits that he has have left the yard.
Oh yeah. No, he's got.
You paid him to hit some big flies, which he's going to have to do tonight against San Diego if they're going to try and win a series. Again, the season ain't over, Steiny. The math is there.
Now, listen, I'll talk about this realistically. I know the season's not over. It's not. But please, I implore you to remember last year when we thought they were kind of in it the whole. They weren't in it.
You know what they were this time last year?
They've been the same team for 5 years.
Technically, no. They were better.
What were they?
They were 2 games above 500 at this point last year. And that team, I think, was worse than this year's team. It's pretty crazy to think about. Last year, it felt like they were under 500 for 85% of the season. And this year, they've actually been, they have been above 500 for the majority of the year because they built that the big cushion early.
It depends how you do the math.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, and I'll tell you why. They haven't been 500 for most of the year. This is the way I look at it. They started 12-4. Okay, so after the second week of the season, after 16 games, they've not been a 500 team.
See, that's not.
They've been 8 games under 500.
That's not how it works, though.
So the way I look at it is, for most of the year, they actually haven't been a 500 team. You take out one stretch, one anomaly, which was the 12 of 16 to start the year, and that team's 8 under. You see how I look at things?
No, how you look at things is this, because if Guru was saying that to you right now, you would retort with, Guru, what's the record? Guru, what's the record?
But I'm on the other side of it. No.
59-59.
I wouldn't do that. Journalists with words. I wouldn't.
That's exactly what you would do. They're a 500 team. That's what they are. That means they could beat anybody, and that means, as we saw this weekend, they could lose to anybody.
It's the same team it's been. 500. 500 team.
No, they were better last year at this point.
Well, you know why. You know who's coming around.
What do you think's wrong with them, Steiny?
The Giants?
Sure. I know you got a long list.
We've overvalued their star players, and we didn't factor in how far away their young players still are, even though we all have hope for them. And it happens all the time. We think young players are better than they are. Like, we all like Ramos. Oh, he's our all-star. Okay, that's great. He's an all-star. He's a little above average, right?
Well, you got to prove it year in and year out.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And like, one all-star year doesn't mean that this guy's this is who he is for his entire career. But
however, I would say some of their other younger players, unfortunately, are starting to reveal who they are. Like I think
Ramos is hanging in there as well as any of their young players, obviously.
I'm a lot higher on Ramos compared to the rest of these guys. Ramos has got a future.
No, Ramos is the most proven of their young players, and I don't think he's a major league player.
He's a major league hitter. And if we can work on the other stuff, then we can get him to be a serviceable starter. You know, I don't know about Patrick Bailey. I think that guy's a backup catcher at this point. But the Giants need him to start every game, or the majority of games, because they don't have a backup that's any good.
Like if you thought, let me ask you this. If you're a Giants fan and you thought they were a wild card team, either before the season, early in the season, or particularly after they got Devers, like how do you view this team right now? Do you just say, well, they're underachieving, we're better than they are, we're better than our record indicates, or do you just think that they've kind of been exposed over the first 120 games over time, and they're not a playoff team?
Dude, they traded their closer at the trade deadline. Do you think that they think they're a playoff team?
I think they tried to keep that door open, at least on the surface. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Cool people, good time. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
In Japantown, 59 degrees and hazy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back tomorrow. He is, I guess he's been in what they call the SIP.
Yeah, he's been flying back from the SIP. All of his cousins from Mississippi. And
they call it the SIP?
Well, according to them, and his IG videos or Facebook videos he was posting, he was asking a few of his cousins if he could call it the SIP, because he's an adopted member. Right. And they gave him the hall pass, so it's the SIP.
Not to be confused with the ship.
No.
I guess that's all right. It's kind of like the Mill. That's what they call Milwaukee, the Mill.
Atlanta, the A. I don't know. Yeah. They got different nicknames all around. Frisco. That was one thing about Outside Lands that it kind of gets to me every year.
Sure, what?
Well, all the artists that come from out of town, they all say, "Hey, what's up, San Fran? San Fran, how you doing? San Fran, what's going on? I love you, San Fran."
Yeah.
Please, do a smidgen, an iota of research on the place you're going and know what you can and can't call it.
Yeah. You know how I feel about that.
I don't.
Call it anything you want.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I may call is I may call for another victory lap for Matt Steinmetz. And we don't have to spend a lot of time on this. In fact, we don't have to spend any time on it at all. All you got to do is say, Steiny, you're right. You deserve a victory lap, and we can move on. Did you see the story that I saw over the weekend?
Well, there were a lot of stories over the weekend.
No. This one should have resonated. When you saw it, you should have thought of Steiny.
Caitlin Clark might be out for the year?
No. And again, I probably should be saving this for tomorrow.
49ers cut Tanner Mordecai?
New bar opens in San Francisco?
No. By the way, oh God, that's another victory lap. We'll do that one later.
That's not a victory lap. That's just a good idea.
That was a great idea. It's such a great idea that I guarantee you in the next year or two, that bar will surface. Somebody will take that idea that I furnished them, and they will utilize it and make money. And you know what? That's fine by me.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I don't care. That's fine. If I have an idea and they want to use it, that's fine. I don't have the wherewithal. I'm not very responsible, but I do have ideas. I just can't follow through on them. So somebody will help me with that one.
Yeah, you don't sound salty about that at all.
All right.
Put a patent on it.
So I saw this headline. You know who Nate McMillan is, right?
Oh, I do. Former Atlanta Hawks, Portland Trail Blazers head coach, former player.
Yeah, and now
famously tore his ACL on the bench.
You thinking of Finch?
Nate McMillan was the first.
Okay. Listen to this headline. And this one's coming right down the road of all you haters out there. Bronny James could factor into Lakers rotation more in year 2 according to Nate McMillan.
Oh, no.
Bronny James.
By the way, it was an Achilles, not an ACL.
Okay. Bronny James, ladies and gentlemen, may be part of the Lakers' rotation this year.
What's that one word you used in that sentence? May?
May likely.
So not definitively.
May likely. Well, I'll tell you what, for a 55th pick in the draft or whatever he was, for him to break into the rotation on a playoff team, that's pretty impressive.
If Bronny James is playing big minutes for the Los Angeles...
I say big minutes, rotation minutes.
So rotation like, Kaminga during the first round of the playoffs rotation minutes?
No. Like he'll be to the Lakers.
Quentin Post?
What Gary Payton II was to the Warriors last year.
No chance. Gary Payton plays like 15 to 20 minutes a game.
Yeah, 7 times a year.
No. Gary Payton II has a role on the team. What is Bronny James's role on the Lakers?
Well, that's to be determined, but he's going to have
GP2's
one.
back. But.
He's going to have one.
Steiny, now why did this hit you so hard? Gary Payton II literally averaged 15 minutes a game last year, but continue.
No, seriously, it's because this kid is going to turn into an NBA player. And
well, he's already an NBA player.
Right, but what nobody at all seemed to factor in was when you take a guy that late in the draft, it's a project. And just because his last name was James, people thought he didn't deserve it. And you know what? He's going to turn into an NBA player, perhaps.
You know what that tells me? There's a lot of players that aren't drafted that could turn into NBA players. If given the opportunity, if given the tutelage, if given the coaching, if given a runway like Bronny James has, and more power to him, he's taken advantage of it. I think a lot of players that are sort of the fringe, end of second round guys, undrafted G League players, a lot of those players could also become one day NBA guys. And those are the ones that I think people are disgruntled with Bronny about, that he's taken a spot away from them just because of his last name.
Yeah. Well, I think
You still want the victory lap?
You know what, Evan? We can put it off until he becomes a fixture in that rotation. And God forbid he helps them win.
Look,
They saw
more
something.
power to him. They saw something.
They did.
The name on the back of his jersey is what they saw.
I mean, we often see the sons of legacy players get drafted just because of their names. This guy may happen to actually end up being deserving of it.
What other players of legacy guys have been drafted?
Well, let's go down the list.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm here. I'm still here.
Just stop it for a second.
Yep.
The point is that the guys who get opportunities don't even get to the place that LeBron James' son got to, is what I'm saying. Like Michael Jordan Jr., for example.
Only played in college.
That's right. And he shouldn't have even played in college. He shouldn't have. He had no business playing in college. And you know what? Can I just put the rat on the table? Sponsored by ATCO Pest Control. Let me come at it from another way. If LeBron James' son only got drafted because of the name, isn't that part of the reason you get drafted? Like if his dad is one of the greatest athletes of all time, and you think this kid still hasn't grown into his body and all that, those kind of things, why? Like, I just don't understand why taking a chance on LeBron James's son is any different than taking a chance on an unnamed player late in the second round.
Because I don't look at it as them taking a chance.
Why not?
They're doing a favor.
But what? Okay, and
that's not taking a chance.
Why not? They like, and I said the Warriors identified a project in James Wiseman at the number 2 pick. All right? He was a project. He didn't work out.
Yep.
At 55 is also when you would take a project. And I just don't have a problem with the Lakers taking a guy that they think won't be a factor for a couple years because he needs to develop more of a game and more maturity, and his body needs to fill out a little bit more.
Yeah, but the point is that you're not drafting him because you think that there's a massive amount of potential. Like, that's to me what I hear when I hear project.
But okay, what about doesn't being LeBron James's son in and of itself give you more of an upside than a regular guy?
No, I would ask why that's even remotely the case.
Because
like genetics?
Yes.
He's 6'2".
Well, right now, right? Like some guys don't.
So you're saying he's going to sprout to 6'8", 260 by the time he's 24?
I'm not saying that, but if he becomes 6'4" and puts on 20 pounds, then maybe he can play two guard a little bit better.
Well, it's funny because when Kaminga grew 3 inches 3 years ago, you scoffed at it.
You're right, I did, because he didn't. He didn't.
I'm just saying.
But look at a guy like, okay, I know he wasn't a project. Steph Curry. Like when Steph Curry came into the league with that body, he was never going to be the player he turned into. He had to fill out, and it did over the first 5 or 6 years of his career. I'm not comparing Bronny to Curry. I'm only comparing the body to Curry, and that Bronny's got to get just like Caitlin Clark. Like she's got to get stronger.
No doubt, but I think that there's a difference between Bronny James and, say, Shedeur Sanders, who also was a big talking point this weekend because he had his first performance in preseason with the Browns, looked pretty good. There was the video that went viral of him walking up to a media member and politely asking him if he was going to write anything good about him. There's a difference because at least, while I don't think Shedeur Sanders is incredible, he at least performed at the collegiate level. He demonstrated that he could dominate some defenses in what used to be the Pac-12 and now the Big Ten. Like, he was not a bad quarterback in college. Bronny James had no resume at the collegiate level. So they effectively, you're right, they did draft a project, but they basically drafted a high schooler.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I mean, and we don't have to spend any more time on this.
Well, look, no, there are examples of players who do work out that are considered favors. I mean, the best example is probably Mike Piazza. I think he was taken in the 60th round. If those were even, I think it was pretty damn late.
Something like that.
As a favor to Tommy Lasorda because Lasorda was his godfather. And then he turned into a Hall of Fame catcher. All I'm saying is I don't think that's the case here. That's my only issue with it.
Well, one more time. What's not the case? That
Bronny James.
Okay.
Compared to Piazza. Also in baseball, there's 60 rounds. There's not, well, there used to be 60. There's not just 2.
I mean, and I know people say, well, he was a number 2 pick, but if someone can explain to me the difference between the Warriors drafting James Wiseman and looking at him like they looked at him, and the Lakers drafting Bronny James, what's the difference other than the Warriors were completely out of touch with James Wiseman's skill set? You know what I mean? Like, at least like James Wiseman was drafted 2nd, and he might not even be able to play in the NBA. Bronny James was drafted 55, and there's a chance that this year he may actually be in the Lakers rotation. So I get LeBron James never would have been drafted if he wasn't LeBron's son by any other team than the Lakers. But I just don't think it's a huge reach when you're looking at a project, whoever it is. Like, guess what? Yeah, Bronny James wasn't ready when he was drafted into the NBA. Well, so are most, shouldn't say most, but there are plenty of players who aren't ready to play in the NBA when they first get drafted.
You want to do the legal? Because
I did it.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the difference to me is we don't know if he was drafted because of his skill set, Steiny. The assumption is that he was taken because of his last name. And maybe there's some upside. Like a project all right, let's do this. So what's the stat that everyone threw around when Wiseman was a rookie? And he was one of
12 and 6.
6 guys to average. I bet you Bronny James will never average 12 points in an NBA season. Would you be willing to take that bet?
I might take it.
Okay, that's fine.
I might.
But that's why Wiseman was drafted, because you're right. He was incredibly raw. The Warriors clearly did not assess his future potential or his skill set in a way that was conducive to team and honestly, maybe individual success. He still averaged, without knowing what to do at the NBA level at 19 years old, 12 points. Now, was it conducive to winning? No, but my point is, like, there were skills that were there even at his foundation that the Warriors felt like they could use. I don't really know what skill set people were looking at Bronny James and asking, well, could this guy potentially do, No, that just wasn't the case.
This is from Uncle Looney, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Wiseman is a tall, athletic player. Bronny is short and can't shoot. How can you not see the difference? Teams take a chance on upside. Bronny has no upside. Okay, like who says? Why does Bronny James have no upside? Because you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. You know the last person I heard didn't have a lot of upside?
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese Halliburton. Because they thought he was a finished product out of Iowa, and that's why he fell. Because they didn't think he had a big upside. They thought he was more of a finished product, and they weren't crazy about his athleticism.
They also weren't crazy about his funky-ass jump shot,
no
but
doubt.
It went in.
Yeah.
He was always a good shooter. People just didn't like the way that he shot.
But has Halliburton turned into a player?
He also fell from a top 5 guy to a top 15 guy.
Has Tyrese Halliburton turned into a player that very few expected him to be?
Probably. I think you can make the case about Curry, but he had a skill set when he entered the league. The guy could shoot the lights out. It's funny. We do this all the time with Warriors players, so let's do the same exercise with Bronny James. Hey, Steiny, what does he do well?
Sounds like he could fit in on the Warriors.
That's my point. We don't know. At least Kaminga can jump.
All right. I don't really see
when I think of a project, I think of somebody that has I think of someone that has a tool and a potentially good one, and then we can work on the rest. Maybe they're a great shooter. Maybe they're really athletic. Maybe they have a knack for defense. Maybe they're an ironclad rebounder. They have good vision. There's one particular tool that makes them worth selecting. I think that's why most NBA players are taken in the draft.
All right, you want me to play devil's advocate? Maybe,
sure.
Maybe Bronny's one thing was pedigree.
That's a skill?
It's a trait.
Pedigree.
Yeah.
Explain.
He's LeBron's son.
That's what we're talking about.
Right.
That can't be a skill.
All right, let me ask you this.
That's sheer dumb luck.
Okay, let me ask you this, and maybe Curry will be retired by then. Who is it, Cannon? Is that Steph's son?
Yeah.
Okay, if Cannon
he's got a future.
18 years old, hasn't filled out yet, and is just an average college player, but he's Steph Curry's son, and he has some things about his game that you like. You don't think a team would take a shot at Curry? You don't think a team on balance would maybe take a kid whose dad was an NBA player as opposed to not?
I really don't. Well,
that's fair. I'm just asking the question.
Or if it happens, Steiny, the same energy that people are coming at Bronny for is going to be applied to Cannon. And that might be unfair, but that's just reality. People are not going to be happy if that hypothetical comes to fruition.
That's fine. I just feel like with LeBron James's son, there's not an openness to what if he gets better and can be a rotation player. To me, that is the thinking that most teams will use when they're drafting late in the second round. And I'm not going to tell you right now that LeBron James's son would have been drafted if LeBron James wasn't an NBA player. He probably wouldn't have been. But I just don't see it as something so egregious that it should bother people. There have been a lot of players in the NBA who get drafted for things that maybe not because of their dad, but because of something, some upside you think a player may have.
No, I'm with you, but the Warriors are actually think a great team to look at in regards to nepotism. They have a lot of players that have had fathers who played in the NBA. Let's look at one of them, who I actually think Bronny James kind of, and you brought him up, but he might profile like one day. Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II is the son of an all-time point guard, a Hall of Famer, and also happens to be a pretty good defensive player. So did a team look at Gary Payton II and say, well, he's GP's kid. You know, he's a two-time Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. He could score a little bit. Let's take him. No, he went undrafted. He played in the G League for 2 years, proved that he was good enough to earn an NBA contract, bounced around for the first few years of his career, and eventually then found a home with the Warriors where his skill set was allowed to flourish. That's not what happened with Bronny. Bronny just got the silver spoon right out of the gate. He didn't have to prove that he was good enough to project as a role player or someone that could help in a rotation. He just got handed a contract.
I get that, but what I'm saying is when guys get taken in the second round, they're usually a reach. They're usually a player that shows something that could turn into, like, here's what I'm getting at. Nobody out there, like, nothing Bronny James does is ever going to be enough. It's just never going to be enough. Even if and that's what I'm finding out kind of right now, that if he's a rotation player this year, say he averages 12 to 15 minutes a night and plays 50 to 60 games, why wouldn't you look at that and say, look at this. This is a second-round pick, late in the second round. Most guys don't even make it, and now he's in an NBA rotation. Like, he still won't get credit for that, I don't think.
No, I think he will, because a lot of people don't believe that he's that good. If Bronny James is contributing to winning basketball and playing 15 minutes a game for the Lakers, I think he'll get credit for that. I just don't think it's going to happen. Not from what I've seen. And again, it's someone, like, a lot of players have to start in the G League and prove at every single level, especially when they average 5 points a game in college and shot 30% from three, that you are good enough to earn an NBA contract. You have to prove it. Bronny James was given a guaranteed contract after 1 year of college in which he did not play a lot.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Trace Jackson-Davis got a 2-year guarantee.
He played 4 years, 5, of Big Ten basketball and was a borderline All-American. The guy averaged 20 and 12.
Didn't Quentin Post get a 2-year deal?
Quentin Post, he played 5 years of college basketball at 3 different programs.
All right. I'm just saying,
he was a 40% shooter and averaged 15 and 10 at Boston College. He was a starter and an All-ACC member. Like, that's what I'm saying. These guys have proven at the collegiate level that they're good enough to maybe not dominate, but be good players.
All right. And I just, I wouldn't give up on Bronny James just yet. That's all. 888-957-9570 is the number. We've got some other things to talk about. We got the 49ers playing. Do we have... Yes or no? Is that Kaminga news? Do we have a little Kaminga news to share?
Well, there's been somewhat of an update.
Okay. We can talk about Kaminga on the other side. We can also keep talking about Bronny James.
There was some nepotism on the field Saturday for the 49ers.
One more time?
There was some nepotism on the field Saturday for the 49ers.
Steiny, it's not an indictment on Bronny. It's the Lakers and LeBron. You don't get it. I'm not blaming Bronny. All right, well, let's not blame Steph Curry if Cannon gets drafted in 10 years, but he struggled. Let's give guys a chance. Give guys a chance. Oh, there's the thing. All right, 888-957-9570. Coming up tonight, ladies and gentlemen, at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back in the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Big rigs that hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the two right lanes are
Don't
blocked.
wait. Get into a new Honda HR-V now. It's the Honda Summer Event, brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt sign.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus tax and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Shop Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through September 1st, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Pods can dunk. I'm not God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back tomorrow. And
this is a DJ. Marshmallow.
Sounds like he's soft.
Stay Puff.
Was this guy on it Outside Lands?
No, but he's just a DJ. Pasta was kind enough to come back with one that's pretty notable.
See, the funny thing is I actually asked a question about DJs. And, wait, what did you just say about the DJs?
I just said that he's a notable DJ, DJ Marshmallow.
No, he said something about a DJ.
During the break?
No, just, it was live.
That they're musicians of sorts?
Yes. See, I just asked the question whether they were or not, and you seem to be saying they're not, I guess is what I'm saying, which is fine. You know more about music than me, probably.
Well,
especially this new stuff.
Is a vocalist a musician? Someone who only sings, doesn't play music?
Yes.
What's the difference? They're creating music with their voice. A DJ is creating music with
something synthetic. Yeah, something inanimate.
So because it's not technically organic or like natural, it's not real music?
Talk to Panja.
Panja said they are.
Oh, that's right. Talk to Robin. Talk to Robin from Frankie Beverly and the Maze. And the Maze. Yeah, okay. All right, let's finish up on Bronny with Ben in Berkeley, and then we'll get into the Niners. What's up, Ben? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. I was at the Steiny's Haters Lounge. It was a great day yesterday.
Heck yeah.
We were quoting a lot of Bob Dylan, the moral of the story and the moral of the song, that one should not be where one does not belong. So when you talk about Bronny James, he belongs in the league because it's his dad's league. He's going to be an owner. So don't you worry about his 3-point shot right now.
All right.
He's like Mike Yastrzemski. He gets to play minor league baseball till he's 28. Okay, he gets to get drafted, and then he gets to play for 6 or 7 years, and then he gets a big massive payout, and then they don't just cut him; they trade him as a sign of respect because of the name of Yaz. And that's the same thing with Bronny. You got to respect the name. Just love it and bow down to it because that's what you do because he owns the league. He's a multi-billionaire. Put that in your head.
Hey, Risotto.
He's going to be eventually $3,000 billion.
Hit him, Risotto. Thank you.
That means bring it down.
Hit him means cut him. Like when Jason Kidd said, hit me, so he could spill the water.
Well, I think we found your first open micer.
Who, Ben?
Yeah.
Hit me. Ben's All right, let's get to the Niners.
By the way, Yaz went to Vanderbilt. Like, can we stop the cap?
About what?
He's talking about nepotism and comparing Bronny James to Mike Yastrzemski. Mike Yastrzemski went to one of the more prominent baseball programs in the country.
And Bronny James went to one of the most prominent gyms in the country.
But Yaz
His
played.
dad's.
Yaz actually played.
All right, let's start out with Ryan and Irvine. Jump into the 49ers because I want to talk about Brock Purdy a little bit. And I didn't think I did a great job of explaining myself the other day, and I'm going to try to do better today. Ryan's in Irvine. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. Hey, thanks for the call. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to weigh in on something you said earlier about, a negative aspect about each NFL team and about the Niners and their injuries. This is what I think is frustrating. Kyle has like a thought process, a theory about the offensive line and how valuable it is to his overall scheme. And he has shown an inability to adjust that thought process when everything is slapping him in the face that he needs to address the offensive line and take it more seriously because every year they either lose out players because of injuries or they lose super high leverage plays in NFC championships and Super Bowls. And it's all because Kyle doesn't adjust his thought process about the value of an offensive line, even though other teams are winning Super Bowls with their elite offensive lines. But this is what's frustrating. He can adjust. He just did that with special teams. For years, he said, I don't care about special teams. Just stay out of my way. Don't lose us games. Then they had a historical bad special teams unit. And what did he do? He got a new coach. They drafted a bunch of players that are, specific players to special teams. So he can adjust. It's just, when is he going to, or will he ever? Because what happens if Purdy gets hurt by one of these backup offensive linemen? Is he going to get fired?
I mean, doesn't that fall on John Lynch a little bit? I mean, I get Kyle's the coach, and in theory, I guess Kyle's above John Lynch. But in theory, isn't that where John Lynch comes in and says, hey, Kyle, let's get some offensive linemen?
Yeah, I think it's not Kyle saying I don't want offensive linemen. I would appreciate the call, but to the caller's point, they have not made many investments in the offensive line. They just haven't. They haven't spent first-round capital on an offensive lineman in some time. Now they've drafted starters. Dominic Puni on line one. He was a third-rounder last year and looks to be a nice guy. But yeah, they still don't have the replacement for Trent Williams. They kind of get by with, I would say, it seems like a Giants-like approach to their offensive linemen where they're low cost. And I haven't done some digging. If you give me a sec, I can look at it. But the amount of money that they spend on their offensive line compared to other positions, it's not, I don't think, one of the highest groups outside of just Trent Williams. That's just not how he goes about his business.
All right, here's what. I'll go to that. Okay, here's. Last week we were talking about Brock Purdy, and this is where I kind of want to steer this conversation. And I'll give the listeners a little insight. I've said this to Evan because I know it kind of bothers him, but it'll be a good starting point for the conversation I want to have. Evan's got a little issue.
The Niners, by the way, are 29th going into this season in terms of total cap spent on offensive linemen.
That's not good.
That's not what people want.
Right. So
half of it is Trent Williams.
I'm trying to describe this accurately. You feel like there are, I don't want to put this. Well, why don't you tell me how you feel about Brock Purdy? Like when I
want to be careful because I think someone's probably listening. He's going to quote me on it.
Here we go. I'll tell you what, the 49ers, they're only going as far as Brock Purdy can take them.
Yeah, and I would say they're going as far as Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa are going to take them. Did I forget Trent? I left out Kittle. Yeah, that's what I would say. Like, singling out Brock Purdy to me is disingenuous because football is not played by one person. And I understand we do the QB record thing, and I get some people like that because it's a simplistic way to look at a quarterback and whether he's good or not. To me, I try to open my mind to a bit more. And so I think that Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback. I think he has a high floor, but his ceiling is not going to be that of one of the game-changing dudes in the league. That's my opinion.
That's fair. And this is I want to get to the point where I think we can get into the disagreement a little bit. I agree. Brock Purdy can't carry a team. And I agree Brock Purdy's not the kind of quarterback that can win you a game on his own. But here's where I do think the most important aspect of where he's at is. And I'm looking at this story by a former colleague of ours, Kyle Madsen, and he wrote it about a month ago. And it says, the raw data tells us Purdy has been an extremely productive signal caller since becoming the 49ers Week 1 quarterback in 2022. There have been debates, but he continues to be a really good player by every metric. But he says the one thing about Purdy's statistical profile stands out, and it may be the only thing holding him back from being an elite quarterback, and that is he's not good when the Niners are trailing. All right. So here's the biggest thing that I've seen, and at least as it goes to last year. Last year, Brock Purdy in game-winning drives, here it is. It isn't even about his production. It's just about the back-breaking turnovers that Purdy is prone to when the Niners are behind late in the game. Last season, Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions on 49 attempts with his team behind with fewer than 4 minutes to play. It's also worth noting he has 0 touchdowns in those situations in his career with 8 interceptions. All right, I'm not here to tell you that Brock Purdy isn't clutch. But what I am here to say is I don't talk about it like it's not a quarterback carrying you for 4 quarters and your defense stinks and your running back stink and your quarterback wins you a game solo. Like, I just don't think that happens. But what great quarterbacks can do is if you're down in a game late, they can lead you on a drive to win the game. And last year, he threw some important interceptions in drives when they could have scored go-ahead touchdowns late in the game. So really what I'm only talking about is a few throws here and there that if they change, then he will be the quarterback to me that can win you a game. Like, I don't look at win you a game as you have to be Tom Brady. I look at it as once or twice a game, there's an opportunity where if you can come through, then you kind of won the game for them. You know what I mean? Like, you can win a game for your team even if you struggle for 3 quarters, but when the chips are down, you lead them on a touchdown scoring drive with 2 minutes to go. And it felt like last year he couldn't do that, whether it was all on him or not.
Fair. I personally would rather have a quarterback that played really well for the majority of the game than for a small portion. Because the whole reason why people are looking at in your situation, like you're talking about, all right, fourth quarter he wasn't good, first quarter, 3 quarters was good. Well, the only reason he was allowed to fail is because he was really good in the first 3 quarters. If he was bad in the first 3 quarters, then you're done. Like, then you're hoping to be, like, would you rather have Tim Tebow as your quarterback? Because he made a ton of late comebacks after being a god-awful quarterback through 3 quarters. I also think, too, that the idea that he hasn't thrown a touchdown to me is, it's alarming as much as it is. I don't buy it the whole way. You know, I do think that's where context matters. And I ran this example by you before the show.
Right.
Wild card game 2023 against Green Bay. In the rain, you're down 21-17. You got to go get a score. And Brock Purdy goes 6 for 7 for 55 yards on the final drive. But he doesn't throw a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey runs it in. So he led his team on a game-winning drive, but he didn't throw a touchdown. That doesn't really matter to me because he made some incredible throws on that final drive, including one to Juwan Jennings, layering over a linebacker, a 3rd down where he sniped it inside to Brandon Ayuk. And then he also had a couple of scrambles, the 9-yard run for, I think it was on 2nd down. Like, those are all plays that he made. And I thought that was a clutch drive by him.
No, I think that is a clutch drive by him. You're obviously using 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And, like, that's the thing. If McCaffrey's not McCaffrey, then he's going to be asked to do a little bit more. And then how much can he come through on those make-or-break drives in the fourth quarter that you know you're going to have 3 to 5 of them a year? And it felt like, again, I thought he had some bad luck in those situations last year at times, but it did feel like the Niners would be in control. The other team would score 2 scores in the fourth quarter, and then the 49ers just out of nowhere found themselves down in a game where now the clock's running down. And all I'm saying is at that point, it doesn't matter if Purdy's been great or terrible. He's got a shot. He's got a shot to win him a game, and it just, last year, it just unraveled in those periods of time. And I'm not saying, again, they were all Purdy's fault, but I do think he's got to be better in those moments this year if they have enough close games like last year when they should have been able to put teams away.
Well, I think they will have close games, but all right, so Brock Purdy didn't come through against, Arizona week 5, right? Although I don't think he had the ball much in the fourth quarter because they were just running it down the Niners' throats. But against the Rams, they lost that game, but Brock Purdy needed one of his wide receivers to make a play, and Ronnie Bell dropped the ball. I can't put it on him for that. He played really well. I think he had 3 touchdowns that day. And I don't even know if he had a turnover. So there are some games where, yes, Steiny, you're right. Brock Purdy needs to make a play in the fourth quarter to win the game. He also needs some guys to help him. You know, I think that might be the one thing that people are highlighting because it's the one thing he hasn't really done a lot of yet. Like, he's got 2 fourth quarter comebacks in his regular season and also 2 game-winning drives, I think, in his 3 years, as 2.5 years as starter. So yeah, that's not a lot. And it kind of does feed into the narrative that the Niners are front runners because he hasn't been able to bring them back a whole lot. But I'm still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he can figure that out. Like, does he have to? I mean, not every guy is going to be Captain Cool under pressure. But what do you control outside of that can help your team win a game?
Yeah, I think so much with Purdy last year. I think the throws in the fourth quarter, like, I agree. I don't think he didn't have the year he had in the previous 2 years. But what I'm getting at is I do think it just comes down to a few drives and a few bad throws that if he changes, like, you could pick 6 plays last year that if they went another way, we would have said, well, Purdy was pretty good again last year.
But this is the thing, though.
I'm not like, when we say Purdy didn't have a great year, I think we look at all 17 games or 15, what he ended up playing. Okay. But there were critical moments last year where you either got to come through or not come through. And then I'll say it this way, the Niners just didn't come through.
But it's because he's making all the plays to put them in that position.
But
like you're right.
They need to be better than just competitive.
If we're judging Purdy off of 6 or 7 plays a year, that to me is I would prefer not to do that.
Well, okay. Well, let me ask you a serious question though. If 4 games come down to the final drive, let's say you play 17 games and 6 games come down to the final drive, 3 where you have the ball to drive and potentially get a game-winning score, or your defense has to hold to win you a game. I feel like the Niners were probably 1-5 in those games last year. And
you're putting that all at Purdy's feet.
The 3 offensive times I would. And I just made up 3 offense, 3 defense. But I don't feel like Purdy came through, but I also realized that in those situations when they were down and they needed a score in the last 2 minutes, like nothing seemed to look good at that point. He did seem to be under more pressure in those types of situations than he had been most of the game. And so, I don't blame it all on Purdy. I blame it on, I think things were happening in those games where he was trying to do too much. By trying to come back and have to make a play and win a game. Not by himself, but he's got to be the guy to make the play to win the game for him.
Well, to me, this kind of conversation is why a lot of people, and I'm not comparing these 2 quarterbacks. The one I'm about to talk about is, in my opinion, significantly better than Brock Purdy. But this same conversation is the reason why a lot of people don't trust Lamar Jackson, quote unquote, or don't think that he's a great quarterback because he hasn't made a couple of plays in big moments and he's 3-5 in the playoffs. That to me is a simplistic way to look at a signal caller. Lamar Jackson may have won his 3rd most valuable player award last year. He is one of the best 4 or 5 quarterbacks, a top 4 for sure, 4, 3, 2, I don't know where you put him. He's one of the best quarterbacks in football. So because he didn't come through in one moment in the 4th quarter, he's not that guy. There were 41 touchdowns last year. The 4 picks. I mean, and I realize that his team won more than Purdy did, but to me, like the way we're talking about Brock not quote unquote coming through in the clutch is the same thing that we do with all these great quarterbacks. And not everybody's Tom Brady. Not everybody's Patrick Mahomes. But Brock Purdy's still a damn good quarterback. And I think he's going to keep the Niners in a lot of games this year. Can some other guys and he make enough plays together to get them over the top? That's what we're going to find out this season. I think the Niners paid him because they believe he can get to that point. He's 25, 24 years old.
Yeah, I was looking more, I get it. I think the discussion with Jackson and those guys and Allen and Burrow, the guys who haven't made it to the Super Bowl, like for me, that's kind of playoff specific. I think with Purdy, it's more he's going to need to do that in the regular, like Lamar Jackson's going to play well enough for the Ravens to make the playoffs. And then in the playoffs, he's going to have to come through in a way, let's just say, that he hasn't before. With the 49ers, I feel like Purdy's going to have to make more big plays during the regular season than Lamar Jackson because the Ravens are better than the 49ers. But the only way the 49ers make the playoffs is if Purdy has more of those games than he did last year. And then, the playoffs, as far as Purdy is concerned, will take care of themselves. But I guess what I'm saying is I don't know if Lamar Jackson can play bad enough in the regular season for the Ravens not to make the postseason. I think Purdy can.
Play poor enough?
Yes.
Yeah, because Lamar Jackson is he's a better quarterback. It's
right. To me, Lamar Jackson's got to be a better quarterback in the postseason than in the regular season.
Well, for people to give him credit, it feels like,
right.
And I think that's stupid.
Well, I feel like Purdy, in a way, has shown what he can do in the postseason with a good team This year, he's going to have to be a good quarterback for a team that's not as good, and he's going to have to do it over the course of an entire regular season.
So his job is going to be harder,
yes.
is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So then, why, if he comes up short a couple times, am I going to crush him when his job is significantly more difficult than a quarterback who's better than him?
Because he just got his paycheck. He's a young quarterback, and you paid him because you think he can become that player.
You gave him 5 years.
Right.
After this one.
Right.
So you're hoping that over the course of these next 6 seasons, this one included, Brock Purdy can get there. What if he doesn't do it immediately? What if he comes up short a couple times? I mean, Brock Purdy, he's been playing football nirvana for the first 1.5 years. Last year was his first real taste of what the NFL is like for the majority of guys. Maybe it's going to take him a year. But again, I think that's what they paid him for.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting the way there's two sides to this, and one is the way you are looking at it, and then the other way is, well, everything's new for Purdy. It's like, well, wait a minute, this is his 4th year. Now Purdy should be one of the guys that McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo and Ayuk have been. Like, can he emerge into one of their best players and a guy who impacts winning like all the other guys we said did? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Looking for something fun and free to do with the kids this summer? Come explore Welcome in Wednesdays at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. Extended by popular demand through the end of August from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., step inside one or more of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome in Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. All ages welcome. Visit historysanjose.org for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Shopping for a new car
is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you could save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
I should be in a mental ward.
That dude should return his muscles.
I'm my own General Evan.
We need Thundercats.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We need Thundercats.
Guru will be back tomorrow.
From the
Fingers
sip.
crossed.
From the sip.
Hey, Goo. How you doing, buddy? Hope you had a productive.
Some good news, damn it.
Hope you had a productive weekend, at least. Okay, Brock Purdy. Here's what I have written down. Try to get my thoughts a little bit organized.
Okay.
If I were to ask myself, Steiny, what do you think about Brock Purdy? You like Brock Purdy? I would use the all-encompassing, yeah, he's fine. He's pretty good. He's okay, he's pretty good. He's fine. And that's been good enough the last few years because he's had a good supporting cast. But is fine good enough? Is fine going to be good enough this year if they don't win?
Well, yeah, but what if he's bad and they win?
If he's bad and they win, I would be a little more optimistic.
Really? Even if he's a bad quarterback, but they somehow find ways to pull W's out of their keister?
I don't think he can be a bad quarterback. I think he can be average. Like, that's his bad. I just don't think – I think with Shanahan's offense, he's never going to look bad consistently, I don't think. But what I'm getting at is it fair for a fan to say, okay, Brock Purdy he's been pretty good the last 3 years, no doubt about it. He's been pretty good. Been a surprise. Now he got paid. Now we need him to be a little bit better starting this year. Like, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why does that make you shake your head? Do you not think Purdy's capable of improving?
I think he can get better.
Okay.
But when you ask the question, all I hear is, well, he's paid now. He's got to be great. Why would he be?
No, I didn't say great. I said better.
No. You mean great because he has to do more now because he has less talent. So he has to be a different version of himself. All I'm saying is I don't think Brock Purdy's bad. But
I don't either.
I think it's going to be really hard for him to be the quarterback you and every other San Francisco 49ers fan is asking him for when he has less talent around him than ever. I think it's going to be harder for him to be greater. I think it's going to take some time for him to calibrate.
Is it possible that he could have a better year with a worse team somehow? Like, I'm just throwing stuff out there.
I don't think so.
All right.
Now, I think the team is going to be more wholesome than last year. Like, that's why he'll be better. Trent Williams will be available for most of the season, hopefully. Christian McCaffrey will be available for more than 2 games. You got at least some guys on defense that are younger, have ability to improve. Maybe Ayuk comes back midway through the season and gives you a second half boost. Demarcus Robinson turns out to be a nice weapon. Ricky Pearsall takes a step. The talent around him can be better. Like, I think Brock Purdy, it may sound like I'm diminishing him, and that's not my intention. I just think that Brock Purdy, like many quarterbacks, is either a beneficiary or sometimes a victim of what surrounds him. And I think so often we put all the onus on the guy throwing the football because the camera follows him around the field everywhere, that we forget about how many players it takes to put together to form a quality football team. That's all I'm saying. And I think that Purdy has more talent around him than last season because last year they completely broke down. So yes, he should be better than last year, statistically, which ideally should lead to more wins. Like, okay, so the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line is saying this.
Okay.
NFL is the ultimate team sport. Every Hall of Fame quarterback still needs help because the sport relies on every player to do their job to have success. If a guy gets an extra 5 hits a week, will be the difference between 250 and 300. Sorry, all right, here it is. This is all a razor's edge, and a few bad throws is the difference between a good quarterback and a great quarterback. I totally agree. I think Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. I do not yet think he's a great quarterback. So why would I expect him to make all the razor's edge plays that a great quarterback makes? Outside of wanting him to do it. That sounds like a lot of hopium that y'all are smoking out here.
I would say, well, this is his 4th year. Like, he should be getting better every year. More command of the offense. A bigger role. I mean, more of an impact in games. So, like, here's the way I look at it with the Niners. When they were, 2 or 3 years ago, Purdy just needed to be a point guard. Let's just say he needed to be Stockton.
Mm-hmm.
Hand the ball off to McCaffrey, throw it to Kittle, all those things. I do feel like with less talent, now he's got to be more of a scoring point guard, whatever that means. Probably means maybe taking a few more chances. And the hope would be that most of those pay off as opposed to not paying off. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it for Purdy. I almost feel like you're mitigating I feel like you're right. You said you didn't like the way we talk about quarterbacks because quarterbacks get too much of the credit and they get too much of the blame.
Yes. And it's because they make all the money. I get it.
But it's also because they might be the most important player on a team outside of starting pitcher in any sport.
You can make a case they're more important than starting pitching because they're responsible for scoring.
Exactly. So I feel like no matter what happens, like you may, and I'm just getting into a discussion here. It feels like Purdy's year will entirely be dependent on everybody else. And that he's only,
in a way,
he's going to do what we always know he's going to do.
Okay, so I think your basketball analogy is interesting. So Brock Purdy I actually agree. I think he's a really, really good point guard. Okay, so why am I going to move him to the 2? Just because there's no one to play there? Maybe, God forbid, I might need to find other starting caliber players that complement my really good point guard. And that's how I'm going to be a successful basketball team. I think with football, there are varying degrees of quarterbacks or levels of quarterbacks. Purdy's a guy I know that I can win games with if I give him some talent. This year, I think he's got more talent than last year, so he should win more games. Like, I'm not trying to say if the Niners go 5-12 or 6-11 this year that Brock Purdy is not going to be under fire. I guess I just don't think that's going to be the case unless injuries completely derail this team like it did last season.
888-957-9570 is the number. And Brock Purdy's not going to cash in this year on that extension, but it starts next year. And are the expectations different for Brock Purdy now that he got that contract? Let's go out to Trevor's in Rohnert Park. Wants to talk a little about the offensive line. Hey, Trevor, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good.
All right. Let's talk a little bit. I heard the offensive line, and I heard Brock Purdy, and I started getting fired up about Brock Purdy. So let me just say two things, one about the offensive line and about Brock Purdy. One is, I think Brock Purdy is the kind of quarterback where the pay is not going to dictate whether this guy decides he's going to take the next step at the next level or not. I do think that he's the kind of quarterback that's working hard all the time. Is he like you're saying, is he a top 3 quarterback in the league? Maybe not. But I feel good about Brock Purdy taking this team to a Super Bowl at some point with the right weapons around him, because the quarterback can't do it on his own, right? I saw last year, when we look at these numbers of how he played last year, everybody was hurt on this team. Everybody was hurt. I mean, you can't expect a quarterback. I don't care if you're Tom Brady. If you're Tom Brady and you had this team last year, everybody from Kittle all the way down was hurt. Trying to take that team somewhere promising last year wasn't going to happen. I don't know if you want to put an asterisk next to it, whatever. I don't think it's fair to judge Brock Purdy on his play last year. As far as the interceptions last year go, I remember specifically multiple interceptions that bounced off the hands of receivers and into the other team's hands. So I don't know if I blame Brock Purdy for some of those interceptions. I cut 2 of those out, maybe 3 of those interceptions out right now, and say that we had receivers that didn't hold on to the ball, tipped it up in the air, should have caught it, and it went into another receiver's hands. So I think we need to just kind of take a look at Brock Purdy and give him a chance to grow. The guy is a good quarterback. He can become something better, and there's something he has that a lot of other quarterbacks don't have, and that's poise in the pocket. If you look at what he's doing, he's not afraid. He doesn't hear footsteps. He throws the ball accurately most of the time. Was he pressing last year? Absolutely. But he had a garbage team, hot garbage, all year long, and he was just trying to make something happen, and it didn't work half the time. Sometimes it did. But I've seen him in games. Now, I heard somebody say something about how when the Niners are down, it's really difficult or almost impossible for him to bring them back. He just doesn't do it. Well, I've seen that happen a couple of times. I saw it in the playoffs, so that's not true. He can definitely do it. So I think Brock Purdy is a good choice to sign. I think he's a good leader. I think he's a hard worker. And if he loses, and we have that kind of quarterback, if he loses based on those facts, then I'm okay with it. I don't want to see a quarterback go out there and make a bunch of mistakes just for the hell of it, and you don't get the feeling like that quarterback is invested in the team. I feel like Purdy is invested in his team. I feel like he's invested in himself. I think he is going to work harder to be a better quarterback. Whatever that is, I'm backing him. So that's how I feel about him.
Gotcha.
Offensive line.
Let's see.
Thanks, Trevor. Appreciate the call, man.
You know what? We'll table it there because the offensive line stinks. It's pretty bad.
Okay.
Hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 Sam. I don't like when you talk to the producer, though, and I can't hear you. It's very unsettling. And I know it was about me. An Odyssey sports station and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Fran.
Okay.
You want me to play the sound?
No, it's not about the sound.
Oh, okay. Is it about me?
No, it's not about you.
Oh, okay. Well, then
it's about
let it out.
People.
Mm-hmm.
You just said the offensive line stinks.
Okay.
I'm kind of with you.
Oh.
I
stand by it.
They're a Trent Williams injury away from stinking. So, if the offensive line stinks.
Yes.
And we can't stop guys from getting into the backfield in 3 seconds, if we got Spencer Burford on Saturday getting used like a rag by Benito of the Denver Broncos, how is my quarterback going to deliver the football?
Well, first of all, he needs to lead the league among quarterbacks then in rushing. If they have a bad offensive line,
1,000-yard rusher,
then I'd like to see him rush for about 800 yards.
Which he can't do.
Secondly,
yes,
listen, people say stick to basketball. They don't realize that. Okay, let me tell you something about football. When you have a bad offensive line, you got to just roll out, just roll the quarterback out, and we're fine.
Roll out. He was also great this week.
Designed rollouts. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Look. All right, now do you want to play the sound?
Yeah, I'll play the sound. Okay. This is from the Richard Sherman podcast, who Brock Purdy was on with.
Today, we have an incredible guest, the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, the man of the hour, Brock Purdy.
Oh, that was the intro. All right, Richard. I think Richard. Hey, okay, that's it. Just so you know what's coming up.
I thought we were about to listen to an hour-long conversation that's set up.
Appreciate it. Hopefully, Richard pulled a guru here, and take a listen to it, and then I'll tell you if he did pull a guru.
I think, at practice and stuff, I was making throws my rookie year, and I was trying to make the team, and I was like, all right, I think I can do it, but this is practice. And so once we got into week 13 against the Dolphins, Jimmy went down. My first third down pass was like a little 5-yard out to Christian on third down, and I completed it on the sideline. And in that moment, I was like, dude, this is football. I've been doing this my whole life. And during the game, I feel like it's a little bit more slower, actually. Everything seems open. You can see better. Practice sometimes is so hectic. You're trying to get different looks and whatnot. But in the game, in that moment, on that drive, I was like, man, I've been doing this my whole life. We went down. We scored. There was a 2-minute drill right before half. We were just executing, and I was just throwing and going through my reads. And I was like, I can do this. And sure enough, we went on a run that year, my rookie year. But I think it was those two drives right there, week 13, 2022.
Bro, it was cool.
That was Richard Sherman. The question Richard Sherman had asked of Brock Purdy there was, when was that moment on the field when you knew you belonged? And Richard Sherman talked about some preseason games that he played when he was a rookie. And Purdy basically saying it was that game, week 13 against the Dolphins, where he came in and finished, I think that was the game Garoppolo got hurt, right?
Yeah, and they were down.
Yeah,
in that game.
and he did the job, and that's when he started feeling like he belonged in this league.
I mean, I agree. I remember watching that game thinking, who is this guy? And maybe it's because it came out of nowhere and it was so shocking and everybody just, he was getting compared to Tom Brady. He beat him, and the Niners beat the Buccaneers the next week in his first start as an NFL quarterback. He had a gutsy, I think he had a broken rib, went into Seattle and beat them on the road, something that's always been tough for 49ers teams and 49ers quarterbacks. Helped take him to a NFC Championship game in his first season and then backed it up with a Super Bowl appearance the next year. Maybe everybody was just too far ahead, like expecting this guy to just have them in NFC Championship games and Super Bowls, and it's really hard to do. It takes a lot. And I think the Niners as a team, as a franchise, especially with Kyle Shanahan as head coach, have set this standard. And the players talk about it sometimes too, this standard of being in important games and big games. And I'm looking at their team this year, and I'm not seeing players that are standard representatives all over the field. They got a few of them. They do. They have some good players. But, they don't have guys at every single position. I remember that when Brock Purdy took over, we would be talking about, that second corner is a little iffy. I don't know if their third linebacker, they got some questions. I don't know about the return man. Ray McLeod he makes me a little jumpy. Dude, we're talking about just starting caliber players all over the field. We're talking about their guards. We're talking about their second wide receiver. We're talking about their defensive tackles. We're talking about there's 2 starting safeties. There are so many different questions we have about this team compared to the last few years. I'm just not expecting these guys to play like freaking gangbusters. And God forbid if they don't, and the team doesn't succeed in the immediate, I'm not going to put it all at the feet of Brock Purdy. If he plays badly, we'll talk about it. But to me, if this season is, if they go 8-9, but like I guess I don't think that's going to be all on Brock. If they go 9-8 and barely miss the playoffs, I don't think that's going to be all on Purdy. I might be wrong, but that's not how I think this is going to play out. I think a lot of the season we're going to be talking about the amount of question marks that we've been discussing for the last few months.
I would agree with that, and that's why, to me, Purdy this year is, I looked at him as I don't want to say a role player because he was a quarterback, but I do think he's obviously going to be more front and center as a discussion point this year for 2 reasons. One is because we all know that the talent around him isn't as good as it has been in the last few years, but also I don't think we can detach the contract from that, whether we like it or not. This is one of the things I always love to talk about. This is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. All this panic and negativity from the 510. Does anybody remember Brock Purdy and Jordan Mason's first drive as rookies in the preseason on the Niners? LOL, we're going to be okay. Please, 510, define okay. Because that's what I think the crux of the whole season is. They may go 8-9, and that's okay, or that's fine if we think that the talent level has matched the record. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I got questions about this team. If I'm ranking, positions of concern, quarterback is very low. Just is.
No, I agree.
I'm not concerned about the quarterback. I think Brock Purdy is good, and I think he's going to keep this team in a lot of games, and we'll see if he, along with every other player on that roster, can make some plays to help them win. I think the Niners are in kind of a transition right now. Maybe they can be a bit ahead of schedule this season. I think they're really, really young on defense, and I think that showed during the preseason on Saturday. They got some guys who made some plays, and elsewhere they got dominated a little bit by the Broncos.
I look at you were kind of saying.
I just don't want to set up this whole year for us to bash Brock Purdy.
Why not? They got to win. They got to win.
You would like to win. You don't have to win. You'd like to.
Oh, Evan. Who's that? Oh, Evan.
This is where we disagree.
No, I will say, this is the one thing I was thinking about Purdy, and this is where Kyle Shanahan comes into play a little bit. The idea of what a bad year even looks like for Purdy. Because last year they were 6-11, and there seemed to be, he was okay, took a little step back, but that was to be understood, according to people who cited injury and stuff like that. How about this? Here's what I would bet $1,000 on. Brock Purdy can't play poorly enough that Kyle Shanahan will remove him if he's healthy. In other words, I don't believe Brock Purdy can play so poorly that he would go to Mac Jones without an injury to Brock Purdy.
Did he remove Brock in the Christmas game against Baltimore a couple of years ago?
Only because he threw 5 interceptions.
No, I'm asking. I don't remember.
I think he might have.
Because the game was over.
But this would be more, Purdy's not very good. We're going with Mac Jones to finish this game and to start the following week.
Not any game that they're in. No. Like the only time we're going to see Mac Jones this year is probably if Brock Purdy's hurt or if the game is completely a blowout.
Kyle Shanahan on Mac Jones.
Oh, boy.
Mac seemed like he performed well. I liked how he came out. It was a challenge, especially going against that defense. Had a bunch of guys out there, too, and loved the first drive. The next one, I think we went 3 and out, but I was happy with Mac today.
Uh-oh.
Threw a nice deep ball to Watkins.
Oh, no.
That was pretty.
Yeah, I mean, you like having a good backup quarterback if Purdy goes down. It can keep you in some games.
More Kyle Shanahan? How about, who I haven't talked about today is Juwan Jennings. You know what? I'll push it to the other side. I want to hear what Shanahan said on Juwan Jennings. He was another 49er, obviously, who didn't play on Saturday. We don't know if it's a holdout, hold-in, or a calf with him. 888-957-9570. Coming up in a half hour, we'll have the crossover with Willard and Dibs. But don't forget, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30. It's all brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here, and what's coming up on the game next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
We finally switched to T-Mobile, because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He'll be back tomorrow from the SIP, Mississippi. I want to hear about Mississippi.
You want to take back what you said during the break?
Maybe.
It's not about Guru.
What was it?
About Bo Nix.
What about him? What did I say?
Said he's better than Brock.
No, I did not.
See, everyone thinks that I'm a hater on Brock Purdy, but
you're not a hater. You just don't hold him accountable.
No, I just don't hold him in the same regard as other people who expect him, because now he's paid $250 million to just blossom into the next Fran Tarkenton.
So, hold on.
He's better than Bo Nix, though.
That's fine. So...
No, just say you take it back.
Nobody heard it for me to take back, so I won't. I don't know if I want to do this or not, which means I will.
Sure.
I got to give you an update on Jonathan Kaminga.
Oh, what happened?
Question is it an update? Anthony Slater dropped a story today. He was part of a story, dropped it on the 7 free agents in the NBA still out there. Here's the latest on, we could discuss if this is news or not.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
His first sentence says, this is Anthony Slater, so everything sits in the same spot it did 10 days ago. So does that mean it's news or not? See, I would say it's news. If nothing's changed in 10 days, isn't that in and of itself news? That nothing's changed.
It is news.
I can give you a little more context.
But real fast, I remember asking my dad one time about why news is the way it is. Because, a lot of the news is not necessarily, positive or like the most uplifting, especially, recently. And he goes, that's not what the news is for. The news is the news. It does not have to be good. It doesn't have to be bad. It's just the news. So I would say that's what the Kaminga news is it's just the news.
All right, here's the latest. The Warriors have not upped their offer, and Kaminga has indicated to those close to him that the $7.9 million qualifying offer is more appealing to him than the Warriors' current pitch. Something has to give before the October 1st deadline. And the Warriors' current pitch is a 2-year, $45 million offer with a team option for the second year. I can't believe he's coming back here on the qualifying offer, even though I can believe he might come back here on the qualifying offer.
What do you think is the most likely to happen?
I think
number one,
boy,
he signs the qualifying offer. Number two, he signs the Warriors' 2-year, $45 million deal with the team option. Or number three. Thank you, Pasta. They trade him this summer.
Wow, dude. I would have to say,
even though they say it's off the table,
I still would say number 3 is the most likely. That they will still find a sign and trade for Kaminga that will suit them. Here's the question. If you're the Warriors, would you rather, let's just say, take one of the deals with Phoenix or with Sacramento, or you would want him to play on the qualifying offer?
No. I can't have him play on the qualifying offer. I do not want that.
Now,
I don't think it's good for either side.
Well, keep in mind, if they do that, if they find a team he's willing to get moved to, they still could do it at the deadline.
On the qualifying offer.
Correct.
If he accepts the deal, yes.
Yeah.
Because he would have a
right. So in other words,
clause.
At that point, he would be under contract with a no trade clause. But I would like to think that if, as acrimonious as it may or may not be, if he comes back on the qualifying offer, then I have to get a list of teams from him that he would be willing to be traded to.
But the issue is you can only acquire a player that's worth $7.9 million.
That's absolutely correct.
Which is why I don't think it would behoove either side to do it. From Kaminga's side, you would make less money, and you'd kind of be flipping the middle finger to the team you're coming back to because they know you want to leave. And the Warriors, it would be difficult to move him because he can kind of choose where he wants to go. And you're not going to get as much as you possibly can back for him because of the finance. You'd save some money. There's no doubt about that. But to me, that's not the reason why you're keeping him. I mean, you're trying. God, I mean, it's like the Warriors have been fishing using Kaminga as fish bait for a long time, and it feels like every single time they've gotten a nibble, they take a look in the water and say, that fish ain't big enough. Oh, we're gonna reel in and cast again. It's like, at some point, you're going to have to take the fish out of the water.
I mean, the one thing is, I'm just going to real quick look here at some guys. 8 million. All right, let me just throw some names at you.
Mm-hmm.
Lonzo Ball. I'm not saying he makes $10 million.
Okay.
Could you trade him for somebody who is still currently on their rookie deal?
You could.
Stephon Castle. What about Matherin? I'm just saying there are names.
Yep.
There are some names here.
Benedict Matherin's pretty good.
I know. I'm just going on salary alone. What if Ace Bailey doesn't get off to a great start in Utah? He's making $9.
Yeah.
Ty Jerome's making 8.8. Almost matches up exactly.
That's his new contract with Memphis?
Yeah. I mean, what I am saying is there are some guys who... Kelly Oubre. Would you trade him right now for Oubre?
No. I don't want Kelly Oubre.
There's some guys here I would...
But that's kind of my point, though. If it gets to the place where he signs a qualifying offer, which I personally don't believe he will do, but if he did, then you're not going to get anything of substance because the only players that teams would be willing to move are players that you don't want. The players that make that much money are usually young and pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, like, right now, I'll come up with 3 guys who you would say yes to it. Let's say at the trading deadline, would you trade him for Tyus Jones? Maybe.
Well, if that's my only option, but okay. I wouldn't like it to get to the point where I'm flipping him for. You know what? If I'm going to get Tyus Jones, well then let me just trade him for Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, and 4 second-round picks.
All right, so you like that one better?
I like it better than Tyus Jones.
What about Clint Capella? Making 6.7. I'm just saying...
I would prefer not to trade him for Clint Capella.
No, I'm just saying there are some names here that come the trade deadline, maybe. There's some names here that maybe you take Looney back for $8 million. Yeah, here's the one thing. I'm looking at Kaminga and I don't mean this as a player, but I almost am looking at him as a 0 right now because he doesn't really want to be here. And I think are you at the point where this could be addition by subtraction because you just don't want the headache?
Yeah, but you can't give him up for literally nothing. I mean, it's like this isn't a Cam Whitmore situation where I think they gave him to Washington for basically just a second-round pick.
Yeah, something like that. Although everybody loves what Washington did this summer.
Who's they?
Pundits.
Who are the pundits?
Media, NBA experts.
Who
insiders.
Covers the Washington Wizards?
Oh, they're a national franchise. Shams.
Who's their Slater? I actually don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
No, but
I'm going to say maybe a guy named, oh God, I think I was thinking of their coach.
Well, Ace Bailey really wanted to go there. Oh, Brian O'Keefe.
Yeah, he's the coach.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can't trade him for nothing. But I also don't believe that it would be in the best interest for either side to be married when the season begins. That's why I'm still with you. I think the most likely option is that they come to an agreement to sign and trade him at some point between now and October 1st.
I still would have to bet on that.
Because if they don't,
I'm with you.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that could go wrong if they don't do that.
See, I like this from the YouTube chat. Don Dada, 1200. Steiny, what? I don't know what you mean when you say what. Like, what did I say? I consider Kaminga a 0? I don't mean as a player. What I mean is, at what point do you realize that he might not be a functional player on your team?
408's got you.
How so?
He's got you down cold. Boxer and Grusin, work injury attorney's text line. You taking Bronny James?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
You taking the project?
Yeah.
Trade the idea
you know
for
why?
the project?
You know why?
Why?
Because Kaminga's a project, too, and we're 4 years in, and he hasn't emerged.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So Bronny still has 2 more years.
Now I think you are just talking.
I am. I'm just messing.
I know.
That's true.
There's also updates on other players too. Again, like
right.
the restricted free agency market is completely frozen. And the one that actually the player that they did say was that Slater and the rest of the beat writers kind of agreed upon that would be the most likely to pick up his qualifying offer is Cam Thomas of the Nets, which I find interesting because you could argue that of the, well, Giddey maybe more, but of the 4 players, Cam Thomas might be the most proven of them. Like, he's gotten the most opportunity. He hasn't been traded yet, and he averaged 24 points a game last year. I find that interesting. But
no, I'm just, maybe all 4 of those restricted free agents come back on the qualifying offer. I don't know.
To me, that would be like almost a calculated move. I mean, that to me would be, now I'm not saying like a collusion type of situation, but all 4 sign a qualifying offer? Well, damn.
The one thing, like people that say, I'd rather trade him for something than lose him for nothing. I would be willing to say right now, they are not going to lose him for nothing. Even if he comes back on the qualifying offer, I find it hard to believe that they won't move him. And then, like, the only way they get nothing for him is if he leaves at the end of the year to become an unrestricted free agent. So the Warriors still have plenty of time to get something for him, whether it's before October 1st or whether it's depending on what he does and we're dealing with him at the trading deadline. I find, here's the other thing. I get he's got a no-trade clause, but would Kaminga really turn down a trade to a team where he may play a lot? You know what I mean? Like, does Jonathan Kaminga have teams other than the Warriors, let's say, that he doesn't want to play for?
Yeah, teams where he's not going to play.
Right. So,
I mean, that's why it's like, I think it's interesting that if they went into the season with a contract and they got to the deadline, Kaminga would red light a trade to a good team that has a starting small forward and power forward because he wants to play. You know, I mean, we've discussed some of the fits and situations, but I don't like Phoenix and Sacramento are not model franchises. And I find it interesting that those are the 2 places that he really wants to go. I mean, he has, to me, that screams, I have no intention of playing right now, winning basketball. Maybe he thinks he can get there at some point, but I find it interesting when, like, there's this guy for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Brian Reynolds. At the deadline, he's got a no-trade clause. He said, I don't want to go to the Yankees, the Mets, the Giants, the Dodgers, all these teams that at the time were in playoff contention. I don't want to go play winning baseball. I'm sorry, that rubs me the wrong way. What did you get into this game for? Did you get it because you wanted to play? You wanted to make some money? Or do you want to win?
He wants to feed his family.
Yeah, that's all well and good.
You know what the cost of living is in Pittsburgh compared with New York? And you're not getting a raise when you get traded. So his quality of life declines when you go to a place like that.
Not if you succeed. You get paid more.
You really think? Never mind.
Seriously, no, like someone as old school as you are, that doesn't rub you the wrong way when someone says, I don't want to go play for a good team. I would rather play for a bad team. Or just like a middling franchise.
I think that we need to start wrapping our minds around the idea that the Vince Lombardi line that winning isn't everything, it's the only thing, doesn't apply to every single player or coach. I do believe, for example, I wouldn't just leave this station to go to whatever the number 1 sports talk station is in the country just because I'm a winner there, right? I like it here. I like the Bay. I like my friends. I like my house. I'm content. I think we can win here.
Yeah, but if you didn't like it here, which is how Kaminga is feeling right now, then wouldn't you want to go somewhere where you feel like could be a good situation?
I think to a young player, playing time is more important than winning.
I agree with that.
Especially to a guy like Kaminga, who has been on a quote-unquote winning team.
Sorry, that's it. I thought you were going somewhere.
I was gonna go somewhere.
Well, like I moved around the country to get experience for my job, so that one day I could. Sure, that's not really a job. I didn't tell you where I went. I just tell you I went around the country to get back to a place where then I could help. But the goal was always to win. I mean, I wanted to go places where I could, quote unquote, win. You know, I think that's what, I don't know, most people should strive for in sports. You know, when the team succeeds, generally players succeed. I mean, that's what Andre Iguodala has been preaching for like 15 years.
Well, it's, with all due respect, it's a little easy for Iguodala to do that because he got paydays in his prime.
He made more money at the end of his career than he did during the prime of his career.
He made a lot in Philly when he was the man, and I think he was making good money in Denver, too.
I mean, we can just go look it up.
Sure. We can take a call in the meantime. Let's go to JD in Oakland. What's up, JD? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on?
Hey.
Two things. First of all, I think the Warriors are looking at the Kaminga deal in a glass half empty kind of way. What they should do is identify players that they would like to get, and then see if Kaminga plus something else can get them closer to getting that player instead of looking at, well, what can he get? What's going to be the trade? You look at the team like Houston. Now that they've acquired KD, maybe Easton or Jabari Smith may be somebody that they can part with, depending on what you give them with Kaminga. And that's what I think they should do in that case. And when you talk about wins, people wanting to go to winning teams, a guy that's familiar with this, Gilbert Arenas, has been heard saying very loudly that it's not about winning chips, it's about making money.
Right.
And that just lends to the player, the type of player he or she may be, the individual that they may be. And so I think at some point, once they make the money, once they've secured their financial future, then winning becomes more important.
I agree with that. Yeah. Thanks, JD. Appreciate it. There's something about Gilbert Arenas. Got to tell you. Something about Arenas. He says a lot of outlandish stuff. But some of it, I'm with him. Like, I'm with him on some stuff. Like, he's got a way of looking at the NBA through a player's lens that I just don't think we understand that part of it.
Well, I don't really think many people understand him. He's a complex individual.
Well, for example...
By the way, a couple pieces of important Niners news.
Go ahead.
This is from Cam Edmond of the Bay Area News Group. 49ers rookie wide receiver Jordan Watkins has a high ankle sprain and will miss a month. Came in Sunday, reported pain, got MRI, so he's done for a bit. And then Demarcus Robinson is going to appeal the NFL suspension he now officially faces for the first 3 games. That was for last season's DUI while he was with the Rams.
I mean, what's the appeal? I wonder if...
He is going through an appeals process as he faces NFL suspension at least first 3 games for no contest plea. So it sounds like he's going to... Yeah. Anyways, the Niners just got hit again at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, they did. The thing with Robinson is, and I should know this, but I don't. In baseball, when you would appeal something like that, you get to play while you appeal, and then you get penalized. So my first thought with Robinson is, I wonder if by appealing,
he can play a little bit?
Right, that he could theoretically push his suspension from games 1, 2, and 3 to games 4, 5, and 6. If for no other reason, then they might be more healthy at the wide receiver position at that point. But I'd be surprised if that's how it works. But yeah, Jordan Watkins has the big catch early against the Denver Broncos, and now he's going to be out for a week. And that's the other thing about when you got a lot of young players. We got to figure out if they can be durable enough.
Yep. I mean, that's the NFL. You know, you would hope these young players can stay on the field, but we don't know if Pearsall can stay healthy for a full season. We don't know if Mykel Williams, who hyperextended his knee and is going to be out, I think, until later this week. He's out for a week. If he can stay on the field, it ain't easy.
No.
Like, you don't just plug these guys in and they turn into roses.
No. By the way, Hosier?
Yeah.
They have that song, Take Me to Church, I believe.
Yep, they do. I didn't see Hosier, but everyone said that it was great.
What was the highlight?
That's a live band.
What was the highlight for you of Outside Lands? As I got something in my throat.
You okay there?
Yeah.
Probably Big X the Plug.
Big X.
Big X is the man.
Big X the Plug.
Big X the Plug. Yes, he's a very large individual. His name is, I think his real name is Xavier. So he goes by Big X.
I'm afraid to ask this.
He's big.
What does the plug mean?
Don't worry about it.
Is it something profane?
No, it's just the plug, wherever you get stuff you need from your plug.
Evan, real quick, is he the one that came out with the shirt off?
No, he didn't come out with the shirt off, but at the end of the set, the shirt was off.
I did see a
Then
clip
he's in good shape?
No, he's
washboard?
He's Big
Six-pack?
X, dude. He's a big boy. Get off him. Quit body shaming Big X the Plug.
I couldn't pick him out of a police lineup.
That's where you were going.
That's a weird assumption. I couldn't even pick him out of a police lineup. I don't know if he's skinny, medium build, or a little
I think you'd be able to pick him
chubby. All right. Crossover next. See what Willard wants to fight me on today. That segment brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through August 12th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Use your grill to its fullest before summer ends. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot. And Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rod. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and Trek trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare more and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Evan Giddings is in today for Guru, as you know, but now we welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, doing great. How you guys doing? Just another fun-filled weekend. I'm glad that we all were able to go to concerts, and your concert probably a little bit of a bigger deal than mine.
Who'd you see?
I think the man's name is Dr. Z, and it was a freebie out in my town, and he held court for about 100 2 to 6 year olds singing some of your favorites, including If You're Happy and You Know It. Thank you. Icky Sticky Bubblegum was a big hit.
Ooh, Wheels on the Bus, right? No Wheels on the Bus?
No.
It's Icky Sticky Bubblegum makes your hand stick to your mouth, and then it's like one of those.
Rhyme. I thought it would rhyme with you, stick to your thumb.
No, it sticks to your elbow and the whole thing. It's kind of a call and response, but not quite as expensive as Outside Lands, and probably not as fun either.
Yeah, there's
Outside Lands. Good Lord.
There was a lot going on, that's for sure.
Ooh, don't run errands on the peninsula during Outside Lands.
Oh, my goodness.
I call them errands. I got to play, Steiny love it. I played 36 holes this weekend. I twice played golf on the peninsula, but my God, trying to get back through Golden Gate Park, I hadn't thought that out.
Oh, you had to drive through the city, that's right, to play on the peninsula.
Wow.
The city.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Who knew Burlingame was 3 hours from Marin?
No, it was
look at you.
It's a freaking zoo.
Good Lord, what a mess.
You want to name drop where you played? Because there's some gems down there now.
Well, you know one of them.
The Peninsula.
No, Saturday I took you to go play Crystal Springs.
Beautiful.
What up?
Shout out Wink.
What up, Wink?
Yep.
He's the man.
That's
and
a good
then
course.
Yesterday, with some old friends in town, we went, we splurged a little bit.
Here we go.
We did a little Half Moon Bay yesterday.
Beautiful.
The old course.
Which is the one that's closer to... Is that the one where you finished the 18th right in front of the Grand Hotel?
You're darn right it is.
Because both courses out there are wonderful.
And I hit a beautiful drive, and on my second shot, I almost hit the hotel.
Man.
I thought I had it. I'm coming for you, room 122. But I missed it just a little bit.
I actually almost scold one into the people who sit up on the Adirondack chairs behind there, because people will sit up and watch you come in and finish, and I might have caught one a little thin.
What's the course? Is it St. Andrews where you tee off and if you flare it right, it hits a building?
Tiger? You're asking people what's the course, and then you brought up a course that literally the top 1% of life ever get to go to.
Well, I know he's played there. That's why I'm asking.
Is it St. Andrews or Augusta?
Yeah, 17 is where you have to go around the hotel.
That's it. That's
17.
The one. Right.
Yeah.
And 18, of course, the Valley of Sin.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. 17 is the one I'm thinking about.
And just closing the book on this golf chatter, the beautiful thing about St. Andrews is I believe on Monday the course is closed, like a lot of courses are, but it's a public park. So you'll have people out there, the oldest golf course in the world, and people are just out there having a picnic on a Monday, and people just strolling up and down and going to the beach, and it's like it's not even a golf course. And then it is.
On the 18th is kind of like that, too. People are just walking, which is great. Go for a walk, but just understand the risk you're taking, and it's your fault, not ours, if you get hit in the back of the head, provided that we yell. And I did on 18. Woo!
Pebble Beach is kind of the same way. You have people kind of walking by on that first tee. A little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I hooked a little one.
It happens.
Little hook.
Anyway,
and I hit into the sand.
Enough of our snooty
And I stayed in the sand. I got a 7 on one.
How was outside lands, Evan?
Well, I don't know if it was Pebble Beach. I don't know if it was Pebble Beach.
What do you mean,
how was it?
Oh, it was fantastic. Yeah, I look a lot better than some people that'll wake up this morning. I'll tell you that, especially last night. My God.
My son's not awake yet.
What do you mean?
He went all 3 days. It's 1:52. I promise you, he's not awake yet.
Are you serious?
Evan's doing awesome. He's here. He appears to have possibly showered. You look great.
Possibly. The beanie's a giveaway. We had to move a little fast in the morning.
I didn't say you washed your hair. I said you potentially showered.
Yeah.
You look great.
No, we got back at a decent hour last night. You kind of got to know the ins and outs, where to park, how to, get to where you need to go. But the actual event was awesome. And we were having this, maybe you guys can help us too. We were having this debate with some callers and listeners as to whether DJs are musicians. And my first answer was, of sorts. Yes, I think some DJs are musicians. Maybe not, the novices that are kind of getting into it. And if I threw that at you guys as, older appreciators of music, how would you answer that?
It does depend on what you're doing. Like the DJs back in my day, when you would scratch on the record, you are literally creating sound and music. That is creating music. Because, if you talk about, the old washboard or somebody playing the spoons, that's music.
Taj Mahal.
Right. If you're creating sound on your own with whatever device, I think that counts as being a musician.
Yeah, that's kind of how I read it.
But what about now?
Well, now, yes. Unless you're a DJ who just I'm going to play this record and then do nothing other than slide the bar over and play the other record. Yeah. That to me gets into a little bit of a slippery slope. Like if you are a professional dart player, are you an athlete?
Well, I was actually going to ask Steiny if golfers are athletes.
Billiards?
Golfers are athletes.
Cornhole?
Okay, then DJs are musicians. I'll answer this the same way I answer any time two people get into an argument about somebody's Hall of Fame candidacy. My answer is yes. Whatever. You're making music, you're a musician. If you're really good, go to the Hall of Fame. If somebody wants to skip your exhibit, skip the exhibit. What's the big deal? So yes, if you're making sound that makes people move, you're a musician.
Well, and you're entitled to that opinion.
Yeah, some can be appreciated more than others. That's fine.
Dibs, have you ever heard of Frankie Beverly and Maze?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, we had a member of the band call in today.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Robin Dewey.
Okay.
And
Robin Dewey.
Yeah.
50 years as a musician.
Well, you know that Frankie Beverly had a long relationship with Pam Moore, one of the true legends in local news media. And I would always hear stories about them from my guy Gary Radnich, who obviously was very close with Pam, and so he got to know Frankie, rest in peace. So I had a lot of Frankie Beverly in and around me when I was doing that radio program.
Anyway, he weighed in and he respected DJs, but I guess now it's a lot of button pushing as opposed to that thing with it.
Wow.
Anyway, he respected today's DJs, but he was a little reluctant.
It's just a different manipulation of sound, and so instead of taking an instrument, you're kind of trying to find which tempo goes best with a particular other. So you're blending so much that at least the top tier DJs, like the text line is talking about John Summit. John Summit was incredible because of the way, at least in my mind, that he could transition, build. Like you're not just headbanging the entire time. There has to be sort of a flow, just like any other artist, and how they write it is, kind of dependent on their musicianship, if you will.
Steiny, are the producers on your show editors?
No,
they're not.
No,
why not?
What about when we get something wrong on the air?
Like when they clip.
Well, first of all, they don't even listening.
When they clip sound and they make it sound good so that you can. Right? Like that.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
That's not editing?
Here's what I would say.
Because it's a lot more button pushing than it used to be.
I feel like I'm an expert
at
media.
Okay.
So I can say, no, they're not editors. I will say this from the bottom of my heart. As for the DJs and whether they're musicians or not, I'm going to sit this one out. I don't know. I don't know enough about the nuance. I don't know enough about DJs nowadays, and so I'll sit this one out. I just want to hear the responses.
And I'll jump into the other one that you just ostensibly tried to put to bed, because they are editors, because they're literally making decisions on what sound gets played on rejoiners. Now back to Steiny and Guru, and they decide what content they want to put in. They decide, and because they make that decision, that is why I think that they're allowed to have the editorial part of it.
95.7 The Game.
Per Adam Schefter, but also per Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, for the first time, has put a date on the potential return of Brandon Ayuk to play and to action for the 49ers. And there are wide receiver things to report on this that are other than Ayuk, which affect this. But he is estimating now week 6. Brandon Ayuk, quote, could be back week 6 for the 49ers. This comes right on the heels of the news that maybe some of our listeners also don't know, which is that exciting rookie Jordan Watkins, who looked really good in the preseason game, has officially come down today with a high ankle sprain coming out of that game and will miss a month, which does cover the start of the regular season.
I take it right now.
Take what?
You have no choice, but I would take it. Yes.
To me, that's
Absolutely.
the under. I agree with you.
That return date also applies to Malik Mustafa, the other guy who had an ACL injury. So, I mean, that's, to me, best case scenario.
And the other wide
receiver, got hurt in week 6, 365 days. Catastrophic. I think he tore his MCL,
He
too.
did
everything.
Yeah, and the research would show that the average is about 301 days, and there's a plus or minus of about 6 weeks. And so I think the 301 days would be right about week 1, and he already missed the minus 6 weeks. That would have been in July. And if you look at 6 weeks later than what the average is, you're about week 10. So I do think that if you have a week 6, a week 7, whatever it is, that's actually kind of ahead of schedule as far as I see it.
We're all still wondering about who will play wide receiver week 1, right? And so now you take Watkins out of that. Obviously, Ayuk is not ready to go until maybe about week 6. Jawan Jennings is doing work on the side today. Do whatever you want with that. Demarcus Robinson, the reason we have not heard about his suspension is the Niners told us today that they are in the appeals process. So this suspension has been laid down. Robinson going through the appeals process. They're planning for the worst. Right now looks like at least 3 games. And so that's the wide receiver situation. Jacob Cowing expected back at practice this week.
And that's smart. I'm sorry, Steiny. That's smart to try to appeal. Maybe he misses 3 games in week 8, 9, and 10.
I don't know if it'll go that long.
I wonder
but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if you can push that baby down.
Why don't you push it to next year if we can do that?
That might be unlikely.
Let's set
but
the court date for March.
Sure.
Who's busy in March? Anybody? How about that?
Totally.
No, I know the court date's already happened. But anyway, go ahead, Steiny.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. And you mentioned, the ACL and the MCL and how long it takes, and I couldn't help thinking about our very own Doc Panja, and you realize that he actually weighed in on the DJ discussion.
Okay. I didn't.
He says they are musicians.
Yeah, well, he's a DJ himself. You didn't know that? Confirmed.
I'm sorry.
Second source.
I'm sorry. We're
DJ
talking about
Pandya.
Dr. Nirav Panja.
Right. He's a DR, but he's also a DJ.
That's right.
If you would...
I don't believe it.
DJ Dr. P.
I mean...
No, I don't
Dr.
believe
P.
it. Huh. What does he play?
Rice.
It all.
Are you hearing this, man? He doesn't believe me.
That's pasta.
We've been over this. It's not pasta. Risotto is a rice.
Now, how did you find this out?
That risotto is a rice?
No,
I've made it.
Panja's a DJ.
I follow him on multiple platforms, all of which he will say, he'll just show you like pictures of him up there with his bald head and his headphones on. And he's out there. Not only is he...
What kind of tunes?
I haven't really listened to a lot of his stuff, but, he's good with the knife, so why not?
He's a little more house.
Yeah, I was going to say house music.
It's a little more house.
Totally.
Yeah.
Big dubstep.
It's on the house.
Big dubstep type of guy.
All right.
So, Brock Purdy's off the hook, right, for 6 weeks?
According to you.
No, clue us in.
Yeah, and what does that even mean?
It means that the 49ers are going to be the 49ers are going to 49er, and Brock Purdy's just going to play, and everything's dependent on him. And if they don't have a good year, let's not blame him. And whatever we do.
Who are you puppeting or making fun of?
Evan.
Okay, what did you say?
This actually applies even more now. If Brock Purdy's throwing to Ricky Pearsall, who I believe is a starting caliber wide receiver, but
round one.
If he's also getting the number one corner on him every single game, I don't know how good he's going to be. And your second guy is hopefully, Juwan Jennings, I guess, is your de facto one. Like, those are your two players, and Jacob Cowling's your third receiver. I don't know how good Brock Purdy's going to be.
It's very simple. Turn him into stars.
Why is that such a terrifying way to play a football game, knowing that George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey are also out there? Like, if Russell Gage or Jacob Cowing or whatever is WR3, if Jennings, who went for almost 1,000 yards, if Pearsall, who's a round one guy, and then Kittle and CMC are on the field, why is that so like, oh God, what are they going to do? Why? I don't see it that way at all.
Well, I expect a lot from McCaffrey and Kittle.
Sure.
I think the rest are questions.
I mean, Jennings is a good player, right?
Yeah, but he had 900 yards and 6 touchdowns, and half of them were in one game. Like, I don't think I like Juwan as a receiver. I don't think he's a number one though.
No, but I don't know.
And Pearsall's played 5 games.
Do you need a WR1 air quotes in order to win football games? The majority of the Super Bowl champions the last handful of years are not WR1 fantasy football teams. Tom Brady made a career out of it, did he not?
Yes, but I think the concern is you have a guy like Jordan Watkins. All right, he's a rookie. And he made a nice play yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
he's had a good camp.
But then apparently he didn't run the right route on the interception.
Per Shanahan, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Shanahan said. So it's like, that's all we're saying is...
I don't know that everybody was relying on Jordan Watkins to be like a... You know what I mean?
No.
Like a role week one, I think they hope.
If there's receivers that he is less experienced with and doesn't have as much chemistry with, then there's more of a chance that he could make a mistake that cost the 49ers or Brock Purdy a turnover or a bad play.
But if we're fingers crossed, if Jennings and Pearsall are your starting receivers week one, okay.
The Pearsall's unproven though. I mean, I think he's going to be good.
Yeah, but this is a round one receiver who looked good when he played last year. So I'm not saying he's a star. I'm high on him, but I'm not saying he's a star. But all I'm saying is I don't know that if you're in Seattle and that's your starting lineup, I'm not like, oh no, what's he going to do? You know, like that's that you can do that. You play a football game with that group.
Yeah, I just look at it as over time and over the course of a season. When you've got young players, you've got to factor in growing pains. and some mistakes that may cost you games here and there. That's all.
Sure.
Yeah.
For me, it's as much about that as it is two things.
Yes,
Depth.
I'm right.
No,
No,
I'm talking to Willard.
But you're bringing up names.
Right.
But you're bringing up names that are not the people who are going to be playing in these games.
Well, we don't know who's going to be playing in these games.
Going to be
Pearsall's
playing.
young, but Pearsall he's not brand new. He didn't go the wrong way. Jordan Watkins did.
No, I mean, in general, Ricky Pearsall's played half a season.
Yeah.
And he could be a great receiver. I don't think it's probably going to happen this year. Maybe it will, but I just think younger players tend to make more mistakes, and that's one of the reasons why younger teams probably don't do as well as veteran teams.
I mean, it's one player, and the remainder, remainder of the group that I just put out there.
What about all the young guys on defense?
What about, well, now that's a new subject. That's a new subject.
No, it's the subject is that they have a lot of players without a ton of experience on defense and their wide receiver room right now.
I don't even know who their starting lineup is.
Well, isn't that what I'm saying?
Maybe. I don't know. Are those guys all going to win the jobs? I don't know.
Who's that?
All these young guys you're talking about. They're going to need to contribute.
6 or 8 new starters or first-time starters is what they say.
Right.
You don't think that has a bearing on anything?
They had a bunch of new starters in 2019 also.
Okay.
Went to the Super Bowl.
All right. I tend to look
a lot of carryover.
I tend to look at this season as if you have the more new faces, the more likely it's going to be that you're not going to be as cohesive as years past.
Maybe.
Last year, accepted.
I'd argue, well, that's what we're talking about. I'd argue their defense was anything but cohesive last year. I continue to be excited about the majority of the people that they let go on defense. They were awful. They were awful last year.
And you bring in a coordinator who has done very well, and I think he's a great fit to have with a younger defense. And we don't fully know who's going to emerge in these spots and in these roles. And so for me, on August 11th, I look at mainly running back depth. I would look at that as a bigger issue than wide receiver depth, because right now you've got Garenda with a shoulder. He always seems to struggle to stay healthy. And beyond that, Amir Abdullah, season-ending IR, Patrick Taylor Jr., the rookie's got a broken finger. So if something were to happen to McCaffrey, even for a game or part of a game or a couple of games, that's where I think you're going to have real issues. So I'm not as worried about the youth on this team. I'm more worried about the depth. To me, depth is a bigger problem than the youth.
Yeah, and I think we kind of learned that last season. That's why I think a lot of the guys that they got rid of this offseason, whether they traded them or just let them walk or cut them, I think in the long run it's going to work out for them. But I just have questions about the immediate results of that and what it's going to allow for a lot more opportunities and young guys to get valuable repetitions. But is it going to cost the Niners games? I think it might. I think there's going to be growing pains, yeah. And so for a lot of these, like on the offensive side of the ball, they have the second oldest team. And I think that's where the depth might hurt because an older guy might get hurt and there's nobody behind them to step up. And then on the younger side, I think they are deep, so to speak, but they're the second youngest defense. And the inexperience is, it might cost them. I don't know. I think there's a lot of things on both sides of the ball that have to go right for this team to be really successful. And that's the only reason why, the Ayuk news is good news. Okay, we have a date. Earliest week 6. I think for this team to be at its best, I know people don't like Ayuk after what happened last year and his lack of production, but he's their best wide receiver. He just is.
Maybe not this year. I mean, based on what he's going to even be when he comes back. And let's just say it's week 6, and so that would be 12 games left if he's able to come back, be healthy, stay healthy. And you know this, Evan, even when you get healthy off an ACL, it's usually, for most people, the year after the year where you kind of finally feel like yourself again. So Mark and I talked about this last week about anything you get from IU kind of feels like a bonus. It really is. For me, it's Pearsall and then it's Juwan Jennings, because those two, Juwan was number 1 last year, according to Pro Football Focus, in run blocking as a wide receiver. So if we want to talk about the wide receiver room, the most important thing is that you have guys out there who can block. And yes, you have to be able to catch the football at times, but George Kittle's going to be your wide receiver one anyway on this team.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have a big year. But generally when he's been, 2018 was his best season, like 1,340 yards, and that team wasn't very good. I do think there are places for Purdy to go with the football, but a lot of it is going to be predicated on how effectively they can run the ball. I mean, still, even when the Niners have been great, when Purdy throws it a lot, the results aren't typically good for the team. And I think that's more of a reflection of Shanahan than Purdy, to be honest. That's just how he likes to do things. But they got to be, like, they might be more of a run-heavy team than the last couple of years when they've been damn good.
I think they'll probably be the same team they've kind of always been. You know what I mean? You guys were asking earlier what their identity is. I don't know why would it change? It's just Kyle Shanahan. Like, that's what they're going to look like. They kind of, you know what I mean? I mean, there might be adjustments based on if there's kind of new personnel that he feels changes the way that he wants to approach it. Like he's the offensive coordinator in Atlanta and you've got Matt Ryan and Julio Jones, you're going to do things a little bit more one way. But I don't look at the skill position group other than the exiting of Deebo Samuel, which didn't work very well last year. Other than that, I don't know what's terribly different in terms of ball distribution.
Well, I mean, from last year, it may not be terribly different because they didn't have McCaffrey. But in terms of ball distribution, if McCaffrey's healthy, then he's going to get the majority of the touches. If he's not, then maybe they won't run the ball as much because he's not as reliable as he was 2 or 3 years ago.
I'm excited about the new. You guys aren't wrong that a bunch of them are question marks, but I look at those as question marks, not with skepticism necessarily, and not with just like inherent optimism either, just like a complete blank slate. And I'm betting, based on what we've seen at least in camp, I'm betting a handful of these players are going to bring some healthy returns. Not all of them, but I don't know how. Like, that's just the way I look at it. I'm excited about it new when you go 6-11.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a team that we don't really know what to expect. All right, guys. Yeah, it's that time.
Great job today.
I
DJs,
so too. Not as good as Friday.
Get to know them.
What's that?
You heard me.
I didn't actually. What positions?
DJs, musicians, one and the same.
Whatever Robin Dewey says from Frankie Beverly and Mays is all that matters on 95.7 again.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's get the week started. Let's get it started. I just saw this come across. A lot of texts come through during the crossover. Thank you all for listening. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And we get this one almost, I do at least. I get this almost daily. 415, Willard's a homer. What about the O-line? Willard need coffee. First of all, there's supposed to be an S in there. Second of all, I've already had my coffee. Third of all, what about the O-line? How do you know?
Well,
I didn't say that it's going to be good. How do you know it's going to be bad?
Well, you're baking a guess here in early to mid-August, and you look at what they were last year, and they struggled at times. You didn't have a lot of Trent. Pooney was great, and you had some rotating pieces. McKivitz was either good or bad, depending on who you asked. The numbers and the experts say that he's slightly above average, and the Niners seem to love him. For me, it comes down to the center and the left guard. And if you are unable to control the middle of your line, then you've got no shot. Doesn't matter who your receivers are, who your running back is, and who your quarterback is. If you can't control the A and the B gaps on the regular basis, you got problems.
How do you watch a preseason game? Like, what do you look for?
Well, usually I have my thumb and my forefinger holding my nose so that the stench doesn't overwhelm me.
All right.
I honestly look primarily at who's playing and who's not playing.
Okay, agreed.
First and foremost.
That's number one.
So that will determine just how much I'm going to care about everything that goes on. And then you start to look at, all right, who the twos are, who get the first crack, and who are the threes, and trying to get to know people who actually really stand out. It's like, oh, okay, that guy looked good. He popped. Or other players where you're looking like, ooh, I was hoping he'd play better than that.
I mean, and then I agree with you on all that. And then there's one other thing that I look at.
Yep.
One other thing, and that's it. And that's the first quarter. That's it. I'll just share with everyone right now. I mean, I've gone back and looked at tape of it. I didn't watch the second half. Why the hell do I care what some guy named Sam did against someone named Carter? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
Sounds like a morning show battle. London against Chickering.
Seriously.
And I like Chickering. I like Chickering win that one-on-one most of the time.
I had a few drinks. I didn't realize our producers quarterbacked the fourth quarter of the Niner-Bronco game.
Wow.
Why are we coming out of this with opinions? Oh, the Niners got smoked. Like, right, a bunch of people who won't play for the Niners played very poorly against a bunch of people who won't play for the Broncos. Quarter one is the only one, and even quarter one only sort of matters because it goes back to your original point. Who played? Now, the Broncos played a lot of their starters. The 49ers did not. They played a lot of their second-string guys with a sprinkling of maybe starters, and they held up very well in what is an incredibly small sample, but that's what it was. And that's what you get in the preseason, an incredibly small sample. And they walked out of it ahead 9-0. But Brock Purdy watched it.
Yep.
And Christian McCaffrey watched it. And Jawan Jennings watched it. And Ricky Pearsall watched it. And all so I don't know. What did we get out of this? Something, but very little. So I guess I'm with you. I can come out of this and go, that guy looked good. That guy over there looked good. That guy right there, he didn't look good. But you're never going to hear me come out and go, what about the O-line? What about the defense, Mark? I cannot make broad strokes about entire position groups in a tiny sample where many of them didn't play. What about the O-line? Well, my first answer would be, what did Trent Williams look like in this game? What did he look like?
He looked really good over there on the sideline.
Well, then you didn't see the Niner offensive line.
He looked happy and comfortable.
How did George Kittle look in this game? Was he good? Did he block well?
I think he washed his hair before the game.
That's not the Niners offensive line.
And he's got to use conditioner, too, for that hair. I wouldn't know what that's about.
Yeah, like when he does that hair whip thing, maybe it gets a little too frizzy. I don't know. So I don't know. Well, yeah, maybe that feels unsatisfying because we all want to sink our teeth into something. But I'm sorry, dinner's not ready yet. It's not ready.
No, and it's not even like the ingredients that you're going to make the dinner with. You haven't even bought those yet. You're just dealing with the back end of the meal. That was the equivalent of you're chopping up the spices, you're getting the garnish, you're getting your parsley ready, and you're probably getting to put the pot of water on the stove to boil whatever you're going to boil. You're not even close to cooking the meal yet, so I think about preseason where you started, it's kind of like Drake, started from the bottom, now we're here. You start at the bottom of the roster if you're a pro football team and you look at, players, who are players 75 through 90 that we realize you're not ready, you got to go. And Tanner Mordecai is among those who has now been asked to leave. You're no longer a Niner.
Right.
You weren't very good, and we're going to go ahead and move on from you. And so you start to make the cuts from the bottom up. By the time you get to the end of August, hopefully the guys you love are healthy. The guys who wowed you get to stay. Everyone else in the middle, hope you're good at special teams because that's how you're going to make this team.
Yep.
So
that's what you take from it. Now,
they didn't even let Jake Moody kick.
Right.
So, even your kicker, who, he had some kicks in the warm-ups, I know, made a 55-yarder, but It's like we don't even want to put you out there, Jake.
Yeah. And look, I get it. So the one thing that really, quote unquote, stinks about right now for the 49ers that I think is something that is discussable is not really performance-based. It's injury-based. That stinks. Then again, isn't that sort of an argument for what they did? Like, Jordan Watkins got hurt, and everyone's like, oh, damn it, Jordan Watkins got hurt. I'm excited to see the guy, too, but he's never played in the NFL. So I have a hard time believing that the Niners' entire strategy was, well, what we're going to do in Seattle on September 7th, we're going to unleash Jordan Watkins on these guys. That's how we're going to win this football game. I doubt it. I know that George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings, Trent Williams, I know that none of them, Nick Bosa, I know that they didn't get hurt on Saturday. But the injury thing, I view it this way. It's always unfortunate, but it gets overly weaponized in today's NFL. And here's what I mean by that. And this can be Kyle Shanahan or any coach. Sean McVay, who likes to bubble wrap. Zach Taylor, who put his entire group out there for a quarter and a half. Joe Burrow's out there running around, just whipping the ball everywhere. Gets a touchdown pass. Hey, Joe, go do it again. And they ran out there and played. And far be it from me to tell you which is the right way to do it, but we blame coaches for injuries. We blame, style of play for injuries. I heard Steiny earlier today say, Kyle Shanahan runs a system where the running back needs to hit the hole hard. All right, raise your hand if you've ever met a coach that's like, all right, here's the plan. I want you to tiptoe to the line of scrimmage.
Just meander.
And attempt to not get hit.
Saunter to the hole.
That's football. That's what you do. And there's a lot of bad luck involved. And maybe there's something with the training regimen. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. But we blame coaches for it. And then what's even worse is I hear people blame players for it. And in the fantasy community, you know who you are. Somebody gets hurt, and we're like, that dude always gets freaking hurt. Freaking wimp. You know what I mean? And I the whole thing stinks when that's the main thing you're thinking about and talking about with your favorite football team. But that's this football. And I'd rather have all the injury talk happening on August 11th than September 11th, and I don't know what it's going to look like on September 11th.
We really don't. Brandon Ayuk will be out till October. Yeah. That's what Kyle Shanahan has said today, and I wonder if that means he'll be ready to ramp up in October or how the actual machinations of that will go. I would expect when they have to make the announcement, he'll be put on the PUP list, which means the first 4 games. If he's not going to be back at least until week 6, that's procedural. That will happen. But the ones I'm really concerned about, and again, it's August 11th concern, Mark. Garendo, for me, is a concern. Jawan Jennings is definitely a concern. Yep. And you start to think about, depth spots. And running back, for me, is really glaring where if you want to be a Shanahan team, and we can get into this as the show goes on, some of the deep dives I've done, they need to be a top 7 at the least rushing team. Last year they were 12th. And on the other side of the ball, you couldn't stop the run. So, and it's very, I think, pragmatic to say, you run it, you stop the run, and you're going to win games. And that's usually the way it works for a lot of teams. But I think the Shanahan team, you mentioned last week, Brock has one come-from-behind game in the regular season, one in the playoffs when they trail entering the 4th. This team is not built to be down 24-13 with 9 minutes to go. So you'd have to be able to run it, possess it, stop the run, get it back, and do the same thing.
Agree with you completely. Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the philosophy. And so I guess at the end of all this, because there's something to bring up that is way in the weeds, but it's kind of about Kyle Shanahan and injuries to a certain degree. There was a tweet that Louis Riddick sent out over the weekend about Trey Lance that I want to throw at everybody and see what y'all think. But the larger question, I guess, is what is it exactly that you would like the 49ers to do differently if what you're concerned about and bothered by is injuries? And the way you put it, to me, is very fair. The concern right now about the 49ers, I'm not going to say it's the O-line or it's the D-line or it's the defense or even it's the youth or it's all of these things. It is the depth. I'm with you on that. Are they fully bolstered at enough positions to where when, not if, but when that guy needs to miss a game, who's coming in and are you ready to go? And even with that, I would still say there's some mystery that we can't answer yet. I don't know who's filling in for Trent Williams. Maybe he's good. Maybe they've got nothing.
Right.
I don't know. We're like we will find out most likely, because I would definitely bet against him playing 17 games.
No doubt.
But at the same time, this is very hard. It's very hard to play your best football but protect your people. I don't know if that's really doable at all. So what is it that bothers you about Niner injuries, and what would you like to see him do about it?
Yeah, well, if it's McCaffrey, you want to bubble wrap him in certain spots, and you don't want to put him out there too much in games where you have the lead, but that's not the way that this goes. Kyle Shanahan does not feel the lead is safe when we, the fans, think the lead is safe. He thinks it's safe when it's 28-3. If you're up by 3 or more scores, yeah, then you can go ahead and rest McCaffrey. But short of that, he's going to be out there toting the rock.
Well, I mean, this is something that the Warriors deal with a lot, right? Like, they love to sit their guys in the fourth, and then sometimes you got to call them back out, and that's like a big problem. Send them back out. Same thing. They don't want to pull these guys and then send them back out. So I get it. We're sponsored by the American Cancer Society. We'd love to hear from you on this. Niner injuries. How do you feel about where they're at, and what is it you want them to do about it? 888-957-9570. We will take your phone calls right now. Bucky Brooks joins us in 45 minutes from the NFL Network. Mike Sando at 4:15, The Athletic. The quarterback tiers are out. We will explain that. All of that's ahead. Good Monday. Willard and Dibs.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back in the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits towards the appliances of your choice. Explore the full line of Monogram appliances beautifully displayed in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Shop Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through September 1st, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through national debt relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Tides and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Bonito's coming off the edge. That is in the air to Watkins, and he brought it down, and he's finally caught by the former 49er, Talanoa Hufanga. The speed of the rookie on display. Braden Willis in motion, 2 tight ends again. Denver brings pressure. Taylor bounces it outside, looking for the pylon, and he's in. Touchdown 49ers.
To Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's all on CBS. That was all part of the performance on Saturday. McCorkle went out there and did, pretty good. Defense did some things against Bo Nix, and I like Bo Nix. I like that player. I like the pick.
Yeah, he's a good player. And,
he is.
We'll get into the Mike Sando quarterback tiers. He does such a great job, and he interviews GMs, assistant GMs, coaches, assistant coaches, a lot of other people. This is not something where, like the great Steven Ruiz from The Ringer, where you just reach back into your back pocket and pull out whatever's in there. Lint, coins, folded up pieces of paper. This is a researched thing, and he had Bo Nix, I thought, in a perfect spot in Tier 3.
Just so everybody knows kind of what Dibs is getting at, it comes out every year in The Athletic. Mike Sando, who's going to join us in less than 2 hours, 4:15, puts together the quarterback tiers, but it's not like a lot of other media people who put together quarterback tiers, where they sit down at a computer and go, I think Brock Purdy's Tier 3. Send. Done. That's their work. Mike Sando spoke to 50 people. Not just people. 6 general managers, 6 assistant general managers, 6 ex-general managers, 5 current executives in the league, 8 head coaches, 15 coordinators, and then 4 coaches that are not currently head or coordinator level, just other assistant coaches. That makes up 50 people, and they all, based on anonymity, tell you what tier they would put each quarterback at, and then you come up with the tiers. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and does it go all the way to Tier 5, I think? Tier 5 is like, you suck.
Yeah.
It's something like
Kenny
that.
Pickett was the only one
Kenny
in there.
Pickett.
Well, because they don't do every quarterback.
Right.
They did 34 quarterbacks.
Exactly.
Because some teams have a controversy or a competition.
Apparently, maybe only two? Maybe only two were listed as Tier 1 by all of the panelists. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Because those core four that we always talk about, you would think, like, who the hell is not going to put all of those guys at Tier 1? Is there somebody out there? But only two guys were unanimous. Tier 1 across the board. You want to guess which two of the four that we always talk about?
I looked at it.
Oh, you already looked at it. That's
I went through the whole thing,
okay.
But some guys went up spots, other guys went down spots. Brock Purdy down 2 spots overall from last year's quarterback tiers.
But still at the same tier.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we'll get to all that, and Sando joins us at 4:15. Again, Bucky Brooks is going to join us at 3:15. Until then, we're wide open. 888-957-9570 is the number. Reacting to the Niner game. If you want to call it that, over the weekend, the injury situation, the latest is that Jordan Watkins, the impressive rookie wide receiver who made some plays in this game, he's got a high ankle sprain. He's going to miss the start of the year. Kyle Shanahan puts it at about a month. Here's what Shanahan said immediately following the game on Saturday with regard to the performance of Watkins.
I thought he did some good things. I mean, especially that 50-yard catch, but also had some plays where he struggled too. Getting that pick, he had busted route on that, which, that was a big one. So making that big play on the first third down of the game and our third play is what allowed us to get that opening drive with a score. But it's kind of a typical rookie game. There's some positive in it, but a lot of stuff that we can challenge him with when we watch the tape with him Monday.
Here's another thing I want to add into the conversation about young wide receivers and the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. I do think that the Shanahan system, and again, I've never been a football player, so this is solely based on what I've been told, but that the Shanahan playbook and system for offensive players is pretty detailed and hard to learn, and for some positions more than others. And we've heard this a lot. For wide receivers, it makes your head spin when you first get in there. And that's why I think sometimes go flashback to a year ago in August, and people were like, hey, dude, this Cowing guy, he's got a little juice. Like, there's a little something there. And then we're like, okay, Jacob Cowing. And then the season started, and they were like, we're not putting Jacob Cowing in the game. And people were like, why not? Put Cowing in. They're like, we're not putting Cowing in the game. And I wonder if Watkins maybe is a little bit ahead of where Cowing was last year, but was ticketed for the same kind of thing. So what I'm saying is, I think very a la Shanahan or Steve Kerr, I think the hope is that when you get to September 7th, they are going to lean on veteran people. They weren't going to lean on Jordan Watkins, and that's why you're bubble wrapping some of these guys. I think the receiving core week 1 is going to be, hopefully, based on health and availability, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings. You probably get some Russell Gage in there.
Yep.
You hope that Cowing now in year 2 can be a part of this as well. And then we'll see. We'll see who's playing WR4 and WR5, who often don't get on the field a whole lot anyway.
You're looking at Demarcus Robinson if available.
Well, probably not week 1, though.
We don't know on how the appeal will go, and maybe the appeal doesn't get heard until week 2 or week 3, and then he sits weeks 4, 5, and 6. I don't know how that actually goes. Yep. And this is where we talked about it before with Jordan Addison, who he got suspended for 3 games, and that decision came down about 3 weeks ago. Maybe they didn't appeal, and they just, hey, let's get it over with up front. So depending on what your availability is on your own team may determine whether or not you actually go through the appeals process. But, yeah, the big one for me still right now is Juwan Jennings, because he is so important as a blocker in your offense. I don't have any reservations about Pearsall. I don't know how phenomenal he'll be. I think that if he's healthy, he's the kind of receiver that Shanahan wants and relies on, because Ricky now knows the playbook. He runs good routes, and he is a guy they took in the first round.
Well, there's that. What you just said there at the end, I think, is a part of this conversation. We all know the story of what happened with Ricky year 1, right? He got shot. And then you get into the season, and things are going in a lot of different directions based on the Ayuk injury. Ricky's availability, his readiness, it really, really got stunted. But now you can look at it as year 2, even though year 1 wasn't a full year, at least he spent a full year kind of around Shanahan, in the system, an understanding of it. And so when I hear people go, look, we don't know what we're going to get from Ricky this year. Boy, if that's how it goes, if that's how you feel, if it's too early to rely on Ricky, well, then they made a bad pick. Then they made a bad pick. This is a first-round player. He was picked so that they could move on from either Brandon or Debo, or maybe even both, which was discussed. So, it's time. Ricky Pearsall's got to be good this year. Not hopefully. He's got to be, or else you messed up.
Agreed. And if you think about the other first-round picks from last year, receivers, you had Marvin Harrison Jr., get out there. You're going to have to play.
Right.
Malik Neighbors, monster year.
Superstar.
Rome Odunze.
Ready to roll.
Exactly, ready to roll. And even the guys down by him, Brian Thomas for the Jags.
Star.
Exactly. Xavier Worthy. Out there, made the Super Bowl. More of a unique guy because they used him a lot as a runner early, but by the second half of the year, they were throwing him the football a lot more.
Was that the whole list?
Then you get to Pearsall, and Xavier Legette was taken after Ricky Pearsall.
Who also had a big role for the Panthers last year. I don't know if he's going to now kind of take a step back to Tet McMillan in Carolina, probably. But in other words...
Well, the next 2 picks, Keon Coleman, Buffalo, and Ladd McConkey, Chargers. So
these people have all been relied on more so than Ricky Pearsall so far in their careers. And I think of the list that you just named, and that sounded like 8 or 9 people.
Yep.
4 of them are gone by round 2 of your fantasy draft. That's how much they're being relied on. That's how quickly the NFL moves. So again, yes, I'm very high on Ricky, but part of that is not because I think I've got some magic 8 ball in front of me, though Jude has been playing with one at home quite a bit lately.
Nice, old school.
Yeah, but it's not because I've got a crystal ball. It's because that's what it needs to be. It's just a first-round pick. It's time to borrow from Buster Posey. It's time to go.
Well, because they have a need too. Not only is it because you're a first-round pick, and last year was mostly kind of a wash based on a myriad of factors, but you did come out in the end of the year and you flashed pretty well. So, all right, let's pick up where you left off because you should be able to do that. And we kind of really need you. Without Jawan with a calf, he hasn't been able to practice, and Ayuk out until October, and your other receiver might be out 3 games with a DUI suspension. Come on, Ricky. This is where the need is greater than it's been in a long time for the Niners.
And this is where I think that probably their next preseason game, which, by the way, when is it? When's the Niners' next preseason game? Is it coming up
Saturday?
Saturday against the Raiders.
Saturday against the Raiders. Okay. This is nail-biting time. I think this is a nail-biter. And here's what I mean by that. You're probably not going to play too much, if any, of your key people week 3 of the preseason. You're probably not going to do that. They take on the Chargers on August 23rd, and at that point, you are precisely 2 weeks away from an actual game. So maybe you're going to send starters out there for your tune-up and have them go out there for a series. But if you're looking to really start to get your starting unit out there, because again, if Brock Purdy plays, that means, if you're smart, I think, that means your starting offensive line plays, because you better protect your guy. That's your $52 million guy. If McCaffrey's going to get a little bit of run, okay. And same now with Pearsall. I doubt Jennings because he's just coming back to the side of the practice field, but you get my point. If you're going to put your guys out there on Saturday, then I think it's worthy of biting your nails because they cannot get hurt. They cannot get hurt. And that's unfortunately part of the deal. But that's the problem I see right now with this lengthy list of injuries, but none of them are the Niners' star players. It goes back to the word that you've brought up a lot. It's their depth.
Yep.
Their depth is challenged. And so I'm comfortable week 1 provided that none of these big names get hurt. And if you're going to send them out there on Saturday, well, fingers crossed.
And I wonder who among the big names you actually will send out on Saturday. I think Brock Purdy will be one. He wants to play. And like I said last week, I give him 3 series, maybe 4. And then you pull the plug and say, see you in the regular year. Trent Williams, I don't think you would just play him. I think Trent's a guy that you just don't play. And McCaffrey the same. Like, I'm sorry, you don't get to play. Kittle, you can go push a couple guys around and catch a couple balls, and then you come out. And Fred Warner, kind of the same. You give him 2 or 3 series, and then you just pull the plug. It's just too risky, I think.
I get it, but here's the rub when you bring up Brock. If Brock's going to go in there for 3 or 4 series, then I'm not putting all those other guys out there for 1 or 2, because that means that there are going to be 1 or 2 series where I stick Brock Purdy out there with people trying to make a roster, and that's not safe.
That's a good thing.
It's just not safe.
Yeah.
So to me, Brock is the linchpin of the whole thing. If you're going to put him out there, you got to put his people around him. If you're going to pull the people around him out, you got to pull him out too. And you're right, he wants to play, and they do. Like, you do need to tune up. You need to get in sync. You can't have that happening in Seattle 4 weeks from now. So it's a tough call. It's a tough call, and when they lose these depth pieces like they have, it makes it an even tougher call.
It's risk-reward, and the risk is what you're talking about, where a guy gets hurt and you lose him for who knows how long, and the reward is you get a certain amount of sharpening up. And it's such an interesting proposition that you look around the league and almost every team does it differently. You just mentioned the Zach Taylor. All right, guys, get out there and play some football. Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, and the Rams are no one ever is going to play until September. So different approaches, and I haven't done the deep dive to see which of the teams actually starts good and which one doesn't. Like, how does the approach match the start to the season?
I think that might be, I'm guessing, I think that might be why Zach Taylor and the Bengals are doing it the way they're doing it, because they have had very slow starts. And Joe Burrow has been a slow starter to almost all of his seasons, last year included. And then they go on that run at the end of the year and they try to make the playoffs, and they fall a game short. And so I think that might be part of their philosophy, which is we need to be more prepared for the start of the season, and it's worth the risk. Now, the 49ers are probably in a spot where it's very much not. It's not. It's just not. It's too important that some of those key people are ready to go at the start of the season. But, yeah, you got to put them in there a little bit. And, by the way, it only takes one play.
Yeah.
I mean.
And guys get hurt in practice, too.
For sure.
I mean, you pull this, you tweak that. So you can't fully bubble wrap a guy, especially your quarterback. You want him to have some rhythm. But you make an interesting point about if Brock is out there, you need to have his protectors and his receivers and all the people who are going to be there in the regular year. And then if you decide, all right, Brock, that's enough, then you can pull Trent and George and Ricky and, I don't know, McKivitz and, sorry, Mac, get out there with the twos and run for your life.
That's your job.
The other piece is, not that the Raiders are slouches. They're going to be better than they were, but I think that you approach it differently. If it was Raiders this last Saturday and Denver this Saturday, you might have gone about it differently, because the Denver defense, for me, is a lot more dangerous to expose your guys to in preseason.
Well, they're a better defense, but again, it just takes one huge human being to run through there. Max Crosby could do it too. I don't know if he's playing, but that's all it takes, and that's the other side. And I don't want to just sit here and debate with myself, but the other side of this is, it's football, and you can't play scared. There's no way to do it. You can't even functionally do it even if you wanted to. This whole idea of Shanahan needs to protect people, and this is why in a sec here I'll unveil this Louis Riddick tweet that may or may not have been taking a shot at Kyle Shanahan. Go back to remember when Trey Lance ran QB power, and you're not allowed to do that. That's putting him in you're not allowed to play scared. It's not doable. I don't know how you go out there and play football and be like, we're going to play at a high level, but we're going to be super safe.
That becomes dangerous in and of itself.
Exactly.
Guys will tell you that, where if you're out there playing anything less than 100%, that's when bad things can happen. And, one slight misstep or one hesitation, and you either get hit or you put your leg in a position that you're not used to putting it, and that could be as much of a cause as anything.
888-957-9570. How about JT in San Jose? Hi, JT. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, man. It's Monday. I tell you, I think it's going to be a rough year for us. The thing is for us, you can't sit there and protect Brock. You've seen the regression already. He did really great one year. The next year, we didn't get the right people up on that line. He's making plays. He's doing a lot more than he's supposed to be doing, and that's not what we want him to do. We want him to stay back there and be poised. And what are you going to get out of Trent? Trent's going to miss 4 or 5 games. So what you see in the preseason is what you're going to see in the regular season is him sitting out there taking shots that he doesn't necessarily need, and that's what Shanahan lacks. Shanahan's very predictable in what he calls it when he tries to scheme for the offense. I'm actually pretty worried about this season. I don't care how soft the schedule is. I think there's a lot of losses there that we're not seeing. I'm thinking at least six to 7 losses, close games, but the lack of ability to score is going to be our biggest problem.
JT, thanks. I mean, again, maybe. I don't think that we've seen anything that even closely resembles who the 49ers are yet. And I don't really know if we've seen that from any of these teams. Again, for me, the preseason, there's literally only 2 things that you can take from it, and even those, you have to run through a filter. Each individual, you can look at individual play, and then look at the first quarter, especially if starters are playing starters. Like, if you want a team that I would worry about based on the weekend, it's the Packers. That's your team where you can go, oh, the hell was that? Because Jordan Love played. Their starters all played. He went 1 for 5 for 7 yards, and they could not move the ball. They couldn't do anything on either side of the ball. Now, they're suffering from a lot of injuries right now as well to their receiving core. You want to blame it on that? You can. But the Packers put their team out there, and it looked really bad. The Niners did not put their team out there. So it
looked really bad.
Yeah. Well, not in the first quarter.
Sure.
Then after that, they put actually the backups to the backups in, and then they looked really bad. Which is like, okay, how many of those people are even on the team?
By the second half, maybe 1 out of every 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And for me, it's not even like the Packers and you're worried because nobody is showing their stuff. So even you're playing your ones.
Very true.
You're playing your milquetoast standard, like, you run out 8 steps and turn around kind of offense. You're not doing anything with elaborate shifts and motions, and you're not really into your bag yet if you're Kyle Shanahan. And he wasn't even calling the plays. It was
That's another
Kubiak
good point.
that was doing it.
That's another good point.
Yeah, I mean, all these things that we saw and that we went through, you and I were joking last week about football. It's real football. I mean, it's real football, but not really. Like, you were saying, this is not real football. And I was saying, well, it is because they're tackling each other. And
yeah, like they had uniforms.
You're right. And they had pads, and they were trying. Some of these guys are trying to make the team, so they're playing hard. But Shanahan's not into his bag. He's not playing their ones. And the Packers kind of the same thing. So I don't really take any of these games and make big sweeping judgments other than to look at, the backups and think, all right, you backups, you're going to be needed at some point this year. How are you looking?
Do you know what the 49ers did in week 1 of the preseason 2 years ago when they went to the Super Bowl?
I don't remember.
Any guesses on who they played?
You mean the opponent or the players that they put out there?
These seem to be kind of the same 3 opponents that they usually play in the preseason now.
Well, I know they played in New Orleans many years ago, and they blitzed the snot out of the Niners, and that was a big thing. Like, oh, you can't blitz in the preseason.
You jerks.
Yeah, you sure can.
Yeah, they lost to the Raiders 34-7.
Yeah.
Week 1 of the preseason.
I didn't even guess.
Well, a no guess is it's just non-compliance. It's non-playing, and that's
sure.
Like if you tell your teacher, "I'm not taking your test," you get a 0.
Well, unless you're the teacher.
That's true.
I had internet problems.
Do you want to take it again next week?
Totally.
No, I never let that dude take that test. By the way, I never did.
What do you get in the class?
He got a D.
Okay.
Yeah. He got a D.
And for those of you just joining the program, Mark is a professor at 2 different universities. And so this individual missed a deadline and was asking for a mulligan. And Mark said, it's going to be a no from me, dog.
Well, he asked for the mulligan ahead of time.
Right.
He was like, so I forgot, and it's my birthday. I said, great. The class is at 8 in the morning. Are you getting drunk at 8:30? Dude. Go out later. What are you talking? No, you don't get to just not take the midterm because it's your birthday.
I mean.
We've all got one.
Yeah.
We've all been born. you don't get the day off. Okay? Yeah, they lost 34-7 to the Raiders week 1 of the preseason. They went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But I do want to run this by you because I thought this was something that was very open to interpretation. And it came from Louis Riddick, who is an analyst who I really respect. I think he's a good scout, good on the air. I want to throw this by everybody and get your interpretation. 888-957-9570 is the number. And then Bucky Brooks from NFL Network is going to join us in just about 20 minutes or so. Got Valks tonight. Coming up tonight at 7, the Valkyries and the Connecticut Sun. Game's right here on 95.7 The Game and also the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You download the app, you search Valkyries, there it is. Game's also on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm going to try to stay organized here. Steiny might be listening, and I don't want to not pay off my tease. Lucas, you weren't here Friday. That was what was bugging Steiny. Apparently on Thursday, we kept teasing something while he was in the car on the way back from Laughing Monk, and we didn't get to it until right after he got to his driveway. Very frustrating. So even though there's a new Giants lineup out for tonight, hold on the Giants lineup because it's not that exciting. Like, it's a bunch of Giants players. They're in the lineup. I want to read this to you because I truly, Dibs, I want your, and all the listeners out there, what is your initial impression of this tweet? Trey Lance plays for the Chargers now. And he was, I didn't watch, but like air quotes, good? Like, did you like the way Trey played? I did.
Yeah.
Like,
he's good.
He was 50% completion, did not turn the ball over, ran it well. He ran for a touchdown. I do. Thanks, Steve. 7 carries, 48 yards. Trey Lance. And so a lot of people are like, okay, because this is his second preseason game already. They're like, Trey's starting to push for that QB2 job behind Justin Herbert. Well, Louis Riddick fires off this tweet, and I went, what'd he say? And I want to know what you think he said. What's he mean by this? Okay, here's the tweet. Trey Lance is with the right program, right coach, right QB room. No BS. no agendas. He has a chance to see what he can actually now become. Happy AF for him. Hashtag bolt up.
Yeah. I didn't know he was a Charger fan. Just trying to reach the people, reach the fan base.
What stuck out to you there?
I think that he's right, and I don't take that as a shot at Shanahan.
Who's it a shot at?
I don't think it's a shot at anyone.
Well, no BS, no agendas certainly insinuates that in prior years, I don't know which room he was in where it happened, but in prior years there was BS and agendas. No?
I mean, there could be, but I'm thinking about the Niner year when he was here. There was some BS, and that was, Jimmy Garoppolo, you're not going to see ya. And I'm on the side field, and now I'm on the main field, and, well, we kind of have to start you because we drafted you. So that part of it, it could be directed at Shanahan. He said no BS and no agendas.
No agendas.
I don't know what the agenda was here other than you're trying to win, and maybe the agenda is Kyle was trying to make himself right, and John Lynch, they're trying to prove that they weren't wrong in doing what they did in the draft. But the other piece of it, I do think he's now in a good situation, and he's got no pressure. You're not going to be QB1, and he knows it.
That's true.
And I think that Jim Harbaugh, in short spurts, is a perfect guy for Trey to attaboy, Trey, and I pat you on the butt. We're going to hit you on the shoulders, and we're going to get out there, and we're going to fight. I think that Harbaugh is much more of that guy for Trey as opposed to Shanahan, who's, we're not going to let you throw it and stuff. We're going to have you run it every time and stuff.
I like that you said Harbaugh in short spurts because actually I think he's a really, really good coach in short spurts. I don't want Jim Harbaugh to coach my team for 7 years.
5.
How about 3.5?
If you look at his coaching career, he was at UCSD, right? Or USD. One of those SDs. I can't remember.
Or was it San Diego State?
No, it was not San Diego State. I know that. 5 years.
Oh, yeah. And then Stanford.
5 years.
Yeah.
Niners, 5 years. And the fifth year kind of got away from him.
But that's what I mean. Like, they stay for 5 years.
Michigan, he was there for almost 10?
Right, but I think that, in those final years, he's ticking people off.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Here.
Anyway, here are my two, and this is what they truly are. These are guesses. If you want to take a shot at what the quote agendas are that Trey Lance has had to endure in his NFL career, here is agenda one. It actually is pointed at the Dallas Cowboys. I've had more than one person when you start to figure out why the hell did Jerry Jones trade for Trey Lance? Why? You sent a 4th-round pick to the Niners in order to do what? He never even got a backup shot. Dak Prescott got hurt, and then the season was over, and they still trotting Cooper Rush out there. So many have said to me, the reason they traded for Trey Lance is because this was a very debatable topic at the time. It was front page news, and that's what Jera likes. He likes it when people are talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
That's pretty good.
And so that's why he traded for Trey Lance, not because there was any actual concern or desire to see Trey Lance succeed at football or that the Cowboys thought they had something there, because let's be real. They had Dak. They gave him $60 million. Nobody was looking for a QB in Dallas. And then his time expired there. Then he never played. Or could the word agenda be pointed actually at Kyle Shanahan for what many fans have been frustrated with, even Jerry Rice, in saying, why would you run a guy QB power? Well, what do we know about the 49ers week 1 and week 2, the year that Trey Lance was the starter? We know that actually everybody in the room was like, that's not the best quarterback here. Kyle notably went to the owner before the season started and said, I think our best quarterback is QB3. I think Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in this camp. So wouldn't you be less concerned about your quarterback getting hurt if in the back of your mind, and what you pointed out, you've already signed Jimmy back to your team after he said see ya, which I fully believed to this day then and to this day that was a hedge. That was a hedge because you did not love what you were seeing from Trey Lance. So I think that Trey didn't necessarily earn it solely on merit, but I do think maybe he's pointing to the fact that the Niners Maybe they weren't like, uh-oh, what if Trey gets hurt? Maybe they were like, well, what if Trey does get hurt? We've got 2 quarterbacks behind him that we currently think are better.
Right, and that's where you get some sort of an agenda because you start him even though you didn't have full faith in all of his abilities because, you watch those games and they ran QB power because they didn't trust him to throw the football. And Brock, even though you thought he might be the best in the room, you couldn't vault him over Trey Lance in that moment. And Jimmy was totally a hedge, and you weren't thrilled, and he wasn't thrilled that he had to be back there. And so you kind of had him over there. So it was a little bit more drama than you wanted. And for Trey Lance to start his career that way, less than ideal, to put it nicely.
100%. Like, I would argue you don't do that to a guy if you believe in him. He's the 3rd pick in the draft. And then you plunk right over his right shoulder right before he's about to start his career, essentially, as the starter. You plunk over his right shoulder a guy who took you to the Super Bowl 3 years earlier?
Yeah.
Whew, that's uncomfortable.
Super, and I would love to have some sort of reveal on exactly what took place leading up to that draft when now you've got Mac Jones back on the team and you were alleged to be thrilled with getting McCorkle Jones, and I think you were here then. Yeah, you probably.
Of course I was, yeah.
So I don't know if you and I were already doing shows, but every day it was like, they can't take Mac Jones, can they?
Oh, don't you remember? And no, you're right. We weren't together yet, but I was at the other station and I made a not a bet because it wasn't like I was going to win anything, but I promised.
Oh, that's right.
Right? I'm like, if Kyle Shanahan picks Mac Jones, I will walk to his first start at Levi Stadium. And I live in the North Bay.
Yeah, it's not an easy walk.
No.
Yeah.
But I might have said I'd walk from the station. So whatever. I would walk from downtown.
Still not easy.
No.
As a guy who's run a 50-mile race, 50 miles is long now.
It's not.
Even though that feels like it's all downhill.
Oh, yeah. We might have started at least a day or two in advance.
No doubt. Grab a hotel room in Belmont or something.
For sure. Exactly.
Redwood City.
We were going to call all the restaurants and hotels.
No doubt.
Yeah. Who wants to sponsor us?
I would love to be able to go back and fly on the wall that thing and hear who was in whose camp. And at what point did somebody raise their hand and say, hey, Kyle, there's this amazing athlete up in the Dakotas I think you should take a gander at. Bet you he could throw that ball over that mountain.
Such a great story that's never really been told.
Second Uncle Rico reference of the month.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Nice job.
And I would love to know that story.
Yeah. I don't think we
never
ever will.
No, of course not.
No. That's going to go in the vault with what was going on with Wiggins.
And what did Jordan Poole say to Draymond Green?
Well.
Draymond, do you have the time?
Whammy!
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains?
Yep.
Yeah. Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt. No doubt in my mind.
No doubt in my mind. Yeah.
Strong.
Anyway, happy for Trey.
Yeah, but nothing's really happened yet either. Like, he hasn't even won the backup gig yet.
No, but I think that he will. I mean,
maybe.
Heineke?
Yeah.
Ugalele?
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's not really how you pronounce it, but nobody really knows how you pronounce it.
You start with the oog.
I know.
You start
Go
with the
ahead,
oog,
Lucas.
and then you throw in some leles.
Give it a try.
Uyangalele.
Uyangalele.
Sure.
Yeah.
I got the ooh and the lele in there. So whatever happened in the middle.
He used to play shortstop for the Giants in the 80s. We used to chant it at the
ooh, lele.
Yeah, we used to do
Jose
that.
Uribe.
Oh,
Lucas,
boy,
you're so young.
He's looking
What's
at us
wrong?
like,
Not
what are you guys talking
It's a 4
about?
though. It's a solid Monday 4. That's a 3 on Friday, but it's a 4 on Monday.
Shout out to all the old people here in the Bay. I'm with you, and you got that joke. All right, coming up tonight at 7, the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and also on our Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You can also watch the game on KPIX pregame at 6:30. Bucky Brooks will weigh in on all of this. He's phenomenal with the NFL Network. The injuries, the situation surrounding the 49ers, their wide receiver core. Do they need to go out and find yet another wide receiver or two to bring to the party? Let's talk it out with Bucky Brooks next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is being brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And the Valkyries tonight at the Chase Center, northbound 280 is already heavy from almost Mariposa now, getting to King. And if you're using northbound 101, sluggish from Cesar Chavez. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom, game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey everybody, happy Monday, if there is such a thing, and it'll be happier if you make your way into Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. You know you've been hearing me talk about it for a long time now, and it's your turn to make the switch from the big box bank to a good local bank that's been here since 1964. Started out with one branch down there in Fremont. They now have 21, all here in the Bay Area, all local, and all geared towards supporting local people. You deposit your money, as I do as a customer, and they reinvest it into home ownership and businesses and philanthropy and everything else that makes our community, all our communities, so strong. It's my goal this year to go to all 21 branches so I can get a full feel of the flavor of Fremont Bank. And I can guarantee you it's going to be the same at every branch like it is my branch in Oakland. People working who like their job and who care about their customers. Go in, see it for yourself. You'll want to make the switch. I promise you, it's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with a purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone and... that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school. You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health, too, with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
And you got to finish that thought. It's a great what? You got to finish that thing, man. You got to finish what you started. That's why I'm not a big to-go box guy. Eat the meal.
Yeah.
I mean, don't throw it out if you didn't finish it, but I'm going to finish that thing.
Eat the meal.
Eat the meal.
We went out Saturday and brought the right coloring book for our almost 3-year-old, and so she was occupied. Good. So it was actually kind of nice, but we took home a little bit of chicken and half a quesadilla, and it's like, yeah, that quesadilla's not getting eaten.
Quesadilla's a tough
travel.
Reheat.
It's a tough travel.
Yeah.
But I ended up eating about half of it.
This is my guy right here. I'm always excited when we get a chance to talk to him come football season on the River Islands guest line. Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than the great Bucky Brooks, former player, NFL Network analyst now. Are you still coaching? Got Bucky? I never know how to bring you in because you do too many things. How you doing, bud?
Hey, man, I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm still coaching down here. Granada Hills Charter, John Elway's alma mater, trying to get it right.
Okay.
I used to live right across the street from there back in my days at Cal State Northridge.
Right down, neighbors. We're neighbors, right in the neighborhood.
That's it, yeah.
What game were you doing over the weekend, Bucky?
There was a game with the 70-yard field goal. Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. 70-yard field goal from Cam Little. I am the guy yelling, "Holy smokes!" because I didn't expect that.
Yeah, that's a long field goal. Hey, what are they going to do with Travis Hunter? How much offense, how much defense?
Look, you have to operate like they're going to operate like it's a high school program. So Travis Hunter is the best player in the building, so they're going to treat him like that. He's going to play full-time on offense, and then they say he's going to be a get-off-the-field player on defense, meaning in these key situations, third down, red zone, 2-minute in the game, or got-to-have-it play. Travis Hunter will be on the field on defense. In the first preseason game, he had 10 offensive snaps and 8 defensive snaps. They're going to monitor his output, but the goal is to make him a full-time two-way player as much as possible.
Real interesting, man. Real interesting, especially as we're getting into all the fantasy drafts and whatnot. People want to know. Bucky Brooks, NFL Network. All right, let's talk about your perspective on the Niners situation a little bit. Here's where I'll start. They're dealing with a bunch of injuries again. Then again, it's football. Who's not? But Warren Sharp put out some numbers last week. Essentially, Kyle Shanahan's teams have been one of the top 10 most injured teams almost every year that he's been here, except for one, and that was the Super Bowl year 2 seasons ago. Bad luck, or is there something going on here? What's your take?
I mean, look, sometimes it's like injuries are just random, right? Like you can have the best strength and conditioning program and things happen just because it's a collision sport. It's a violent game. However, if you have like the numbers that Warren Sharp are putting out there, you should do a little bit of self-reflection to see, hey, what are the things that we're doing when it comes to practice, training, strength and conditioning, recovery, all of those things to see if we can maximize the health of our players. And I'm sure Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have done all those things. But it is concerning if year after year after year you have like a huge spate of injuries that prevents you from putting your best team on the field.
What's the proper approach, in your opinion, for preseason football? Is it like the Rams totally shut it down, or the Bengals play them early? How would you approach it if you were an NFL coach, Bucky?
A lot of times it depends on the team. All right, like some teams need a little more sparring, as Mike Tomlin would say, to get ready to fight. Other teams, your goal is, we want to get to the starting line with everybody, and then from there, like whatever happens, happens. I will say this: if you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, and we'll use them as kind of like the standard there because they've been to 5 Super Bowls, 3 of those they've won. What they do is they go hard in training camp. They practice hard, they play hard, they play their guys in the preseason. And what they normally do in the month of September, where everyone is kind of easing into the season, they get out to a fast start, 3-1, 4-0. And what that does typically, it puts them on an inside track to get the number 1 seed. It hasn't always happened, but if you look, for most of Pat Mahomes' career, he rarely left the cozy confines of Arrowhead Stadium. But it depends on your team. I've done it both ways. I've been with teams where the old Niners way was preserve everybody, make sure we get to the game fresh, and then our talent is better than your talent, so we're going to beat you because our guys are fresh and ready to go. Other teams, like when I was with the Kansas City Chiefs under Martin Schottenheimer, we're thugging it out. Long practices, long preseason, tough training camp, but we felt like we were a tougher team than the opponent. It believes in the coaching philosophy, but I will say this: whatever your philosophy is as a coach, you got to stand 10 toes down on it because they're going to question it either way when it doesn't go the way that you want it.
Bucky, I want to ask you about the Niner wide receiver room. There's a lot of talk about it out here. So here's the current situation. You got Ricky Pearsall, round 1 pick last year, seemingly largely ready to go. Juwan Jennings has a maybe calf injury, maybe contract dispute, maybe a little bit of both. Rookie Jordan Watkins just got a high ankle sprain, et cetera, et cetera. Brandon Ayuk is not going to be back until probably at least 4, 6, 8 games into the season. First of all, what is your thought on the room as it stands? Second of all, do they need to add more? Is there a Gabe Davis or an Amari Cooper that should be on this team?
I don't know. I think normally, man, your protocol is you go through the preseason, kind of figure out where the holes are. You begin to make assessments like now. After that first preseason game, you kind of look and reflect. And then this next one, preseason game 2, that's when you begin to hit the red button if it doesn't look the way that it's supposed to look. So you have those veterans, Gabe Davis and Amari Cooper, on speed dial. You've had some contact with them just in case, and then you see how your young guys play. I will say this with the Niners. With Brandon Ayuk being out and maybe not coming back until week 6 or later, and then Juwan Jennings doing whatever it is he's doing when it comes to the contract, they do appear to be a little light at the position. Now, if you can resolve the contract situations and you feel good about Christian McCaffrey being there, and we're going to run the football and play action, you go with it. But I will say, right now, what used to be a bit of a strength in terms of like the way they could catch and run and make plays and do those things, is a huge question mark. And given the amount of money that is now going to go to Brock Purdy, you want to make sure he has the firepower and the weaponry to get it done, because you had that supporting cast around him when he really flourished and thrived. Now, if you remove that, you're putting more on him. And I understand normally the bigger the paycheck, the more the expectations, the bigger the output. But for him, you need to make sure you have the right stuff around him.
When you look at Ricky Pearsall now entering year 2, but really kind of the latter half of his rookie year because he got shot and he missed so many games, what do you see from Ricky, and does he have the ability to step up, especially while Brandon Ayuk is out?
I mean, I think so. I think he has the ability to step up and get it done. I mean, it's unfortunate he got shot, right, in his rookie season. No one wants that or wishes that on anybody. Coming out of school, like, this is a guy that you love because he was a terrific route runner, big-time playmaker. And coming off the heels of a disappointing Super Bowl loss, what you want is more route runners around the quarterback, because when it gets to the thick of it, like late in the year or in the playoffs, teams go press man coverage and they dare the Niners to be able to get away. To do that, you got to have fleet-footed wide receivers that are precise route runners that can get to the depth and be at the spot where Brock Purdy needs them to be. They need him to be a guy that becomes the number one. And even though Brandon Ayuk is paid like the number one, he's not going to be able to get back to form and be that guy right away. So Ricky Pearsall needs to be able to take the baton and say, hey, I'm going to be the number one receiver until the guy comes back. We'll see if he's ready for it because he was limited last year.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network analyst, former player with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Bucky, our mutual friend Ephraim, I threw this at him last night, and I want your take because a lot of people are talking about Christian McCaffrey and health. And so 2 years ago or coming into last season, he's coming off of a season where he pretty much led the league in touches. And so I'm wondering how predictive this is because last night, for instance, Ephraim was like, I've got worries about Saquon Barkley because he's coming off leading the league in touches. But Christian McCaffrey, he's much more bullish on him because now he's coming off of a season of rest. He's only a year older than Saquon. What is your take on sort of the health status of those two players coming into the year?
I mean, it's concerning. Like, normally there's a magic number, right? Like, the magic number used to be 300, 350 carries. Like, you get to that point, like, everyone's like, whoa, he's not going to be able to bounce back. Derrick Henry debunked that myth, right? Like, he did it. He's had a heavy workload. He continues to get stronger later in his career. So you can't really hold people to that. But there's a lot of evidence that said that if you touch it over 300 times, the next season you're not going to be the same. For Saquon Barkley, it is something to think about, like that heavy workload, the way that he was able to do it or whatever. Now, he's had injuries, but you can't quite equate the heavy workload with injuries. There is some carryover, but you just don't know. I think what you want to do is, what's your star running back? When do you need him? Like, do you need him down the stretch? Is there a way to preserve him? Can we have multiple guys in the backfield where we can share the load? And then as we get to money time, like when we have the break right around the middle of the season, can we pick it up so we're playing our best ball late November, December, and January? That's a perfect world. For Christian McCaffrey, he is coming off a year where he didn't really play much, and you're hoping that he can regain his form. But what you also need to do is have that and a backup plan, because what if he's not the same CMC that we love? But you didn't have someone that can really steady that ground game. Regardless, the Niners must have a running game, not only for what it does in terms of controlling the line of scrimmage, setting the passing game up for Brock Purdy, but it preserves the defense. And look, there's a magic number on defense where it's 65 plays on defense. After that, the defense falls apart. The only way you do it is you got to retain possession and keep that defense fresh.
And Shanahan has an amazing record when they win that time of possession battle. Bucky, just looking at this running back depth, you've got Isaac Guerrero, who is nursing an injury, and after that, you've got rookies and vets, guys who haven't stuck to many other places. If McCaffrey needs to be spelled, do the Niners have the personnel to do that?
That's $1 million question. Now, the one thing that we do know about the Niners in the running game is they've been able to take pretty much anybody and everybody and put them in that offense, and they had a level of success, at least for a year. And they're part of the reason why we started devaluing running backs, because of the system that was in place. But I think what we're seeing, the system is solid, but it looks a whole lot better when there's a superstar running. Perfect world, you want Chris McCaffrey available. If not, you want one of these young guys to emerge as a viable option. It can be done by committee. But, man, it's a lot easier when you got a steady Eddie star that's kind of holding it down.
Bucky, you're putting your chip in whose circle to win the NFC West?
Oh, the Rams. I mean, the Rams are the best team in the division.
This interview got less fun.
You can say Rams, but why do you have to use that tone? You used that tone like that was just the stupidest idea of all time.
Yeah, I didn't like that tone at all, Mark.
I don't like your tone, Bucky.
What are we looking at? Have we seen the Rams the last few years? The Rams have been able to start 1-4 each of the past few years and roll into the playoffs. Now, the $1 million question will be Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is nursing a back injury. He was supposed to practice today. Didn't practice. He hasn't been available all training camp. That means if he's not available, here comes Jimmy G to save the day. And Jimmy G saved the day for the L.A. Rams. The thing that I will tell you, I went to joint practices with the Rams and the Cowboys. And if you're playing your fantasy and the draft is coming up, I would say go all in on Devontae Adams, because what he is going to do in this offense, he's going back to being the legendary guy that we saw for a few years in Green Bay. I just think that the Rams offensively, running the ball, what they have on the outside with Nakua and Adams. Doesn't really matter who's the quarterback. They're going to be solid. And defensively, they're the best team from top to bottom in the division.
Okay, so if you're all in on Devontae, are you like, is Puka being overdrafted in the first round?
I mean, I don't know if I'm drafting him ahead of Devontae Adams. I'm just telling you that there's a man crush that Sean McVay has on Devontae Adams. And normally when someone, they bring him in and they show Devontae Adams highlights to the rest of the team, rest assured that he's going to get some balls that have an impact on the thing. And so he looks good. He's happy he's in a good place. He tore up the Cowboys in the joint practice. Take that for what it is. I'm just saying it looked like a whole lot of balls are heading his way going forward.
That's good info. That's good info. Hey, Bucky, if it's such a, like the Rams, like hello, then why are the Niners favored to win the division?
I don't know. I think maybe because we like him. We like we were romanticizing the idea of Robert Saleh coming back, fixing the defense, and things are going to be what they were 5, 6, 7 years ago. Here's where I'm worried, though. There are always windows when it comes to championships. I'm worried about the window being closed on this iteration of the Niners. They had a great team, top to bottom, the talent. They were better than people. They could bully people and all those things. They went to 2 Super Bowls, but they didn't win. Normally, if you have those many bites of the apple, the next time around you got to swap out the roster. So I am not as confident that the Niners can make the run that the Bay Area people are used to making, just because it's unlikely that your team can stay on top for that long with the same pieces in place.
I think your window is open as long as you have a good quarterback. Do you not think that Brock Purdy is capable of keeping this window open?
Okay, now, did you believe that when you said that? Did you believe, like, are you trying to give Brock Purdy the Joe Burrow thing? Like, I'm just saying, like, when you said that, did you, like, say it, like, with your chest, like, yeah, Brock Purdy got us, like, it doesn't matter what we have?
Well,
I like Brock Purdy.
I'm not saying he's Burrow or Allen, but I think he's good enough to, take lesser and still have this be a championship caliber team.
Okay. I mean, look, I think he's good, but I think everything around him needs to be solid for them to be at a championship level. And that's not a knock to him, because he is a really good quarterback. And I'm one of the ones that said, like, look, he should have been a $50 million quarterback before they broke him off. That said, the team is so much different. We just talked about the wide receivers and Ricky Pearsall and Jennings, and we don't have those guys anymore. Like, we're waiting for, like, we don't have what they had when Debo was in his prime and CMC was in his prime, and George Kittle is still really good, but maybe he's nearing the end of his prime. It's a different team. So now more is going to be put on his shoulders, but he doesn't have the same squad to carry offensively and defensively. So I'm just worried about this team having those high expectations when there's so many question marks about how good the talent on the roster is from top to bottom.
I think that's fair. I really do. And Bucky, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, man, thanks for having me.
All right, man. Bucky Brooks, NFL Network. He's got questions, and he's not wrong for having them. There's questions.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of questions.
And
again, I don't mind the answer being the Rams. I just didn't want that tone.
It was
like, if you're
almost
like, I like the Rams, that's fine. He was like, duh, I like the Rams.
It's like you
What the hell are you smoking?
Bucky, do you think that the Rockies have a legit chance to win the NL West this year? Now, that would be a silly question.
No, it's kind of like if you asked, who do you like in the NL West before the season starts? The Dodgers.
Right.
Hello.
Pretty much.
You kind of said it like that.
And I don't think
it's like that.
I don't think the gap is that big. I mean, you hear a lot of people high on the Rams, and their defense is awesome. I don't know if it's the best in football top to bottom, but it's probably on the short list. They've invested a lot into the defense, and that defense is going to be a problem for the Niners.
Well, I also do think that, your question there at the end is a very fair one with regard to windows. Are you not always in a window when you have a good quarterback? It's a nuanced sort of an idea and response, I think, because he immediately goes, what, do you think he's Joe Burrow? And I happen to know for a fact that you do not think that he's Joe Burrow,
right.
Nor does any sane person think that Brock Purdy is Joe Burrow. That's, I don't think, what you're necessarily getting at. But if you believe you have a good quarterback and a front office that's smart, you should either be in the hunt or be damn near getting back to being in the hunt. I don't know. Are the Lions automatically a contender just because they have Jared Goff? I guess not just because, but we now happen to think good front office, good coach, good quarterback, you're in a window. You're in a window. And so I don't know. I'll split the difference a little bit. Yes, Brock being there with a good front office, and the hope is that you didn't just completely fumble the draft. And if you didn't, then I think the Niners should be, I don't know about Super Bowl, but good.
Yeah, and I believe that if you're good enough to make the playoffs, if you're one of the 14 to make the playoffs, you at least have a shot. And I'm looking at the quarterback tiers, and we'll get more into this in more detail. Mike Sando going to join us in about an hour, I believe, right? About 4:45?
4:15.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So 40 minutes or half an hour, but I'm going through his list, and you have to go all the way down to number 12, Dak Prescott, before you find a quarterback who didn't make the playoffs last year. And you got Baker and Hurts and Stroud and Goff and Herbert and Daniels and all these quarterbacks who are really good, according to NFL experts. They all make the playoffs. And so Brock Purdy's just outside that top 12. He's actually behind Dak, which is, I mean, sure. And Jordan Love's right ahead of him. Then it's Brock Purdy. So he's in the mix of quarterbacks good enough to be considered among the best.
I mean, he's exactly where the conversation often goes, no doubt, and I think is reflective of coming off of a bad year. Coming off of a good year, he would have been sort of mid to high tier 2. Now he's bottom tier 2, but he's still tier 2, and he's in there with a bunch of guys who are the guys we usually compare him to. It's funny that you mentioned Dak. I think that's one of the more intriguing ones. I'm not saying that I would have put Dak in tier 3, but coming off of a year where you got the biggest contract in the history of the NFL, it still stands. But at the same time, you didn't play. Your team did not make the playoffs. It's interesting that he sits where he does. I might have knocked him down a peg or two.
Here's what one defensive coordinator said. He said, I think he's still good. I started to tier 2/tier 3 him, but I think he's a 2.
I think he's a 2.
A 2?
Yeah, I mean,
he's at the bottom of the 2, along with Jordan Love and Brock Purdy.
I do, but...
Yeah, there's no consensus about is he a 2 or is he a 3.
All right, so with Sando joining us in a half hour, we can set this up. I do want to get off a take real quick about the Giants, not just their lineup. With the situation they're in, back at 500 after was it 8-0 against the Nationals?
I don't know. Kristen Koss came in, and I turned it off.
Yeah, so and the Padres are in town, and on my walk to work today, there was a family in Padres gear. So they're excited. Yeah, that's right, Lucas. They made a vacation out of this thing. They're like, you're going back to school in a week, but first we're going to go watch our team punk the Giants and put them out of their misery.
They probably were in flip-flops and shorts, those poor people.
It was a little kid, though. Kids always think that it's shorts. It doesn't matter. Son, it's 48 degrees out. Right. Shorts.
I think I've worn pants 3 times this year.
Yeah, you're one of those.
Totally.
Every
day.
You're a Toys R Us kid. You never grew up. Anyway.
Shout out Jeffrey.
Lucas didn't get that one either. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Love Toys R Us.
Okay, but the tagline, you get it? I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Do you get that?
I don't know Jeffrey the giraffe.
Oh, you're close. Anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Sando in a half hour, and we'll set this whole QB tiers thing up for you. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
And let me ask you all a question. Are you thinking about covering your patio or maybe building shelves to get organized? Well, whatever your next project, the products you use to build it matters, especially if you want it to last for many, many years. And that's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, which is the trusted name in structural connectors. It's engineered for strength, and these products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events, and we have both out here somewhat on the regular. Professional builders appreciate all the options that Simpson Strong Tie provides, and you do-it-yourselfers, you love the confidence that comes from getting those professional results. So, if you're building a backyard retreat, which is what we're going to be doing out at our house in the East Bay, or maybe you're just tackling your weekend to-do list, you choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. Go to goldenstatelumber.com and get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Bucky, just looking at this running back depth, you've got Isaac Garendo, who is nursing an injury, and after that, you've got rookies and vets, guys who haven't stuck to many other places. If McCaffrey needs to be spelled, do the Niners have the personnel to do that?
That's $1 million question. Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I want to point out a couple of things. Saying that that's the $1 million question is not the same as saying that's a great question, because he literally said 2 minutes later, that's the $1 million question about something completely different, number one.
It was his own question that he was talking about.
So,
my only counterpoint is, do y'all think that $1 million is great?
It is great.
Score that.
That's $1 million question.
That does not make them synonyms, though.
They do in this case. Now, he could have said,
they don't.
That's a $21.14 question.
You're saying this not with your chest, the same way you asked him about Brock Purdy. This is, that this is not $1 million question, is not that's a great question.
First of all, I was suppressing a burp, so I didn't exactly project my voice like I normally would.
That's fine, but you still weren't. And then the other thing is, when someone says that's $1 million question, which, by the way, I'll tell you, I do not believe that this was the case this time.
That question was at least $200,000.
It was a good question, but there are times when someone's saying that they also could mean like that's the obvious question.
No, that's really the $1 million question.
That's the $1 million question. That's
$1 million question.
That's what everyone's asking. Therefore, that is a run-of-the-mill question.
$1 million is not run of the mill.
No, again, but this is
just because you came out of an interview with no currency, and I got $1 million from your buddy.
You got nothing.
You got Dibs. You got all but disrespected with your weak sauce question about the Rams.
Dibs.
I didn't even comes Jimmy G.
I didn't
save the day.
Yeah, I didn't ask about the Rams. I asked about the West.
Right. Who's the favorite?
Yeah.
And he all but said, "I'm about to hang up right now."
The first time Bucky used any tone with us, I was thrilled.
Little sass.
Thrilled. Yeah. Right?
You got served.
Dibs won at nothing in that interview.
$1 million. Yeah. Right now, the Willard and Dibs bank account for the week is $1 million for the Dibber squad.
I know that you didn't make $1 million there because you're still here. And if you ever won $1 million, you would not even be back for the next segment. Dan Dibley could win at nothing.
That's an interesting
it's a great question.
Counterpoint from you. I don't quite see it that way. Yeah, especially in the summer when I have my wife and daughter both at home.
They're not at home. You just showed me a picture of them. They are out and about in the world making things happen. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
I'm going to call one of them Rodney and the other one Dangerfield, because you know what happens tomorrow, right? Back to school.
Does daycare start?
Back to school, dog.
All right.
Off you go, you two.
I still got another week plus.
As of about 9:07 tomorrow, I'm back to the rhythm, which is go home, make my lunch, listen to the roast, hang out.
Brother, congrats.
Guru gets mad at 10:02.
Yeah. I want to say this because I say this every year at this time. Hello to all of you wonderful parents and the job that you do. Let's take a moment to laugh at ourselves, because it was just 2.5 months ago that every single one of us went, I cannot wait for summer. This is going to be so great to not have to get up at 6:45 and start cooking breakfast for people and then get them over here and get them over there. I cannot wait for summer. We're just going to chill. And the same thing happens in every home 2.5 months later. They look at the kids and think, I can't wait for school to start.
Oh, that's right.
You got to get the hell up out this house. You have to get out of here now. We're almost there.
Especially you at the 3, because, you leave for work about 11:30 or noon, and you get home, and they're still there. They're there when you leave. They're there when you get home.
Exactly right. That's right.
And you don't get the 2-hour nap that I get.
There's no napping. There might be today. Ella's a little under the weather, but usually there's no.
Yeah. And Abe had himself a big weekend, so.
Sure did.
But still leaves you one kid of, hey, Dad, can you go play catch? Hey, Dad, can we play ball? Can we go golf? Can we go chip? Can we putt?
We already did that. We went putting this morning.
Of course.
You know.
Yep.
All right, it goes Ramos, Devers, Adames, Dom Smith, Chappie, Jung-Hoo Lee, Patrick Bailey, Christian Koss, Drew Gilbert. Why'd you make that face, Lucas? You don't like Drew Gilbert?
Will he get a hit tonight?
Maybe.
Boy, I hope so.
You only get like 3 or 4 shots. You know?
Can I do 15 seconds on Drew Gilbert?
You could do more.
That was not a web gem on the opening game. He fell down, and he was still able to fight through a slip to make a catch.
But
it was a nice recovery.
Yeah, that's great.
Yaz catches that with his pocket. That thing is routine for Yaz. Gilbert fell down, which is why, amazing catch. No, it wasn't. The guy tripped over the dirt.
If somebody took a stride in the batter's box and slipped, but then still hit a home run, wouldn't you consider that a better home run than a regular home run?
This was not a home run. This was a garden variety.
Well, it wasn't garden variety, but it was also his first ever MLB game.
Brandon Ayuk, when he catches the ball that hits him in the face mask, that's amazing. You're running full speed, you jump, and it hits off your helmet, and you still find a way to bibbly-bobbly and make the catch.
I thought it was off of someone else's helmet, wasn't it?
Could be.
I don't think that was off of Brandon's helmet.
Point being,
I think it was off of a Lion helmet.
That was a phenomenal catch. This guy, he fell down. Anyway, more than 15 seconds. But yeah, get a hit, Drew.
Yeah, get a hit. That's great. That's the lineup tonight, and here's all I would like to just say very briefly. And I know a lot of you are already well past me. And so, hello over here on the ship that has not fully sunk yet. If you've left the Giants for the summer, I get it. That's fine. The only reason I haven't, because that weekend gave us zero reason to think anything good. The only reason I haven't is because of a scheduling quirk and an epic slide by another team. Somehow the Giants lost both games to the Nationals and didn't lose any ground in the wild card standings. The Mets lose all their baseball games, all of them. They lose all of them. So the Giants are only 4 games out in the wild card still. They're now 7 behind the Padres. They will play the Padres 7 times in their next 10 games. Okay, there is a day off on Thursday, but outside of that, it's 7 games against the Padres between now and next Thursday, and you'll squeeze in a weekender with Tampa here at Oracle Park. Here's the deal, okay? Here's the gauntlet with no wiggle room whatsoever. Of those 10 games, you will win 7 of them, and of the 7 against the Padres, you will win 5 of them. If you do not effectively hit both of those markers, we hold a funeral. You're done. That's it. I don't even want to think about it anymore.
Yeah.
Wake me when Eldridge makes his debut or whatever the hell else you got coming up here in the fall. The Niners are here. The NFL is here. I've got my first fantasy draft on Saturday. That's your assignment to get our attention. If you don't do it, then you didn't do it. And you're probably not going to do it. I'm fully aware of that. This is not some sort of this is not coming from a hopeful place. This is just me setting the parameters for me to continue to emotionally involve myself in a Giants game. And a lot of you have already gone, but I will head home after the show tonight and we'll do this. Logan Webb, Drew Gilbert, we're going to do this. 5 of 7 against the Padres and at least 2 of 3 against the Rays.
Yeah.
Do that or my emotions are gone.
This is what I said while you were gone, and I was talking not about the Rays, but probably the Rays too. Yeah, you had to go 12-5 in that stretch, and right now you are 1 game worse than you should be. I was thinking about 5-2 against San Diego and 6-3 in the other one, so that would be 11-5 over that stretch. And well, yesterday for me was the one that really kind of hurt just because you stunk. And Verlander, he got his milestone in the first, struck out the side, and after that he was highly hittable. The offense mustered a total of 3 hits. You got shut out by a good pitcher, but like was said earlier today, 40,000 fans who are still tuned in because the math is there and you got these new shiny toys and it's a Sunday and, this thing's not over.
No.
And then that's what you put out. That is the one that really kind of, it becomes a massive turnoff. It's one thing to lose. Everyone gets blown out. But you get 3 hits. You get no runs. That to me was just a bad time to do that.
It was terrible. And I think that the 40,000, the only thing I would say differently than what you just said is I don't think that the 40,000 were there yesterday because they're still emotionally invested. I think the 40,000 were there yesterday because people buy tickets ahead of time For many, it is the last weekend of the summer, if not the second last weekend of the summer with the kids. And we probably had our best week of weather all summer long here in the Bay Area. So let's go. Come on, hon. Let's go catch a game. I think that's what 40,000 people did.
Are you going back? Because you had said before, like you were thinking about one last hurrah with the kids.
Yeah, there's been a request made.
Okay.
There's been a request made by multiple humans on the inner circle.
Okay, and you got a big circle now.
Yeah. So, like, I'm open to it, but it will be very much that other sort of a vibe. Like, I don't know, talk to me about what we're going to eat when we get there. You know what I mean? That's sort of what I'm thinking. Like, do we want to go spend the day down there or the evening and have a way too cold coffee out there in left field at Pete's late at night, or do we want to get chowder in a bowl? Like, what do we want to do? Because that's where my mind will be. Not like let's grind and get a dub. So, but no, I do not currently have plans to go.
Okay.
I'm open to going. But if you want my emotion to be there with me while I'm there, 7 of 10.
I get you. Yeah.
With 5 of the 7 coming against San Diego.
On behalf of your kids.
And you won't.
Yeah.
They won't.
I mean.
They're allowed to.
Sure.
But they won't.
You know, honestly, they'll probably go 5-5 because that's what they do. And, they'll beat Tampa in 2 of the 3. And then in the 7 against San Diego, they'll go 3-4, and that will do it. Just on behalf of your kids, they don't care if you bring your emotion. Just bring your wallet.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to need from you, Big Papa.
That's true.
I mean, emotion is great, and we want everyone to be invested and happy, but just bring the plastic.
I will.
I'm going to need a burrito, one of those chowder bowls and a foam finger.
I'm just going to this is the line I'm working on at the Giants game. Can you finish the current food item that we bought before we go get the next one? Can you finish it? Can you not be chewing on a churro when you ask me, can we go get pizza?
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I'm asking. Can we space it out a little bit?
My rule would be the Giants, they need to score a run for you to get food. So you may want to eat before the game, kids.
Boy, that's actually a great idea. That's a great idea.
They score, you eat.
No, the concessions don't open until they score. Let's motivate these suckers.
Right?
Hit the ball.
Seriously.
We're hungry.
Hit the ball. We're hungry.
Okay? Right? Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. One other quick thing on that, because you mentioned it. Oh, they'll take 2 out of 3 against Tampa. Probably not. Like, I didn't really notice this until recently. This is maybe one of the biggest dings against the Giants so far this year. And it is this. If you fancy yourself as a pitching and defense team, a team that grinds out your 3-2 wins, if that's who you are, then you would win at this ballpark. You are 29-28 at home. That's a joke. That's a joke. You can be a 500 team. That happens in life. But if you're a 500 team, that usually is because you're having a hard time winning on the road, but you win a lot of games at home. You're a 500 team everywhere you play.
30-31 on the road.
That should not happen. That should not happen if you've got a good pitching staff. If you can do anything late in the innings at all, you will win a good handful more here at home than you lose, and they have not done that.
San Diego, 38-20 at home. That's a team that,
That's a good team.
Right. They handle their business in the yard where you build your team to be able to win at home, and they're doing just that.
Yeah. So, this is it. It is complete, and I know for a lot of you, you've already passed it. This is complete put up or shut up time. It is 100% put up or shut up time. Go beat the Padres a bunch of times, or just wake us next spring. That's it. That's it. Nobody's got any more room for this. Every little time. I told you last week that the Giants for a while now have felt like the ex-girlfriend who you keep calling when you have 2 drinks. And then you break up, and then they pull you back in. And then you break up, and you pull back in. Every time they would win 2, it's like, okay, they're 1 game over 500. They can do this. It's just like, good God. I can't. You can't do this anymore. They played such a good game on Friday night. They had a day off. They came out. Devers is popping. They've played a really good baseball game. You take that momentum into the weekend and you look like that? That's how you look against Washington?
Yeah, in your own yard, like you're saying.
Done with you. Done with you. So, anyway.
Logie tonight. Lock in. You will. I know you.
I know I will. I know I will. And the stupid thing is even if they lose tonight, they could still technically win 5 out of 7 against the Padres.
Totally.
Like, I'll be back again tomorrow. They'll have their crazy uniforms on tomorrow night. Yeah, the whole deal. But this is it. You've got the next 11 days. And I reserve the right to leave before those 11 days are up if you, for instance, lose the next 3 in a row. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I'm out.
And yes, I think the Giants are fully aware a lot of you are already out, which is completely fair. So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And Mike Sando of The Athletic joins us in 10 minutes. Here's why. This has become a very, very highly regarded and interesting piece of content that he puts out every single August. And today is the day for his quarterback tiers. Not like they're crying, but tiers, T-I-E-R-S, the 2025 quarterback tiers board. Here's what Mike does. He talks to 50 NFL experts, and we're talking about people on the inside, not media experts who have an opinion, but people who are actually running teams or have run teams. This is what it's made up of. 6 general managers, 6 assistant general managers, and 6 former general managers. So 18 of your 50 are either GMs, used to be GMs, or about to be GMs. Then there's 5 other NFL execs. That makes up almost half the board. There's 8 head coaches, 19 other coaches, 15 of them are at the coordinator level. Okay? That's who is coming up with these opinions. And tier 1, tier 2, those two combined for 14, so almost half of the quarterbacks in the league. Let's unveil tier 1 first, because there is an interesting quirk to it. First of all, only 2 quarterbacks were unanimously voted as tier 1 QBs, and that's Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. So someone in this group thinks that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are still a tier 2 player, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
But the aggregate of the whole thing has Allen and Jackson as also tier 1. And then the 5th and final tier 1 player is not Jaden Daniels. It's Matt Stafford in his late 30s with a back injury. Fascinating, and maybe a little bit of a window into why Bucky Brooks just sounded the way he did with regard to saying that the Rams are clearly the favorite in the West.
Yeah, because Matt Stafford, if upright and mostly healthy, he's a Hall of Fame quarterback, and he's had a great career. He's won a Super Bowl, and he's still a very capable thrower, and they've got great weapons and a good coach, and they've been successful, so I understand that. And it's interesting when you look at the actual voting, because you've got 3 of the 50 had Josh Allen in tier 2 because he has an average of 1.06, which tells me that 3 people voted him tier 2. 4 voted Lamar Jackson tier 2.
Yeah.
He was tier 2 last year.
Yep.
So he's actually graduated his way up. And Stafford he has a 1.5 average, which means half of them said tier 1, half of them said tier 2, and they put it right there. He's kind of on the cusp of almost being tier 2, but he made it in with the big boys.
Similar to the way Brock Purdy is on the cusp of being tier 3, but made tier 2. Here's your tier 2 group in the NFL. Jaden Daniels is the top member of tier 2, so he is on the doorstep of tier 1, and I think that just solely shows that he's only played for 1 year. I think people want to see him do it again before they put him in tier 1. But if he looks anything this year like he did last year, you're going to see him be in tier 1 next year. But the rest of the group, in order, goes Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. There is your group of tier 2 quarterbacks. And when you put tier 1 and tier 2 together, those are your top 14, which, by the way, that is usually where you kind of hear people talk about Brock as far as his contemporaries and his list. And so the NFL executives and coaches, it sounds like they agree. They agree right now with where most fans would put him.
And I think it's a fair place to put him. And you can quibble over Dak's ahead of him. Maybe Dak should be behind he and Jordan Love. But I look at that grouping of it's Mayfield and Dak and Love and Purdy. They're really tightly grouped on the votes. And you can make arguments either way. And the interesting thing about this, and I encourage you to go to The Athletic and actually click on the article, because every player, you get a drop down with quotes, unnamed executives weighing in, and you can look at the panel vote breakdown by tier. It's a lot of fascinating information in here, and of course all the quotes are anonymous so that the people who voted could actually be honest about these players.
I also think it's just like, if you want to look at that whole group, a couple things that stand out. I get where Jalen Hurts is in the middle of tier 2 because he's going to get a Super Bowl bump. I'm a little surprised that C.J. Stroud didn't fall further based on his sophomore campaign, which I thought was wholly unimpressive.
He went from the top of tier 2 to the middle of tier 2.
Yeah.
He was one of the biggest droppers among the top 2 tiers of guys. The quarterback overall who dropped the furthest, I think, is Aaron Rodgers, based on,
he's old.
He's old, and Russell Wilson also took a pretty hefty drop as well. But
really big.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud, the first year was, eye-popping. Last year was a disappointment. So now, year 3, all eyes on Houston to see if he can, bounce back, and who is the real C.J. Stroud.
Tier 3, and this is the one that I find interesting in terms of think about, is it an upward bullet or a downward bullet? And I know you have the numbers in front of you with regard to whether they rose or fell. But I kind of get a sense that some of these are in tier 3 but on the way up, and others are in tier 3 and on the way down.
Yep.
Kyler Murray, down. Aaron Rodgers, down. Tua, I think, is down.
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence, I think, is trending down.
Down?
Yep. Geno Smith is next. That one's kind of interesting, new team. But then you start
He's trending up a tiny bit.
Interesting. But then you get to the young guys. Like Bo Nix is tier 3, but I think he's going to be a riser.
It's his debut, though. They don't do it before your rookie year.
Yeah.
So same thing with Jaden Daniels. It's his debut in the tiers. They wait for a full year.
Sure.
And then they give you the tier.
Except for J.J. McCarthy is in here, and I know he's not a rookie, but he hadn't played football yet.
And that'll be an interesting one to ask Mike Sando about, because he clearly asked the executives and the coaches, and they've never seen him play. So I was a little bit curious as to why he got included.
He ended up in tier 4, and, apologies to Daniel Jones, Joe Flacco, Anthony Richardson, Spencer Rattler, and Kenny Pickett. You've all been voted as below a player who's never played in the NFL. So that's exciting. Good for you.
Another interesting one in tier 3, Bryce Young is trending upward.
I think
he's up from tier 4 into tier 3. Kirk Cousins plummeting, and they had him in here because he might be a quarterback for Atlanta.
Well, Kirk Cousins to me is waiting for somebody to get hurt.
Yeah,
soon as somebody gets hurt,
pretty mean-spirited.
Well, no, but that's how he's going to get a gig again. He's such trade bait because not only do they have Penix, but they love what they're getting from some of their younger backups. Easton Stick looked really good over the weekend. Anyway, Drake May, Caleb Williams, and Sam Darnold also in tier 3. And then we've mentioned part of tier 4, but it's Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Penix, McCarthy, Daniel Jones, Flacco, Anthony Richardson, Spencer Rattler, and then, as you mentioned earlier, Kenny Pickett holds down tier 5. All by himself.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's fine.
You hate to see it. The biggest positive movers, Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Bryce Young, and then Goff, Hurts, and Murray are each up a tiny little tick, and then the biggest dropper, Cousins, Rodgers, and Danny Dimes.
This is all put together by Mike Sando of The Athletic, and he joins us next. The Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun at 7 o'clock tonight. Hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. The game is also on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30. Mike Sando next on Willard and Dibs.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, northbound 101, backed up from Brisbane. If you're going to see the Giants or the Valks, northbound 101, a crash just past Candlestick, contributing to that backup. Once you do get there, use 280, only minor backups at King. I'm Tiffany Woodstrom, game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 19th. Enjoy them at their best with a crisp skin and juicy center. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
It's a crash blocking the 2 right lanes and traffic is starting
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Standing water in the roadway that's causing quite a bit of a
Now is the time for a new Accord. Get a great deal during the Honda Summer Event. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits towards the appliances of your choice. Explore the full line of Monogram appliances beautifully displayed in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
San Francisco, mid-60s, low 80s in San Jose.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Dum-dum-dum. Here comes Jimmy G to save the day.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Other than Dontrell Willis, what I love best about that little, as we call it in the biz, rejoin, is a lot of those voices are people that we haven't talked to in a while that we're about to start talking to. Because football's here.
Oh, I can't wait.
Football's here.
It's here.
And by the way, Mike Sando is one of those guys. And you want to know the first question I'd like to ask Mike Sando of The Athletic as he joins us on the River Islands guest line? We look forward to this content every year around this time, mid-August, early to mid-August. We get this year's quarterback tiers put together by Mike Sando of The Athletic. But when we get it, my gosh, I got to imagine, Mike, that you get 1,000 requests to come on shows. So how many did you get, and what number show are we today for you?
That's a great question. I believe that we'll do anywhere from 12 to 17 a day, each day this week, probably, something like that.
Okay.
Summer podcast. So I started at 6:30 this morning Pacific time.
Woo!
And I think I've got a couple more here until about 6 o'clock, and then I try to leave the evening, to do a couple other things. But it's really fun to do. I love it, and it sharpens my mind. Get good questions, makes you think through things. You get a better mastery of the subject, when you get put on the spot.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll get right to work on your radio show tiers. And just spoiler alert, we're clearly a tier 1 show, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Uh-huh. You got it.
Yes, absolutely. And so, Mike, I hope that you saved all the good stuff for us. Here is question number 1. Like, how does injury a previous year usually affect this? So when we do look at a name like Dak Prescott or even J.J. McCarthy, who's never played an NFL snap, how does that affect the way you put this all together for the following year?
So if it's an injury and like McCarthy, we haven't seen him play, then people just kind of take a pass. They put him in tier 4, which is just not enough information. If it's a really good established player, like Dak Prescott, a good established player, he has an injured for half of last year, a little more than that. Doesn't really affect anything. But if you have somebody like, there was a couple of years, a few years ago when Lamar Jackson had missed a couple seasons, or Tua Tagovailoa's future, the concussions, then if people see it as a chronic thing, they might downgrade him and just say, hey, part of this ability is availability, right? And so it really just kind of depends on the context of the injury to determine how much it affects the evaluation of the player.
I'm looking at the breakout, and Purdy got 27 Tier 2 votes, 23 Tier 3 votes. Is this atypical? Is there another player that has this much disparity in the opinion from these 50 people?
Well, no. I mean, Jordan Love is 28 in Tier 2, 22 in Tier 3, so it's not... That's not a huge difference. I think where it gets interesting is like Aaron Rodgers has votes in 4 different tiers. Purdy's just kind of on that line where most of the voters put him in tier 2, but a good number put him in tier 3. Jordan Love's a little bit in that category. But I don't think that there's a huge disparity in the view over him. I mean, most people think he's good enough you can win with him, but they don't think that when you play the 49ers, people are going, oh my gosh, we got Purdy this week. What are we going to do?
Mike Sando, The Athletic, the QB tiers for 2025 are out. I'm looking actually at your Twitter feed, Mike, and you've got a screenshot basically of a quote that you got from an NFL head coach that said, quote, Purdy doesn't get enough credit. The draft is over, okay? The guy has played his ass off. Recognize that. I'm going to take a shot at this for the first question I want to ask. Which coach was it, Mike?
Well, I promise you it was not somebody from the 49ers. I can tell you that.
Okay, good.
We wouldn't do that. I'm careful in this thing. You don't get to overrate your guy, and most people are super honest with that. So we would never have anybody commenting on somebody from their own team. But, I think that's a fair, look, the draft status of somebody kind of follows them around, doesn't it? I remember when, Russell Wilson was a third-round pick for good, there were reasons, his height. And so it took him longer, probably, and a little bit more sustained play to really earn his footing and get into tier 2 and tier 1 eventually. I think in a case of somebody like Sam Darnold, who was a high pick, maybe when he flashes and shows good, people who liked him coming out, go, okay, that's what I thought Darnold was going to be. There's some of that for sure.
Yeah, and actually, I find that really interesting. Mike, we've coined a term on this show a couple years ago called draftism, and we think that Purdy suffers from it all the time, but I wonder if time helps heal that wound. In other words, as you've talked to all of these people, to what level do you think people are still assessing Brock based on his draft position?
Well, to the extent that his draft position reflected some limitations in him that maybe some of those guys in the tier 1 don't have, yes, I think that's still part of the evaluation of him is that he's a good operator of their system, but he's not a super dynamic player, right? He's a good anticipatory thrower. He's accurate, and they can run the offense at a high level. But like I said, when you play him, you don't really have a specific game plan for him. When you play, when you play Josh Allen, you're in a totally different mode, right? When you play him. So I think that's where the reason why he was lower in the draft is still a reason why he's not as difficult to play as some of those guys who had more talent.
You use the word operator, and it also goes alongside system, and in here that somebody used the F word, facilitator. Are these labels seen around the league as negatives if you are a, quote, system quarterback?
They're seen as why you're probably not in tier 1. That's all.
Speaking of tier 1, Mike, I would love to just know, when someone says Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are tier 2, what exactly do they mean? What on earth is it that they're actually saying or not seeing from those guys?
Yeah, so in the most extreme case, you might have a ballot with only 2 people in tier 1, Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes. That happened, and so that's a super high bar for ability as a pure passer. I think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are guys who use their legs more to great effect. There's a long-standing belief with evidence in the NFL that the running game stuff can dry up, the scrambling stuff can dry up in the playoffs when you got to throw the ball to win against better teams. And so there's probably some of that lingers for Josh Allen. He got 3 votes in tier 2. Lamar Jackson got 4 in tier 2, probably from people who think, hey, when those guys have to throw and you take away their legs, they're not quite as good as Burrow and Mahomes, but those are outlier opinions.
And when you were getting comments about Lamar Jackson, what was the one theme that people were saying that took him from tier 2 and had him be a tier 1 this year?
He's no longer, and this is really the last couple of years, he's no longer the reason they're falling short in the playoffs. I think some of his limitations passing the ball when you have to pass were the reason why they lost in the playoffs earlier in his career. He was really had some tough games. Last year, he was like, hey, this guy's pretty good, and Mark Andrews dropped the ball. It wasn't anything that Lamar Jackson did. So I think you combine 2 healthy seasons back-to-back with a great MVP-level production and played pretty well in the playoffs. Wasn't the reason they lost. I mean, you got to put them in Tier 1.
Mike, and I want to read these out so that our listeners can hear it. Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, C.J. Stroud, Hurts, Mayfield, Prescott, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. That's your Tier 2. If I were to ask you to take a look at where those guys sit and the season that's about to unfold, when we have this conversation a year from now, what would be your prediction as to who could get into Tier 1 and what exactly do they need to do it?
Well, I think definitely Jaden Daniels with another year of what he did last year will get into Tier 1. I think people just want to see it again. I think Justin Herbert would have to, maybe some playoff success would help him. Well, I don't think he's going to have a super prolific statistical season just because Jim Harbaugh is the coach and they want to run the ball. They don't have great weaponry. They lost their left tackle. They're probably going to slug it out a little bit. So he may need to push in the playoffs. Jared Goff, I think if he were to lead them deep in the playoffs and put up the same stats without Ben Johnson, he'll get more Tier 1 votes. He could turn a little bit of a corner. So I think there's pathways for some of those guys. I don't really see Dak Prescott ever getting there. I think he's too established as far as what he is. But it's really a shift towards carrying it more yourself and having postseason success.
I mean, do you see a scenario of something happening this year that would put Purdy in that conversation?
Like if what happened to the 49ers last year injury-wise were to happen and they win 11-6, you'd have to say, wow, that quarterback was able to carry them and offset what was a really difficult situation.
Yeah, no doubt. And, he had a terrific year in 2023, and so he jumped up a tier, and last year not as much, and so he stayed flat. The one that kind of caught my eye, Mike, was Matthew Stafford for the first time getting up into that Tier 1 category. What were some of the things you heard from the coaches and execs that, indicated how they're feeling about him now being Tier 1?
Well, having the Rams, so close to the championship game last year, I think was probably in people's mind. But I'll just say this. I don't think opinions really changed on him. He was very close to Tier 1 before. I think last year he had 21 of the 50 votes in Tier 1. This year he had 26. So he got 5 more votes in Tier 1. But remember, the panel changes too. Yeah, there's overlap. There's, I don't know, maybe half the guys who were in it last year are in it again. That's possible. But there's always a good amount of turnover in the voters. So I think I see him as somebody who just sort of moved across the border into a new state, but he only had to move like 2 blocks to do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's not really a change.
Mike Sando, The Athletic, is with us here on Willard and Dibs. It's the QB tiers in The Athletic. Happens every single year. Came out earlier today. Mike, Leah, let's put Jaden Daniels aside. And yeah, McCarthy hasn't played yet. But outside of that, the rookies from last year who are all sitting right now in Tier 3, Bo Nix, Drake May, Caleb Williams, what was your sense in terms of who people were most excited about looking to the future?
Well, certainly Jaden Daniels, and that's obvious by the results. I would also then say Bo Nix and Drake May. I think, the excitement for Caleb Williams is offset a little bit by the fact that he was the number 1 pick in the draft and has not yet lived up to that. Plus, a lot of people had concerns about his ability to process the game quickly. That was very striking. So I felt like there was a little bit more skepticism around Caleb Williams than you would think for a player who was the consensus number 1 pick in the draft.
When you look at some of the veteran guys, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, obviously Kirk Cousins, who doesn't have a starting job right now, what were people saying about their decisions to really drop these guys to tiers they've never been down in?
Yeah, so in the case of Russell Wilson, he's right on the border of whether people think he's even a starter anymore. And Kirk Cousins is right there with him. In fact, Kirk Cousins probably won't be a starter this year. I think I would put all 3 of those guys in the bucket of they're diminished physically. And so Russell Wilson was always somebody who had to rely on his ability to scramble to make the elite plays. He can't do that anymore. So he's just okay. He's really not special. Cousins really had to have his legs, not to run, but to plant and throw and to move. They created movement plays off of him to help in protection. He's having trouble doing that anymore. And then Rodgers, we all saw, he still can be good, but his legs, he can't scramble on 3rd and 13 and get it like he used to be able to do. And he's had a major injury. So I think at least with Rodgers, there's some hope that he comes back strong in the second year back from an injury, but it's offset by being 41, by being on a team where you just showed up in June, by being on a team where you don't have a rapport with the wide receivers, you don't have a rapport with the offensive coordinator, right? You have a good defense, so maybe he can help them win without necessarily being the centerpiece of that.
Mike, this is probably going to sound like a stupid question, but I do want to ask it. Like, to what level does the fantasy statistical portion of all of this come into play? Because I fully get Patrick Mahomes' resume, but for him to be sort of like unanimous across the board after coming off what was statistically a very average, if not below average season for him. How did you see that sort of being talked about by people around the league?
Maybe just to the extent that there's a feeling that, well, he might still be the best, certainly his pedigree and what he's accomplished on the field and as a champion and great in 2-minute end of games. They were 11-0 in one-score games, I believe, last year. That has a lot to do with him. But that maybe the gap between him and those other guys has closed some.
Mike, great stuff. Thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you.
Mike Sando, The Athletic, the QB tiers for 2025. Brock Purdy lands in tier number 2, but barely.
Yeah, barely, but, the tiers they're not arbitrary. It's really done by the votes and the 50 different voters, and so when you look at what the actual breakdowns are of the tiers, he averaged, between almost a 2.5, either tier 2 or tier 3. He was barely more 2 than 3. If a few of those votes switch and he's tier 3, well, you're at the top of 3, and the top of tier 3 is almost the exact same as the bottom of tier 2.
Well, and I thought what was really interesting is when we throw at him the idea of, like, is there a scenario that vaults Brock into tier 1? And I fully thought that he was going to say, yeah, if the Niners win the Super Bowl, but that's not what he said. What he said was, no, he would need a bunch of injury to happen around him and then have Brock elevate the team to be a 10 or 11 win team anyway. So in other words, exact same scenario as last year, but instead of going 6-11, go 11-6, which I can't argue with that at all. But it's also funny because that means the tiers are basically coming down to individual things that you see these guys do as opposed to actual postseason success.
Yeah.
I don't want that. Like, who cares about tier 1 or tier 2? I don't want a bunch of injuries and Brock still takes you to the playoffs. I'd much rather have a clean year and they win the whole damn thing. Not that I see that as necessarily likely this year. I just, again, if you're a fan, what I want is somebody who has shown the capabilities of doing that. I don't need him to be this like machismo, I can do it without everybody. No, I want you to be able to do it with everybody. That's the ideal.
Right, and there's a quote in here where an unknown or unnamed defensive coordinator says, when you play San Fran, apologies.
Oh, crap.
You are thinking about McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk. You know Purdy will get it to them, but you're not necessarily thinking about Purdy. You are facing their defense, all these skill guys, and Kyle Shanahan. So there's that sentiment of, you're worried about other guys first. I'm just looking at the voting breakdown last year when Brock Purdy was coming off the Super Bowl appearance. Last year, he had 34 votes in Tier 2, 16 in Tier 3. This year, he lost 7 of those votes from Tier 2, and they all went down to Tier 3, and that's coming off of last year where he wasn't as good.
Right. Yeah, no, I get that. And I don't even know necessarily what, I think he's still young enough to where we don't even know what the baseline is. I think it's between the last 2 seasons. That's my guess. Because last year it feels like everything went wrong. The year before that, it felt like everything went right. Except for the Christmas Day game. If you take that one game away, you're literally talking about one of the greatest seasons any quarterback has ever had.
Right.
Ever.
And he might have gone out and won the MVP.
He might have.
I mean, he would have been top 2 instead of just top 5.
Yeah.
And these things can change rather quickly because 2023, which was coming off his first, season where he came on in relief, he was tier 4. He had gotten 1 tier 2. 23 tier 3s, and 26 tier 4s. And that was coming off a year where he balled out and then he got hurt.
Nobody believed it yet.
Correct. And that's what the executives and coaches are telling you year over year, where now he's tier 2. He's near the bottom, but, coming off of 2 years ago, there were a lot more people who were believing in him.
Well, I do think that's actually a characteristic of this thing. Like you're talking about Brock coming out of year 1, and year 1 was only kind of like half of a year. If you look at where all of these guys are right now who have only played 1 year, I'd argue that in each case, these execs and coaches have said, all right, this is what I think you're going to be, but you're not allowed to do it yet, because we want to see you do it again. You got to corroborate your story. There's no way in hell anybody thinks Jaden Daniels is a tier 2 player. But he's only had 1 year, so it's like we're going to force you to wait. Same with Bo Nix. I think that the arrow is pointed up on Bo Nix. I think that the arrow is pointed up on Drake May. They've got a little bit more to prove. But Bo Nix went to the playoffs as a rookie. You know what I mean?
Like, and Drake May's team was terrible, and he looked pretty good playing for a bad team.
I think that they firmly believe Daniels will be tier 1 next year. They believe Bo Nix will be tier 2 next year, but you don't get that until you've done it twice.
Daniels got 17 of the 50 votes were tier 1.
Yeah.
31 for 2. He got a 3 and a 4, which is curious. And I want to read this one quote to me, and this is the headline quote. The S ain't too big for him. He doesn't get flustered. The S.
The S.
And the defensive coordinator says he would stand in the pocket and deliver. Once we saw him running around, it was, he's going to be a problem.
He's going to be a huge...
891 yards rushing. Second only to Lamar Jackson among quarterbacks.
No, he was tremendous. To go back to what you were just saying about defensive coordinators when they're playing the 49ers, Brock Purdy is not the first person you're worried about. Who are you worried about when you're playing the Commanders? Debo?
Not as much.
Ryan
McLaurin.
Robinson Jr.?
Good player.
Yeah, good players. But I am very worried about Jaden freaking Daniels when I play that team. And I would argue right now, I'm more worried about Jaden when I play Washington than I am about Matt when I play the Rams.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a different style. I mean, totally. Matt's been doing it so long, and he's going to be able to deliver the ball where it needs to go. Although, when you face the Rams down there, it's going to be a road game for you, Rams. You know that. It's going to be crazy.
It'll be loud when you have the ball, not the other way around. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls right now. But then also coming up next, we got to get this in here because Steph Curry was on Sirius XM over the weekend, and we found what he said to be very interesting, very discussable. We'll do that coming up next, then plenty of Niners throughout the 5 o'clock hour as well on Willard Dibs.
Bay Area, there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare more and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
I got to imagine, Mike, that you get 1,000 requests to come on shows. So how many did you get, and what number show are we today for you?
That's a great question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
And I don't know what to tell you.
That's as far from a great question as any question has ever been asked radio.
I don't believe a part of this bit has anything to do with whether or not you or I actually think it's a great question. It's simply a matter of whether or not the other person said it. The beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The beauty is in their eye. If they say it, and he said it. That's a dub.
Yeah.
That's $1 million question. Yeah.
Yours
I'd
did
rather
not
take
say it.
the $1 million question, which was actually a good question, insightful.
Again, your opinion not wanted here.
Hey, Mike, how many shows have you done today, bud? Oh,
First of all, that's also a terrible impression.
That's a great question because it's so insipid to ask, like, stupid.
Yeah,
like, let me go and add him up. So he has to stall.
Could you sound more bitter right now? Like,
he has to stall because he has to add him up. I mean, how many has he done? Boy, should I sit here with dead air while let's see, I did WKYL, WBRO, WSTU. It's about 16.
Let me know when you're done. I'm over here shining my trophy. I got to imagine, Mike, that you get 1,000 requests to come on shows. So, how many did you get, and what number show are we today for you? Say it, Mike.
That's a great question.
I mean, that's the game.
And what was the further answer?
That's the game.
What did he go on to say?
He did it the same way he did his QB tiers and actually started getting really technical with numbers.
Always.
He was like, somewhere between 7 and 12 per day. And
I try to stop at 6 because my day's over.
I'm like,
Pacific time.
At some point, I need to have dinner, and it got really
super technical.
Yeah, super technical. So I think that's what Mike does.
Yeah.
So anyway,
congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Congrats.
I appreciate it.
The bar has been set pretty low, and we'll go ahead and add that to the montage of. That's a great question.
It's only Monday.
Yeah,
we got a long week. And a 1-0 lead.
I'm still up $1 million to nothing, so I'll sit on my my throne of gold over here.
It's like Monopoly money. It doesn't actually exist.
Hey, Mike, how many breaths have you taken today? Well, that's a great question. Well, my current heart rate is 61, and so I average about 17 breaths a minute. And I woke up at 6:02 this morning.
Do they have watches for that too? You wear one of those step things, don't you?
Well, it's a watch that actually it calculates my respiratory rate while I sleep.
You know what that is.
It can be valuable. It's a very valuable tool.
Oh.
It's a respiration sensation, right?
It's a calculation sensation.
Either one. Yeah.
Anyway.
Double up. Yeah, I don't know how steps you at today. I'll let you know. Probably about 7,000.
That's pretty good,
That's
isn't it?
68.30. I try to get to 10.
Get to 10.
And we're about 2,000 away from the car.
But you're running. Oh, is that how long it is?
Yeah, on the way over. I kind of went a little roundabout.
So you probably...
I'll be up around $9,000 by the time I get there.
And then what are you going to do?
I'm going to chase after
get that 10?
An almost 3-year-old. So she's good for an easy... Well, we will probably get into some hide and seek now. And that's good for a quick 500 just around the house. We got a nice sized house. So
don't get hurt. Hide and seek. No, hide and seek is good when they're hiding, because then if you play it right, you just take a break.
Well,
when I played hide and seek with the kids, I'm like, dude, I know where you are. First of all, you're a kid, so I know what you're thinking. Second of all, I don't make enough money to where I have that many hiding places. Like, this house ain't that big. Third of all, I can hear you. Fourth of all, I looked and watched you through my fingers when you walked out of here. So then, as long as I know you're somewhere safe, you'll go get a drink. And then just let you hang there for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to find you too quick because you won't think that's fun.
Of course.
Yeah.
There's a sweet spot in there. But when we play with iHide, and I tell her, you're going to have to count to about 70.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
When we play and I hide. When she is counting and I hide.
Oh,
when
God.
we play
that's
and I hide.
She calls it I hide?
No, she'll say, you hide. I count, you hide. All right.
Okay.
Count to 50.
Now I get it.
Because I'm going to need a minute.
I heard what you heard.
Yeah, like I thought this was an app. When you were like, when we play I hide, I'm like, do you guys technically do this now? Or do you just still organically as human beings... Like, please tell me there's not something that optimizes where the hell you're supposed to hide in your own house.
But when you're playing with an almost 3-year-old, it's pretty predictable what happens. I'll hide in the hallway by the pantry. She'll find me. We'll do it again, and she will go to the exact spot where I just was.
Oh, that's predictable.
And that's, so then I'll be behind the couch, and then I'll hide again, and she'll go behind the couch, and I'll be back at the pantry. And then, this goes on for about 500 steps.
I was thinking you ought to pitch this to Apple, the all-new iHide.
Not bad.
Yeah, you guys play hide and seek with your kids while you're at a bar drinking. Let's see if we can invent that. I think people would buy it.
We already have it. My wife has an iPhone, and at least I would say 5 times a week, it's Siri, where's my phone? Because, her phone's been left somewhere, and that's her version of iHide.
I get it.
Where's my phone?
Do you guys fight over the fact that she has an iPhone, but you're one of these nonconformists who won't do it?
No, I'm not nonconformist.
Of course you are.
I prefer superior technology that is not a part of a cult.
Okay, then airdrop me that picture that
I don't need to airdrop you. I can just send it to you, or I can show you. Airdrop it. The level of cultism that goes along with you people and your products, it is just it's humorous.
Your bitterness is telling on yourself.
Not bitter at all.
Oh, not at all.
Not bitter at all. You're the ones who are bitter when I text the group thread and I show up as some color that you don't want.
Because
you're the ones who are bitter, not me.
Somebody likes a text and then we've got to get like 800 words on it where it's just like, can we just... Like I said this to you know how much both of us, we love John Bloom, right?
I love John Bloom.
Voice of the Phoenix Suns. He was in town over the weekend. He was one of the ones I went and played golf with yesterday. And he's like you. He won't do the iPhone. And his daughter was with us, and she's having lunch with us. And she started to come down his road a little bit about the iPhone thing. And I just looked at him and I said, yeah, look, it's no problem. Order or buy whatever phone you want. But I just tend to believe, even if you think it is a superior piece of technology, sometimes in life, you just got to do what we're all doing here. Will you just please do what we're all doing because that's what we do?
Why don't you do what I'm doing?
Because no one else is doing it.
Right.
Don't have dinner at 2 a.m. Just have it at 6:30. This is what we do. In France, they do it at 10. And here, 6:30. Let's have dinner. Don't do something different than everybody's doing just because you want to prove a point.
No, it's because it's what I believe in. I'm not going to be some conformist sheep just because all of you think that I should do it.
I just called you a nonconformist and you denied it, and then you said, "Now I'm not going to be."
I'm not going to be a follower. I'm not going to be a sheep just because you guys don't like that my texts show up in green.
Okay.
And here's another idea: stop liking so many texts. Communicate. I don't need your thumbs up. When I send a text about something, you saw it, we're going to talk about it for 4 hours anyway.
Nobody wants to talk about it. That's what a thumbs up is.
That's what we do, is we talk about it. That's literally all we're allowed to do in this job.
Between 2 and 6, but outside of that, I'm going to like your text because I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, we just want to, I'm over here. I'm eating. I don't want to text back. I just, I like it. I got it. It's a way of saying I got it.
I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyway, did you get this from Steph Curry? Sirius XM, what stands out to you?
I truly believe we can be championship relevant in the sense of we're probably not going to be the favorite in any conversation, but that we have a team that's capable of achieving, that level again, knowing all that we've been through over the last, 13 years and those 4 trophies over there. So to add to that would be amazing. I think it's realistic to build towards that. I think for me, that's literally the only thing I'm playing for at this point.
Okay, I think there's a ton of interesting stuff here.
It's a fantastic phrase he used.
Well,
championship relevant.
Okay, yes.
I think we can be championship relevant.
Okay, translate that.
That means you are a playoff team and you are going to win a series, and then you're one of the last 8. Does that make you championship relevant?
Well,
I think that's about where the bar is.
Were they this year? They were part of the last 8?
I think they were championship relevant. Now, that becomes a very nebulous term. Like, if you're in the play-in, which they were, and you got to play out of it, and then if they didn't beat the Rockets, they would not have been championship relevant, but they did. And then you went to Minnesota, and they beat you because Steph got hurt. They might have beat you anyway, whatever. If you're one of the last 8 of 30, does that make you championship relevant? Maybe. That's where I would put the bottom of the scale for championship relevant.
There's a bunch of words in there that I thought were just like they're screaming. They're interesting. They're I don't know if provocative is the right word, but they're telling. So he used, and you know this, he used one of the words that is one of my least favorite words in the English language, or at least when we speak about sports. He used it. He said, I think that it's realistic. You know that I hate the word realistic, not because it doesn't exist, not because it is in some way not even appropriate at times, but when we use the word realistic, it's often when we're talking about things that we say are not realistic. And my only message on that is, it's like if we're going to sort of dismiss all things that you think are not realistic, we're going to kind of at some point remove what's cool about sports. I mean, I think that that's what we're doing here. Steph Curry's existence is not realistic. What he does on a basketball court is not realistic. Winning 4 championships is not realistic. All of these things, making sports as a professional in life, for all of you out there who are buying private coaches for your sons and daughters, it's not realistic.
Right.
A D1 scholarship is largely, for most, not realistic. But if we remove all of those things, we kind of take the fun out of it. We take out major upsets. We take out great achievements, all of those things. When the Warriors won their most recent championship, as late as February, it was not realistic. So I don't love that word. But if we're going to bring it to this particular party, I think it kind of becomes relevant to discuss where the Warriors are at, what they should be doing with the decisions that still remain, whether that's Jonathan Kaminga, Al Horford, or anything else for that matter. He very much is speaking about it with the Warriors and stated it's the only reason I'm still playing. So it sort of made me want to ask, should he still be playing? The only reason he's still here is because he wants to win a ring and he thinks it's realistic, and he thinks it's realistic on this team in this uniform. Should he still be playing?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? I mean, they're championship relevant, and they were 48-34 last year, so they were...
A lot of people don't agree with you.
Well, it doesn't matter what a lot of people think or don't think. He is coming off a year where they're the 7 seed, and you beat the 2, and then he got hurt. You went 48-34, and along the way you added another, let's just say, top 25 player. I don't know where you would put Jimmy at this point in his career, but you added a guy, it worked really well, and you went on a run. And you ran all the way up to the 7, you got through the play-in, you knocked off the 2, and then bad luck happened, and you can rightly think, well, geez, I'm 1 year removed from what I did in France for Team USA.
That's a different animal, a different assignment.
But if you're Steph Curry, you're thinking about you as where you are in your career. And you threw up 4 straight threes against NBA caliber players on the road to win the gold. Then you had the year that you had, and he was mostly healthy other than that freaky kind of injury against Minnesota.
He played 70 games.
Right. So if you're Steph and you look at yourself, he's not over the hill. He's not washed. And the team was good when they got Jimmy. And I do think that they're championship relevant. So... why wouldn't you have that mindset of thinking that you still could do it?
I'm with you. I just know that a lot of people aren't.
Yeah, and that's...
you know what I mean? And
I get that.
Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. In many ways, this crosses over with what I hear people say about the 49ers.
Speak on it.
Okay, so on the offensive side of the ball, they are one of the older teams in football. On the defensive side, they're not. So what's the aggregate? I don't even know. It doesn't matter because, by the way, I also think we're kind of speaking out of our wahoo when we do this right now because we don't even know who exactly is on the team or who's starting and who's getting the time.
Last year, they were the 3rd oldest team in football.
Right, and they suffered a lot of injuries. So I think when people hear Steph Curry say, it's realistic, we can be championship relevant, it's the only reason I still play, and because they were a playoff team last year, and because, in fact, they were even in good playoff position, provided that Steph was playing, but then he goes out, and now you look at it and go, full year with Jimmy Butler, Maybe they won't have to press so hard at the end of the year. Maybe they can get Steph a little bit more rest. I think it's realistic. Well, I got to look this up, but who's older, Steph or Trent Williams? Who's older? Let's see. Trent Williams. Trent Williams is 37 and just turned 37.
I think Steph's older. I believe he'll be 38. His birthday's Pi Day. I now remember that.
Steph Curry, you're exactly
3/14.
He turned 37 in March, so
right.
he is like whatever that is, 4 months. 4 months older than Trent Williams. And I know that football versus basketball, not apples to apples, but you'll hear people talk about Trent Williams and even Christian McCaffrey, who hasn't even had his 30th birthday yet. You'll hear him talk about the 49ers like, dude, staying healthy, this is not realistic. Kyle Shanahan gets people hurt. Yet over here on the other hand, here's Steph Curry, and I think many more people might believe in sort of the future of the Warriors as currently constructed, even though they've made no free agent moves, and the only rumored free agent move that they are ready to make is someone who's even older than Steph Curry and Trent Williams, and that's Al Horford. So I don't know. Y'all tell me, like, how do we blend this all together, and what is it you would like these two teams specifically right now to do? And I mean right now. One season's about to start and the other one's only a couple months away. What is it specifically you would like them to do about their age?
Not a thing.
Okay.
Like, let's just look at it from the reverse engineering. What can they do? So the 49ers, Trent Williams is just turned 37, and older players, Mark, it's not that you can't do it. It's just that you can't do it as often and as consistently. And I'm thinking about Justin Verlander, who just went out, and his previous 3 starts, ERA was, I think, 0.9, and the velo was up to 98, and then he goes out yesterday, and it's like, oh, that wasn't great. He's 42. These older players, they can't do it all the time anymore. Trent Williams is still a great left tackle. He's coming off a year where he had a bad ankle injury and only played in 10 games. So, like you said earlier, to expect him to play even 15, I think is far-fetched. Steph Curry still is great. He's not great every time, every game, because he's going to be 38 next year. So looking at it from what you asked, what can they do about it? The Niners don't have a left tackle. Austin Pleasance might be the swing guy, and McKivitz on the right side. I don't know if he's ready to swing to the left. So the Niners can't really do anything about their age. You need Kittle, and you need McCaffrey. You don't even have a backup to McCaffrey. So they're in a spot where they're hoping that Trent stays healthy, because I don't think that they have the answer. And the Warriors, you've gone all in on your age. You've doubled down. When you acquired Jimmy Butler and gave him 2 years, and you keep Draymond and you have Steph, those are 3 of the maybe 14 oldest players in the association pending retirements, and you're going to double and triple down with Al Horford. You're going all in on being old. So what can they do about it? Nothing. If you're the Warriors, they're all in on being old.
Would you agree with me? I think that this is a recurring discussion and feeling that keeps happening in Bay Area sports right now, which is that we got a lot of coaching and we've got a lot of execs, and they've got problems with young players. Now, that problem can be sort of a multi-tiered problem. Some of them won't let them play. Some of them won't trust them. Some of them won't believe in them. Some of them won't develop them. But this is all the people, right? This is Jonathan Kaminga. This is, we can absolutely have the conversation about the San Francisco 49ers age and Kyle Shanahan. We can even take it over to the Giants, where I've heard a lot in the last 2 years of, like, I'm still hearing it today. Why the hell won't you just let Matos come up and play? Why'd you send him down last year? Let's go. Let's just see these people play. And they've all got this reputation to varying degrees. Steve Kerr the most, no doubt. But to varying degrees, they've all got this reputation about leaning too hard onto old people. Now, Steph is 37. Trent Williams is 37. Guess who else is 37? Matt Stafford. Now, Bucky Brooks just came on our show, and essentially laughed at the idea that anybody but the Rams would win the NFC West. Mike Sando came on after that and said that Matt Stafford has cracked tier 1 next to the 4 other quarterbacks who all of us agree are the top 4 in the NFL. So there's all this belief in Matt Stafford, also 37, and rumored to be battling a back problem for the last 2 months. And I don't really hear anybody saying, well, that's not going to go well. So here's kind of what I'm getting at the end. When it comes to the issues of injury and age, I think we've almost got reverse discrimination. We always think that the team we follow is the stupid one. You're stupid for thinking that this is going to work. You're stupid for thinking they're going to stay healthy. That's a fool's errand to think that Trent Williams will play this year or that Christian McCaffrey will actually have a good season. None of those things are going to happen. I think it all comes from PTSD. I really do. Does anybody think that Matt Stafford is definitely going to flame out this year? Because if you do, the Rams suck. But I don't hear that.
And Jimmy G.
Jimmy G.
Was that Bucky who was talking about Jimmy G?
Okay.
Save the day.
Yeah, tongue in cheek. Tongue in cheek. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. I hear a lot of fear, and I just think it's because we've been burned. That's all.
I mean, we've been burned, but also Father Time is undefeated. And, you look at the Warriors in particular, you're relying on Steph, who will be 38, hard to believe. Jimmy turns 36 in about a month, and Draymond will be 36 next March. So 2 36s and a 38, your 3 best players.
Right.
And you're hoping that they can survive an 82-game gauntlet and also be fresh in April, and you're going to be a playoff team. That is a lot of threading of the needle, because last year they survived a gauntlet. Jimmy had about a month or month and a half off in Miami, and Draymond ended up playing, I think, 66, and Steph played a lot, and you got to the end of the year and you weren't fresh because you had to push for it.
I guess my response to that is, do you remember when Malone, the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, do you remember when they won their first ring, and then he started talking about a dynasty? And how many rings have they won since then?
I think 0, Mark.
And does he even still have his job?
Not anymore.
Okay. So when you go, hey, Steph and Christian and Trent, are they going to stay healthy this year? Oh, probably not. All right, let me ask you this. Are the Chiefs going to win the Super Bowl this year?
I think they're going to miss the playoffs.
Okay, so that's a probably not. Are the Eagles going to win the Super Bowl this year?
They might. They're still loaded for bear. Tough division, though.
Chances are better or worse than 50-50?
Always worse.
Okay, always worse.
Well, if you want to just look at the odds, and I'm looking at the Oklahoma City Thunder and their futures odds, they're the favorite, and they are plus 225.
So probably not.
Right, because you have a gauntlet. So if Oklahoma City doesn't win the title, one of the other 29 will. That I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
And the Warriors, this is interesting in the futures odds. There are 10 teams ahead of them. 9 teams ahead of them. The T-Wolves and Clippers are 18-1, and then it's a big jump to Atlanta and the Warriors at 28-1.
Let me throw out another example. He's a really good player. When Tatis, when he hits the batter's box tonight, first at bat, is he going to get a hit?
He's got probably about a 26% chance.
So probably not.
Well, the odds would say that no hitter ever is better than 50-50 to get a hit.
Right. So, I guess that, and maybe you think this is flimsy. I really just think that it's worth kind of diving into. Everything in sports is probably not. Everything in sports is probably not. I don't care how dominant you are. Probably not. Now, there are exceptions in the NBA at times. When Kevin Durant joined the Warriors, were they going to win a ring? Probably. Wasn't 100%. But yes, in the NBA, sometimes you have situations, LeBron's prime, Kevin Durant's Warriors, Michael Jordan's prime, stuff like that, where you could literally circle a team and be like, they're probably going to win this thing. But everything in sports is probably not. So nothing is quote unquote that realistic. So I just don't think that we should be as tense as we are about the idea of the age of certain key players or the injury history of certain key players who are huge right now in Bay Area sports. Are they all going to make it to the end? Probably not. You know what I mean? Is this going to go well? Probably not. But is it therefore a fool's errand to rely on those people? That's the question. And certainly absent of a better idea, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad idea to rely on Steph or Christian McCaffrey or Trent Williams or Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green or anything else. Even if their probably not is a little bit heftier than other people's probably not, it doesn't make it out of the realm of possibility. And as you said, what's your other option? What is it that you would have these teams do differently than what they are doing, which is relying on a bunch of probably nots?
Well, and each individual situation is obviously different. And if you're the Warriors and, Warrior fans, 888-957-9570, do you want to get younger and have no Steph Curry or double down on age, knowing that it's a probably not, but you get 2 more years, maybe 3, of watching Steph Curry run around and hoist threes? Because I'll tell you this, if you decide to pivot and you call Steph and say, Steph, I don't think that we are championship adjacent. I don't think that it's relevant. We're going to send you where you want to go because I know all you want is to chase the title. So where do you want to go? Mm-hmm. And he tells you, and you trade him, and you get 4 firsts and a couple of young players. Well, you're going to stink for 2 to 4 years, maybe longer, and that's just the way that goes.
I kind of wonder if Steph would even want, like now we're totally in fantasy land because I don't think he's ever going to go anywhere. I don't think he's going to put on another uniform, but like there are others I've asked this question, like, okay, how realistic or is there a real chance here that Steph Curry could win another ring? And some of the answers are, well, no, not with the Warriors. Not with the Warriors, but if there was a scenario where they were ready to move off of that contract and move him somewhere else, and therefore he's playing a lesser role on a better, younger team, then yeah, sure, maybe something could happen. And my thought, and I don't know that I know the answer to this or anybody listening, maybe nobody but Steph knows the answer. Would that even sort of resonate with him? Would that sound fun to go be someone's, go score 17 a game and be someone's third option?
Go ring chase in Houston.
There you go.
Or Dallas.
Yeah.
Or
Dallas. There's a great one. Because Steph and LeBron are always fantasizing about playing with one another. Okay, they're gonna go take their veteran minimum contracts and go join Cooper Flag and maybe what's left of Kyrie and, one leg of Klay Thompson or whatever, and Megan Thee Stallion can travel with them all over the country, and they can do a retirement tour and win a ring. Does that even sound fun to Steph Curry? Does that scratch the itch at all?
Don't think so, and there's the other piece of it, which is the other 5 Currys that he lives with, all of whom were born and raised and have lived here. So if you're going to start ring chasing and you're going to go to a new locale, that's affecting your 13, 10-year-old, 8-year-old, and your 2-year-old. I mean, the 2-year-old, whatever, get in the car seat and off we go. But your older daughters who have grown up here and are probably thriving here, I would guess. I don't know the young ladies, but that's a whole upturn just to chase a ring and, carry Cooper Flag's duffel bag. So I don't think that it's ever been an option to do anything other than what the Warriors have done. You may not like it. You may not believe in it. We have coworkers who are dead sure that it's not going to happen. And if I was to bet, 28-1 is the odds on. So that's about that's like a 4% chance.
Right.
The implied odds. It's a probably not.
Of course,
the Giants right now are 100-1 to win the World Series. And that's, a 1% chance implied odds. And the Niners are a 20% chance. I'm sorry, they're 20-1. So that's the implied odds would be a 5% chance of winning the Super Bowl. So if you think that looking at that and the Niners 10.5 wins, I don't even know if they'll get there, then if that's how you approach it, then why bother doing this ever? Because the majority of the seasons in my lifetime, and we'll start when I was 7, just to round it, of 50 years of fandom, in my 50 years, there have been a total of about, 11, 12 titles out of 150 seasons? And that's pretty damn good, Mark, to have had that many in my lifetime. So I don't approach these seasons with the probably not why bother mentality, because how fun is that?
Hey, thank you. And that's kind of what I'm getting at.
And I'm with you.
And it's way too easy to just dismiss everybody's chances. Well, that's not going to happen. Well, yeah. You're going to be right 90% of the time if you do that when you watch sports. That's not going to go well. Right. There's a reason people cry when their team wins the championship. Because it freaking never happens. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Until it does. And so I just think it's fascinating how these teams sort of get assessed and in many cases criticized for the way they go about their business for quote unquote believing in something that's not realistic. None of this is.
Yeah.
And would you find it interesting, because I didn't even pull this up when you just said this, like the current Super Bowl odds, like literally, I know a lot of Niner fans, and you're right, some of them in this business, in this building, who are like, dude, this is not shaping up to be a good year at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Niners are the 6th favorite to win it all. 6. There's 5 teams that Vegas thinks are more likely to win the Super Bowl than the Niners. That's how high up they are on the board. The Niners have better odds than the Commanders, than the Packers, than the Rams, who Bucky Brooks scoffed at as being anything less than NFC West championships, than the Bengals. All of these teams have worse chances, according to Vegas, which is not the end all, but according to Vegas, they all have worse chances to win the Super Bowl. Yet there's tons of Niner fans that are like, dude, we're a mess. We're a mess. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's young. Everybody's question marks. This is stupid. We need a new regime. They're the 6th favorite to win the championship this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just...
okay.
Part of it is, I think, just the nature of a fan base where... you've been good. Last year was a bummer, and you see a lot of new faces on defense, and you see an offense where you lost a couple of favorites, and you've got young guys who either can't stay healthy or are unproven, and you think, well, the window's closed. Woe is us. Down we go. But I think about it in terms of other fan bases, like Carolina's a good example. The Raiders, unfortunately, teams that... how do you have high hopes where it's constant regime change, it's quarterback changes, the few really good players that you have, you don't have enough of them, and you're in a division where you can't win, Rocky?
Well, you can this year.
Right.
You can.
In the AFC West?
I think so.
The Raiders can.
Well, they're allowed to.
Sure, but you would rank them 4th right now on August 11th of the 4, wouldn't you?
Probably.
I do think the Chiefs are in an interesting spot, and like what Mike Sando said, it actually kind of caught me flat-footed. They were 11-0 last year in one-score games. The Chiefs were. And a lot of that is kudos to Patrick Mahomes.
For sure.
That's not a very sustainable
They were not
way
a dominant
to go about
team. They were not a dominant team at all.
But 11-0 in one-score games is crazy.
Yeah, and you saw it at the end of the year. And they deserve a ton of credit for even getting to the Super Bowl because they were not the best team in the AFC, not even close. Not even close. But, they've got that thing. They have the division that gets them home field advantage, plus they've got that juice. They've got that experience. They've got that ice water in their veins. They've got all the officials on their side. All those things, Dibs.
Yeah, all those things.
When's the last time that the Super Bowl champion shocked you? We're like, whoa, I did not see that coming, that they would win a ring. When's the last time? Eagles last year?
It didn't shock me.
Okay.
Because that team was just humming going in.
Chiefs won consecutive years prior to that, that shocked no one.
Correct.
How about the Rams in 2021?
Might be the closest one.
How about the Bucks the year before?
Yeah, that's probably it.
That surprised
and I'm just
me.
looking at the the Rams were a 4 seed, and Cincinnati was also a 4 seed. So that was, the Rams, not that they caught some breaks. They beat the Niners, right, that year, and they ended up taking on a Cincinnati team that clearly wasn't the best in the AFC, so that broke their way. And the Tampa one, I guess looking back, why would that shock you? They had stinking Brady.
Yeah, but we thought Brady was done. He was coming off of a terrible year in New England where we had a healthy debate in this town about whether we wanted him or Jimmy Garoppolo. And most people wanted Garoppolo.
Yeah.
The Niners had been to the Super Bowl. Tom looked like he was old and done. And then even when he went to the Bucs, they did not have a dominant regular season. They were supposed to get housed in the playoffs at Green Bay, and they won that football game, and then they won all the football games, and they won the Super Bowl. Yeah, that shocked me. I'm just here for crazy, man. I'm here for crazy, and I think that we spend maybe a little bit too much time as fans sort of using our brains to go like with strategy. They should do this, and they should do that. And this is like the draft goes into this conversation. That's why the day after the draft, I'm always like, stop getting mad at your team. You have no idea what the hell they just did. Like, let's check it all out over the long term. But, who knows what's about to happen next? And so, for example, we already talked about it earlier today. The Giants, here come the Padres to town. Are they going to get their ass kicked? Probably.
Who knows?
Is a sweep realistic? No. If you've already left the Giants emotionally for the year, great. I totally get it. But I'm going to check the game out tonight because I'm here for crazy. Now, if they get beat 6 out of 7 against the Padres in the next 11 days, they're dust. They're dust. And I mean that both mathematically, emotionally, everything. But no matter what the current moment states, I always want to leave open for the possibility that something's about to change. Something's about to change. Eli Manning's Hall of Fame candidacy is based on this idea. At no point was he going to win the Super Bowl, and then he won more than one.
Yeah.
They weren't even close to the best team.
Against Tommy twice.
But then they were.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's so many players whose careers are not realistic.
Drew Brees is a great one where
little guy.
Yeah. And he just kept racking up 5,000-yard seasons, and he won a Super Bowl.
With a knee that was apparently done. A knee that the Miami Dolphins said, we do not want that player on our team. His career is done. And the Saints were like, we'll take a try. We'll take a shot.
Yeah.
They win a Super Bowl.
The Mavericks won the NBA championship in 2011.
It's another good one.
Over LeBron James.
Yeah.
And a guy named J.J. Barea, a tiny little Puerto Rican point guard, had the best 2 weeks of his basketball life. And, Dirk did Dirk things and J. Kidd and the rest. And it's like they went out there and they shocked the basketball world.
I think people will prove to you.
This guy's a little runt.
It was. That one, it was actually accurate. So, but I think that, I'd much rather allow people to prove to us that they can't as opposed to us kind of saying that on the way in. Here's part of the conversation. And if you are just joining us after a day at work, thank you for having us with you on the ride home. The day started, at least for us, Kyle Shanahan speaking publicly, and there's a lot of injury stuff that was out there. Number one, for the first time, the Niners have put somewhat of a timetable on Brandon Ayuk. Kyle Shanahan said he hopes that Brandon could be back by week 6. Also, exciting young wide receiver rookie Jordan Watkins, who looked some of the time good, made some plays in the preseason game. He's got a high ankle sprain. He's out a month. He's not going to be ready for the start of the year. Jawan Jennings remains a question mark, though was doing some work on the side today at practice. Jacob Cowing is expected back this week. All of these things do put a huge target, for example, on the back of Ricky Pearsall. And I've been saying for a month that I'm super high on this guy. Why? I mean, I can give you some reasons, but I can't give you anything that you're going to use Sharpie and put into ink. But I want to sit here at this hour and believe that Ricky Pearsall can be a 1,000-yard receiver this year. And I know how many of you just went, that's not realistic. But then again, we sat here a year ago at this time, and I did it. I said to you, Dibs, Jauan Jennings is not that kind of player. He's a third down, move the sticks, 3rd and 5 guy. He's not somebody who's going to stretch the field at all, make downfield plays, be a wide receiver 1, and go for 1,000 yards. That's not his kind of thing. And then he proved me wrong. And so that's just kind of the way I look at, for instance, this current wide receiver room. You can have all the stress in the world that you want. I'm excited that I think Ricky Pearsall is going to get a shot, and Jacob Cowing might get a shot. And once the suspension is over, I think this is an interesting sort of a year for Demarcus Robinson. And I also think that the Jauan Jennings thing will probably work itself out. And so is the receiving core good enough at the beginning of the year? It might be. It might be, because Mahomes has won Super Bowls where his best receiver was Marquez Valdez-Scantling and stuff like that. So that's all. That's all. I just think that we're stressed out a little bit too much.
It depends on how you approach it going into a season. And I'm just looking at, last year, Travis Kelce led the Chiefs with 823 yards. He was 39th in football, and they went to the Super Bowl.
He was their lead receiver?
Yeah, in yards. I'm just looking at total yards because I was checking the list of guys who went over 1,000, and there were only 24 of them, including George Kittle was among 3 tight ends to do it. So that's a somewhat of an elite group, not a super elite group. 1,000 yards, 17 games, works out to be, about 60 per game, roughly 60 receiving yards a game if you stay healthy. Jauan ended up last year with 975, and he missed 2 games, and he got ejected in the last game. So it's doable, especially for an offense like this one this year where, you don't have the team that you did 2 years ago where you spread the ball around, and still Ayuk got 1,300 that year.
Dude, the Chiefs only had 2 people go over 500 yards receiving on their entire team.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy had 638, and as you just mentioned, Kelce. They're the only 2 that had 500 yards. Their rushing attack was a complete mess. Pacheco only played 7 games. Their leading rusher, Kareem Hunt, 728. That's what the skill position situation was for the Chiefs. And they not only went to the Super Bowl, they were favored to win it when they got there. Now, some of that is their resume. I totally get it. But, at the core of part of what we're saying here, at least through my mind, is the fantasy footballification of the way that we assess football. And so, I'm just not worried yet. I'm not saying we won't get there. I'm not worried yet about this Niners wide receiver situation, and I'm not buying the idea that Brock Purdy needs uber, super, duper dudes at the wide receiver position in order for the 49ers to win football games. I don't buy it.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I think it's more important that you are able to run it and also stop the run. And I go back 2 years ago, they rushed for almost 2,400 yards. They were 3rd in football in total yards rushing. Defensively, they gave up the 3rd fewest yards rushing. They were a net 900 on just rushing yards. What they got, what they gave up. 900 yards is a ton over 17 games where, you're a time of possession team, you rushed it well, and also when you stop the run, you're more likely to get the ball back so you can run it some more. And so, for me, the wide receiver issue and the panic for me is much less than it is with the running backs because right now you've got CMC and Whom currently healthy and ready to roll. Patrick Taylor Jr. would be your backup. Like, if they had a game tonight, Monday Night Football.
That'd be nice if
Abdullah, season-ending IR. Garendo, still hurt. The rookie out of Oregon, Jordan James, broken finger. So right now, that room is much emptier than the wide receiver room.
Yep, absolutely. And by the way, I want to correct one thing real quick. I was talking about Drew Brees and his knee. It was his shoulder, which is even worse for a quarterback. But yeah, once upon a time, the Saints were the only team that wanted to take a chance on that shoulder. The Dolphins, they chose Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees, right?
That didn't age well.
Yeah, he won a Super Bowl. And this is a fair response. This just came in. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line on the comment I made about, like, I just don't buy that Brock Purdy needs superstar wide receivers all around him. Yes, good players. Yes, Kittle, McCaffrey, offensive line play. Yes, I believe that. He's not a superstar quarterback. But 510 texted in and said, you don't have Mahomes at QB. And I keep reminding people that if you just take the name off of his back and you simply gave the numbers of Patrick Mahomes at the quarterback position last year, do you know who you have? It's kind of, you have Brock Purdy. Purdy's rating last year higher than Mahomes. Neither one of them threw for 4,000 yards. They both came just short. Mahomes, 26 TDs and 11 interceptions. Brock Purdy, 20 TDs and 12 interceptions. They had very, very similar years. The whole thing is it is a team sport. And that's why when I look at this year's Niners team, I at least want to have the hope that Salah being back, and I hope that you drafted well, and I hope that you are blessed with some form of health. And if you do all those things, I'd like to believe that this can be a very good year.
It's complimentary football at its highest level, and you were talking about Kansas City. Last year they were 22nd in rushing yards. You mentioned it. Pacheco couldn't really stay healthy and run it. They were 16th in passing yards. So they were dead mediocre passing it. They were bottom half running it, and they went to the Super Bowl. It's because their defense was markedly better.
Their defense was very good.
And I'm sure their special teams were more special than the Niners. Last year, the Niners were 12th in rushing and 18th in stopping the run. That's no way to go about it. And then you have your quarterback have a little bit of a step back year, and your special teams were ferocious. That's why you go 6-11. You can't run it. You can't stop it. You can't convert in special situations. Your kicker had a really, really bad game. Your punter was hurt all year. You didn't cover kicks. That's how you lead to a 6-11 team.
I mean, it's funny. We're doing the same thing to the Chiefs right now that we did every week last year, and I remember this. This conversation is triggering the memories of what we did. Every week, I'm like, it's about to fall apart. It's about to fall apart.
Well, you were right the year before with Philly.
Right. They're not going to the Super Bowl this year, and then they kept finding a way. But if you dive into the Chiefs' numbers, it makes no sense. It makes no sense that they won as many football games as they did. It makes no sense that they went to the Super Bowl. But you just pointed it out. Good on special teams. Good on defense. They won a lot of close games. What did the Niners do? The Niners found a way to lose close games. They found a way to lose games that they had in their hip pocket a number of times. And that can be the difference between 6-11 and 11-6. But I even though I don't know what's going to happen with the Chiefs and their health this year, part of it is somewhat my belief in the other teams in their division, and it is also just looking at who they were last year. And I don't know exactly what they've done to improve themselves. I mean, hopefully their running game is more healthy for Kansas City, but I don't know how you look at last year and then look at the fact that things aren't really markedly different and think that the Chiefs are going to be a dominant team this year. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. And you know, those Vegas numbers we were just coming up with, they bear it out as well. I mean, the Chiefs are behind both the Bills and the Ravens in Super Bowl odds. So when we look at that right now, yeah, other people think that those teams are better too. I thought it last year. I still do.
They won their first 9 games, and then they had that stretch, remember, 3 games in 11 days around Christmas, and they won them all.
They won them all.
They were 15-1, and they punted in their last game, didn't score against Denver. Oh, well, 15-2 is how that was going to go for us, and, you know, on they went to the Super Bowl. Their defense was really, really good, and then the offense was just kind of But you hear the name Patrick Mahomes, and we all go crazy.
Well, he's the best.
He is, and he's the best when it counts, and I'm looking at their results, and they won by 7, 1, 5, 7, 7, 2, 6, 3, 8. I mean, all these games, all these close games, they won them all.
Don't you remember? We would come in every Monday, and we're like, how the hell did they do that? And it was often people being mad about a certain call. You remember that?
Yeah.
No, but that's what it was.
People were, not me.
That's what it
Couple
was.
times.
Social media was like after every game, they're looking at the highlights. You're going, how? How was this called the way that it was called? And then someone would kick a field goal from 138 yards away, and the Chiefs would win. It was miraculous. So who knows? Maybe it'll happen again.
They did go 8 consecutive weeks, 7 regular season, including 1 playoff, without turning the ball over. That's pretty awesome. Including a game against the Browns where they turned it over 6 times. Thank you, Cleveland.
Oof.
Yeah.
You know how old Travis Kelce is, right?
34?
Nope. 35.
Okay.
And about to turn 36 during the season. So, same kind of thing. Is he definitely going to get hurt? Is he definitely not going to make it through the season? He takes a lot of hits.
Yeah, he played in all 16 last year.
Yeah. So, it's allowed. Although it's 17. Did he miss one?
No, he sat out the last game. They all did. They lost 38 to Biscuit. And he had 97 catches. Only 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Not a good fantasy player last year.
No, he was not. He was not. He will not be on my team this year.
Yep. You had him last year?
No.
Okay.
I won't have him this year either. I don't care what round it gets to. I'm out on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because he's old.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Coming up here in just about an hour and a half or so, the Valkyries have a game. They take on the Connecticut Sun. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel, I should say, or on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. It'll be there. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 6:30. This is Willard and Dibs.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, northbound 101, backed up from Brisbane. If you're going to see the Giants or the Valks, northbound 101, a crash just past Candlestick, contributing to that backup. Once you do get there, use 280, only minor backups at King. I'm Tiffany Woodstrom, game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hopefully you'll get right to work on your radio show tiers. And just spoiler alert, we're clearly a tier 1 show, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if he said that with his chest either. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's not known for his comedic stylings. That was probably on me for trying to run material for a guy who's not known for running material.
Mr. Data guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, take that for data.
Pretty much. In other words, I won't be doing the radio tiers, and just that very comment makes somewhat of a mockery over all the work I put into this. So there's that.
There is that. It's Willard Dibs, and we still got time for a call or two if you want to fire it off. We've also got a Valkyries game in just over an hour. Lucas, what is happening? Do we have rumors swirling in the Valkyrie Internet Chase Center community?
It's Bird Watchers night.
Okay.
Yeah, big night down at Chase Center.
And what does that mean, Bird Watchers night at Chase Center?
There was a large purple egg, and the egg has since hatched. Feathers have been found.
Where was the egg? Inside Chase Center?
The egg was in Thrive City, right on that little grassy area right in the middle of everything.
And it hatched?
It hatched today.
And
Breaking news.
So now there's nothing in the egg, but there are feathers inside the building?
Yep.
What does that mean?
Exactly.
Well, there's some theories out there as to what the mascot will be, and it'll be revealed.
Mascot?
Yeah. Well, how do we even know that that's what it is?
because all you have to do is go to the internet, and that's what everyone's talking about.
Well, but that's a theory then.
Huh?
Right. It could just be a random purple bird.
I don't know what they're doing.
Right.
I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know how many gigantic life-size purple eggs you found or have ever been found, but they did bring in a wildlife expert who...
and?
The wildlife expert confirmed that based on the eggs' size and shape and the gold speckles would indicate that there is a bird inside.
Okay, so the reason
Not a
I
dinosaur,
think...
other things come out of eggs.
No,
turtles,
there's a
reptiles.
lot. There's a lot of good history to the idea that if it is a mascot, that the mascot doesn't necessarily have to do anything with the name of the team, right? Like San Diego Chicken, whatever the hell the Philly Fanatic is. I got no idea what that is, but those are the best mascots out there, right? So if it's a bird, okay, great. Which maybe will also help define kind of the way the whole thing's going, because as much as I think the Valkyries have done an unbelievable marketing job. The colors, the scheme, the whole thing. But I'm going to be straight honest with you also. If somebody was like, and actually the kids did do this once upon a time when I took them to a game. What is a Valkyrie? Now, I've read the whole story twice, and I still can't really answer it if somebody just asks me at a bar. What's a Valkyrie? Like, I get the whole historical thing, how it's tied to warriors and whatnot, but let's be real. This is going to be a lifetime of the majority of the fans of that team are not going to be able to describe what that is. What's a Valkyrie?
Well, I think as we go further down the road, you'll become more educated in that. And I mean, I don't personally have that ready to roll off the tip of my tongue. I do know that the Valkyries are also a volleyball team. I don't know if you knew that. It's the Pro Volleyball Federation, the Valkyries. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What?
I can't believe that you just did the mm-hmm. You want to know why? Why? No, I just got a text from Steiny. I just got a text from Steiny. Literally just came in moments ago. And he said, did you just acknowledge your fantasy football opinions impact your, quote, other football knowledge? The answer to that is no. No, I did not. What I did say is that the fantasy football-ification of the world shades the way a lot of people look at different things in the NFL. And therefore, why I think people will look right now at the Niners offense and they're fearful of how this is going because of weaponry. And I'm actually here to tell you, if you go through the last handful of Super Bowls, go through the last 25 Super Bowls in the NFL and tell me how many have won it because of offensive weaponry. Very few.
It's not the way football works. Football is complementary. It's about running and playing good defense and the rest of it. I do wonder what you think about this, Mark, as far as where Brock Purdy goes in fantasy drafts among just Niners. So McCaffrey probably is the first Niner that goes.
No question.
Then I would guess Kittle would be second.
For sure.
And then do you get to... And I would count their defense and their kicker in this. I don't think their defense or their kicker goes ahead of Brock
nobody should be drafting those till the end. I feel like, because people tend to wait on quarterback, this is a fun question. I think Pearsall's next.
According to Fantasy Pros, we have Pearsall at 95 as ADP and Brock Purdy 115.
Okay. And then Purdy probably next. Is Purdy going ahead of Jennings? Where's Juwan going? That's the only other relevant. I mean, now then you get your flyers at the end. People, at the very end of your draft, there's going to be some Garendo handcuffs and, maybe some DeMarcus Robinson flyer type things. But, yeah, where's Jennings ADP?
Back-to-back, 94, Pearsall 95.
Okay. So Jennings also goes ahead of Purdy.
Okay.
So 4-9, he's the fifth Niner as far as, but a lot of that has to do with the position, what else is available.
Yeah.
Purdy is probably not a fantasy football starter.
Right.
He's not a starter.
And that's what I was going to ask you next, Lucas.
Maybe.
Where does he go average draft position just among quarterbacks? And I was thinking about this as we were doing the tiers discussion because it doesn't always line up football executives and coaches aren't thinking about.
Not at all.
Do you get a bonus for 300 yards in a game, and how many points for touchdowns, and are picks -6, or all the other nuance of fantasy? But I just was wondering where he was on that list relative to the tiers.
I guess in this particular case, it completely lines up because Lucas says he's QB 14, which is exactly what he was on the tiers.
Yeah, okay.
QB 14.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it's the Orlando Valkyries, by the way. They have an official mascot, Val.
What is Val?
I'm not sure. Val, I can show you and you can tell me. It looks like Val's actually a cartoonish looking Valkyrie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a person.
Well, it's a Valkyrie. There's not a person inside that. It's a real...
I know, but it's a person.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like the Lucas will get this. It's kind of like, and don't say Traveler, but like the actual Trojan mascot for the USC Trojans. Like there's Traveler, the horse, but it's a person.
Tommy the Trojan.
Now this is actual costume, like the big costume.
Oh, yeah.
But it's got a face, like a person. It's not an animal.
Exactly.
It's a person.
He looks a little trolly.
We used to work, I believe it was here at 95.7 The Game, with one of the individuals who was Sourdough Sam.
Oh, that's fine.
Sourdough Sam. And I cannot reveal the individual's identity, but we would talk about, like, you want to talk about being on the sunny side of Levi's. When you're inside the Sam outfit,
oh my God,
and it's 97.
That's brutal.
And, we're going to go to New York to review a call late in the third. Sourdough Sam would cook in there now.
It's been a few years since I've seen him, but do you know that I know one of the guys who, and there are literally there was like 2 or 3 of these people contracted, allowed to do this on planet Earth, but to actually represent and be in for appearances the Darth Vader costume.
Whoa, really?
The official Darth Vader costume. And you have to be like a certain size and weight and all of that.
And be able to...
Well, no, I don't know. That might be electronic. I don't know if